Robert Graves. Goodbye to All That. First published by Jonathan Cape, 1929. Prologue. I partly wrote, partly dictated this book 28 years ago, during a complicated domestic crisis, and with very little time for revision. It was my bitter leave, taking of England, where I had recently broken a good many conventions, quarreled with why, or been disowned by most of my friends, been grilled by the police on a suspicion of attempted murder, and ceased to care what anyone thought of me. Reading Goodbye to All That over again, for the first time since 1929, I wonder how my publishers escaped a libel action. Domestic crises are always expensive, but the book sold well enough in England and the United States, despite the depression which had just set in, to pay my debts and leave me free to live and write in Mallorca without immediate anxiety for the future. The title became a catchword and my sole contribution to Bartlett's Dictionary of Familiar Quotation. A good many changes have been made in the text, omission of many dull or foolish patches, restoration of a few suppressed anecdotes, replacement of the T, E, I, O, Lawrence chapter by a longer one, written 5 years later, correction of factual misstatements, and a general editing of my excusably ragged prose. Some proper names have been restored where their original disguise is no longer necessary. If any passage still gives offense after all those years, I hope to be forgiven. Dea, Mallorca, Spain, 1957. R.G. Goodbye to All That. 1. As a proof of my readiness to accept autobiographical convention, let me at once record my two earliest memories. The first is being loyally held up at a window to watch a procession of decorated carriages and wagons for Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee in 1897. This was at Wimbledon, where I had been born on July 24, 1895. The second is gazing upwards with a sort of despondent terror at a cupboard in the nursery, which stood accidentally open, filled to the ceiling with octavo volumes of Shakespeare. My father had organized a Shakespeare reading circle. I did not know until long afterwards that this was the Shakespeare cupboard, but apparently I already had a strong instinct against drawing-room activities. And when distinguished visitors came to the house, such as Sir Sidney Lee, with his Shakespearean scholarship, or Lord Ashbourne, not yet a peer, with his loud talk of Ireland for the Irish, and his saffron kilt, or Mr. Eustace Miles, the English real tennis champion and vegetarian, with his samples of exotic nuts. I knew all about them in my way, nor had I any illusions about Algernon Charles Swinburne, who often used to stop my perambulator when he met it on Nurse's Walk, at the edge of Wimbledon Common, and pat me on the head and kiss me. He was an inveterate pram stopper and patter and kisser. Nurse's Walk lay between the Pines, Putney, where he lived with Watts Dunton, and the Rose and Crown public house, where he went for his daily pint of beer. Watts Dunton allowed him twopence for it and no more. I did not know that Swinburne was a poet, but I knew that he was a public menace. Swinburne, by the way, when a very young man, had gone to Walter Savage Landor, then a very old man, and been given the poet's blessing he asked for, and Landor, when a child, had been patted on the head by Dr. Samuel Johnson, and Johnson, when a child, had been taken to London to be touched by Queen Anne for scrofula, the king's evil, and Queen Anne when a child. But I mentioned the Shakespeare reading circle. It went on for years, and when I was 16, curiosity finally sent me to one of the meetings. I remember the vivacity with which my utterly unshrewish mother read the part of Catherine in The Taming of the Shrew to my amiable father's Petruchio. Mr. and Mrs. Maurice Hill were two of the most popular members of the circle. This meeting took place some years before they became Mr. Justice Hill and Lady Hill, and some years, too, before I looked into the shrew. I remember the lemonade glasses, the cucumber sandwiches, the Pity's fours, the drawing-room knickknacks, the chrysanthemums in bowls, and the semicircle of easy chairs around the fire. The gentle voice of Maurice Hill as Hortensio admonished my father. "Thou go thy ways. Thou hast tamed a cursed shrew." I myself, as Lucio ended the performance with, "'Tis a wonder by your leave she will be tamed so." I must go one day to hear him speak his lines as judge of the divorce court seat. His admonitions have become famous. After earliest memories, I should perhaps give a passport description of myself and let the items enlarge themselves. Date of birth, place of birth, when die? I have already given those. Profession, hi. In my passport I am down as University Professor Die. That was a convenience for 1926, when I first took out a passport. I thought of putting writer, but passport officials often have complicated reactions to the word. University professor wins a simple reaction, dull respect. No questions asked. So also with Army Captain, pension list. My height is given as 6 feet 2 inches, my eyes is gray, and my hair is black. To black should be added thick and curly. I am untruthfully described as having no special peculiarity. For a start, there is my big once aquiline nose, which I broke at Charterhouse while foolishly playing rugger with soccer players. I broke another player's nose myself in the same game. That unsteadied it, and boxing sent it askew. Finally, it was operated on by an unskillful army surgeon, and no longer serves as a vertical line of demarcation between the left and right sides of my face, which are naturally unassorted, my eyes, eyebrows, and ears being all set noticeably crooked, and my cheekbones, which are rather high, being on different levels. My mouth is what is known as full, and my smile is tight-lipped. When I was 13, I broke 2 front teeth and became sensitive about showing them. My hands and feet are large. I weigh about 12 stone full. My best comic turn is a double-jointed pelvis. I can sit on a table and tap like the Fox sisters with it. One shoulder is distinctly lower than the other because of a lung wound. I do not carry a watch because I always magnetize the mainspring. During the war, when an order went out that officers should carry watches and synchronize them daily, I had to buy 2 new ones every month. Medically, I am a good life. My passport gives my nationality as British subject. Here I might parody Marcus Aurelius, who begins his golden book with the various ancestors and relatives to whom he owes the virtues of a worthy Roman emperor, explaining why I am not a Roman emperor, or even, except on occasions, an English gentleman. My mother's father's family, the von Ranke's, were Saxon country pastors, not anciently noble. Leopold von Ranke, the first modern historian, my great-uncle, introduced the von. I owe something to him. He wrote, to the scandal of his contemporaries, "I am a historian before I am a Christian. My object is simply to find out how the things actually occurred." And when discussing Michelet, the French historian, he wrote history in a style in which the truth could not be told. That Thomas Carlyle decried him as dry ass dust is no discredit. To Heinrich von Ranke, my grandfather, I owe my clumsy largeness, my endurance, energy, seriousness, and my thick hair. He was rebellious and even atheistic in his youth. As a medical student at a Prussian university, he took part in the political disturbances of 1848, when students demonstrated in favor of Karl Marx at the time of his trial for high treason. Like Marx, they had to leave the country. My grandfather came to London and finished his medical course there. In 1854, he went to the Crimea with the British Army as a regimental surgeon. All I know about this is a chance remark that he made to me when I was a child. It is not always the big bodies which are the strongest. At Sevastopol in the trenches, I saw the great British Guards crack up and die by the score, while the little sappers took no harm. Still, his big body carried him very well. He married in London my grandmother, a tiny, saintly, frightened Schleswig Dane, daughter of Tiarchs, the Greenwich astronomer. Before her father took to astronomy, the Tiarchs family had, it seems, followed the Danish country system, not at all a bad one, of alternate professions for father and son. The odd generations were tinsmiths, and the even generations were pastors. My gentler characteristics trace back to my grandmother. She had 10 children. The eldest of these, my mother, was born in London. My grandfather's atheism and radicalism sobered down. He eventually returned to Germany, where he became a well-known children's doctor at Munich, and about the first in Europe to insist on clean milk for his child patients. Finding that he could not get clean milk to the hospitals by ordinary means, he started a model dairy farm himself. His agnosticism grieved my devoutly Lutheran grandmother. She never ceased to pray for him, but concentrated more particularly on saving the souls of her children. My grandfather did not die entirely unregenerate. His last words were, "The God of my fathers. To him at least I hold." I do not know what he meant by that, but it was a statement consistent with his angry patriarchal moods, with his acceptance of a prominent place in Bavarian society as Herr Geheimrat Ritter von Ronrat, and with his loyalty to the Kaiser, with whom once or twice he went deer shooting. It meant practically that he considered himself a good liberal in religion as in politics, and that my grandmother need not have worried. I admire my German relatives. They have high principles, are easy, generous, and serious. The men have fought duels not for cheap personal honor, but in the public interest, called out, for example, because they have protested against the scandalous behavior of some superior officer or official. One of them lost seniority in the German consular service because he refused to use the consulate in London as a clearinghouse for Secret Service reports. They are not heavy drinkers either. My grandfather, as a student at the regular university drunks, had a habit of pouring superfluous beer into his 1840-ish riding boots when nobody was watching. He brought up his children to speak English at home, and always looked to England as the center of culture and progress. The women were noble and patient, and used to keep their eyes on the ground when out walking. At the age of 18, my mother went to England as companion to Miss Britton, a lonely old woman who had befriended my grandmother as an orphan, and waited hand and foot on her for 17 years. When she finally died, under the senile impression that my mother, her sole heiress, would benefit hardly at all from the will, it turned out that she had been worth £100,000 sterling. Characteristically, my mother divided the inheritance among her 4 younger sisters, keeping only a 5th share. She was determined to go to India after a short training as a medical missionary. This ambition was presently balked by her meeting my father, a widower with 5 children. It became plain to her that she could do as good work on the home mission field. The Graves family have a pedigree that goes back to a French knight who landed with Henry VII at Milford Haven in 1485. Colonel Graves the Roundhead is claimed as the founder of the Irish branch of the family. He was once wounded and left for dead in the marketplace at Thame. Afterwards had charge of King Charles I's person at Carisbrooke Castle, and later turned royalist. Limerick was the center of this branch. The occasional soldiers and doctors in it were mainly collaterals. The direct male line had a sequence of rectors, deans, and bishops, apart from my great-grandfather, John Crosby Graves, who was chief police magistrate of Dublin. The Limerick Graveses have no hands or mechanical sense, but a wide reputation as conversationalists. In those of my relatives who have the family characteristics most strongly marked, unnecessary talk is a nervous disorder. Not bad talk as talk goes, usually informative, often witty, but it goes on and on and on. The Von Rankes seem to have little mechanical aptitude either. I find it most inconvenient to be born into the age of the internal combustion engine and the electric dynamo, and to have no sympathy with them. A bicycle, a Primus stove, and an army rifle marked the bounds of my mechanical capacity. My paternal grandfather, the Protestant Bishop of Limerick, had 8 children. He was a remarkable mathematician. He first formulated some theory or other of spherical conics, and also the leading authority on the Irish Brehon laws and Ogham script, but by reputation, far from gentle. He and O'Connell, the Catholic bishop, lived on the very best of terms. They cracked Latin jokes at each other, discussed fine points of scholarship, and were unclerical enough not to take their religious differences too seriously. While in Limerick as a soldier of the garrison, some 19 years after my grandfather's death, I heard stories about him from the townsfolk. Bishop O'Connell had once rallied him on the size of his family, and my grandfather had retorted warmly with the text about the blessedness of the man who has his quiver full of arrows, to which O'Connell answered briefly, "The ancient Jewish quiver only held 6. My grandfather's weight, they said, was the longest ever seen in the town of Limerick. It stretched from the cathedral right down O'Connell Street and over Sarfield Bridge, and I do not know how many miles Irish beyond. He had blessed me as a child, but I do not remember that. Of my father's mother, a Sheen from Aberdeen, I have been able to get no information at all beyond the fact that she was a very beautiful woman and daughter of the physician general to the forces of Ireland. I can only conclude that most of what she said or did passed unnoticed in the rivalry of family conversations. The Shane pedigree was flawless, right back to Sir Reginald Shane, Lord Chamberlain of Scotland, in 1267. In later times, the Shanes had been lawyers and physicians. But my father is at present engaged on his autobiography and, no doubt, will write at length about all this. My father, then, met my mother sometime in the early 90s. He had previously married one of the Irish Coopers, of Cooper's Hill, near Limerick. The Coopers were an even more Irish family than the Graves. The story goes that when Cromwell came to Ireland and ravaged the country, Moira O'Brien, the last surviving member of the great Clan O'Brien, who were the paramount chiefs of the country around Limerick, came to him one day with, "Well, General, you have killed my father and my uncles, my husband and my brothers. I am left as the sole heiress of these lands. Do you intend to confiscate them?" Cromwell is said to have been struck by her magnificent presence, and to have answered that this certainly had been his intention, but that she could keep her lands, or part of them, on condition that she married one of his officers, Ensign Cooper. Jane Cooper, whom my father married, died of consumption. The Graves family were thin-nosed and inclined to petulance, but never depraved, cruel, or hysterical. A persistent literary tradition of Richard D., a minor poet and a friend of Shenstone, and John Thomas, who was a mathematician and contributed to Sir William Rowan Hamilton's discovery of quaternions, and Richard D., a divine and Regius professor of Greek, and James, an archaeologist, and Robert, who invented the disease called after him and was a friend of Turner's, and Robert, classicist and theologian, and a friend of Wordsworth's, and Richard, another divine, and Robert, another divine, and various Roberts, Jameses, Thomases, and Richards, and Clarissa, one of the toasts of Ireland, who married Leopold von Ranke at Windermere Church, and linked the Graves and von Ranke families a couple of generations before my father and mother married. See the British Museum catalogue for an 18th and 19th century record of Graves' literary history. It was through this Clarissa-Leopold relationship that my father met my mother. My mother told him at once that she liked Father O'Flynn, the song for writing which my father will be chiefly remembered. He had put the words to a traditional jig tuned the top of Cork Road, which he remembered from his boyhood. Sir Charles Stanford supplied a few chords for the setting. My father sold the complete rights for 1 guinea. Boosey, the publisher, made thousands. Sir Charles Stanford, who drew a royalty as the composer, also collected a very large sum. Recently, my father has been sent a few pounds from gramophone rights. He is not bitter about all this, but has more than once impressed upon me almost religiously never to sell for a sum down the complete rights of any work of mine whatsoever. That my father is a poet has at least saved me from any false reverence for poets. I am even delighted when I meet people who know of him and not me. I sing some of his songs while washing up after meals or shelling peas or on similar occasions. He never once tried to teach me how to write or showed any understanding of my serious poetry, being always more ready to ask advice about his own. Nor did he ever try to stop me writing. His light-hearted early work is the best. His invention of wine, for instance, which begins, "Ere Bacchus could talk, or decently walk, down Olympus he jumped, from the arms of his nurse, and though 10 years in all were consumed by the fall, he might have fallen farther, and fared a deal worse." After marrying my mother and turning teetotaler, he is said to have lost something of his playfulness. My father resisted the family temptation to take holy orders, never rising higher than lay reader, and he broke the geographical connection with Ireland, for which I cannot be too grateful to him. Though much harder on my relatives, and much more careful of associating with them than I am with strangers, I can admire my father and mother. My father for his simplicity and persistence, and my mother for her seriousness and strength, both for their generosity. They never bullied me, and were grieved rather than angered by my default from formal religion. In physique and general characteristics, my mother's side is, on the whole, stronger in me. But I have many habits of speech and movements peculiar to the Graves, most of them eccentric, such as finding it difficult to walk straight down a street, fidgeting with bits of bread at table, getting tired of sentences when half-way through and leaving them in the air, walking with the hands folded in a particular way behind the back, and being subject to sudden and most disconcerting spells of complete amnesia. These fits, so far as I can discover, serve no useful purpose, and tend to produce in the victim the same sort of dishonesty that afflicts deaf people who miss the thread of conversation. They hate to be left behind and rely on intuition and bluff to get them through. This disability is most marked in very cold weather. I do not now talk too much, except when I have been drinking, or when I meet someone who fought with me in France. The Graves have good minds for such purposes as examinations, writing graceful Latin verse, filling in forms and solving puzzles. When invited as children to parties where guessing games and brain tests were played, we never failed to win. They have a good eye for ball games and a graceful style. I inherited the eye, but not the style. My mother's family are entirely without style. I have an ugly but secure seat on a horse. There is a coldness in the Graves which is anti-sentimental to the point of insolence, a necessary check to the goodness of heart from which my mother's family suffers. The Graves. It is fair to generalize, though loyal to the British governing class to which they belong, and so to the Constitution, are individualists. The von Rankists regard their membership of the corresponding class in Germany as a sacred trust, enabling them to do the more responsible work for the service of humanity. Recently, when a von Ranke entered a film studio, the family felt itself disgraced. The most useful and at the same time, most dangerous gift that I owe to my father's side of the family, probably more to the Shanes than to the Graves, is that I am always able, when dealing with officials, or getting privileges from public institutions which grudge them, to masquerade as a gentleman, whatever I happen to be wearing, and because my clothes are not what gentlemen usually wear, and yet I do not seem to be an artist or effeminate, and my accent and gestures are irreproachable. I have been placed as the heir to a dukedom, whose perfect confidence in his rank would explain all such eccentricity. Thus I may seem by a paradox to be more of a gentleman even than one of my elder brothers, who spent a number of years as a consular official in the Near East. His wardrobe is almost too obviously a gentleman's, and he does not allow himself the pseudo-privilege of having disreputable acquaintances and saying on all occasions what he really means. About this business of being a gentleman, I paid so heavily for the 14 years of my gentleman's education that I feel entitled now and then to get some sort of return. 2. My mother married my father largely, it seems, to help him out with his 5 motherless children. Having any herself was a secondary consideration. Yet first, she had a girl, then she had another girl, and it was very nice, of course, to have them, but slightly disappointing, because she belonged to the generation and tradition that made a son the really important event. Then I came, a fine, healthy child. She was 40 at my birth, and my father 49. 4 years later she had another son, and 4 years later still another son. The desired preponderance of male over female had been established, and twice 5 made 10. I found the gap of 2 generations between my parents and me easier, in a way, to bridge than a single generation gap. Children seldom quarrel with their grandparents, and I have been able to think of my mother and father as grandparents. Also, a family of 10 means a dilution of parental affection. The members tend to become indistinct. I have often been called Philip, Richard, Charles, Robert. My father being a very busy man, an inspector of schools for the Southwark district of London, we children saw practically nothing of him except during the holidays. Then he behaved very sweetly, and told us stories with the formal beginning, not "Once upon a time," but always. And so the old gardener blew his nose on a red pocket handkerchief. He occasionally played games with us, but for the most part, when not busy with educational work, was writing poems, or being president of literary or temperance societies. My mother kept busy running the household and conscientiously carrying out her social obligations, as my father's wife did not see so much of us as she would have liked, except on Sundays or when we happened to be ill. We had a nurse and one another, and found that companionship sufficient. My father's chief part in our education was to insist on our speaking grammatically, pronouncing words correctly, and using no slang. He left our religious instruction entirely to my mother, though he officiated at family prayers, which the servants were expected to attend every morning before breakfast. Light punishments, such as being sent to bed early or being stood in a corner, were in the hands of my mother. The infliction of corporal punishment, never severe, and given with a slipper, she reserved for my father. We learned to be strong moralists, and spent much of our time on self-examination and good resolutions. My sister Rosaline put up a printed notice in her corner of the nursery. It might just as well have been put up by me. I must not say bang bust or pig bucket, for it is rude. We were given very little pocket money, a penny a week, with a rise to 2 pence at the age of 12 or so, and encouraged to give part at least of any odd money that came to us from uncles or other visitors, to Dr. Barnardo's homes, and to beggars. A blind beggar used to sit on the Wimbledon Hill pavement, reading the Bible aloud in Braille. He was not really blind, but could turn up his eyes and keep the pupils concealed for minutes at a time under drooping lids, which were artificially inflamed. We often gave to him. He died a rich man and had been able to provide his son with a college education. The first distinguished writer I remember meeting after Swinburne was P.G. Wodehouse, a friend of my brother Percival. Wodehouse was then in his early 20s on the staff of the Globe and writing school stories for the Captain magazine D. He gave me a penny, advising me to get marshmallows with it. Though too shy to express my gratitude at the time, I have never since permitted myself to be critical about his work. I had great religious fervor, which persisted until shortly after my confirmation at the age of 16, and remember the incredulity with which I first heard that there actually were people baptized like myself into the Church of England, who did not believe in Jesus' divinity. I had never met an unbeliever. Though I have asked many of my acquaintances at what stage in their childhood or adolescence they became class conscious, none has ever given me a satisfactory answer. I remember how it happened to me. At the age of 4.5, I caught scarlet fever. My younger brother had just been born, and I could not be nursed at home, so my parents sent me off to a public fever hospital. The ward contained 20 little proletarians, and only one bourgeois child besides myself. I did not notice particularly that the nurses and my fellow patients had a different attitude towards me. I accepted the kindness and spoiling easily, being accustomed to it. But the respect and even reverence given to this other little boy, a clergyman's child, astonished me. Oh, the nurses would cry after he had gone. Oh, he did look a little gentleman in his pretty white pelisse when they took him away. That young Matthew was a fair toff, echoed the little proletarians. On my return from 2 months in hospital, my accent was deplored, and I learned that the boys in the ward had been very vulgar. I did not know what vulgar meant. It had to be explained to me. About a year later, I met Arthur, a boy of 9, who had been in the ward and taught me how to play cricket when we were convalescent together. He turned out to be a ragged errand boy. In hospital, we had all worn the same institutional nightgowns, and I did not know that we came off such different shells. But I suddenly realized with my first shudder of gentility that 2 sorts of Christians existed, ourselves and the lower classes. The servants were trained to call us children, even when we were tiny, Master Robert, Miss Rosaline, and Miss Clarissa's, but I had not recognized these as titles of respect. I had thought of Master and Mrs. merely as vocative prefixes used for addressing other people's children. But now I found that the servants were the lower classes, and that we were ourselves. I accepted this class separation as naturally as I had accepted religious dogma, and did not finally discard it until nearly 20 years later. My parents were never of the aggressive, shoot-and-down type, but liberals, or more strictly, liberal unionists. In religious theory, at least, they treated their employees as fellow creatures, but social distinctions remain clearly defined. The hymn book sanctioned these. He made them high or lowly, and ordered their estates. I can well recall the tone of my mother's voice when she informed the maids that they could have what was left of the pudding, or scolded the cook for some carelessness. It had a forced hardness, made almost harsh by embarrassment. My mother, being gemütlich by nature, would, I believe, have loved to dispense with servants altogether. They seemed a foreign body in the house. I remember the servants' bedrooms. They were on the top landing, at the dullest side of the house, and by a convention of the times, the only rooms without carpets or linoleum. Those gaunt, unfriendly-looking beds and the hanging cupboards with faded cotton curtains, instead of wardrobes with glass doors as in the other room. All this uncouthness made me think of the servants as somehow not quite human. Besides, the servants who came to us were distinctly below the average standard. Only those with no particularly good references would apply for a situation in a family of 10. And because we had such a large house, and hardly a single person in the household kept his or her room tidy, they were constantly giving notice. Too much work, they said. Our nurse made a bridge between the servants and ourselves. She gave us her own passport immediately on arrival. Emily Dykes is my name. England is my nation. Netheravon is my dwelling place. And Christ is my salvation. Though calling us Miss and Master, she used no menial tone. In a practical way, Emily came to be more to us than our mother. I did not despise her until about the age of 12. She was then nurse to my younger brothers, when I found that my education now exceeded hers, and that if I struggled with her, I could trip her up and bruise her quite easily. Besides, she went to a Baptist chapel. I had learned by that time that the Baptists were, like the Wesleyans and Congregationalists, the social inferiors of the Church of England. My mother taught me a horror of Roman Catholicism, which I retained for a very long time. In fact, I discarded Protestantism not because I had outgrown its ethics, but in horror of its Catholic element. My religious training developed in me a great capacity for fear. I was perpetually tortured by the fear of hell, a superstitious conscience, and a sexual embarrassment, from which I have found it very difficult to free myself. The last thing that Protestants lose when they cease to believe is a vision of Christ as the perfect man. That persisted with me sentimentally for years. At the age of 18, I wrote a poem called In the Wilderness about Christ greeting the scapegoat as it roamed the desert, which of course would have been impossible since the scapegoat always got pushed over a cliff by its Levite attendants. In the Wilderness has since appeared in at least 70 anthologies. Strangers are always writing to me to say how much strength it has given them, and would I, etc. 3. I went to several preparatory schools, beginning at the age of 6. The very first was a dame's school at Wimbledon, but my father, as an educational expert, would not let me stay there long. He found me crying one day at the difficulty of the 23 times table, and disapproved of a question and answer history book that we use, which began, Question: Why were the Britons so called? Answer: Because they painted themselves blue. Also, they made me do mental arithmetic to a metronome. I once wetted myself with nervousness under this torture. So my father sent me to King's College School, Wimbledon. I was just 7 years old, the youngest boy there, and they went up to 19. My father took me away after a couple of terms because he heard me using naughty words and because I did not understand the lessons. I had started Latin, but nobody explained what Latin meant. Its declensions and conjugations were pure incantations to me. For that matter, so were the strings of naughty words. And I felt oppressed by the huge hall, the enormous boys, the frightening rowdiness of the corridors, and compulsory rugby football, of which nobody told me the rules. From there, I went to Rokeby, a preparatory school of the ordinary type, also at Wimbledon, where I stayed for about 3 years. Here I began playing games seriously, grew quarrelsome, boastful, and domineering, won prizes, and collected things. The main difference between myself and the other boys was that I collected coins instead of stamps. The value of coins seemed less fictitious to me. The headmaster caned me only once for forgetting to bring my gym shoes to school, and then gave me no more than 2 strokes on the hand. Yet even now the memory makes me hot with resentment. My serious training as a gentleman began here. I seem to have left out one school, Penralt, right away in the hills behind Llanbedr. I had never been away from home before. I went there just for a term, for my health. Here I had my first beating. The headmaster, a parson, caned me on the bottom because I learned the wrong collect one Sunday by mistake. I had never before come upon forcible training in religion. At my dame school we learned collects too, but were not punished for mistakes. We competed for prizes, ornamental texts to take home and hang over our beds. A boy at Penralt called Ronnie was the greatest hero I had ever met. He had a house at the top of a pine tree which nobody else could climb, and a huge knife made from the tip of a scythe which he had stolen, and he killed pigeons with a catapult, cooked them, and ate them in the treehouse. Ronnie treated me very kindly. He went into the Navy afterwards, deserted on his first voyage, and we were told was never heard of again. He used to steal rides on cows and horses, which he found in the fields. At Penralt I found a book that had the ballads of Chevy Chase and Sir Andrew Barton in it. These were the first 2 real poems I remember reading. I saw how good they were. But on the other hand, there was an open-air swimming bath where all the boys bathed naked, and I was overcome by horror at the sight. One boy of 19 had red hair, real bad, Irish, red hair all over his body. I did not know that hair grew on both his Also, the headmaster had a little daughter with a little girlfriend, and I sweated with terror whenever I met them, because, having no brothers, they once tried to find out about male anatomy from me by exploring down my shirt neck when we were digging up pig nuts in the garden. Another frightening experience from this part of my life. I once had to wait in the school cloakroom for my sisters, who went to the Wimbledon High School. We were going on to be photographed together. I waited for perhaps a quarter of an hour in a corner of the cloakroom. I must have been 10 years old, and hundreds of girls went to and fro. They all looked at me and giggled, and whispered to one another. I knew they hated me because I was a boy sitting in the cloakroom of a girls' school. And my sisters, when they arrived, looked ashamed of me and seemed quite different from the sisters I knew at home. I had blundered into a secret world, and for months, and even years afterwards, my worst nightmares were of this girls' school, which was always filled with colored toy balloons. Very Freudian, as one says now. My normal impulses were set back for years by these two experiences. In 1912, we spent our Christmas holidays in Brussels. An Irish girl staying at the same pension made love to me in a way that, I see now, was really very sweet. It frightened me so much, I could have killed her. In English preparatory and public schools, romance is necessarily homosexual. The opposite sex is despised and treated as something obscene. Many boys never recover from this perversion. For everyone born homosexual, at least 10 permanent pseudo-homosexuals are made by the public school system. 9 of these 10 as honorably chaste and sentimental as I was. I left the day school at Wimbledon because my father decided that the standard of work was not high enough to get me a scholarship at a public school. He sent me to another preparatory school at Rugby, where the headmaster's wife happened to be a sister of an old literary friend of his. I did not like the place. There was a secret about the headmaster which some of the elder boys shared, a somehow sinister secret. Nobody ever let me into it, but he came weeping into the classroom one day, beating his head with his fists and groaning, "Would to God I hadn't done it! Would to God I hadn't done it!" My father took me away suddenly, a week later. The headmaster, having been given 24 hours to leave the country, was succeeded by the second master, a good man, who had taught me how to write English by eliminating all phrases that could be done without, and using verbs and nouns instead of adjectives and adverbs wherever possible, and when to start new paragraphs, and the difference between O and O. Mr. Lush was a very heavy man who used to stand at his desk and lean on his thumbs until they bent at right angles. A fortnight after taking over the school, he fell out of a train on his head, and that was the end of him. But the school seems to be still in being. I am occasionally asked to subscribe to Old Boys funds for memorial windows and miniature rifle ranges and so on. I first learned rugger here. What surprised me most at this school was when a boy of about 12, whose father and mother were in India, heard by cable that they had both suddenly died of cholera. We all watched him sympathetically for weeks after, expecting him to die of grief or turn black in the face or do something to match the occasion. Yet he seemed entirely unmoved, and because nobody dared discuss the tragedy with him, he seemed oblivious of it, playing about and ragging just as he had done before. We found that rather monstrous. But he had not seen his parents for 2 years, and preparatory schoolboys live in a world completely dissociated from home life. They have a different vocabulary, a different moral system, even different voices. On their return to school from the holidays, the changeover from home self to school self is almost instantaneous, whereas the reverse process takes a fortnight at least. A preparatory schoolboy, when caught off his guard, will call his mother, "Please, matron," and always addresses any male relative or friend of the family as "Sir," like a master. I used to do it. School life becomes the reality, and home life the illusion. In England, parents of the governing classes virtually lose all intimate touch with their children from about the age of 8, and any attempts on their parts to insinuate home feeling into school life, are resented. Next, I went to Keepediorn, a typically good school in Sussex. The headmaster had been chary of admitting me at my age, particularly since I came from a school with such a bad recent history. However, family literary connections did the trick, and the headmaster saw that I could win a scholarship if he took trouble over me. The depressed state I had been in ended the moment I arrived. My younger brother Charles followed me to this school, being taken away from the day school at Wimbledon, and later my youngest brother John went there straight from home. How good and typical the school was can be seen in the case of John, a typical good normal person who, as I say, went straight there from home. He spent 5 or 6 years at Copthorne, played in the 11s, got the top scholarship at a public school, became head boy with athletic distinctions, won a scholarship at Oxford and further athletic distinctions, and a good degree, and then, what did he do? Because he was such a typically good, normal person, he naturally went back as a master to his old, typically good preparatory school. And now that he has been there some years and needs a change, he is applying for a mastership at his old public school. If he gets it, and becomes a housemaster after a few years, he will at last, I suppose, become a headmaster and eventually take the next step as head of his old college at Oxford. That is the sort of typically good preparatory school it was. There I learned to keep a straight bat at cricket and to have a high moral sense, and mastered my 5th different pronunciation of Latin, and my 5th or 6th different way of doing simple arithmetic. They put me into the top class, and I got a scholarship. In fact, I got the first scholarship of the year. At Charterhouse. And why at Charterhouse? Because of VNI and ENOA. Charterhouse was the only public school whose scholarship examination did not contain a Greek grammar paper, and, though smart enough at Greek unseen and Greek composition, I could not conjugate conventionally. But for these 2 verbs, I should almost certainly have gone to the very different atmosphere of Winchester. For, say, my mother took us abroad to stay at my grandfather's house in Germany 5 times between my 2nd and 12th year. Then he died, and we never went again. He owned a big old manor house at Deisenhofen, 10 miles from Munich. By name, Laufsorn, which means begone anger. Our summers there were easily the best things of my early childhood. Pine forests and hot sun, red deer, black and red squirrels, acres of blueberries and wild strawberries, 9 or 10 different kinds of edible mushrooms which we went into the forest to pick, and unfamiliar flowers in the fields. Munich lies high, and outcrops of alpine flowers occur here and there. A farm with all the usual animals except sheep drives through the countryside in a break behind my grandfather's grace, and bathing in the Isar under a waterfall. The Isar was bright green and said to be the fastest river of Europe. We used to visit the uncles who kept a peacock farm a few miles away, and a grand uncle, Johannes von Rankel, the ethnologist, who lived on the lake shore of Tegernsee, where everyone had buttercup, blonde hair, and occasionally my Aunt Agnes, Frau Baronin von Aufses of Aufses Castle, some hours away by train, high up in the Bavarian Alps. Aufses, built in the 9th century, stood so remote that it had never been sacked, but remained Aufses property ever since. To the original building, a keep with only a ladder entrance halfway up, a medieval castle had been added. Its treasures of plate and armor were amazing. My uncle Siegfried showed us children the chapel. Its walls hung with enameled shields of each Aufses baron, impaled with the arms of the noble family into which he had married. He pointed to a stone in the floor, which pulled up by a ring, and said, "That is the family vault, where all Aufseses go when they die. I'll be down there one day." He scowled comically. But he got killed in the war as an officer of the Imperial German staff, and I believe they never found his body. Uncle Siegfried had a peculiar sense of humor. One day we children saw him on the garden path eating pebbles. He told us to go away, but of course we stayed, sat down and tried to eat pebbles too, only to be told very seriously that children should not eat pebbles. We would break our teeth. We agreed, after trying one or two, so he chose us each a pebble which looked just like all the rest, but which crushed easily and had a chocolate center. This was on condition that we went away and left him to his picking and crunching. When we returned, later in the day, we searched and searched, but found only the ordinary hard pebbles. He never once let us down in a joke. Among the castle treasures were a baby's lace cap that had taken 2 years to make, and a wine glass which my uncle's old father had noticed in the Franco-Prussian War, standing upright in the middle of the square in an entirely ruined French village. For dinner, when we went there, we ate some enormous trout. My father, a practiced fisherman, asked my uncle in astonishment where they came from. He explained that an underground river welled up close to the castle, and the fish which emerged with it were quite white from the darkness, of extraordinary size, and stone-blind. They also gave us jam made of wild rose berries, which they called hetchy patch, and showed us an iron chest in a small, thick, walled, white, washed room at the top of the keep, a tremendous chest, twice the size of the door, and obviously made inside the room, which had no windows except arrow slits. It had 2 keys, and must have been 12th or 13th century work. Tradition ruled that it should never be opened, unless the castle stood in the most extreme danger. The Baron held 1 key, his steward the other. The chest could be opened only by using both keys, and nobody knew what lay inside. It was even considered unlucky to speculate. Of course, we speculated. It might be gold, more likely a store of corn in sealed jars, or even some sort of weapon, Greek fire perhaps. From what I know of the Offsesses and their stewards, it is inconceivable that the chest ever got the better of their curiosity. A ghost walked the castle, the ghost of a former baron known as the Red Knight. His terrifying portrait hung halfway up the turret staircase, which led to our bedrooms. We slept on feather beds for the first time in our lives. Laufzorn, which my grandfather had bought and restored from a ruinous condition, could not compare in tradition with Aufsess, though it had for a time been a shooting lodge of the Bavarian king. Still, 2 ghosts went with the place. The farm laborers used to see them frequently. One of them was a carriage which drove furiously along without horses, and before the days of motor cars horrible enough. Not having visited the banqueting hall since childhood, I find it difficult to recall its true dimensions. It seemed as big as a cathedral, with stained glass armorial windows and bare floorboards, furnished only at the 4 corners with small islands of tables. Swallows had built rows of nests all along the sides of the ceiling. There were roundels of colored light from the windows, the many tine stags' heads, shot by my grandfather, mounted on the walls, swallow droppings under the nests, and a little harmonium in one corner, where we sang German songs. These concentrate my memories of Laufzorn. The bottom story formed part of the farm. A carriage drive ran right through it, with a wide covered courtyard in the center, where cattle were once driven to safety in times of baronial feud. On one side of the drive lay the estate steward's quarters, on the other the farm servants' inn and kitchen. In the middle story lived my grandfather and his family. The top story was a store for corn, apples, and other farm produce, and up here my cousin Wilhelm, later shot down in an air battle by a schoolfellow of mine, used to lie for hours picking off mice with an air gun. Bavarian food had a richness and spiciness that we always missed on our return to England. We liked the rye bread, the dark pine, honey, the huge ice, cream puddings made with fresh raspberry juice, and the help of snow stored during the winter in an ice house, my grandfather's venison, the honey cakes, the pastries, and particularly the sauces made with different kinds of mushrooms. Also, the pretzels, the carrots cooked in sugar, and summer pudding of cranberries and blueberries. In the orchard, close to the house, we could eat as many apples, pears, and greengages as we liked. There were also rows of blackcurrant and gooseberry bushes in the garden. The estate, despite the recency of my grandfather's tenure, his liberalism, and his experiments in modern agricultural methods, remained feudalistic. The poor, sweaty, savage-looking farm servants, who talked a dialect we could not understand, frightened us. They ranked lower even than the servants at home. And as for the colony of Italians, settled about half a mile from the house, whom my grandfather had imported as cheap labor for his brick factory, we associated them in our minds with the gypsies in the Wood of the Song. My grandfather took us over the factory one day and made me taste a lump of Italian polenta. My mother told us afterwards, when milk pudding at Wimbledon came to table burned, and we complained, those poor Italians in your grandfather's brick yard used to burn their polenta on purpose, sometimes just for a change of flavor. Beyond the farm buildings at Laufsorn lay a large pond, fringed with irises and full of carp. My uncles netted it every 3 or 4 years. Once we watched the fun and shouted when we saw the net pulled closer and closer to the shallow landing corner. It bulged with wriggling carp, and a big pike threshed about among them. I waded in to help, and came out with 6 leeches, like black rubber tubes, fastened to my legs. Salt had to be put on their tails before they would leave go. The farm laborers grew wildly excited. One of them gutted a fish with his thumb and ate it raw. I also remember the truck line between the railway station, 2 miles away, and the brickyard. Since the land had a fall of perhaps 1 in 100 between the factory and the station, the Italians used to load their trucks with bricks. Then a squad of them would give the trucks a hard shove and run along the line pushing for 20 or 30 yards, after which the trucks sailed off all by themselves towards the station. We were allowed to climb up into the rafters of the big hay barn and jump down into the springy hay. We gradually increased the height of the jumps. It was exciting to feel our insides left behind us in the air. Once we visited the Laufsorn cellar, not the ordinary beer cellar, but another into which one descended from the courtyard, quite dark except for a little slit window. A huge heap of potatoes lay on the floor. To get to the light, they had put out a twisted mass of long white feelers. In one corner was a dark hole closed by a gate, a secret passage from the house to a ruined monastery, a mile away, so we were told. My uncles had once been down some distance, but the air got bad, and they came back. The gate had been put up to prevent anyone else trying it, and never returning. Come to think of it, they were probably teasing us, and the hole led to the bottom of the guardrobe, which is a polite name for a medieval earth closet. When we drove out beside my grandfather, he was acclaimed with "Grüß Gott, Herr Professor" by the principal personages of each village we went through. It always had a big inn with a rumbling skittle alley, and a tall maypole, banded like a barber's pole with blue and white, the Bavarian national colors. Apple and pear trees lined every road. The idea of these unguarded public fruit trees astonished us. We could not understand why any fruit remained on them. On Wimbledon Common, even the horse chestnut trees were pelted with sticks and stones, long before the chestnuts ripened, and in defiance of an energetic common keeper. What we least liked in Bavaria were the wayside crucifixes with their realistic blood and wounds, and the ex voto pictures, like signboards, of naked souls in purgatory, grinning for anguish among high red and yellow flame. Though taught to believe in hell, we did not like to be reminded of it. Munich we found sinister, disgusting fumes of beer and cigar smoke, and intense sounds of eating in the restaurants. The hotly dressed, enormously stout population in trams and trains, the ferocious officials. Then the terrifying morgue, which children were not allowed to visit. Any notable who died was taken to the morgue, they told us, and put in a chair to sit in state for a day or two. If a general, he had his uniform on, or if a burgomaster's wife, she had on her silks and jewels. Strings were tied to their fingers, and the slightest movement of a single string would ring a great bell, in case any life remained in the corpse after all. I have never verified the truth of this, but it was true enough to me. When my grandfather died, about a year after our last visit, I pictured him in the morgue with his bushy white hair, his morning coat, his striped trousers, his decorations, and his stethoscope. And perhaps, I thought, a silk hat, gloves, and cane on a table beside him, trying, in a nightmare, to be alive, but knowing himself dead. The headmaster of Rokeby School, who caned me for forgetting my gymnastic shoes, loved German culture, and impressed this feeling on the school, so that it stood to my credit that I could speak German and had visited Germany. At my other preparatory schools, this German connection seemed something at least excusable, and perhaps even interesting. Only at Charterhouse did it rank as a social offense. My history from the age of 14 when I went to Charterhouse until just before the end of the war, when I began to think for myself, is a forced rejection of the German in me. I used to insist indignantly on being Irish, and took my self-protective stand on the technical point that solely the father's nationality counted. Of course, I also accepted the whole patriarchal system of things, convinced of the natural supremacy of male over female. My mother took the love, honor, and obey contract literally. My sisters were brought up to wish themselves boys, to be shocked at the idea of woman's suffrage, and not to expect so expensive an education as their brothers. The final decision in any domestic matter always rested with my father. My mother would say, "If two ride together, one must ride behind." We children did not talk German well. Our genders and minor parts of speech were shaky, and we never learned to read Gothic characters or script. Yet we had the sense of German so strongly that I feel I know German far better than French, though able to read French almost as fast as I can read English, and German only very painfully and slowly, with the help of a dictionary. I use different parts of my mind for the two languages. French is a surface acquirement which I could forget quite easily if I had no reason to speak it every now and then. 5. I spent a good part of my early life at Wimbledon. We did not get rid of the house, a big one near the Common, until soon after the end of the war. Yet I can recall little or nothing of significance that happened there. But after the age of 11 or 12, I was always at some boarding school, and in the spring and summer holidays we went to the country, so that I saw Wimbledon only at Christmas, and for a day or two at the beginning and end of the other holiday. London lay half an hour away, yet I seldom went there. We were never taken to the theater, even to pantomimes, and by the middle of the war I had been to the theater exactly twice in my life, and then merely to children's plays, by courtesy of an aunt. My mother brought us up to be serious, and to benefit humanity in some practical way, but allowed us no hint of its dirtiness, intrigue, and lustfulness, believing that innocence would be the surest protection against them. She carefully censored our reading. I was destined to be, if not a great man, at least a good man. Our treats were educational or aesthetic, to Kew Gardens, Hampton Court, the Zoo, the British Museum, or the National History Museum. I remember my mother, in the treasure room of the British Museum, telling us with bright eyes that all these wonderful things were ours. We looked at her astonished. She said, "Yes, they belong to us as members of the public. We can look at them, admire them, and study them for as long as we like. If we had them back at home, we couldn't do better. Besides, they might get stolen." We read more books than most children do. There must have been 4,000 or 5,000 books in the house altogether. They consisted of an old-fashioned scholar's library bequeathed to my father by my namesake, whom I have mentioned as a friend of Wordsworth, but who had a tenderer friendship with Felicia Hemans. To this were added my father's own collection of books, mostly poetry, with a particular cupboard for Anglo-Irish literature, devotional works contributed by my mother, educational books sent to my father by publishers in the hope that he would recommend them for use in government schools, and novels and adventure books brought into the house by my elder brothers and sisters. My mother used to tell us stories about inventors and doctors who gave their lives for the suffering, and poor boys who struggled to the top of the tree, and saintly men who made examples of themselves. Also the parable of the king, who had a very beautiful garden which he threw open to the public. 2 students entered, and one of whom my mother spoke with a slight sneer in her voice, noticed occasional weeds even in the tulip beds. But the other, and here she brightened up, found beautiful flowers even on rubbish heaps. She kept off the subject of war as much as possible, always finding it difficult to explain how it was that God permitted wars. The Boer War clouded my early childhood. Philip, my eldest brother, who called himself a Fenian, also called himself a pro-Boer, and I remember great tension at the breakfast table between him and my father, whose political views were never extreme. The eventual sale of the Wimbledon house solved a good many problems. My mother hated throwing away anything that could possibly, in the most remote contingency, be of any service to anyone, and after 25 years, lumber had piled high. The medicine cupboard was perhaps the most telltale corner of the house. Nobody could call it untidy. All the bottles had stoppers, but stood so crowded together that nobody except my mother, who had a long memory, could recognize the ones at the back. Every few years, no doubt, she went through them. Any doubtful bottle she would tentatively relabel. This must be Alfred's old bunion salve, or strychnine, query. Even special medicines prescribed for scarlet fever or whooping cough were kept in case of reinfection. An energetic labeler, she wrote in one of my school prizes. Robert Ranke Graves won this book as a prize for being first in his class in the term's work and second in examinations. He also won a special prize for divinity, though the youngest boy in the class. Written by his affectionate mother, Amy Graves. Summer 1908. Homemade jam used always to arrive at table well documented. 1 small pot red, gooseberry, lemon, and rhubarb. A little shop gooseberry added, Nellie reboiled. 3 sayings, and a favorite story of my mother's. Children, I command you, as your mother, never to swing objects around in your hands. The King of Hanover put out his eye by swinging a bead purse. Aye. Children, I command you as your mother to be careful when you carry your candles upstairs. The candle is a little cup of grease. No. There was a man once, a Frenchman, who died of grief because he could never become a mother. She used to tell the story by candlelight. There was once a peasant family living in Schleswig-Holstein where they all have crooked mouths. One night they wished to blow out the candle. The father's mouth was twisted to the left, so, and he tried to blow out the candle, so, but he was too proud to stand anywhere but directly before the candle, so he puffed, and he puffed, but could not blow the candle out. And then the mother tried, but her mouth was twisted to the right, so, and she tried to blow so, and she was too proud to stand anywhere but directly before the candle, and she puffed and puffed, but could not blow the candle out. Then there was the brother with mouth twisted upward so, and the sister with the mouth twisted downward so, and they tried each in turn so, and the idiot baby with his mouth twisted in an eternal grin, so. At last, the maid, a beautiful girl from Copenhagen with a perfectly formed mouth, put it out with her shoe. So, yo, flap, bah. These quotations make it clear how much I owe, as a writer, to my mother. She also taught me to speak the truth and shame the devil. Her favorite biblical exhortation went, My son, whatever thy hand findeth to do, do it with all thy might. I always considered Wimbledon a wrong place, neither town nor country. The house was at its worst on Wednesday, my mother's at-home day. We went down in our Sunday clothes to eat cakes in the drawing room, be kissed, and behave politely. My sisters had to recite. Around Christmas, celebrated in the German style, came a dozen or so children's parties. We would make ourselves sick with excitement. I don't like thinking of Wimbledon. Every spring and summer, unless we happened to visit Germany or France as we did once, we went to Harlech in North Wales. My mother had built a house there. Before motor traffic reached the North Welsh coast, Harlech was a very quiet place and little known, even as a golf center. It consisted of 3 parts. First, the village itself, 500 feet up on a steep range of hills. Granite houses with slate roofs and ugly windows and gables. Chapels of 7 or 8 different denominations. Enough shops to make it the marketing center of the smaller villages around. And the castle, a favorite playground of ours. Second, the Morpha, a flat sandy plain from which the sea had receded. Part of this formed the golf links, but to the north lay a stretch of wild country which we used to search in the spring for plovers' eggs. The seaside stretched beyond the links, good hard sand for miles, safe bathing, sandhills for hide and seek. The third part of Harlech was never visited by golfers or the few other summer visitors, and seldom by the village people themselves, the desolate, rocky hill country at the back of the village. As we grew older, we spent more and more of our time up here, and less on the beach and the links. There were occasional farms and crofts in these hills, but one could easily walk 15 or 20 miles without crossing a road, or passing close to a farm. Originally we went up with some practical excuse, for the blueberries on the hills near Mice, Garned, or the cranberries at Gwalalain, or bits of Roman Hipparchos tiling with the potter's thumb marked still on them in the ruined Roman villas by Castel Toman, myrrh, or globe flowers on the banks of the upper Artro, or a sight of the wild goats which live behind Rhinog Fora, the biggest of the hills in the next range, or raspberries from the thickets near Siuambaichen Lake, or white heather from a nameless hill, away to the north of the Roman steppes. But after a time we visited those hills simply because they were good to walk about on. Their penny plain quality pleased us even more than the twopence-colored quality of the Bavarian Alps. My best friend at the time, my sister Rosaline, was 1 year older than myself. This country, and I know no country like it, seemed to be independent of formal nature. One hardly noticed the passage of the seasons there. The wind always blew across the stunted grass. The black streams always ran cold and clear over black stones. The mountain sheep were wild and free, capable of scrambling over a 6-foot stone wall. Heavy, smutty, fleeced Southdown flocks that fattened in the fields beyond Wimbledon, and, when in repose, easily mistaken for the lichen, covered granite boulders strewn everywhere. Few trees grew except hazels, rowans, stunted oaks, and thorn bushes in the valleys. Winters were always mild, so that last year's bracken and last year's heather survived in a faded way through to the next spring. We saw hardly any birds, bar an occasional buzzard, and curlews wheeling in the distance, and wherever we went the rocky skeleton of the hill seemed only an inch or two beneath the turf. Having no Welsh blood in us, we felt little temptation to learn Welsh, still less to pretend ourselves Welsh, but knew that country as a quite ungeographical region. Any stray sheep farmers whom we met seemed intruders on our privacy. Clarissa, Rosaline, and I were once out on the remotest hills and had not seen a soul all day. At last we came to a waterfall and found 2 trout lying on the bank beside it. 10 yards away stood the fisherman, disentangling his line from a thorn bush. He had not seen us, so I crept up quietly to the fish and put a sprig of white bell heather, which we had picked that afternoon, in the mouth of each. We hurried back to cover, and I asked, "Shall we watch?" But Clarissa said, "No, don't spoil it. We came home and never spoke of it again, even to each other, and never knew the sequel." Had this been Ireland, we should have self-consciously learned Irish and local legends. But we did not go to Ireland, except once when I was an infant in arms. Instead, we came to know Wales more purely, as a place with a history too old for local legends. While walking there, we made up our own. We decided who lay buried under the Standing Stone, and who had lived in the ruined round hut encampment and in the caves of the valley where the big rowans grew. On our visits to Germany, I had felt a sense of home in a natural human way, but above Harlech, I found a personal peace independent of history or geography. The first poem I wrote as myself concerned those hills. The first poem I wrote as a Graves was a neat translation of one of Catula's satires. Our busy and absent-minded father would never worry about us children. Our mother did worry. Yet, she allowed us to go off into the hills immediately after breakfast, and did not complain much when we came back long after supper time. Though she had a bad head for heights, she never restrained us from climbing in dangerous places, and we never got hurt. Having a bad head for heights myself, I trained myself deliberately and painfully to overcome it. We used to go climbing in the turrets and towers of Harlech Castle. I have worked hard on myself in defining and dispersing my terrors. The simple fear of heights was the first to be overcome. A quarry face in the garden of our Harlech house provided one or two easy climbs, but gradually I invented more and more difficult ones. With each new success behind me, I would lie down, twitching with nervousness in the safe meadow grass at the top. Once I lost my foothold on a ledge and should have been killed, but it seemed as though I improvised a foothold in the air and kicked myself up to safety from it. When I examined the place afterwards, I recalled the devil's temptation to Jesus, the freedom to cast oneself from the rock and be restored to safety by the angels. Yet, such events are not uncommon in mountain climbing. My friend George Mallory, for instance, who later disappeared close to the summit of Mount Everest, once did an inexplicable climb on Snowdon. He had left his pipe on a ledge, halfway down one of the leeward precipices, and scrambled back by a short cut to retrieve it, then up again by the same route. No one saw what route he took, but when they came to examine it the next day for official record, they found an overhang nearly all the way. By a rule of the Climbers Club, climbs are never named in honor of their inventors, but only describe natural features. An exception was made here. The climb was recorded as follows: Mallory's Pipe, a variation on Route 2. See adjoining map. Bulk. This climb is totally impossible. It has been performed once, in failing light, by Mr. G. Yile Vate, H.L. Dahl, Mallory. Udg. 6. Let me begin my account of Charterhouse School by recalling the day that I left, a week before the outbreak of war. I discussed my feelings with Neville Barber, then head of the school. First, we agreed that there were perhaps even more typical public schools than Charterhouse in existence, but that we preferred not to believe it. Next, that no possible remedy could be found, because tradition was so strong that to break it one would have to dismiss the whole school and staff and start all over again. However, even this would not be enough, the school buildings being so impregnated with what passed as the public school spirit, but what we felt as fundamental evil, that they would have to be demolished and the school rebuilt elsewhere under a different name. Finally, that our only regret at leaving the place was that for the last year we had been in a position, as members of the sixth form, to do more or less what we pleased. Now we were both going on to St. John's College, Oxford, which promised to be merely a more boisterous repetition of Charterhouse. We should be freshmen there, but would naturally refuse to be hardy and public schoolish, and therefore be faced with the stupidity of having our rooms raided and being forced to lose our temper and hurt somebody and get hurt ourselves. There would be no peace probably until we reached our third year, when we should be back again in the same sort of position as now, and in the same sort of position as in our last year at our preparatory school. In 1917, said Neville, the official seal will be put on all this dreariness. We'll get our degrees, and then have to start as new boys again in some dreadful profession. Oh, correct, I told him. My God, he said, turning to me suddenly, I can't stand the prospect. Something has to be put in between me and Oxford. I must at least go abroad for the whole vacation. 3 months were not long enough to my mind. I had a vague thought of running away to sea. Do you realize, Neville asked me, that we have spent 14 years of our lives principally at Latin and Greek, not even competently taught, and that we're now going to start another 3 years of the same thing. Yet, when we had said our very worst of Charterhouse, I reminded him, or he may, I forget which. Of course, the trouble is that at any given time one always finds at least 2 really decent masters in the school, among the 40 or 50, and 10 really decent fellows among the 500 or 600. We shall always remember them, and have lots feeling about not damning Sodom for the sake of 10 persons. And in another 20 years' time we'll forget this conversation and think that we were mistaken, and that perhaps everybody, with a few criminal exceptions, was fairly average decent, and say, I was a young fool then, insisting on impossible perfection, and we'll send our sons to Charterhouse for sentiment's sake, and they'll go through all we did. This must not be construed as an attack on my old school. It is merely a record of my mood at the time. No doubt, I was unappreciative of the hard knocks and character training that public schools are advertised as providing. And a typical old Carthusian remarked to me recently, the moral tone of the school has improved out of all recognition since those days. But so it always will have. As a matter of fact, I did not go up to Oxford until 5 years later. In 1919, when my brother Charles, 4 years younger than myself, was already in residence, and did not take my degree until 1926, by which time my brother John had caught up with me, though 8 years younger than myself. From my first moment at Charterhouse, I suffered an oppression of spirit that I hesitate to recall in its full intensity. Something like being in that chilly cellar at Loughesorn among the potatoes, but a potato out of a different sack from the rest. The school consisted of about 600 boys, whose chief interests were games and romantic friendships. Everyone despised schoolwork. The scholars were not concentrated in a single dormitory house as at Winchester or Eton, but divided among 10, and known as pros. Unless good at games, and able to pretend that they hated work even more than the non-scholars, and ready whenever called on to help these with their work, they always had a bad time. I happened to be a scholar who really liked work, and the apathy of the classroom surprised and disappointed me. My first term, I was left alone more or less, it being a rule that new boys should be neither encouraged nor baited. The other boys seldom addressed me, except to send me on errands, or coldly point out breaches of school convention. In the second term, the trouble began. A number of things naturally made for my unpopularity. Besides being a scholar and not outstandingly good at games, I was always short of pocket money. Since I could not conform to the social custom of treating my contemporaries to tuck at the school shop, I could not accept their treating. My clothes, though conforming outwardly to the school pattern, were ready-made and not of the best quality cloth that all the other boys wore. Even so, I had not been taught how to make the best of them. Neither my mother nor my father had any regard for the niceties of dress, and my elder brothers were abroad by this time. Nearly all the other boys in my house, except for 5 scholars, were the sons of businessmen, a class of whose interests and prejudices I knew nothing, having hitherto met only boys of the professional class. Also, I talked too much for their liking. A further disability was that I remained as prudishly innocent as my mother had planned I should. I knew nothing about simple sex, let alone the many refinements of sex constantly referred to in school conversation, to which I reacted with horror. I wanted to run away. The most unfortunate disability of all was that my name appeared on the school list as R.R. von R. Graves. I had hitherto believed my second name to be Reinke. The von, encountered on my birth certificate, disconcerted me. Carthusians behaved secretively about their second names, and usually managed to conceal fancy ones. I could no doubt have passed off Ranke without the von as monosyllabic in English, but von Ranke was glaring. Businessmen's sons, at this time, used to discuss hotly the threat, and even the necessity, of a trade war with the Reich. German meant dirty German. It meant cheap, shoddy goods competing with our sterling industries. It also meant military menace, Prussianism, useless philosophy, tedious scholarship, loving music, and saber-rattling. Another boy in my house with a German name, though English by birth and upbringing, got much the same treatment as I did. On the other hand, a French boy in the house became very popular, though poorer at games. King Edward VII had done his Entente Cordiale work thoroughly. Considerable anti-Jewish feeling worsened the situation. Someone started the rumor that I was not only a German, but a German Jew. Of course, I always claimed to be Irish, but an Irish boy who had been in the house about a year and a half longer than myself resented this claim. He went out of his way to hurt me, not only by physical acts of spite like throwing ink over my school books, hiding my games, clothes, attacking me suddenly from behind corners, pouring water over my bed at night, but by continually forcing his body humor on my prudishness and inviting everybody to laugh at my disgust. He also built up a humorous legend of my hypocrisy and concealed depravity. I came near a nervous breakdown. School ethics prevented me from informing the housemaster of my troubles. The house monitors, those supposed to keep order and preserve the moral tone of the house, never interfered in any case of bullying among the juniors. I tried violent resistance, but as the odds were always heavily against me, this merely encouraged the ragging. Complete passive resistance would probably have been wiser. I got accustomed to body talk only during my last 2 years at the school, and had been a soldier for some little time before I got hardened and could reply in kind to insults. G. H. Randall, the then headmaster at Charterhouse, is reported to have innocently said at a headmaster's conference, "My boys are amorous, but seldom erotic. Few cases of eroticism, indeed, came to his notice." I remember no more than 5 or 6 big rows during my time at Charterhouse, and expulsions were rare. The housemasters knew little about what went on in their houses, their living quarters being removed from the boys. Yet I agree with Rendell's distinction between amorousness, by which he meant a sentimental falling in love with younger boys, and eroticism, or adolescent lust. The intimacy that frequently took place was very seldom between an elder boy and the object of his affection. That would have spoiled the romantic illusion, but almost always between boys of the same age who were not in love, and used each other as convenient sex instruments. So the atmosphere was always heavy with romance of a conventional early Victorian type, complicated by cynicism and foulness. 7. Halfway through my second year, I wrote to tell my parents that they must take me away, because I could not stand life at Charterhouse any longer. The house had made it plain that I did not belong and was not wanted. I gave them details in confidence to make them take my demands seriously, but they failed to respect this confidence, believing that their religious duty would be to inform the housemaster of all I had written them. Nor did they even warn me what they were doing, but contented themselves with visiting me and preaching the power of prayer and faith. "I must endure all," they said, "for the sake of—" I have forgotten what exactly, perhaps my career. Fortunately, I withheld any account of sex irregularities in the house, so all that the housemaster did was to make a speech that night, after prayers, deterrent of bullying in general. He told us that he had just received a complaint from a boy's parents, making it plain at the same time how much he disliked informers and outside interference in affairs of the house. My name did not come up, but the visit of my parents on a non-holiday had excited comment. I was obliged to stay on and be treated as an informer. Being now in the upper school, I had a study of my own. But studies could not be looked, and mine was always being wrecked. I could no longer even use the ordinary house changing room, so removed my games clothes to a disused shower bath. Then my heart went wrong, and the school doctor decided that I must play no more football. My last resource to sham insanity succeeded unexpectedly well. Soon nobody troubled except to avoid any contact with me. I got the idea from the Book of Kings, where David had scrabbled on the prison wall. This is not to charge my parents with treachery. Their honor is beyond reproach. Next term, I went to Charterhouse by the special train, but arrived at Waterloo too late to take a ticket. I just managed to get into a compartment before the train started. The railway company not having provided enough coaches, I had to stand all the way. At Godalming Station, the crowd of boys rushing out into the station yard to secure taxis swept me past the ticket collectors, so I got a very uncomfortable ride. I mentioned this in my next letter home, just for something to say, and my father wrote to reproach me. He said that he had himself made a special visit to Waterloo Station, bought a ticket to Godalming, and torn it up. My mother could be even more scrupulous. A young couple on their honeymoon once stopped the night with us at Wimbledon, and left behind a packet of sandwiches, 2 already half-eaten. My mother sent them on. Thrown entirely on myself, I began to write poems, which the house considered stronger proof of insanity than the formal straws I wore in my hair. On the strength of a poem I had sent to the school magazine, The Carthusian, I was invited to join the School Poetry Society, a most anomalous organization for Charterhouse. It consisted of 7 members. The meetings, for the reading and discussion of poetry, were held once a month at the house of Guy Kendall, then a form master at the school, now headmaster of University College School at Hampstead. The members were 4 sixth form boys, and 2 boys a year and a half older than me. None was in the same house as myself. At Charterhouse, no friendship might exist between boys of different houses or ages, though related or next-door neighbors at home, beyond a formal acquaintance at work or organized games like cricket and football. Even if they played a friendly game of tennis or squash rackets together, they would never hear the last of it. So the friendship that began between me and Raymond Rodakowski, one of the 2 younger members, was highly unconventional. Coming home one evening from a meeting of the society, I told Raymond about life in the house. A week or 2 before my study had been raided, and one of my more personal poems seized and pinned up on the public notice board in writing school, the living room for members of the lower school. As a member of the 5th form, I was excluded from writing school, and therefore could not rescue the poem. Raymond, the first Carthusian to whom I had been able to talk humanly, grew indignant and took my arm in his. "They are bloody barbarians." He told me that I must pull myself together and do something positive, because I was a good poet and a good person. I loved Raymond for that. He said, "You're not allowed to play football. Why don't you box? It's supposed to improve the heart." I laughed and promised that I would. Then Raymond asked, "I expect they rag you about your initials?" "Yes. They call me a dirty German." "Well, I had trouble, too," he told me, before I took up boxing. Raymond's mother was Scottish. His father, an Austrian Pole, a founder of the Brooklands racing track. Very few boys boxed, and the boxing room over the school tuck shop made a convenient place to meet Raymond, whom, otherwise, I would not have seen, except at Poetry Society meeting. I began boxing seriously and savagely. Raymond said, "These cricketers and footballers are all afraid of boxers, almost superstitious. They won't box themselves for fear of losing their good looks. The annual inter-house competitions are such bloody affairs. But do you remember the Mansfield, Waller, and Taylor show? That's a useful tradition to keep up." "Oh, you didn't." Of course, I remembered. 2 terms previously, there had been a famous meeting of the School Debating Society, the committee of which consisted of 6th form boys. Though the debates were pretty dull, what passed for intellectual life at Charterhouse was represented by the Debating Society. And the Carthusian, always edited by 2 members of this committee, both institutions being free from the control of masters. One Saturday, debate night, the usual decorous conventions were broken by a riotous entry of Bloods, members of the cricket and football 11s. The Bloods were the ruling caste at Charterhouse, the 11th man in the football 11, though he might be a member of the under 4th form, enjoyed far more prestige than the most brilliant scholar in the 6th. Even head of the school was an empty title. But the 6th form intellectuals and the Bloods never fought. The Bloods had nothing to gain by a clash. The intellectuals were happy to be left alone. So this invasion of the Bloods, just returned from winning an away match against the Casuals and full of beer, caused the debating society a good deal of embarrassment. The Bloods disturbed the meeting by cheers and catcalls and slammed the library magazine folders on the table. Mansfield, as president of the society, called them to order, and when they continued the disturbance, closed the debate. The Bloods thought the incident finished, but they thought wrong. A letter appeared in the Carthusian a few days later, protesting against the bad behavior in the debating society of certain first 11 babies short. The 3 sets of initials signed were those of Mansfield, Waller, and Taylor. The school, astonished by this suicidally daring act, waited for Cora, Dathan, and Abiram to be swallowed up. The captain of football swore that he'd chuck the 3 signatories into the fountain in Founders Court. But somehow he did not. The fact was that this happened early in the autumn term, and only 2 other first 11 colors had been left over from the preceding year. New colors were given gradually as the football season advanced. The other rowdies had been merely embryo Bloods. So the matter had to be settled between these 3 sixth form intellectuals and the 3 colors of the first 11. But the first 11 were uncomfortably aware that Mansfield was the heavyweight boxing champion of the school, Waller the runner-up for the middleweights, and that Taylor was also a tough fellow to be reckoned with. While they were wondering what on earth to do, Mansfield decided to take the war into his enemy's country. The social code of Charterhouse rested on a strict caste system, the caste marks or posties being slight distinctions in dress. A new boy had no privileges at all. A boy in his 2nd term might wear a knitted tie instead of a plain one. A boy in his 2nd year might wear colored socks. The 3rd year gave most of the main privileges: turn-down collars, colored handkerchiefs, a coat with a long roll, and so on. 4th year, a few more, such as the right to get up raffles. But peculiar distinctions were reserved for the Bloods. These included light gray flannel trousers, butterfly collars, jackets slit up the back, and the right of walking arm in arm. So the next Sunday, Mansfield, Waller, and Taylor did the bravest deed ever done at Charterhouse. Chapel began at 11 in the morning, but the school had to be in its seats by 5 minutes to 11 and sit waiting there. At 2 minutes to 11, the Bloods used to stalk up. At 1.5 minutes to came the masters. At 1 minute to came the choir in their surplices. Then the headmaster arrived, and the service began. If any boy, accidentally late, sneaked in between 5 minutes to and 2 minutes to the hour, 600 pairs of eyes followed him. He heard whispering and giggling at his apparent foolhardiness in pretending to be a Blood. On this Sunday, then, when the Bloods had entered with their usual swaggering assurance, an extraordinary thing happened. The 3 sixth formers slowly walked up the aisle, magnificent in light gray flannel trousers, slit jackets, butterfly collars, and each wore a pink carnation in his lapel. Astonished and horrified by this spectacle, everyone turned to gaze at the captain of the first 11. He had gone quite white. But by this time the masters had entered, followed by the choir, and the opening hymn, though raggedly sung, ended the tension. When chapel emptied, it always emptied according to school order, that is, according to position in work. The 6th form therefore went out first. The Bloods not being at all high in school order, Mansfield, Waller, and Taylor had the start of them. After chapel on Sunday, the custom in the autumn term was for boys to meet and gossip in the library. So to the library Mansfield, Waller, and Taylor went. On the way, they buttonholed a talkative master, drew him in with them, and kept him talking until dinner time. If the Bloods had dared to do anything violent, they would have had to do it at once, but to make a scene in the presence of a master was impossible. Mansfield, Waller, and Taylor went down to their houses for dinner, still talking to the master. After that, they always went about together in public, and the school, particularly the lower school, which had long chafed under the dress regulations, made heroes of them and began scoffing at the Bloods as weak-kneed. Finally, the captain of the 11 complained to Rendall about this breach of school conventions, asking for permission to enforce the Bloods' rights by disciplinary measures. Rendall, who was a scholar and disliked the game's tradition, refused his request, insisting that the sixth form deserved as distinctive privileges as the first 11, and were, in his opinion, entitled to hold what they had assumed. The prestige of the Bloods declined greatly. On Raymond's encouragement, I pulled myself together, and when the next school year started, found things very much easier. My chief persecutor, the Irishman, had gone away with a nervous breakdown. He wrote me a hysterical demand for forgiveness, saying at the same time that, if I refused it, he still had a friend in the house to give me a bad time. I did not answer the letter. 8. I still had no friends except among the junior members of the house, from whom I did not conceal my dislike of the seniors. I found the juniors on the whole a decent lot. Towards the end of this year, in the annual boxing and gymnastic display, I fought 3 rounds with Raymond. There is a lot of love in boxing, the dual play, the reciprocity, the pain not felt as pain. We were out neither to hurt nor win, though we hit each other hard. This public appearance improved my position in the house. Then the doctor allowed me to play football again, and I played it fairly well. But things went wrong in a different way. It began with confirmation, for which I was prepared by a zealous evangelical master. For a whole term I concentrated all my thoughts on religion, looking forward to the ceremony as a spiritual climax. When it came, and the Holy Ghost failed to descend in the form of a dove, and I did not find myself gifted with tongues, and nothing spectacular happened, except that the boy whom the Bishop of Zululand was blessing at the same time as myself slipped off the narrow footstool on which we were both kneeling. I was bound to feel a reaction. Raymond had not been confirmed, and astonished me by admitting and even boasting that he was an atheist. I argued with him about the existence of God, and the divinity of Christ, and the necessity of the Trinity. He said, of the Trinity, that anybody who could agree with the Athanasian Creed that whoever will be saved must confess that there are not 3 incomprehensible, but 1 incomprehensible, was asserting that a man must go to hell if he does not believe something that is, by definition, impossible to understand. His own respect for himself as a reasonable being forbade him to believe such things. He also asked me, what's the good of having a soul if you have a mind? What's the function of the soul? It seems a mere pawn in the game. Because I loved and respected Raymond, I felt bound to find an answer to this shocking question. But the more I considered it, the less certain I became of my ground. So in order not to prejudice religion, and I set religion and my chances of salvation before human love, I at first broke my friendship with Raymond entirely. Later I weakened, but as a complete and ruthless atheist he would not even meet me when I approached him with any broad church compromise. For the rest of our time at Charterhouse, I kept my distance. Yet in 1917, when he was serving with the Irish Guards, I rode over to his billets one afternoon, having by then become a complete agnostic, and felt as close to him as ever. He got killed at Cambrai soon after. My relations with Raymond were comradely, not amorous, but in my 4th year I fell in love with a boy 3 years younger than myself, who was exceptionally intelligent and fine-spirited. Call him Dick. Dick was not in my house, but I had recently joined the school choir, and so he, which gave me opportunities for speaking to him occasionally after choir practice. I was unconscious of any sexual desire for him, and our conversations were always impersonal. This illicit acquaintance did not escape comment, and one of the masters who sang in the choir warned me to end it. I replied that I would not have my friendships in any way limited, pointing out that Dick was interested in the same things as myself, particularly in books. That, though the disparity in our ages might seem unfortunate, a lack of intelligence among the boys of my own age obliged me to find friends where I could. Finally, the headmaster took me to task for it. I lectured him loftily on the advantage of friendship between elder and younger boys, citing Plato, the Greek poets, Shakespeare, Michelangelo, and others who had felt as I did. He let me go without taking any action. In my 5th year, I reached the 6th form and became a house monitor. There were 6 of us. One of them, Jack Young, the house games captain, a friendly, easy-going fellow, said one day, "Look here, Graves. I have to send in a list of competitors for the inter-house boxing competitions. Shall I put your name down?" Since my coolness with Raymond, boxing had lost its interest. I had been busy with football and played for the house team now. "I'm not boxing these days," I told Young. "Well," he said, "young Allen is entering for the welterweights. He's got a fair chance. Why don't you enter for the welterweights too? You might be able to damage 1 or 2 of the stronger men and make things easier for him." I did not altogether like the idea of making things easier for Allen, but obviously I had to enter the competition. Realizing that my wind, though all right for football, would not be equal to boxing round after round, I decided that my fights must be short. The house butler smuggled a bottle of cherry whiskey in for me. I would shorten the fights on that. I had never drunk anything alcoholic before in my life. At 7 years old, my mother persuaded me to sign a pledge card, which bound me to abstain by the grace of God from all spirituous liquors so long as I retained it. But my mother took the card away and put it safely in the box room, with the Queen Anne silver inherited from my Sheen grandmother, Bishop Graves' diamond ring, which Queen Victoria gave him when he preached before her at Dublin, our christening mugs, and the heavy early Victorian jewelry bequeathed by Miss Britton. And since box-room treasures never left the box-room, I regarded myself as permanently parted from my pledge. This cherry whiskey delighted me. The competitions began at about 1 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon and went on until 7. I was drawn for the very first fight, and my opponent, by ill luck, was Allen. Allen wanted me to scratch. I told him it would look bad to do so. We consulted Jack Young, who said, "No, the most sporting thing will be to box it out and let the decision be given on points, but don't either of you hurt each other." So we boxed. Allen started showing off to his friends, who were sitting in the front row. I muttered, "Stop that, we're boxing, not fighting." But a few seconds later he hit me again, unnecessarily hard. I got angry and knocked him out with a right swing on the side of his neck. This was the first time I had ever knocked anyone out, and the feeling combined well with my cherry whiskey exultation. I muzzily realized that the swing did not form part of the ordinary school boxing curriculum. Straight lefts, lefts to body, rights to head, left and right hooks, all these were known, but the swing had somehow been neglected, probably because it was not so pretty. I went to the changing room for my coat, and stout Sergeant Harris, the boxing instructor, said, "Look here, Mr. Graves, why don't you put down your name for the middleweight competition too?" I cheerfully agreed. Then I went back to the house, where I took a cold bath and more cherry whiskey. My next fight, for the first round of the middleweights, would take place half an hour later. This time my opponent, who was a stone heavier than myself but had little science, bustled me about for the first round, and I could see that he would tire me out unless I did something pretty soon. In the second round I knocked him down with my right swing, but he got up. Feeling a bit winded, I hastened to knock him down again. I must have knocked him down 4 or 5 times that round, but he refused to take the count. I discovered afterwards that he, like myself, was conscious of Dick watching the fight. Finally, I thought, as he lurched towards me once more, if you don't go down, and stay down, this time, I won't be able to hit you again at all. I just pushed at his jaw as it offered itself to me. But that was enough. He went down, and he stayed down. This second knockout made quite a stir. Knockouts were rare in these boxing competitions. As I returned to the house for another cold bath and some more cherry whiskey, I noticed the fellows looking at me curiously, almost with admiration. The later stages of the competition are vague in my memory. I now had to worry only about Raymond, nearly a stone heavier than myself, and expected to win the middle weights. But he had also gone in for 2 weights, the middle and the heavy, and just been through a tough fight with the eventual winner of the heavy weights. That left him in no proper state to continue. So he scratched his fight with me. I believe that Raymond would have fought all the same, had it been against anyone else, but he wanted me to win, and knew that his scratching would give me a rest between bouts. Then a semi-finalist scratched against me in the welterweights, so only 3 more fights remained, and I let none of them go beyond the first round. The swing won me both weights, for which I received 2 silver cups. But I had also dislocated both my thumbs by not getting my elbow high enough over. When I tried to sell the cups some years later, to keep food in my mouth, they turned out to be only silver-plated. The most important thing that happened in my last 2 years, apart from my attachment to Dick, was that I got to know George Mallory, a 26 or 27-year-old master, not long up from Cambridge and so youthful, looking as to be often mistaken for a member of the school. From the first he treated me as an equal, and I used to spend my spare time reading in his room, or going for walks with him in the country. He told me of the existence of modern authors. My father being 2 generations older than myself, and my only link with books, I'd never heard of people like Shaw, Samuel Butler, Rupert Brooke, Wells Flecker, or Masefield, and the discovery excited me. It was in George Mallory's rooms that I first met Edward Marsh, then Secretary to the Prime Minister, Mr. Asquith, who has always been a good friend to me, and with whom, though we seldom see each other now, I have never quarreled. In this he is almost unique among my pre-war friends. Marsh liked my poems, which Mallory had showed him, but pointed out that they were written in the poetic diction of 50 years ago, and that, though the quality of the poem was not necessarily impaired by this, many readers would be prejudiced against work written in 1913 in the fashions of 1863. George Mallory, Cyril Hartman, Raymond, and I published a magazine in the summer of 1913 called Green Chartreuse. It was intended to have only 1 number. New magazines at a public school always sell out the first number and lose heavily on the second. From Green Chartreuse, I shall quote one of my own contributions of autobiographical interest, written in the school dialect. My new Bugs exam. When lights went out at 9:30 in the evening of the second Friday in the quarter, and the faint footfalls of the departing housemaster were heard no more, the fun began. The head of under cubicles constituted himself examiner and executioner, and was ably assisted by a timekeeper, a question recorder, and a staff of disreputable friends. I was a timorous new bug then, and my pajamas were damp with the perspiration of fear. 3 of my fellows had been examined and sentenced before the inquisition was directed against me. "It's Jones's turn now," said a voice. "He's the little hash pro who hacked me in Runabout today. We must set him some tight questions." "I say, Jones, what's the color of the housemaster? I mean, what's the name of the housemaster of the house, whose colors are black and white?" 1, 2, 3. McGirdlestone, my voice quivered in the darkness. "He evidently knows the simpler colors. We'll muddle him. What are the colors of the club to which blockhouses belong?" 1, 2, 3, 4. I had been slaving at getting up these questions for days, and just managed to blurt out the answer before being counted out. 2 questions. No misses. We must buck up, said someone. I say, Jones, how do you get to Farncombe from Weak Heights? 1, 2, 3. I had issued directions only as far as bridge before being counted out. 3 questions. 1 miss. You're allowed 3 misses out of 10. Only yell and dine. Where is Charterhouse Magazine? 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you mean the Carthusian office? I asked. Everyone laughed. 4 questions. 2 misses. I say, Robinson, he's answered far too many. We'll set him a couple of stingers. Al-Zai. Much whispering. What is the age of the horse that rolls under green? 1, 2, 3, 6. I said at a venture. Wrong. 38. 6 questions. 3 misses. Think yourself lucky you weren't asked its pedigree. What are canoeing colors? 1, 2, 3. There aren't any. This is a well. You'll get cocked up for festivity, but you can count it. 7 questions. 3 misses. Jones? I do. Yes. No. What was the name of the girl to whom rumor stated that last year's football secretary was violently attached? 1, 2, 3, 4. Daisy. It sounded a likely name. Oh, really? Well, I happen to know last year's football secretary, and he'll simply kill you for spreading scandal. You're wrong anyhow. 8 questions. 4 misses. You'll come to my cube at 7 tomorrow morning. See? Good night. Here he waved his hairbrush over the candle, and a colossal shadow appeared on the ceiling. The Poetry Society died about this time, and this is how it died. 2 of its sixth form members came to a meeting, and each read a rather dull and formal poem about love and nature. None of us paid much attention to them. But the following week they came out in the Carthusian, and soon everyone began pointing and giggling. Because both poems, signed with pseudonyms, were acrostics, the initial letters spelling out acaces. Case meant romance, a formal coupling of 2 boys' names, with the name of the elder boy first. In both poems, the first names mentioned were those of Bloods. It was a foolish act of aggression in the feud between sixth form and the Bloods. But nothing much would have come of it, had not another of the sixth form members of the Poetry Society been idealistically in love with one of the smaller boys whose name appeared in the acrostics. In rage and jealousy, he went to the headmaster, Frank Fletcher, who had superseded G. H. Chow Rendell, and called his attention to the acrostic, which otherwise none of the masters would have noticed. He pretended not to know the authors, but though he had missed the particular poetry meeting at which the verses were read, he could easily have guessed them from the style. Meanwhile, I had incautiously told someone the authors' names, so I got dragged into the row as a witness against them. The headmaster took a very serious view of the matter. The 2 poets lost their monitorial privileges. The editor of the Carthusian, who, though aware of the acrostics, had accepted the poems, lost his editorship and his position as head of school. The informer, who happened to be next in school order, succeeded him in both capacities. He had not expected this development, which made him most unpopular. His consolation was a real one, that he had done it all for love, to avenge the public insult done his young friend. The Poetry Society was ignominiously dissolved by the headmaster's orders. It was an "I told you so" for the other masters, who did not believe either in poetry or in school uplift societies. But I owed a great debt of gratitude to Kendall, one of the few masters who insisted on treating the boys better than they deserved. The meetings of the Poetry Society had been all that I could look forward to when things were at their worst for me. My last year at Charterhouse, I did everything possible to show how little respect I had for school tradition. In the winter of 1913, I won a classical exhibition at St. John's College, Oxford, which allowed me to go slow on schoolwork. Neville Barber and I were editing the Carthusian, and a good deal of my time went on that. Neville, who as a scholar had met the same sort of difficulties as myself, shared my dislike of most Charterhouse traditions, and decided that compulsory games were among the worst. Of these, we considered cricket the most objectionable, because it wasted most time in the best part of the year. Neville suggested a campaign in favor of lawn tennis. We were not seriously devoted to tennis, but found it our handiest weapon against cricket, the game, we wrote, in which the selfishness of the few did not excuse the boredom of the many. Tennis was quick and busy. We asked old Carthusian tennis internationals to contribute letters proposing tennis as the manlier and more vigorous game. We even persuaded Anthony Wilding, the world champion, to write. The games masters, who called tennis patball, a game for girls, were scandalized at this assault on cricket, and even more so by an ironical letter in its support, which I had signed Judas Iscariot. One of them came to Neville and asked would he please be less controversial. "This is not a deputation," he explained. No, said Neville. "I thought it was. You were the only member of the staff considered tactful enough to approach the governing body for a rise of salary last year." Now wait. The result of our campaign surprised us. When we revealed the scandal that subscriptions to the two derelict school tennis courts had been, for several years, appropriated by the Cricket Committee, not only did we double our sales, but a fund was started for providing several more tennis courts and making Charterhouse the cradle of public school tennis. Though delayed by the war, these courts did, in fact, appear one day. I noticed them recently as I drove past in a car. There seemed to be plenty of them. I wonder, are there tennis bloods at Charterhouse now? Poetry and Dick were still almost all that really mattered. Life with my fellow house monitors was one of perpetual discord. I had grudges against every one of them, except Jack Young and the head monitor. Young, the only blood in the house, spent most of his time with fellow bloods in other houses. The head monitor was a scholar who, though well-principled, had been embittered by his first 3 years in the house, and now stood too much on his dignity. He did more or less what the other monitors wanted him to do, and I hated having to lump him in with the rest. My love for Dick provoked a constant facetiousness, but they never dared go too far. I once caught one of them in the bathroom, scratching up a pair of hearts conjoined, with Dick's initials and mine above them. I pushed him into the bath and turned the taps on. The next day he got hold of a manuscript notebook of mine which I had left, with some other books, in the monitor's room. He and all the others, except Jack Young, annotated it critically in blue chalk and signed their initials. Jack would have nothing to do with this ungentlemanly behavior. When I discovered what had been done, I demanded a signed apology, threatening that if it did not arrive within 5 minutes, I would choose one of them as being solely responsible and punish him. I was now off to take a cold bath, and the first monitor whom I met afterwards would get knocked down. Whether by accident, or whether he thought that his position protected him, the first I met in the corridor was the head monitor. I knocked him down. It was the time of evening preparation, from which we were excused. But a fag happened to pass on an errand, and saw the spurt of blood, so the incident could not be hushed up. Presently the housemaster sent for me. He was an excitable, elderly man with some difficulty in controlling his spittle when angry, a trait that had earned him the name of Gosh-Perry. I went to his study, where he made me sit down in a chair, then stood over me, clenching his fists and crying in falsetto, "Do you realize that you have committed a very brutal act?" His mouth bubbled with spittle. I jumped up and clenched my fists too, saying that I would do the same thing again to anyone else who, after scribbling impertinent remarks on my private papers, refused to apologize. "Private papers? Filthy poems," said Gosh-Perry. I had another difficulty with the headmaster as a result, but, this being my last term, he allowed me to finish my 5 years without ignominy. I puzzled him by the frankness with which I confessed my love for Dick when he reopened the question. I refused to be ashamed, and heard afterwards that he had described this as one of the rare friendships between boys of unequal ages which he felt was essentially moral. A week or two later, I went through one of the worst quarters of an hour of my life on Dick's account. When the master who sang in the choir warned me about exchanging glances with Dick in chapel, I had been infuriated. But when one of the choir boys told me that he had seen the master surreptitiously kissing Dick once, on a choir treat, I went quite mad without asking for any details or confirmation. I went to the master and told him that unless he resigned, I would report the matter to the headmaster. He already had a reputation in the school for this sort of thing, and kissing boys was a criminal offense. No doubt my sense of moral outrage concealed a murderous jealousy. When he vigorously denied the charge, I could not guess what would happen next. But I said, "Well, come to the headmaster and deny it in his presence." He asked, "Did the boy tell you this himself?" "No." "Well, then I'll send for him and he'll tell us the truth." Dick was sent for, and arrived looking very scared. The master said menacingly, "Graves tells me that I once kissed you. Is that true?" Dick answered, "Yes, it is." So Dick was dismissed, the master collapsed, and I felt thoroughly miserable. He undertook to resign at the end of the term, which was quite close, on grounds of ill health. He even thanked me for speaking directly to him and not going to the headmaster. This was the summer of 1914. He went into the army and was killed the following year. Dick told me later that he had not been kissed at all, but he saw I was in a jam. It must have been some other member of the choir. One of my last recollections at Charterhouse is a school debate on the motion that this house is in favor of compulsory military service. The Empire Service League, with Earl Roberts of Kandahar, VC, as its president, sent down a propagandist in support. Only 6 votes out of 119 were no's. I was the principal opposition speaker, having recently resigned from the Officers' Training Corps in revolt against the theory of implicit obedience to orders. And during a fortnight spent the previous summer at the OTC camp near Tidworth on Salisbury Plain, I had been frightened by a special display of the latest military fortifications, barbed wire entanglements, machine guns, and field artillery in action. General, now Field Marshal Sir William Robertson, who had a son at the school, visited the camp and impressed upon us that war with Germany must inevitably break out within 2 or 3 years, and that we must be prepared to take our part in it as leaders of the new forces which would assuredly be called into being. Of the 6 no's, Neville Barber and I are, I believe, the only ones who survived the war. My last memory is the headmaster's parting shot. "Well, goodbye, Graves. And remember that your best friend is the waste paper basket." This has proved good advice, though not perhaps in the sense he intended. Few writers seem to send their work through as many drafts as I do. I used to speculate on which of my contemporaries would distinguish themselves after they left school. The war upset these calculations. Many dull boys had brief, brilliant military careers, particularly as air fighters, becoming squadron and flight commanders. Fuzzy McNair, the head of the school, won the VC. As a rifleman, young Sturgis, who had been my study fag, distinguished himself more unfortunately by flying the first heavy bombing machine of a new pattern across the Channel on his first trip to France. He made a perfect landing, having mistaken his course, at an aerodrome behind the German lines. A boy whom I had admired during my first year at Charterhouse was the Honorable Desmond O'Brien, the only Carthusian of that time who cheerfully disregarded all school rules. Having cut skeleton keys for the library, chapel, and science laboratories, he used to break out of his house at night and carefully disarrange things there. O'Brien had the key to the headmaster's study too, and, entering one night with an electric torch, he carried off a memorandum which he showed me. "Must expel O'Brien." He had a wireless receiving station in one of the out. Uff. bounds corpses on the school grounds, and discovered a ventilator shaft down which he could hoot like an owl into the library without detection. Once we were threatened with the loss of a half-holiday because some member of the school had catapulted a cow, which died of shock, and nobody would own up. O'Brien was away at the time, on special leave for a sister's wedding. A friend wrote to tell him about the half-holiday. He sent Rendell a telegram. Killed cow, sorry coming O'Brien. At last Rendell did expel him for having absented himself from every lesson and chapel for 3 whole days. O'Brien was killed early in the war while bombing Bruges. At least 1 in 3 of my generation at school died, because they all took commissions as soon as they could, most of them in the infantry and Royal Flying Corps. The average life expectancy of an infantry subaltern on the Western Front was, at some stages of the war, only about 3 months, by which time he had been either wounded or killed. The proportions worked out at about 4 wounded to everyone killed. Of these 4, 1 got wounded seriously, and the remaining 3 more or less lightly. The 3 lightly wounded returned to the front after a few weeks or months of absence, and again faced the same odds. Flying casualties were even higher. Since the war lasted for 4.5 years, it is easy to see why most of the survivors, if not permanently disabled, got wounded several times. 2 well-known sportsmen were contemporaries of mine. A. G. Bauer, late captain of England at soccer, but only an average player at Charterhouse, and Wolf Barnato, the Surrey cricketer and millionaire racing motorist, also only an average player. Though Barnato was in the same house as myself, we had not a word to exchange for the 4 years we were together. 5 scholars have so far made names for themselves. Richard Hughes as a playwright. Richard Goulden as an actor of old man Potts. Vincent Seligman as author of A Propagandist Life of Venizelos. Cyril Hartman as an authority on historical French scandals. And my brother Charles as society columnist on the middle page of the Daily Mail. Occasionally I see another name or 2 in the papers. The other day, Mem, was in the news for escaping from a private lunatic asylum. He had once offered a boy 10 shillings to hold his hand in a thunderstorm, and frequently threatened to run away from Charterhouse. 9. George Mallory did something better than lend me books. He took me climbing on Snowdon in the school vacations. I knew Snowdon very well from my bedroom window at Harlech. In the spring, its distant white cap lent a sentimental glory to the landscape. The first time I went with George to Snowdon, we stayed at the Snowdon Ranger Hotel, near Quellen Lake. It was January, and we found the mountain covered in snow. We did little rock climbing, but went up some good snow slopes with rope and ice axe. I remember one climb to the summit. Finding the hotel there with its roof blown off in the previous night's blizzard, we sat by the cairn and ate Carlsbad plums and liver sausage sandwiches. Geoffrey Keynes, the editor of the Nonsuch Blake, was in the team. He and George, who used to go drunk with excitement at the end of his climbs, picked stones off the cairn and shied them at the hotel chimney stack until it joined the ruins of the roof. George is still rated as one of the 3 or 4 best climbers in climbing history. Nobody had expected him to survive his first spectacular season in the Alps. He never afterwards lost his almost foolhardy daring, yet knew all there could be known about mountaineering technique. I always felt absolutely safe with him on the rope. George went through the war as a gunner lieutenant, but kept his nerve by rock climbing while on leave. When the war ended, George loved mountains more than ever. His death on Mount Everest came 5 years later. No one knows whether he and Irvine actually made the last 500 yards of the ascent, or whether they turned back, or what happened. But anyone who has climbed with George is convinced that he got to the summit and rejoiced in his accustomed way without leaving himself sufficient reserve of strength for the descent. I did not see it mentioned in the newspaper account of his death that he originally took to climbing while a scholar at Winchester as a corrective to his weak heart. He told me that life at Winchester had made him so miserable that he once ran away. taking nothing with him but his beloved mathematics books. George's other claim to fame is that he wrote the first modern biography of James Boswell. He was wasted at Charterhouse, where, in my time at least, the boys generally despised him as neither a disciplinarian nor interested in cricket or football. He tried to treat his class in a friendly way, which puzzled and offended them because of the school tradition of concealed warfare between boys and masters. We considered it no shame to cheat, lie, or deceive where a master was concerned, though the same treatment of a schoolfellow would have been immoral. George also antagonized the housemasters by refusing to accept this state of war and fraternizing with the boys whenever possible. When two housemasters, who had been unfriendly to him, happened to die within a short time of each other, he joked to me, "See, Robert, how mine enemies flee before my face." I always called him by his Christian name, and so did 3 or 4 more of his friends in the school. This lack of dignity put him beyond the pale with most boys, and all masters. Eventually, the falseness of his position told on his temper, yet he always managed to find 4 or 5 boys who were, like him, out of their element, befriending and making life tolerable for them. Before the final Everest expedition, he had decided to resign and take a job at Cambridge with the Workers' Educational Association. Tired of trying to teach gentlemen to be gentlemen, I spent a season with George and a large number of climbers at the Penway Pass Hotel on Snowdon in the spring of 1914. This time we did real precipice climbing, and I had the luck to climb with George H. E. L. Porter, a renowned technician, Kitty O'Brien, and Connor O'Brien, her brother, who afterwards made a famous voyage round the world in a ridiculously small boat. Connor climbed, he told us, principally as a corrective to bad nerves. He would get very excited when any slight hitch occurred. His voice usually rose to a scream. Kitty used to chide him. Connor, dear, have a bit of wit, and Connor would apologize. Being a sailor, he used to climb in bare feet. Often in climbing, one has to support the entire weight of one's body on a couple of toes, but toes in stiff boots. Connor claimed that he could force his naked toes farther into crevices than a boot would go. The most honored man there was Geoffrey Young, an Eton master, and the president of the Climbers' Club. His 4 closest friends had all been killed climbing, a comment on the extraordinary care which he always took himself. It appeared not merely in his preparations for an ascent, the careful examination strand by strand of the alpine rope, the attention to his boot nails, and the balanced loading of his rucksack, but also in his caution on the rock face. Before making any move, he thought it out foot by foot, as though it were a chess problem. If the next handhold happened to be just a little out of his reach, or the next foothold seemed at all precarious, he would stop to think of a safe way round the difficulty. George used sometimes to grow impatient, but Geoffrey refused to be hurried. His shortness put him at a disadvantage in the matter of reach. Though not as double-jointed and prehensile as Porter, or as magnificent as George, he was the perfect climber, and still remains so. This, in spite of having lost a leg with a Red Cross unit on the Italian front. He climbs with an artificial leg and has recently published the only reliable textbook on rock climbing. I felt very proud to be on the same rope as Geoffrey Young, and when he told me one day, "Robert, you have the finest natural balance that I have ever seen in a climber," this compliment pleased me far more than if the poet laureate had told me that I had the finest sense of rhythm that he had ever met in a young poet. I certainly must have a good balance. Once in Switzerland, it saved me from a broken leg or legs. My mother took us there in the Christmas holidays of 1913-14, ostensibly for winter sports, but really because she thought that my sisters should be given a chance to meet nice young men of means. About my 3rd day on skis, I went up from Champéry, where we were staying and the snow was too soft, to Morgans, 1,000 feet higher, where it closely resembled castor sugar. Here I found an ice run for skeleton toboggans. Without pausing to consider that skis have no purchase on ice at all, I launched myself down. After a few yards, my speed increased alarmingly, and I realized with a shock what I was in for. There were several sharp turns in the run, protected by high banks, and I had to trust entirely to body balance in swerving round them. On reaching the terminus still upright, I had my eyes damned by a frightened sports club official for having endangered my life on his territory. In an essay on climbing written at the time, I said that the sport made all others seem trivial. New climbs, or new variations of old climbs, are not made in a competitive spirit, but only because it is good to stand somewhere on the earth's surface where nobody else has stood before. It is good, too, to be alone with a specially chosen band of people in whom one can trust completely. Rock climbing, one of the most dangerous sports possible, unless one keeps to the rules, becomes reasonably safe if one does keep to them. With physical fitness in every member of the team, a careful watch on the weather, proper overhauling of climbing apparatus, and no hurry, anxiety, or stunts, mountaineering can be much safer than fox hunting. Hunting implies uncontrollable factors, such as hidden wire, holes in which a horse may stumble, caprice, or vice in the horse. Climbers trust entirely to their own feet, legs, hands, shoulders, sense of balance, judgment of distance. My first precipice was Cribby Gel, a test climb for beginners, about 50 feet above the scree, a height that is more frightening than 500, because death seems almost as certain and far more immediate. A long, sloping shelf of rock, about the length of an ordinary room, had to be crossed from right to left. This offered no handholds or footholds worth mentioning, and was too steep to stand or kneel on without slipping. It shelved at an angle of, I suppose, 45 or 50 degrees. One rolled across upright, and trusted in friction as a maintaining force. Once across the shelf without disaster, I felt that the rest of the climb would be easy. They called this climb the Gambit. Robert Trevelyan, the poet, had been given the test in the previous season, but been unlucky enough to fall off. He was pulled up short after a few feet by the leader's well-belayed rope, but the experience disgusted him with climbing, and he spent the rest of his time at Penny Pass just walking about. Belaying means making fast, on a projection of rock, a loop of the rope which is wound round one's waist, and so disposing the weight of the body that, if the climber above or below happens to fall, the belay will keep the whole party from going down together. Alpine rope has a breaking point of a third of its own length. Only one member of the climbing team moves at any given time. The others wait, belay. Sometimes the leader has to move up 50 or 60 feet until he finds a secure belay from which to start the next upward movement, so that if he slips and cannot put on any sort of brake, he must fall more than twice that length before being pulled up. That same day I was taken on a spectacular, though not particularly difficult climb on Crib Goat. At one point we traversed around a knife-edge buttress. From this knife edge a pillar-like rock, technically known as a monolith, had split away. We scrambled up the monolith which overhung the valley with a clear 500 feet drop, and each in turn stood on the top balanced. Next, he had to make a long, careful stride from the top of the monolith to the rock face. Here there was a ledge just wide enough to admit the toe of a boot and a handhold at convenient height to give an easy pull-up to the next ledge. I remember George shouting down from above, "Be careful of that foothold, Robert. Don't chip the edge off, or the climb will be impossible for anyone who wants to do it again. It's got to last another 500 years at least." I knew I was in danger only once. Porter took me climbing on an out-of-the-way part of the mountain. The climb, known as the Ribbon Track and Girdle Traverse, had not been attempted for 10 years. About halfway up we reached a chimney. Chimney is a vertical fissure in the rock wide enough to admit the body, whereas a crack is only wide enough to admit the boot. One works up a chimney sideways, with back and knees, but up a crack with one's face to the rock. Porter, 50 feet above me in the chimney, made a spring to a handhold slightly out of reach. In doing so, he dislodged a pile of stones which had been wedged in the chimney. They rattled down, and one, rather bigger than a cricket ball, struck me unconscious. Fortunately, I was well belayed, and Porter had made his objective. The rope held me up. I recovered my senses a few seconds later and managed to continue. At Penny Pass, we used to take a leisurely breakfast and lie in the sun with a tankard of beer before starting for the precipice foot in the late morning. Snowdon is a perfect mountain for climbers, its rock being sound and not slippery. And once they reach the top of any of the precipices, some of which are 1,000 feet high, but all just climbable, one way or another, there is always an easy track to jog home down. In the evening, when we got back to the hotel, we lay and stewed in hot baths. I remember wondering at my body, the worn fingernails, the bruised knees, and the lump of climbing muscle which had begun to bunch above my instep, seeing it as beautiful in relation to this new purpose. My worst climb was on Leewed, the most formidable of the precipices when, at a point that needed most concentration, a raven circled round the party in great sweep. I found this curiously unsettling because one climbs only up and down or sideways, and the raven seemed to be suggesting diverse other possible dimensions of movement, tempting us to let go our hold and join him. 10. I had just finished with Charterhouse and gone up to Harlech, when England declared war on Germany. A day or two later, I decided to enlist. In the first place, though the papers predicted only a very short war, over by Christmas at the outside, I hoped that it might last long enough to delay my going to Oxford in October, which I dreaded. Nor did I work out the possibilities of getting actively engaged in the fighting, expecting garrison service at home, while the regular forces were away. In the second place, I was outraged to read of the Germans' cynical violation of Belgian neutrality. Though I discounted perhaps 20% of the atrocity details as wartime exaggeration, that was not, of course, sufficient. Recently I saw the following contemporary newspaper cuttings put in chronological sequence. When the fall of Antwerp became known, the church bells were rung, i.e., at Cologne and elsewhere in Germany. Kölnische Zeitung, Pintarn, Tate. According to the Kölnische Zeitung, the clergy of Antwerp were compelled to ring the church bells when the fortress was taken. Le Matin. According to what the Times has heard from Cologne, via Paris, the unfortunate Belgian priests who refused to ring the church bells when Antwerp was taken have been sentenced to hard labor. Corriere della Sera. According to information which has reached the Corriere della Sera from Cologne, via London, it is confirmed that the barbaric conquerors of Antwerp punished the unfortunate Belgian priests for their heroic refusal to ring the church bells by hanging them as living clappers to the bells with their heads down. Le Matin. In the trenches a few months later, I happened to belong to a company mess in which 4 of us young officers out of 5 had, by a coincidence, either German mothers or naturalized German fathers. One of them said, "I'm glad I joined when I did. If I'd put it off for a month or two, they'd have accused me of being a German spy. As it is, I have an uncle interned in Alexandra Palace, and my father's only been allowed to retain the membership of his golf club because he has 2 sons in the trenches." I told him, "Well, I have 3 or 4 uncles sitting somewhere opposite, and a number of cousins, too. Well, one of those uncles is a general, but that's all right. I don't brag about them. I only advertise my Uncle Dick Poor, the British admiral commanding at the North." Among these enemy relatives was my cousin Conrad, only son of the German consul at Zurich. In January 1914, I had gone skiing with him between the trees in the woods above the city. And once we tobogganed together down the Dolderstrasse in Zurich itself, where the lamp posts were sandbag and family toboggans. skidding broadside on at the turns, were often crashed into by single-seater skeletons. Arms and legs got broken by the score, and the crowds thought it a great joke. Conrad served with a crack Bavarian regiment throughout the war and won the Pour le Mérite, an order even more rarely awarded than the British Victoria Cross. Soon after the war ended, a party of Bolsheviks killed him in a Baltic village, where he had been sent to make requisitions. Conrad was a gentle, proud creature, chiefly interested in natural history, who used to spend hours in the woods studying the habits of wild animals. He had strong feelings against shooting them. Perhaps my family's most outstanding military feat was a German uncle's. He had been dug out at the age of 45 as a lieutenant in the Bavarian artillery. My brother John met him a year or two ago and happened to mention a coming visit to Reims. My uncle nudged him. "Have a look at the cathedral." One day during the war, my divisional general called for me. "Gunner Lieutenant von Ranke, I understand that you are a Lutheran, not a Roman Catholic." I admitted this was so. Then he said, "I have a very disagreeable service for you to perform, Lieutenant. Those misbegotten French are using the cathedral for an observation post. They think they can get away with it because it's Reims Cathedral, but they have our trenches taped from there. I call upon you to dislodge them." I fired only 2 rounds, and down came the pinnacle and the Frenchman with it. A very neat bit of shooting. I felt proud to have limited the damage like that. Really, you must take a look at it. Yai. The Harlech Golf Club's secretary suggested my taking a commission instead of enlisting. He rang up the nearest regimental depot, the Royal Welch Fusiliers at Wrexham, and told the adjutant that I had served in the officers' training corps at Charterhouse. The adjutant said, "Send him right along." On August 11th, I began my training and immediately became a hero. My mother announced, "Our race has gone mad," and regarded my going as a religious act. My father felt proud that I had done the right thing. I even recovered for a time the respect of C.L.L. Graves, of The Spectator and Punch, the uncle with whom I had recently had a tiff. When he tipped me a sovereign 2 terms previously, I had written to thank him, saying that I was at last able to buy Samuel Butter's notebooks, The Way of All Flesh, and the 2 Erewhon. This had infuriated him, as a good Victorian. Most of the other applicants for commissions at Wrexham were boys who had recently failed to pass into the Royal Military College at Sandhurst, and were now trying to get into the regular army at the old militia back door, named the Special Reserve. Only 1 or 2 fellows had come, like myself, for the sake of the war, and not for the sake of a career. There were about a dozen of us recruit officers on the square, learning to drill and be drilled. My OTC experience helped me here, but I knew nothing of army tradition and made all the worst mistakes, saluting the bandmaster, failing to recognize the colonel when in mufti, walking in the street without a belt, talking shop in the mess. Though I soon learned to conform, my greatest difficulty was talking to the men of my platoon with the proper air of authority. Many of them were re-enlisted old soldiers, and I disliked bluffing that I knew more than they did. We had 2 or 3 very old soldiers employed on the depot staff, wearing ribbons of Burma, 1885, and even earlier campaigns, and usually also the ribbon of the Rooty, or Good Service, medal awarded for 18 years of undetected crime. Of one old fellow called Jackie Barrett, a Kipling character, I heard it said, "There goes Jackie Barrett." He and his mucking-in chum deserted the regiment at Quetta and crossed the northwest frontier on foot. 3 months later, Jackie gave himself up as a deserter to the British consul in Jerusalem. He buried his chum by the way. He says. After only 3 weeks on the square, I went off on detachment duty to a newly formed internment camp for enemy aliens at Lancaster. The camp was a disused wagon works near the river, a dirty, drafty place, littered with old scrap metal and guarded by high barbed wire fences. About 3,000 prisoners had already arrived there, and more crowded in every day. Seamen arrested on German vessels in Liverpool Harbor, waiters from large hotels in the north, and an odd German band or two, harmless German commercial travelers and shopkeepers. The prisoners resented being interned, particularly family men who had lived at peace in England for many years. The one comfort that we could offer them was, "You are safer inside than out." For anti-German feeling had begun to run high. Shops with German names were continually raided, and even German women made to feel that they were personally responsible for the alleged Belgian atrocities. Besides, we pointed out, in Germany they would be forced to join the army. At this time, we could make a boast of our voluntary system and never foresaw the time when these internees would be bitterly envied by forcibly enlisted Englishmen for being kept safe until the war ended. In the summer of 1915, the Times reprinted a German newspaper account by Herr Wolf, an exchanged prisoner, of his experiences at Lancaster in 1914. The Times amused itself with Wolf's allegations that he and 40 other waiters from the Midland Hotel, Manchester, had been arrested and taken, handcuffed and fettered, in special railway carriages to Lancaster, escorted by 50 Manchester policemen armed with carbines. But it was true, because I myself took over from the chief inspector, a fine figure in a frog tunic, who gave me a splendid salute. He had done his job well, and seemed proud of it, the only mishap being the accidental breaking of 2 carriage windows by the slung carbine. Wolf reported that even children were interned in the camp, and this also was true. A dozen or so little boys from the German bands had been interned, because it seemed more humane to keep them with their friends than to send them to a workhouse. But their moral safety in the camp caused the commandant great concern. I commanded a detachment of 50 special reservists, most of them with only 6 weeks' service, a rough lot of Welshmen from the border counties. They had joined the army just before war started as a cheap way of getting a training camp holiday. Being forced to continue beyond the usual fortnight exasperated them. They were constantly deserting and having to be fetched back by the police, and seemed more scared of the prisoners than the prisoners were of them. I hated doing my round of sentries on a dark night at 2 or 3 a.m. Very often the lantern used to blow out, and, fumbling to light it again in the dark, I would hear the frightened voice of a sentry roar, "Halt! Who goes there?" I knew that he would be standing with his rifle aimed and 5 live rounds in his magazine, but always gave him the password just in time. Sentries often fired at shadows. The prisoners, particularly the sailors, fought a good deal among themselves. I saw a prisoner spit out teeth and blood one morning, and asked him what was wrong. "Oh, sir, one no good friend give me one clap on the chops." Frequent deputations came to complain of the dullness of the food, the same ration food served to the troops. But after a while, the prisoners settled down to sullen docility, starting hobbies, glee parties, games, and plans for escape. I had far more trouble with my Welshmen, who were always escaping from their quarters, though I guarded all possible exits. Finally, I discovered that they had been crawling out through a sewer. They boasted of their successes with the women. Private Kirby said to me, "Do you know, sir, on the Sunday after we arrived, all the preachers in Lancashire took as their text, 'Mothers, take care of your daughters. The Royal Welch have come to town.' An inconvenient accident happened to me at Lancaster. The telephone was installed at an office where I slept on a sloping desk. One night, Pack Saddle, the code name for the chief supply officer, Western Command, rang up from Chester after midnight with orders for the commandant. They concerned the rationing of another batch of 400 prisoners, who were being sent to him from Chester and North Wales. In the middle of a conversation made difficult by a thunderstorm, my sleepiness, and Pack Saddle's irritability, the line got struck by lightning somewhere. An electric shock spun me round, and I could not use the telephone again without sweating and stammering until some 12 years later. Guarding prisoners seemed an unheroic part to be playing in the war, which, by October, had reached a critical stage. I wanted to be a broad fighter. My training had been interrupted, and I knew that even when recalled from detachment duty, I should have to wait a month or two at least before getting sent out. When I returned to the depot, Tibbs Crawshay, the adjutant, a keen regular soldier, found two things wrong with me. First of all, I had not only gone to an inefficient tailor, but also hate a soldier servant, who neglected to polish my buttons and shine my belt and boots as he should have done. Never having owned a valet before, I did not know what to expect of him. Crawshay finally summoned me to the orderly room. He would not send me to France, he said, until I had entirely overhauled my wardrobe and looked more like a soldier. My company commander's report on me was unsoldier-like and a nuisance. But my pay only just covered the mess bills, and I could hardly ask my parents to buy me another outfit so soon after assuring them that I had everything necessary. Crawshay next decided that I must be a poor sportsman, probably because on the day of the Grand National, in which a horse of his was running, all the young officers applied for leave to see the race, except myself. I volunteered to take the job of orderly officer for the day for someone who wanted to go. One by one, my contemporaries were sent out to France to take the place of casualties in the 1st and 2nd battalions, while I remained despondently at the depot. But again, boxing helped me. Johnny Basham, a sergeant in the regiment, was training at the time for his fight, which he won, with Boswell for the Lonsdale belt welterweight. I visited the training camp one evening, where Basham was offering to fight 3 rounds with any member of the regiment, the more the merrier. A young officer pulled on the gloves, and Basham got roars of laughter from the crowd as soon as he had taken his opponent's measure, by dodging around and playing the fool with him. I asked Basham's manager if I could have a go. He lent me some shorts, and I stepped into the ring. Pretending to know nothing of boxing, I led off with my right and moved clumsily. Basham saw a chance of getting another laugh. He dropped his guard and danced about with a "you can't hit me" challenge. I caught him off his balance and knocked him across the ring. He recovered and went for me, but I managed to keep on my feet. When I laughed at him, he laughed too. We had 3 very brisk rounds, and he very decently made me seem a much better boxer than I was, by accommodating his pace to mine. As soon as Crawshay heard the story, he rang me up at my billet and told me that he had learned with pleasure of my performance. That, for an officer to box like that, was a great encouragement for the man. That he was mistaken about my sportsmanship, and that, to show his appreciation, he would put me down for a draft to France in a week's time. Of the officers sent out before me, several had already been killed or wounded. The killed included a Liberal MP, 2nd Lieutenant W.A. G. Gladstone, whom we called Glad Eyes. He was in his early 30s, a grandson of old Gladstone, whom he resembled in feature, and Lord Lieutenant of his county. While war hung in the balance, he had declared himself against it, whereupon his Hawarden tenantry, much ashamed, threatened to duck him in the pond. Realizing that, once war was declared, further protest would be useless, he joined the regiment as a 2nd lieutenant. His political convictions remained unaltered, but, being a man of great integrity, he refused to take the non-combative employment as a staff colonel offered him in the War Office. Soon after joining the 1st Battalion in France, he was killed by a sniper while unnecessarily exposing himself. General French sent his body home for a military funeral at Hawarden. I attended it. 1 or 2 random memories remain of this training period at Wrexham. The landlord of my billet, a Welsh solicitor, greatly overcharged us, though pretending amicability. He wore a wig, or to be more exact 3 wigs, with hair of progressive lengths. After wearing the medium-sized hair for a few days, he would put on the long-haired wig and say that, "Dear him, he really ought to get a haircut." Then he would leave the house and, in a public lavatory perhaps, or a wayside copse, change into the short-haired wig, which he wore until he thought it time to change to the medium once more. The deception came to light when one of the officers billeted with me got drunk and raided his bedroom. This officer, a Williams, was an extreme example of the sly border Welshman. The drunker he became, the more shocking his confessions. He told me once about a Dublin girl whom he had promised to marry and even slept with on the strength of a diamond engagement ring. Only paste, really, he boasted. The day before the wedding, she lost a foot, cut off by a Dalkey tram, and he hurriedly left Dublin. But Graves, she was a lovely, lovely girl until that happened. Williams had been a medical student at Trinity College, Dublin. Whenever he visited Chester, the nearest town, to pick up a prostitute, he would not only appeal to her patriotism to charge him nothing, but always gave my name. I knew of this because these women wrote me reproachful letters. At last I told him in the mess, "In future you are going to be distinguished from all the other Williamses in the regiment by being called Dirty William." The name stuck. By one shift or another, he escaped all trench service, except for a short spell in a quiet sector, and lasted the war out safely. Private Probert came from Anglesey and had joined the Special Reserve in peacetime for his help. In September, the entire battalion volunteered for service overseas, except Probert. He refused to go and could be neither coaxed nor bullied. Finally, he came before the colonel, whom he genuinely puzzled by his obstinacy. Probert explained, "I'm not afraid, Colonel, sir, but I don't want it to be shot at. I have a wife and pigs at home." The battalion was now rigged out in a temporary navy blue uniform until khaki might be available. All but Probert. The colonel decided to shame him, and he continued, by order, to wear the peacetime scarlet tunic and blue trousers with a red stripe. A very dirty scarlet tunic, too, because he had been put on the kitchen staff. His mates called him Cock Robin and sang a popular chorus in his honor. And I never get a knock. When the boys call Cock, Cockity-yaw, Cock Robin. In my old red vest I mean to cut a shine. Walking down the street they call me Danger on the Line. But Probert did not care. For the more they call me Robin Redbreast. I'll wear it longer still. I will wear a red waistcoat. I will. I will. I will. I will. I will. I will. So, in October, he got discharged as medically unfit, of underdeveloped intelligence, unlikely to be of service in His Majesty's forces, and went happily home to his wife and pig. Of the singers, few who survived Festubert in the following May survived Lewes in the following September. Recruit officers spent a good deal of their time at company and battalion orderly room, learning how to deal with crime. Crime meant any breach of King's regulations, and there was plenty of it. Battalion orderly room would last 4 or 5 hours every day, at the rate of one crime dealt with every 3 or 4 minutes, this being apart from the scores of less serious offenses tried by company commanders. The usual battalion orderly room crimes were desertion, refusing to obey an order, using obscene language to a non-commissioned officer, drunk and disorderly, robbing a comrade, and so forth. On pay nights, hardly a man stayed sober, but no attention was paid, if silence reigned as soon as the company officer came on his rounds at lights out. 2 years later, serious crime had diminished to 1/20th of that amount, though the battalion was treble its original strength, and though many of the cases that the company officer had dealt with summarily now came before the colonel, and drunkenness practically vanished. Taylor, a young soldier in my company, had been with me at Lancaster, where I bought him a piccolo to play when the detachment went on route marches. He would give us one tune after another for mile after mile. The other fellows carried his pack and rifle. At Wrexham on pay nights he used to sit on an upturned bucket in the company billet, a drill hall near the railway station, and play jigs for the drunks to dance to. He never drank himself. The music began slow, but gradually quickened, until he had worked them into a frenzy, delaying this climax for my arrival with the company orderly sergeant. As the sergeant flung open the door and bellowed, "Company, attention!" Taylor would break off, thrust the piccolo under his blankets, and jump to his feet. The drunks were left frozen in the middle of their capers, blinking stupidly. At the 1st Battalion orderly room that I attended, A case went like this. Sergeant Major, off stage. Now then, you 99 Davies, F Company, cap off, as you were, cap off, as you were, cap off. That's better. Escort and prisoner, right turn. Quick march. Right wheel. On stage. Left wheel. Mark time. Escort and prisoner halt. Left turn. Colonel, read the charge, Sergeant Major. Die. Sergeant Major, no. 99 TTAW Davies, F Company at Wrexham, on 20th August. Improper conduct. Committing a nuisance on the barrack square. Witnesses, Sergeant Timmins, Corporal Jones. Colonel, Sergeant Timmins, your evidence. Sergeant Timmins, sir, on the said date about 2 p.m., I was acting orderly sergeant. Corporal Jones reported the nuisance to me. I inspected it. It was the prisoners, sir. Colonel, Corporal Jones. Your evidence. Corporal Jones, sir, on the said date I was crossing the barrack square when I saw a prisoner in a sitting posture. He was committing excreta, sir. I took his name and reported to the orderly sergeant, sir. Colonel, well, Private Davies, what have you to say for yourself? 99 Davies in a nervous sing-song. Sir, I came over queer all of a sudden, sir. I had the diarrhea's terrible bod. I had to do it, sir. Colonel, but my good man, the latrine was only a few yards away. 99 Davies. Colonel, sir, you can't stop nature. Sergeant Major, don't answer an officer like that. Pause. Sergeant Timmins, coughs, sir. Colonel, yes, Sergeant Timmins? Sergeant Timmins, sir, I had occasion to examine the nuisance, sir, and it was done with a effort, sir. Colonel, do you take my punishment, Private Davies? 99 Davies, yes, Colonel, sir. Colonel, you have done a very dirty act, and disgraced the regiment and your comrades. I shall make an example of you. 10 days detention. Sergeant Major, escort and prisoner, left turn. Quick march. Left wheel. Off stage. Escort and prisoner halt. Cap on. March him off to the guardroom. Get ready the next case. Orderly room always embarrassed and dispirited me. I never got used to it, even after sentencing thousands of men myself. The sole change brought by the introduction of the civilian element into the army was that, about half-way through the war, an Army Council instruction laid down that henceforth the word of command must be accused and escort. Right turn. Quick march, instead of prisoner and escort. Right turn. Quick march. Few interesting cases ever came up. Even the obscene language, always quoted verbatim, continued drearily the same. The only variation I remember from the 4 stock words was provided by the man charged with using threatening and obscene language to an NCO who had told a lance corporal, Corporal Smith, 2 men shall meet before 2 mountains. When the colonel asked what this meant, the lance corporal explained that though 2 mountains could never meet, 2 men might, and these 2 might be himself and the prisoner, and the meeting might be in peacetime, and the prisoner might then be tempted to strike him. Despite the remoteness of this contingency, the prisoner got 7 days' detention in the camp prison. Humor was mainly supplied by the very Welshman from the hills, who had an imperfect command of English. One of them, charged with being absent off ceremonial parade and using obscene language to the sergeant, became very indignant in orderly room and cried out to the colonel, "Colonel, sir, sergeant told me was I for guard. I asked him no, and now the bloody bastard says, was I. None I ever see." The greatest number of simultaneous charges that I ever heard brought against a soldier occurred in the case of Boy Jones, at Liverpool in 1917. They accused him, first, of using obscene language to the bandmaster. The bandmaster, who was squeamish, reported it as, "Sir, he called me a double effing C." Next, breaking out of the detention awarded for this crime. Then, absenting himself from the regiment until apprehended in the Hindenburg Line, France. 4th, resisting an escort. 5th, being found in possession of regimental property belonging to the Cheshire Regiment. Boy Jones, who was only 14 and looked 13, had wriggled through the bars of his detention cell and right, after getting a few things together in his hut, gone to Liverpool Exchange Station to wait for a victim, who proved to be a private in a Cheshire Bantam battalion, just returning to France from leave. Bantam battalions consisted of volunteers hitherto too short to qualify for the army. Boy Jones treated the Bantam to a lot of drink and robbed him of his rifle, equipment, badges, and papers. He then went off in his place. Arrived in France, he proceeded to the Bantam battalion, but this did not suit him. He wanted to be with his own regiment, so he deserted the Bantams, who were billeted somewhere north of Arras, and walked south along the trenches looking for his regiment, having now resumed his proper badges. A couple of days' walk brought him to the 2nd Battalion headquarters, where he reported, but was immediately sent home, after a tough struggle with his escort at the railhead. The punishment awarded for all these heinous offenses, 10 days confined to camp, and a spanking by the bandmaster, seemed to us very nicely calculated. A most unusual charge against the regimental goat, Major, a corporal, was first framed as lèse-majesty, but later reduced to disrespect to an officer, in that he, at Wrexham, on such and such a date, did prostitute the royal goat, being the gift of his majesty, the colonel in chief, from his royal herd at Windsor, by offering its stud services for a fee to Esquire, farmer and goat breeder of Wrexham. Though the goat Major pleaded that he had done this out of consideration for the goat, to which he was much attached. The colonel reduced him to the ranks and took away his job. In peacetime, the regular battalions of the regiment, though officered mainly by Anglo-Welshmen of county families, did not contain more than about one Welsh-speaking Welshman in 50. Most recruits came from Birmingham. The only Harlech man besides myself, who joined the regiment at the start, was a golf cat. He had got into trouble a short time before for stealing clubs. The chapels held soldiering to be sinful, and in Merioneth the chapels had the last word. Prayers were offered for me by the chapels, not because of the physical dangers I would run in France, but because of the moral dangers threatening me at home. However, when Lloyd George became Minister of Munitions in 1915, and persuaded the chapels that war was a crusade, we had a sudden tremendous influx of Welshmen from North Wales. They were difficult soldiers, who particularly resented having to stand still while NCOs swore at them. At Wrexham, we second lieutenants learned regimental history, drill, musketry, Boer War field tactics, military law and organization, how to recognize bugle calls, how to work a machine gun, and how to conduct ourselves on formal occasions. We dug no trenches, handled no bombs, thought of the company, not of the platoon, still less of the section, as the smallest independent tactical unit. Only 2 wounded officers were back from the front at the time. Both had left the 2nd Battalion on the retreat for Mons. Neither would talk much of his experiences. One of them sighed. Emu Johns would tell us no more than this. The first queer sight I saw in France was 3 naked women hanging by their feet in a butcher's shop. The other used to say, "The German shells knock hell out of a man, especially the big black ones. Just hell. And that fellow Emu, he wasn't any good. We marched, and with his weak heart, he used to faint daily and expect his poor bloody platoon to carry him as well as the rest of their load. Everyone swore he was scrimshanking. Don't believe what old EMU tells you of the retreat." Now, 11. I used to congratulate myself on having quite blindly chosen the Royal Welsh Fusiliers, of all regiments in the army. Good God! I used to think. Suppose that when the war broke out, I had been living in Cheshire, and had applied for a commission in the Cheshire Regiment. How ashamed I should have been to find in the history of that regiment the old 22nd Foot, just senior in the line to the Royal Welch. The 23rd, that it had been deprived of its old tide, the Royal Cheshires, as a punishment for losing a battle. This was a quite unhistorical libel, but we all believed it. Or how lucky not to have joined the Bedfords, who were making a name for themselves in this war, but were still called the Peacemakers, for they had only 4 battle honors on their colors, none more recent than the year 1711, and we misquoted their regimental motto as, "Thou shalt not kill." Even the Black Watch had a stain on its record, and everyone knew about it. If a Tommy of another regiment went into a public bar where men of the Black Watch were drinking, and felt brave enough to start a fight, he would ask the barmaid not for pig's ear, which is rhyming slang for beer, but for a pint of broken square. Then belts would be unbuckled. The Royal Welch had 29 battle honors, a number equaled only by a couple of other 2-battalion regiments. And here, too, the Royal Welch had the advantage, since these were not single regiments, but 1888 combinations of 2 each with its separate history. The 1st Battalion of the Royal Welch Fusiliers could boast 26 battle honors of its own, the remaining 3 having fallen to the 2nd Battalion in its short and interrupted existence. They were all good, bloody battle honors. None of them liked that battle into which, it was said, the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders had gone with 900 men, and from which they emerged with 901, and a band. Boy come of age, and promoted a private. For many hard fights, such as the Boyne and Aughrim, and the capture of Lille, the Royal Welch had never been honored. The regiment shared in each of the 4 hardest-fought victories of the British Army, as listed by Sir John Fortescue. My regimental history is rusty now, but I believe that they were Malplaquet, Albuera, Waterloo, and Inkerman. The Royal Welch was also one of the 6 Minden regiments who performed the unprecedented feat of charging a body of cavalry, many times their own strength, and driving it off the field. Even the surrender at Yorktown in the American War of Independence, the regiment's single disaster, could not be accounted a disgrace. The Navy had let the Army down, and the Royal Welch were accorded the full honors of war, won by their conduct in the hard fighting at Lexington and Guildford Courthouse, and their suicidal advance up Bunker Hill. The original Thomas Atkins was a Royal Welch Fusilier in that war. I caught the sense of regimental tradition a day or 2 after my arrival at the depot. In a cupboard at the mess, I came across a big leather-bound ledger and pulled it out to read. It proved to be the daily order book of the 1st Battalion in the trenches before Sevastopol, and I opened it at the page giving orders for an attack on the Redan Redoubt. Such and such a company was desired to supply volunteers for the storming party under Lieutenant so-and-so. Next followed details of their arms and equipment, the number of ladders they must carry, and the support to be afforded by other companies. Then details of rations and supply of ammunition, with an earnest Godspeed from the commanding officer. A sketch of the commanding officer hung on the wall above my head, lying sick in his tent at Scutari, wearing a balaclava helmet or cap, comforter, against the intense cold. The attack failed, and among subsequent entries were orders for the burial of the dead, appreciation from headquarters of the gallantry vainly displayed, and a notice that the effects of Lieutenant So and So, who had led the storming party, would be sold at public auction in the trenches next day. Another daily order contained the citation of a certain Sergeant Luke O'Connor's gallantry, for which he received one of the first Victoria Crosses when the award was instituted in 1856. He still lived, Lieutenant General Sir Luke O'Connor, now Colonel of the regiment. The most immediate piece of regimental history that I met as a recruit officer was the Flash, a fan-like bunch of 5 black ribbons, each 2 inches wide, 7.5 inches long, and ending in a dovetail. The angle at which the fan must be spread has been exactly regulated by regimental convention. The flash is stitched to the back of the tunic collar, and only the Royal Welch are privileged to wear it. The story goes that the Royal Welch were abroad on foreign service for several years in the 1830s, and by some mischance never received the army order abolishing the queue. When the regiment returned and paraded at Plymouth, the inspecting general reprimanded the commanding officer because his men were still wearing their hair in the old fashion. The commanding officer, angered by the slight, immediately rode up to London and won from King William IV, through the intercession of some court official, a regimental privilege of continuing to wear the bunch of ribbons with which the end of the queue was tied, the flash. The king made it a distinctive badge to be worn by all ranks in recognition of exemplary service during the Napoleonic Wars. The Army Council, which is usually composed of cavalry, engineer, artillery, and guards generals, with the line hardly represented, had never encouraged regimental peculiarities, and could not easily forget the irregularity of our direct appeal to the sovereign. The Army Council did not, at any rate, sanction the flash on the new khaki service dress. Yet our officers and warrant officers continued to wear it. In a pre-war correspondence between the regiment and the Army Council, Sir Luke O'Connor maintained that the flash, being a distinctive mark honorably won, should be worn with service dress, and not merely with peacetime scarlet. The Army Council objected that it would be a distinctive mark for enemy snipers, and particularly dangerous when worn by officers. Sir Luke retorted by inquiring on what occasion. Since the retreat from Corunna, when the regiment was the last to leave Spain, with the key of the town posterned in the pocket of one of its officers. Had any of His Majesty's enemies seen the back of a Royal Welch Fusilier officer? The Army Council stood firm, and the matter remained in abeyance throughout the war. Once, in 1917, when an officer of my company went to be decorated with the Military Cross at Buckingham Palace, King George, as Colonel-in-Chief of the regiment, showed a personal interest in the flash. He asked, "You are serving in one of the line battalions, the 2nd Battalion, sir." So the king gave him the order, about turn, for a look at the flash, and then about turn again. "Good," he said. "You're still wearing it, I see." And then in a stage whisper, "Don't ever let anyone take it from you." After the war, when scarlet was abandoned on the grounds of expense, the Army Council saw that it could now reasonably sanction the flash on service dress for all ranks. As an additional favor, it consented to recognize another defiant regimental peculiarity: the spelling of the word Welch with a C. This permission was published in a special Army Council instruction of 1919. The ignorant Daily Herald commented, "Struth," as though it were unimportant. But the spelling with a C was as important to us as the miniature cap. Badge worn at the back of the cap was to the Gloucesters, a commemoration of the time when they fought back-to-back in Egypt. I have seen a young officer sent off battalion parade because his buttons read Welsh instead of Welch. Welsh referred us somehow to the archaic North Wales of Henry Tudor and Owen Glendower, and Lord Herbert of Cherbury, the founder of the regiment. It dissociated us from the modern North Wales of chapels, liberalism, the dairy and drapery business, slate mines, and the tourist trade. The regiment insisted strictly on the standard measurements of the flash. When new army battalions were formed, and rumors came to Wrexham that in the 18th Battalion officers were wearing flashes nearly down to their waists, great consternation ensued. Our adjutant sent off the youngest subaltern on a special mission to the 18th Battalion, the colonel of which had been borrowed from some Yorkshire regiment. The subaltern had orders to present himself at the orderly room with a large pair of shears. The new army battalions were, however, as anxious to be regimental as the line battalions. Once in France, a regular major of the Royal Fusiliers entered the mess of the 19th Bantam Battalion of the Royal Welch Fusiliers. He greeted the mess with, "Good afternoon, gentlemen," and called for a drink from the mess sergeant. After he had chatted for a while, he asked the senior officer present, "Do you know why I ordered that drink from the mess, Sergeant?" "Of course. You wanted to see whether we remembered the Peninsular War." The Royal Fusilier nodded. "Our mess is just along behind that wood there. We haven't forgotten either." After El Bahira, the few survivors of the Royal Welch Fusiliers and the Royal Fusiliers had messed together on the captured hillock, deciding that henceforth and forever, the officers of each regiment would be honorary members of the Uders mess, and the NCOs the same. I must tell of St. David's night, the raw leeks eaten to the roll of the drum, with one foot on a chair and one on the mess table, enriched by spoils of the summer palace at Peking, 1900, when we struck up another solemn friendship with the U.S. Marine Corps. Leeks are not at all bad to eat, despite Shakespeare. And the royal goat with gilded horns that once leaped over the mess table, bearing a drummer boy on its back. And the toast to Major Toby Purcell's golden spurs, worn at the Boyne and lost in a shipwreck off Newfoundland about 1840. And then the toast to Shenkin ap Morgan, the first gentleman of Wales. And the British Grenadiers, the regimental march past. For the British Grenadiers does not mean, as most people think, merely the Grenadier Guards. The term includes all regiments, the Royal Welch among them, that wear a bursting grenade as a collar and cap badge, to recall their early employment as stormtroops armed with bombs. During the war, the Royal Welch Fusiliers swelled to a size that imperiled regimental esprit de corps. Before the war, we had 2 line battalions and the depot. The affiliated and flashless territorials, 4 battalions recruited for home service, could be disregarded, despite their regular adjutants. The Special Reserve Battalion, which trained at the depot, was a poor relation. Now more and more new Army battalions were added. Even a 25th Battalion went to Palestine in 1917 and proved as good as the 8th. So the regiment, that is, consensus of opinion in the 2 line battalions, tentatively accepted the new Army battalions, one by one, as they proved themselves worthy by service in the field. It never accepted the territorials, disowning them contemptuously as dog shooters. The fact was that 3 of the 4 territorial battalions failed signally in the Suvla Bay landing at Gallipoli. 1 battalion, it became known, had offered violence to its officers. The commanding officer, a regular, had not cared to survive a disgrace which even the good work that these battalions did later at Gaza could not cancel. The remaining territorial battalion joined the 1st Division in France early in 1915 and quite unnecessarily lost its machine guns at Givenchy. Regimental machine guns in 1915 were regarded almost as sacred. To lose them before the wiping out of the entire battalion was considered as shameful as losing the regimental colors would have been in any 18th or 19th century battle. The territorial machine gun officer who abandoned his guns had congratulated himself on removing the bolts. This would make them useless to the enemy. But he had forgotten the boxes of spare parts. The 2nd Battalion made a raid in the same sector, a year and a half later, and recaptured one of the guns, which had been busy against our trenches ever since. On arrival at the depot, we Special Reserve officers were reminded of our great good fortune. If the war lasted, we should have the privilege of serving with one or the other of the line battalion. In peacetime, a candidate for a commission had not only to distinguish himself in the passing out examination at the Royal Military College, Sandhurst, and be strongly recommended by 2 officers of the regiment, but to possess a guaranteed independent income that would enable him to play polo and hunt and keep up the social reputation of the regiment. These requirements were waived in our case, but we were to understand that we did not belong to the regiment in the special sense. Permission to serve with it in time of war should satisfy our highest military aspirations. We were not temporary officers like those of the new army, but held permanent commissions in the Special Reserve Battalion. The Royal Welsh, we were reminded, considered themselves second to none, even to the Guards. Representations had been made to them after the South African War, inquiring whether they would like to become the Welsh Guards, and the offer had been indignantly declined. Such a change would have made the regiment junior in the brigade, even to the recently formed Irish Guards. We were warned that while serving with a line battalion, none of us must expect to be recommended for orders or decorations. An ordinary campaigning medal, inscribed with a record of battalion service, should suffice as reward. Decorations were not considered by the Royal Welsh as personal awards, but as representative awards for the whole regiment. They would therefore be kept for the professional soldiers who would find them useful as aids to extra-regimental promotion. This was what, in fact, happened. There must have been something like 200 or 300 Special Reserve officers serving overseas with the regiment before the war ended. But, except for 3 or 4, who were not directly recommended by the battalion commander, but distinguished themselves while attached to brigade or divisional staffs, or who got sent to new army battalions or other regiments. We continued undecorated. I can recall only 3 exceptions. The normal proportion of awards, considering the casualties we suffered, which was about 60 or 70 killed, should have been at least 10 times that amount. Let me hasten to say that I myself never performed any feat for which I might conceivably have been decorated throughout my service in France. The regimental spirit persistently survived all catastrophes. Our 1st Battalion, for instance, was practically annihilated within 2 months of joining the British Expeditionary Force. Young Orme, who joined straight from Sandhurst at the crisis of the First Battle of Ypres, found himself commanding a battalion reduced to only about 40 rifles. With these and another small force, the remnants of the 2nd Battalion of the Queen's Regiment, reduced to 30 men and 2 officers, he helped to recapture 3 lines of lost trenches and was himself killed. The reconstituted battalion saw heavy fighting at Bois Grenier in December, but got smashed up at the Aubers Ridge and Festubert in the following May, and again at Loos in September, when only 1 combatant officer survived the attack, a machine gun officer on loan from the South Staffordshire Regiment. The same sort of thing happened time after time in fighting at Fricourt, the Quadrangle, High Wood, Delville Wood, and Ginchy on the Somme in 1916, and again at Puisieux and Bull Court in the spring, fighting of 1917, and again, until the armistice. In the course of the war, at least 15 or 20,000 men must have passed through each of the 2-line battalions, whose fighting strength never stood at more than 800. After each catastrophe, the ranks were filled up with new drafts from home, with the lightly wounded from the disaster of 3 or 4 months before, and with the more seriously wounded of earlier ones. In the 1st and 2nd Battalions, throughout the war, not merely the officers and NCOs knew their regimental history. The men had learned far more about Minden, Albufeira, and Waterloo, and the Battle of the Pyramids, than they had about the fighting on the other fronts, or the official causes of the war. Well, in 1916, when on leave in England, after being wounded, I began an account of my first few months in France. Having stupidly written it as a novel, I have now to retranslate it into history. Here is one reconstituted chapter. On arrival in France, we 6 Royal Welsh Fusilier officers went to the Harfleur base camp near Le Havre. Later it became an educational center for trench routine, use of bombs, trench mortars, rifle grenades, gas helmets, and similar technicalities. But now we did a route march or 2 through the French countryside, and that was all, apart from fatigues at the Le Havre docks, helping the Army's Service Corps unload stores from ships. The town was gay. As soon as we arrived, numerous little boys accosted us, pimping for their alleged sisters. "I take you to my sister. She very nice. Very good jig-a-jig. Not much money. Very cheap. Very good. I take you now. Plenty champagne for me? I was glad when we got orders to go up the line, though disgusted to find ourselves posted not to the Royal Welsh Fusiliers, but to the Welsh Regiment. I had heard little about the Welsh Regiment, except that it was tough and rough, and that the 2nd Battalion, to which we were going, had a peculiar regimental history as the old 69th Foot. It had originally been formed as an emergency force from pensioners and boy recruits, and sent overseas to do the work of a regular battalion, I forget in which 18th century campaign. At one time, the 69th had served as Marines. They were nicknamed the Ups and Downs, partly because 69 makes the same sense whichever way up it is written. The 69 was certainly upside down when we joined. All the company officers, with the exception of 2 boys recently posted from Sandhurst and 1 special reserve captain, came from other regiments. There were 6 Royal Welsh Fusiliers, 2 South Wales Borderers, 2 East Surreys, 2 Wiltshires, 1 from the Border Regiment, 1 from the King's Own Yorkshire Light Infantry. Even the quartermaster was an alien from the Connaught Rangers. There were still perhaps 4 time-serving NCOs left in the battalion. Of the men, perhaps 50 or so had got more than a couple of months' training before being sent out. Some had only 3 weeks' training. A great many had never fired a musketry course. All this because the 1st Division had been in constant hard fighting since the previous August. In 8 months the battalion had lost its full fighting strength 5 times over. The last occasion was at Richebourg on May 9th, one of the worst disasters hitherto. The division's epitaph in the official communiqué read, "Meeting with considerable opposition in the direction of the Rue du Bois, our attacks were not pressed. The battalion's ranks were made up first with reservists of the later categories, then with re-enlisted men, then with special reservists of pre-war enlistment, then with 1914 recruits of 3 or 4 months' training. But each class in turn had been expended. Now nothing remained to send except recruits of the spring 1915 class, with various sweepings and skewering. The 1st Battalion had, meanwhile, suffered the same heavy losses. In Cardiff, the Welsh Regiment advertised, "Enlist at the depot and get to France quick." The recruits were mostly men either over age or under age, a repetition of regimental history, or with some slight physical disability which prevented them from enlisting in regiments more particular than the Welsh. I still have the roll of my 1st platoon of 40 men. The figures given for their ages are misleading. On enlistment, all over-age men had put themselves in the late 30s, and all under-age men had called themselves 18 d'Orwal. But once in France, the over-age men did not mind adding on a few genuine years. No less than 14 in the roll give their age as 40 or over, and these were not all. Fred Prosser, a painter in civil life who admitted to 48, was really 56. David Davies, collier, who admitted to 42, and Thomas Clark, another collier who admitted to 45, were only 1 or 2 years junior to Prosser. James Burford, collier and fitter, was the oldest soldier of all. When I first spoke to him in the trenches, he said, "Excuse me, sir, will you explain what this here arrangement is on the side of my rifle? That's the safety catch. Didn't you do a musketry course at the depot?" "No, sir. I was a re-enlisted man, and I spent only a fortnight there." The old Lee Medford didn't have no safety catch. I asked him when he had last fired a rifle. "In Egypt in 1882, he said. "Weren't you in the South African War?" "I tried to re-enlist, but they told me I was too old, sir. I had been an old soldier in Egypt. My real age is 63. He spent all his summers as a tramp, and in the bad months of the year worked as a collier, choosing a new pit every season. I heard him and David Davies one night discussing the different seams of coal in Wales, and tracing them from county to county and pit to pit with technical comment. The other half of the platoon contained the underage section. I had 5 of these boys. William Bumford, collier, for instance, who gave his age as 18, was really only 50. He used to get into trouble for falling asleep on sentry duty, an offense punishable with death, but could not help it. I had seen him suddenly go to sleep on his feet, while holding a sandbag open for another fellow to fill. So we got him a job as orderly to a chaplain for a while, and a few months later, all men over 50 and all boys under 18 got combed out. Bumford and Burford were both sent to the base, but neither escaped the war. Bumford grew old enough by 1917 to be sent back to the battalion and was killed that summer. Burford died in a bombing accident at the base camp. Or so I was told. The fate of hundreds of my comrades in France came to me merely as hearsay. The troop train consisted of 47 coaches and took 24 hours to arrive at Béthune, the railhead, via Saint-Omer. We detrained at about 9 p.m., hungry, cold, and dirty. Expecting a short journey, we had allowed our baggage to be locked in a van, and then played nap throughout the journey to keep our minds off the discomfort. I lost 60 francs, which was over £2 at the existing rate of exchange. On the platform at Béthune, a little man in filthy khaki, wearing the Welsh cap badge, came up with a friendly touch of the cap, most unlike a salute. He had orders to guide us to the battalion, at present in the Cambrai trenches, about 10 kilometers away. Collecting the draft of 40 men we had with us, we followed him through the unlit suburbs of the town, all intensely excited by the noise and flashes of the guns in the distance. None of the draft had been out before, except the sergeant in charge. They began singing. Instead of the usual music hall songs, they sang Welsh hymns, each man taking a part. The Welsh always sang when pretending not to be scared. It kept them steady, and they never sang out of tune. We marched towards the flashes, and could soon see the flare lights curving across the distant trenches. The noise of the guns grew louder and louder. Presently we were among the batteries. From about 200 yards behind us, on the left of the road, a salvo of 4 shells whizzed suddenly over our heads. This broke up a raced with in the middle of a verse and sent us off our balance for a few seconds. The column of 4s tangled up. The shells went hissing away eastward. We saw the red flash and heard the hollow bang where they landed in German territory. The men picked up their step again and began chaffing. A lance corporal dictated a letter home. "Dear Auntie, this leaves me in the pink. We are at present wading in blood up to our necks. Send me fags and a life belt. This war is a booger. Love and kisses. Yee. I'm there." The roadside cottages were now showing more and more signs of dilapidation. A German shell came over and then landed 20 yards short of us. We threw ourselves flat on our faces. Presently we heard a curious singing noise in the air, and then flop, flop. Little pieces of shell casing came buzzing down all around. "They calls them the musical instruments," said the sergeant. "Damn them," said my friend Frank Jones Bateman. "Cut across the hand by a jagged little piece. The devils have started on me early. They'll have a lot of fun with you before they're done, sir," grinned the sergeant. Another shell came over. Everyone threw himself down again, but it burst 200 yards behind us. Only Sergeant Jones had remained on his feet. "You're wasting your strength, lads," he said to the draft. "Listen by the noise they make where they're going to burst." Or at Cambrai village, about a mile from the front trenches, we were taken into a ruined chemist shop with its colored glass jars still in the window, the billet of the 4 Welsh company quartermaster sergeants. Here they gave us respirators and field dressings. This, the first respirator issued in France, was a gauze pad filled with chemically treated cotton waste for tying across the mouth and nose. Reputedly, it could not keep out the German gas, which had been used at Ypres against the Canadian division, but we never put it to the test. A week or two later came the smoke helmet, a greasy gray felt bag with a talc window to look through, and no mouthpiece, certainly ineffective against gas. The talc was always cracking, and visible leaks showed at the stitches joining it to the helmet. Those were early days of trench warfare. The days of the Jap. tin bomb and the gas, pipe trench, mortar, still innocent of Lewis or Stokes guns, steel helmets, telescopic rifle, sights, gas, shells, pillay, boxes, tanks, well, organized trench, raids, or any of the later refinements of trench warfare. After a meal of bread, bacon, rum, and bitter stewed tea sickly with sugar, we went through the broken trees to the east of the village and up a long trench to battalion headquarters. The wet and slippery trench ran through dull red clay. I had a torch with me and saw that hundreds of field mice and frogs had fallen into the trench but found no way out. The light dazzled them, and because I could not help treading on them, I put the torch back in my pocket. We had no mental picture of what the trenches would be like, and were almost as ignorant as a young soldier who joined us a week or two later. He called out excitedly to old Burford, who was cooking up a bit of stew in a Dixie, apart from the others. "Hi, mate, where's the battle?" "I want to do my bit." "Ah, bull." The guide gave us hoarse directions all the time. "All right. Wire high, wire low, deep place here." "Sir, to wire low, the field." Telephone wires had been fastened by staples to the side of the trenchy, and when it rained the staples were constantly falling out, and the wire falling down and tripping people up. If it sagged too much, one stretched it across the trench to the other side to correct the sag, but then it would catch one's head. The holes were sump pits used for draining the trenches. We now came under rifle fire, which I found more trying than shell fire. The gunner I knew fired not at people but at map references, crossroads, likely artillery positions, houses that suggested billets for troops, and so on. Even when an observation officer in an aeroplane or captive balloon or on a church spire directed the guns, it seemed random somehow. But a rifle bullet, even when fired blindly, always seemed purposely aimed. And whereas we could usually hear a shell approaching and take some sort of cover, the rifle bullet gave no warning. So, though we learned not to duck a rifle bullet because, once heard, it must have missed, it gave us a worse feeling of danger. Rifle bullets in the open went hissing into the grass without much noise, but when we were in a trench, the bullets made a tremendous crack as they went over the hollow. Bullets often struck the barbed wire in front of the trenches, which sent them spinning with a head-over-heels motion. Ping! Rockety-ockety-ockety-ockety into the woods behind. At battalion headquarters, a dugout in the reserve line about a quarter of a mile behind the front companies. The colonel, a twice-wounded regular, shook hands with us and offered us the whiskey bottle. He hoped that we would soon grow to like the regiment as much as our own. This sector had not long before been taken over from a French territorial division of men in the 40s, who had a local armistice with the Germans opposite. No firing, and apparently even civilian traffic allowed through the lines. So this dugout happened to be unusually comfortable, with an ornamental lamp, a clean cloth, and polished silver on the table. The colonel, adjutant, doctor, second in command, and signaling officer had just finished dinner. It was civilized cooking, fresh meat and vegetables. Pictures pasted on the papered walls, spring mattress beds, a gramophone, easy chairs. We found it hard to reconcile these with the accounts we had read of troops standing waist-deep in mud and gnawing a biscuit while shells burst all around. The adjutant posted us to our companies. "Captain Dunn of ECC is your company commander," he told me. "The soundest officer in the battalion. By the way, remind him that I want him to send in that list of DCM recommendations for the last show at once, but not more than 2 names or else they won't give us any. 4 is about the ration for any battalion in a dud show." Yeah. Our guide took us up to the front line. We passed a group of men huddled over a brazier, small men, daubed with mud, talking quietly together in Welsh. They were wearing waterproof capes, for it had started to rain, and cap comforters, because the weather was cold for May. Although they could see we were officers, they did not jump to their feet and salute. I thought that this must be a convention of the trenches, and indeed it is laid down somewhere in the military textbooks that the courtesy of the salute must be dispensed with in battle. But no, it was just slackness. We overtook a fatigue party struggling up the trench loaded with timber lengths and bundles of sandbags, cursing plaintively as they slipped into sump holes or entangled their burdens in the telephone wire. Fatigue parties were always encumbered by their rifles and equipment, which it was a crime ever to have out of reach. After squeezing past this party, we had to stand aside to let a stretcher case pass. "Who's the poor bastard, Di?" the guide asked the leading stretcher-bearer. "Sergeant Gallagher," Di answered. "He thought he saw Fritz in no man's land near our wire. So the silly booger takes one of them new-issue percussion bombs and shots it at him. Silly booger aims too low. It hits the top of the parapet and bursts back. The old man, it breaks his cilia in jaw and blows a great lump from his cilia in face, whatever. Poor silly bugger. Not worth sweating to get him back. He's put paid to, whatever." The wounded man had a sandbag over his face. He died before they got him to the dressing station. I felt tired out by the time I reached company headquarters, sweating under a pack valise like the men, and with all the usual furnishings hung at my belt: revolver, field glasses, compass, whiskey flask, wire cutters, periscope, and a lot more. A Christmas tree, that was called. Those were the days in which officers had their swords sharpened by the armorer before sailing to France. I had been advised to leave mine back in the quartermaster sergeant's billet, and never saw it again, or bothered about it. My hands were sticky with the clay from the side of the trench, and my legs soaked up to the calves. At AEC Company headquarters, a 2-room timber-built shelter in the side of a trench connecting the front and support lines, I found tablecloth and lamp again, whiskey bottle and glasses, shelves with books and magazines, and bunks in the next room. I reported to the company commander. I expected a grizzled veteran with a breastful of medals, but Dunn was actually 2 months younger than myself, one of the Fellowship of Only Survivors. Captain Miller of the Black Watch in the same division was another. Miller had escaped from the Rue du Bois massacre by swimming down a flooded trench. Only Survivors had great reputations. Miller used to be pointed at in the streets when the battalion was back in reserve billets. "See that fellow? That's Jock Miller. Out from the start and hasn't got it yet." Dunn did not let the war affect his morale at all. He greeted me very easily with, "Well, what's the news from England?" "Oh, sorry. First I must introduce you. This is Walker, clever chap from Cambridge, fancies himself as an athlete. This is Jenkins, one of those elder patriots who chucked up their jobs to come here. This is Price, joined us yesterday, but we liked him at once. He brought some damn good whiskey with him. Well, how long is the war going to last? And who's winning? We don't know a thing out here. And what's all this talk about war babies?" Price pretends ignorance on the subject. I told them about the war and asked them about the trenches. "About trenches," said Dunn. "Well, we don't know as much about trenches as the French do, and not near as much as Fritz does. We can't expect Fritz to help, but the French might do something. They are too greedy to let us have the benefit of their inventions. What wouldn't we give for their parachute lights and aerial torpedoes? But there's never any connection between the two armies, unless a battle is on, and then we generally let each other down. When I came out here first, all we did in trenches was to paddle about like ducks and use our rifles. We didn't think of them as places to live in. They were just temporary inconveniences. Now we work here all the time, not only for safety but for health. Night and day. First at fire steps, then at building traverses, improving the communication trenches, and so on. Last comes our personal comfort, shelters and dugouts. The territorial battalion that used to relieve us were hopeless. They used to sit down in the trench and say, 'Oh my God, this is the limit.' Then they'd pull out pencil and paper and write home about it. Did no work on the traverses or on fire positions. Consequence: They lost half their men from frostbite and rheumatism, and one day the Germans broke in and scuppered a lot more of them. They'd allowed the work we'd done in the trench to go to ruin, and left the whole place like a sewage farm for us to take over again. We got sick as muck and reported them several times to brigade headquarters, but they never improved. Slack officers, of course. Well, they got smashed, as I say, and were sent away to be lines of communication troops. Now we work with the 1st South Wales Borderers. They're all right. Awful swine, those territorials. Usen't to trouble about latrines at all. Left food about to encourage rats. Never filled a sandbag. I only once saw a job of work that they did, a steel loophole for sniping. But they put it facing square to the front, and quite unmasked, so 2 men got killed at it. Absolute death trap. Duh. Our chaps are all right, but not as right as they ought to be. The survivors of the show 10 days ago are feeling pretty low, and the big new draft doesn't know a thing yet. Yeah. Listen, said Walker, there's too much firing going on. The men have got the wind up over something. If Fritz thinks we're jumpy, he'll give us an extra bad time. I'll go up and stop. Dunn went on. These Welshmen are peculiar. They won't stand being shouted at. They'll do anything if you explain the reason for it. Do and die. But they have to know their reason why. The best way to make them behave is not to give them too much time to think. Work them off their feet. They are good workmen too. But officers must work with them, not only direct the work. Our timetable is breakfast at 8 o'clock in the morning, clean trenches and inspect rifles, work all morning. Lunch at 12, work again from 1 till about 6, when the men feed again. Stand, 2, at dusk for about an hour, work all night, stand 2 for an hour before dawn. That's the general program. Then there's sentry duty. The men do 2-hour sentry spells, then work 2 hours, then sleep 2 hours. At night, sentries are doubled, so working parties are smaller. We officers are on duty all day, and divide up the night into 3 hourly watches. He looked at his wristwatch. By the way, he said, that carrying party must have brought up the RE stuff by now. Time we all got to work. Look here, Graves, you lie down and have a doss on that bunk. I want you to take the watch before stand 2. I'll wake you up and show you around. Where the hell's my revolver? I don't like to go out without. Hello, Walker. What was wrong? Walker laughed. A chap from the new draft. He had never fired his musketry course at Cardiff, and tonight he fired ball for the first time. It went to his head. He'd had a brother killed up at Ypres, and swum to avenge him. So he blazed off all his own ammunition at nothing, and 2 bandoliers out of the ammunition box besides. They call him the human Maxim now. His foresight's misty with heat. Corporal Perry should have stopped him, but he just leaned up against the traverse and shrieked with laughter. I gave them both a good cursing. Some other new chaps started blazing away too. Fritz retaliated with machine guns and whiz-bangs. No casualties. I don't know why. It's all quiet now. Everybody ready? Why, when they went off, I rolled up in my blanket and fell asleep. Dunn woke me at about 1 o'clock. Your watch, he said. I jumped out of the bunk with a rustle of straw. My feet were sore and clammy in my boots. I was cold, too. Here's the rocket pistol and a few flares. Not a bad night. It stopped raining. Put your equipment on over your raincoat, or you won't be able to get at your revolver. Got a torch? Good. About this flare business. Don't use the pistol too much. We haven't many flares, and if there's an attack, we'll need as many as we can get. But use it if you think something's doing. Fritz is always sending up flare lights. He's got as many as he wants. Dunn showed me around the line. The battalion frontage was about 800 yards. Each company held some 200 of these, with 2 platoons in the front line and 2 in the support line about 100 yards back. He introduced me to the platoon sergeants, more particularly to Sergeant Eastman, and told him to give me any information I wanted, then went back to sleep, asking to be woken at once if anything went wrong. I found myself in charge of the line. Sergeant Eastman being busy with a working party, I went round by myself. The men of the working party, whose job was to replace the traverses, or safety buttresses, of the trench, looked curiously at me. They were filling sandbags with earth, piling them up bricklayer fashion, the headers and stretchers alternating, then patting them flat with spades. The sentries stood on the fire step at the comers of the traverses, stamping their feet and blowing on their fingers. Every now and then they peered over the top for a few seconds. 2 parties, each of an NCO, and 2 men were out in the company listening posts, connected with the front trench by a sap about 50 yards long. The German front line stretched some 300 yards beyond. From berths hollowed in the sides of the trench and curtained with sandbags came the grunt of sleeping men. I jumped up on the fire step beside the sentry and cautiously raised my head, staring over the parapet. I could see nothing except the wooden pickets supporting our protecting barbed wire entanglements, and a dark patch or 2 of bushes beyond. The darkness seemed to move and shake about as I looked at it. The bushes started traveling, singly at first, then both together. The pickets did the same. I was glad of the sentry beside me. He gave his name as Beaumont. "They're quiet tonight, sir," he said. "A relief going on?" "I think so, surely." "Andy," I said, "it's funny how those bushes seem to move." "Aye, they do play queer tricks. Is this your first spell in trenches, sir?" "No, Nigny." A German flare shot up, broke into bright flame, dropped slowly and went hissing into the grass just behind our trench, showing up the bushes and pickets. Instinctively I moved. "It's bad to do that, sir," he said, as a rifle bullet cracked and seemed to pass right between us. "Keep still, sir, and they can't spot you. Not but what a flare is a bad thing to fall on you. I've seen them burn a hole in a man." I spent the rest of my watch in acquainting myself with the geography of the trench section, finding how easy it was to get lost among cul-de-sac and disused alleys. Twice I overshot the company frontage and wandered among the Munster Fusiliers on the left. Once I tripped and fell with a splash into deep mud. My watch ended when the first signs of dawn showed. I passed the word along the line for the company to stand to arms. The NCO whispered hoarsely into the dugouts, stand to, and out the men tumbled with their rifles in their hands. Going towards company headquarters to wake the officers, I saw a man lying on his face in a machine gun shelter. I stopped and said, "Stand to there." I flashed my torch on him and saw that one of his feet was bare. The machine gunner beside him said, "No good talking to him, sir." I asked, "What's wrong? Why has he taken his boot and sock off?" "Look for yourself, sir." I shook the sleeper by the arm and noticed suddenly the hole in the back of his head. He had taken off the boot and sock to pull the trigger of his rifle with one toe. The muzzle was in his mouth. Why did he do it? I asked. "He went through the last push, sir, and that sent him a bit queer. On top of that, he got bad news from Limerick about his girl and another chap. He belonged to the Munsters. Their machine guns overlapped the left of our company, and his suicide had already been reported. 2 Irish officers came up. "We've had several of these lately," one of them told me. Then he said to the other, "While I remember Callahan, don't forget to write to his next of kin. Usual sort of letter. Tell them he died a soldier's death. Anything you like. I'm not going to report it as suicide." Aye. At stand 2, rum and tea were served out. I looked at the German trenches through a periscope, a distant streak of sandbags. Some of these were made of colored cloth. Whether for camouflage or from a shortage of plain sacking, I do not know. The enemy gave no sign, except for a wisp or 2 of wood smoke, where they too were boiling up a hot drink. Between us and them lay a flat meadow with cornflowers, marguerites, and poppies growing in the long grass. A few shell holes, the bushes I had seen the night before, the wreck of an airplane, our barbed wire and theirs. 3/4 of a mile away stood a big ruined house. 1/4 of a mile behind that, a red brick village, Auchi, poplars and haystacks, a tall chimney, and another village, Heisnes. Half right, pithead and smaller slag heaps. La Bessée lay half left. The sun caught the weather vane of the church and made it twinkle. In the interval between stand 2 and breakfast, the men who were not getting in a bit of extra sleep sat about talking and smoking, writing letters home, cleaning their rifles, running their thumb, nails up the seams of their shirts to kill lice, gambling. Lice were a standing joke. Young Bumford handed me one. We was just having an argument as to whether it's best to kill the old ones or the young ones, sir. Morgan here says that if you kill the old ones, the young ones die of grief. But Perry here, sir, he says that the young ones are easier to kill, and you can catch the old ones when they go to the funeral. He appealed to me as an arbiter. You've been to college, sir, haven't you? Yeah, I said, yes, I have, but so had Crawshay Bailey's brother Norwich. The platoon treasured this as a wonderfully witty answer. Crawshay Bailey is one of the idiotic songs of Wales. Crawshay Bailey himself had an engine, and he couldn't make it go, and all his relatives in the song had similar shortcomings. Crawshay Bailey's brother Norwich, for instance, was fond of oatmeal porridge, but was sent to Cardiff College for to get a bit of knowledge. After that, I had no trouble with the platoon. Breakfast at company headquarters consisted of bacon, eggs, coffee, toast, and marmalade. There were 3 chairs and 2 ammunition boxes to sit on. Accustomed to company commanders who never took junior officers into their confidence, I liked the way that questions of the moment were settled at mealtimes by a sort of board meeting with Dunn as chairman. On this first morning, we had a long debate on how to keep sentries awake. Dunn finally issued a company order forbidding them to lean against traverses. It made them sleepy. Besides, when they fired, the flash would come always from the same place. The Germans might fix a rifle on the spot after a time. I told Dunn of the bullet that passed between Beaumont and myself. Sounds like a fixed rifle, he said, because not one aimed shot in 100 comes as close as that at night. And we had a chap killed in that very traverse the night we came in. The Bavarian Guards Reserve, who were opposite us at the time, seemed to have complete control of the sniping situation. Dunn gave me the characters of the NCOs in my platoon, which were trustworthy and which had to be watched. He had begun telling me just how much I could expect from the men at my platoon inspection of rifles and equipment. When a soldier came rushing in, his eyes blank with horror and excitement. "Gas, sir, gas! They're using gas!" "Ah, my God!" exclaimed Price. We all looked at Dunn, whose soldier servant the man was. Dunn said imperturbably, "Very well, Kingdom. Bring me my respirator from the other room, and another pot of marmalade." The alarm had originated with smoke blowing across from the German trenches, where breakfast must also have been in progress. We knew the German meal times by a slackening down of rifle fire. Gas had become a nightmare. Nobody believed in the efficacy of our respirators, though advertised as proof against any gas the enemy could send over. Pink army forms marked "Urgent" constantly arrived from headquarters to explain how to use these accessories. All contradict. First, the respirators were to be kept soaking wet. Then they were to be kept dry. Then they were to be worn in a satchel. Then, again, the satchel was not to be used. Frank Jones Bateman, a quiet boy of 19, came to visit me from the company on our right. He mentioned with a false ease that he had shot a German just before breakfast. "Sights at 400, he said. He had just left rugby with a scholarship waiting for him at Clare, Cambridge. His nickname was Silent Night. 13. Here are extracts from letters that I wrote at this time. I have restored the names of places which we were forbidden to mention. May 21st, 1915. Back in billets again, at a coal mining village called La Bourse. It is not more than 3.5 miles from the front line, but the miners are still working. As we came out of the trenches, the Germans were shelling the wood by Cambrin village, searching for one of our batteries. I don't think they got it, but it was fun to see the poplar trees being lopped down like tulips when the whiz-bangs hit them square. As we marched down the pavé road from Cambrin, the men straggled along out of step and out of fours. Their feet were sore from having had their boots on for a week. They only have one spare pair of socks issued to them. I enclose a list of their minimum load, which weighs about 60 pounds. A lot of extras get put on top of this: rations, pick or shovel, periscope, and their own souvenirs to take home on leave. Greatcoat 1. Tin mess 1. Cover 1. Shirt 1. Socks pair 1. Soap 1. Towel 1. Housewife 1. Hold-all 1. Razor 1. Case 1. Lather brush 1. Comb 1. Fork 1. Knife 1. Spoon 1. Toothbrush 1. Cardigan 1. Cap fatigue comforter 1. Paybook 1. Disc identity 1. Sheet waterproof 1. Fuel grease tin of oil 1. And field service dressing 1. Respirator 1. Spine protector 1. Set of equipment 1. Laces pair 1. Rounds ammunition 150. Rifle and bayonet rifle cover 1. Oil bottle and pull through 1. Entrenching tool 1. Well, anyhow, marching on cobbled roads is difficult, so when a staff officer came by in a Rolls-Royce and cursed us for bad march discipline, I felt like throwing something at him. Trench soldiers hate the staff, and the staff know it. The principal disagreement seems to be about the extent to which trench conditions should modify discipline. The La Bourse miners are old men and boys, dressed in sloppy blue clothes with bulging pockets. Shell craters ring the pithead. I am billeted with a fatherly old man called Monsieur Haudet, who has 3 marriageable daughters. One of them, uninvited, lifted up her skirt to show me a shell wound on the thigh that laid her up last winter. May 22nd. A colossal bombardment by the French at Souchez. A few miles away, continuous roar of artillery, colored flares, shells bursting all along the ridge by Notre Dame de Lorette. I couldn't sleep. The noise went on all night. Instead of dying away, it grew and grew, till the whole air rocked and shook. The sky was lit up with huge flashes. I lay in my feather bed and sweated. This morning they tell me there was a big thunderstorm in the middle of the bombardment. But, as Walker says, where the thunder ended and the thunder began was hard to say. The men took hot baths at the mines and cleaned up generally. Their rifles are all in an advanced state of disrepair, and many of their clothes are in rags. But neither can be replaced, we are told, until they get much worse. The platoon is billeted in a barn full of straw. Old Burford, who is so old that he refuses to sleep with the other men of the platoon, has found a private doss in an outbuilding among some farm tools. In trenches he will sleep on the fire step even in the rain, rather than in a warm dugout with the other men. He says that he remembers the CO as a baby in long skirts. Young Bumford is the only man he'll talk to. The platoon is always ragging Bumford for his childish simplicity. Bumford plays up to it and begs them not to be too hard on a lad from the hill. May 23rd. We did company drill in the morning. Afterwards, Jones Bateman and I lay on the warm grass and watched aeroplanes flying above the trenches pursued by a trail of white shrapnel puffs. In the evening I took a working party over to Vermelles-les-Noyelles to work on a second line of defense, trench digging and putting a barbed wire under an RE. Officer Darday. But the ground was hard and the men were tired out when they got back at 2 o'clock in the morning after singing songs all the way home. They have one about Company Quartermaster Sergeant Finnegan, which goes to the Salvation Army tune of Whiter Than the Snow. While coolness under fire. Coolness under fire. Mentioned in dispatches. For pinching the company rations. Coolness under fire. Now he's on the peg. Now he's on the peg. Mentioned in dispatches. For drinking the company rum. Now he's on the peg. The chorus is whiter than the milky coconuts. Whiter than the milky coconuts. Wash me in the water, that you washed your dirty daughter in it, and I shall be whiter than the milky coconuts. Nuts. Nuts. Ooh, nuts. Finnegan doesn't mind the libel at all. 2 young miners in another company disliked their sergeant, who had a down on them and gave them all the most dirty and dangerous jobs. When they were in billets, he crimed them for things they hadn't done. So they decided to kill him. Later, they reported at battalion orderly room and asked to see the adjutant. This was irregular, because a private is forbidden to address an officer without an NCO of his own company acting as go-between. The adjutant happened to see them and asked, "Well, what is it you want?" Smartly slapping the small of the butt of their sloped rifles, they said, "We've come to report, sir, that we're very sorry, but we've shot our company's sergeant major." The adjutant said, "Good heavens, how did that happen?" "It was an accident, sir." How? What do you mean, you damn fools? Did you mistake him for a spy?" No, sir, we mistook him for our platoon sergeant." So they were both court-martialed and shot by a firing squad of their own company against the wall of a convent at Béthune. Their last words were the battalion rallying cry. "Stick it! The Welch!" They say that a certain Captain Haggard first used it in the Battle of Ypres when he was mortally wounded. The French military governor was present at the execution and made a little speech saying how gloriously British soldiers can die. You'd be surprised at the amount of waste that goes on in the trenches. Ration biscuits are in general use as fuel for boiling up Dixies because kindling is scarce. Our machine gun crew boil their hot water by firing off belt after belt of ammunition at no particular target, just generally spraying the German line. After several pounds worth of ammunition has been used, the water in the guns, which are water-cooled, begins to boil. They say they make German ration and carrying parties behind the line pay for their early morning cup of tea. But the real charge will be on income tax after the war. May 24th, Eid. Tomorrow we return to the trenches. The men are pessimistic, but cheerful. They all talk about getting a cushy one to send them back to Blighty. Blighty is, it seems, Hindustani for home. My servant, Fry, who works in a paper bag factory at Cardiff in civil life, has been telling me stories about cushy ones. Here are 2 of them. A bloke in the Munsters once wanted a cushy, so he waves his hand above the parapet to catch Fritz's attention. Nothing doing. He waves his arms about for a couple of minutes. Nothing doing, not a shot. He puts his elbows on the fire step, hoists his body upside down, and waves his legs about till he gets blood to the head. Not a shot did old Fritz fire. "Oh," says the Munster man, "I don't believe there's a damn square head there. Where's the German army to?" He has a peek over the top. Crack. He gets it in the head. Find out why. No. Another story. Bloke in the Camerons wanted a cushy bed. Fed up and far from home he was. He puts his hand over the top and gets his trigger finger taken off, and 2 more beside. That done the trick. He comes laughing through our lines by the old Butillery. "See, lads," he says, "I'm off to Bonnie, Scotland. Is it a beauty?" But on the way down the trench to the dressing station, he forgets to stoop low where the old sniper's working. He gets it through the head, too. Fine E. Wheel off, fit to die. Aye. To get a cushy one is all that the old hands think of. Only 12 men have been with the battalion from the beginning, and all are transport men except one, Beaumont, a man in my platoon. The few old hands who went through the last show infect the new men with pessimism. They don't believe in the war. They don't believe in the staff. But at least they would follow their officers anywhere, because the officers happen to be a decent lot. They look forward to a battle because that gives them more chances of a cushy one in the legs or arms than trench warfare. In trench warfare, the proportion of head wounds is much greater. Haking commands this division. He's the author of our standard textbook, Company Training. The last shows have not been suitable ones for company commanders to profit by his direction. He came round this morning to an informal inspection of the battalion and shook hands with the survivors. There were tears in his eyes. Sergeant Smith swore, half aloud. Bloody lot of use, that is. Busts up his bloody division and then weeps over what's bloody left. Well, it had nothing to do with me. I didn't allow myself to feel either for the general or for the sergeant. It's said here that Haking told General French that the division's morale has gone completely. So far as I can see, that is inaccurate. The division will fight all right, but with little enthusiasm. It's said, too, that when the new army comes out, we are to be withdrawn and used on lines of communication for some months at least. I don't believe it. No one will mind smashing up over and over again the divisions that have got used to being smashed up. The general impression here is that the new army divisions can't be of much military use. May 28. In trenches among the Coinchi brick stacks. Not my idea of trenches. There's been a lot of fighting hereabouts. The trenches have made themselves rather than been made, and run inconsequently in and out of the big 30-foot-high stacks of bricks. It is most confusing. The parapet of a trench which we don't occupy is built up with ammunition boxes and corpses. Everything here is wet and smelly. The Germans are very close. They have half the brick stacks. We have the other half. Each side snipes down from the top of its brick stacks into the other's trenches. This is also a great place for German rifle grenades and trench mortars. We can't reply properly. We have only a meager supply of rifle grenades and nothing to equal the German sausage mortar bomb. This morning about breakfast time, just as I came out of my dugout, a rifle grenade landed within 6 feet of me. For some reason, instead of falling on its head and exploding, it landed with its stick in the wet clay and stood there looking at me. They are difficult to see coming. They are shot from a rifle, with its butt on the ground, tilted, and go up a long way before turning over and coming down head. First, I can't understand why this particular rifle grenade fell as it did. The chances were impossibly against it. Sausages are easy to see and dodge, but they make a terrible noise when they drop. We have had about 10 casualties in our company today from them. I find that my reactions to danger are extraordinarily quick, but everyone gets like that. We can sort out all the different explosions and disregard whichever don't concern us, such as the artillery duel, machine gun fire at the next company to us, desultory rifle fire. But we pick out at once the faint plop of the mortar that sends off a sausage, or the muffled rifle noise when a grenade is fired. The men are much afraid, yet always joking. The company sergeant major stands behind number 11 brick stack and shoots at sausages with a rifle as they come over, trying to explode them in the air. He says that it's better than pigeon shooting. He hasn't hit one yet. Last night, a lot of German stuff was flying about, including shrapnel. I heard one shell wishing towards me and dropped flat. It burst just over the trench where Petticoat Lane runs into Long Square. My ears sang as though there were gnats in them, and a bright scarlet light shone over everything. My shoulder got twisted in falling, and I thought I had been hit, but I hadn't been. The vibration made my chest sing too, in a curious way, and I lost my sense of equilibrium. I was ashamed when the sergeant major came along the trench and found me on all fours, still unable to stand up straight. A corpse is lying on the fire step waiting to be taken down to the graveyard tonight. A sanitary man, killed last night in the open while burying lavatory stuff between our front and support lines. His arm was stretched out stiff when they carried him in and laid him on the fire step. It stretched right across the trench. His comrades joke as they push it out of the way to get by. "Out of the light, you old bastard. Do you own this bloody trench?" Or else they shake hands with him familiarly. "Put it there, Billy boy." Of course, they're miners and accustomed to death. They have a very limited morality, but they keep to it. It's moral, for instance, to rob anyone of anything, except a man in their own platoon. They treat every stranger as an enemy until he proves himself their friend, and then there's nothing they won't do for him. They are lecherous, the young ones at least, but without the false shame of the English lecher. I had a letter to censor the other day, written by a lance corporal to his wife. He said that the French girls were nice to sleep with, so she mustn't worry on his account, but that he far preferred sleeping with her and missed her a great deal. June 6th. We have been billeted in Béthune, a fair-sized town about 7 miles behind the front line. It has everything one wants: a swimming bath, all sorts of shops, especially a cake shop, the best I've ever met, a hotel where you can get a really good dinner, and a theater where we have brigade gas. I saw a notice this morning on a building by the Béthune-la-Bassée Canal: troops are forbidden to bomb fish. By order of the town major. Béthune is very little knocked about except the part called Faubourg d'Arras, near the station. I am billeted with a family called Averland Paul, in the Avenue de Bruay. People of the official class, refugees from Poimbert. There are 2 little boys and an elder sister who goes to what corresponds with the under-fifth of the local high school. She was worrying last night over her lessons and asked me to help her write out the theory of decimal division. She showed me her notes. They were full of abbreviations. I asked why she'd used abbreviations. She said, "The lady professor talked very fast because we were much hurried." Why were you hurried? Oh, because part of the school is used as a billet for your troops. And the Germans were shelling it. And we were always having to take shelter in the cellar. And when we came back each time, there was less and less time left. Oh, what a day. June 9th. Friday. Poor so busy, dear days. I'm beginning to realize how lucky I was in my gentle introduction to the Cambrin trenches. We are now in a nasty salient, a little to the south of the brick stacks, where casualties are always heavy. The company had 17 casualties yesterday from bombs and grenades. The front trench averages 30 yards from the Germans. Today, at one part, which is only 20 yards away from an occupied German sap, I went along whistling "The Farmer's Boy" to keep up my spirits, when suddenly I saw a group bending over a man lying at the bottom of the trench. He was making a snoring noise mixed with animal groans. At my feet lay the cap he had worn, splashed with his brains. I had never seen human brains before. I somehow regarded them as a poetical figment. One can joke with a badly wounded man and congratulate him on being out of it. One can disregard a dead man. But even a miner can't make a joke that sounds like a joke over a man who takes 3 hours to die after the top part of his head has been taken off by a bullet fired at 20 yards range. Beaumont, of whom I told you in my last letter, also got killed, the last unwounded survivor of the original battalion, except for the transport men. He had his legs blown against his back. Everyone was swearing angrily, but an RE officer came up and told me that he had a tunnel driven under the German front line, and that if my chaps wanted to do a bit of bombing, now was the time. So he sent the mine up. It was not a big one, he said, but it made a tremendous noise and covered us with dirt, and we waited for a few seconds for the other Germans to rush up to help the wounded away, and then chucked all the bombs we had. Beaumont had been telling how he had won about £5 worth of francs in the sweepstake after the Rue du Bois show, a sweepstake of the sort that leaves no bitterness behind it. Before a show, the platoon pools all its available cash and the survivors divide it up afterwards. Those who are killed can't complain. The wounded would have given far more than that to escape as they have, and the unwounded regard the money as a consolation prize for still being here. June 24th. We are billeted in the cellars of Vermel's, which was taken and retaken 8 times last October. Not a single house has remained undamaged in the town, which once must have had 2,000 or 3,000 inhabitants. It is beautiful now in a fantastic way. We came up 2 nights ago. There was a moon shining behind the houses, and the shells had broken up all the hard lines of roofs and quaintly perforated the grim walls of a brewery. Next morning we found the deserted gardens of the town very pleasant to walk about in. They are quite overgrown and flowers have seeded themselves about wildly. Red cabbages in rows and Madonna lilies are the chief ornaments. One garden has currant bushes in it. I and the company sergeant major started eating along the line from opposite ends without noticing each other. When we did, we both remembered our dignity, he as a company sergeant major, and I as an officer. He saluted, I acknowledged the salute, we both walked away. A minute or 2 later we both came back hoping that the coast was clear, and again, after an exchange of salutes, had to leave the currents and pretend that we were merely admiring the flowers. I don't quite know why I behaved like that. The CMS is a regular, and therefore obliged to stop eating in the presence of an officer. So, I suppose courtesy to his scruples made me stop too. Anyhow, along came a couple of privates and stripped the bushes clean. This afternoon we had a cricket match, officers versus sergeants, in an enclosure between some house out of observation from the enemy. Our front line is perhaps 3/4 of a mile away. I made top score, 24. The bat was a bit of a rafter, the ball a piece of rag tied round with string, and the wicket a parrot cage with the clean dry corpse of a parrot inside. It had evidently died of starvation when the French evacuated the town. I recalled a verse of Skelton's. Parrot is a fair bird for a lady. God of his goodness him framed and wrought. When parrot is dead, he doth not putrefy. Yea, all things mortal shall turn unto naught, save Manet's soul which Christ so dear bought, that never can die, nor never die shall. Make much of parrot that Popajari Royale. Machine gun fire broke up the match. It was not aimed at us. The Germans were shooting at one of our aeroplanes, and the bullets falling from a great height had a penetrative power greater than an ordinary spent bullet. This is a very idle life, except for night digging on the reserve line. We can't drill because we are too near the Germans, and no fortification needs doing in the village. Today 2 spies were shot. A civilian who had hung on in a cellar and was, apparently, flashing news to the Germans, and a German soldier disguised as an RE. Corporal, found tampering with the telephone wires. We officers spent a lot of time revolver shooting. Jenkins brought out a beautiful target from the only undestroyed living room in our billet area, a glass case full of artificial fruit and flowers. We put it up on a post at 50 yards range. He said, I've always wanted to smash one of these damn objects. My aunt has one. It's the sort of thing that would survive an intense bombardment. I smothered a tender impulse to rescue it. So we had 5 shots each, in turn. Everyone missed. Then we went up to within 20 yards and fired a volley. Someone hit the post and knocked the case off into the grass. Jenkins said, Damn the thing, it must be bewitched. Let's take it back. The glass was unbroken, but some of the fruit had come loose. Walker said, No, it's in pain. We must put it out of its suffering. He gave it the coup de grace from close quarters. The old Norman church here has been very much broken. What remains of the tower is used as a forward observation post by the artillery. I counted 8 unexploded shells sticking into it. Jenkins and I went in and found the floor littered with rubbish. Broken masonry, smashed chairs, ripped canvas pictures, some of them looked several hundreds of years old, bits of images and crucifixes, muddied church vestments rotting in what was once the vestry. Only a few pieces of stained glass remained fixed in the edges of the windows. I climbed up by way of the altar to the east window and found a piece about the size of a plate. I gave it to Jenkins. "Souvenir," I said. When he held it to the light, it was St. Peter's hand with the keys of heaven. Medieval glass. "I'm sending this home," he said. As we went out, we met 2 men of the Munsters. Being Irish Catholics, they thought it sacrilegious for Jenkins to be taking the glass away. One of them warned him, "Shouldn't take that, sir. It will bring you no luck." Jenkins got killed not long after. Walker was ragging Dunn this evening. "I believe you'll be sorry when the war's over, Skipper. Your occupation will be gone, and you'll have to go back on the square at the depot for 6 months and learn how to form fours regimentally. You missed that little part of the show when you left Sandhurst and came straight here. You'll be a full colonel by then, of course. I'll give the sergeant major half a crown to make you really sweat. I'll be standing in civvies at the barrack gate laughing at you. Well. One of our company commanders here is Captain Ferber, whose nerves are in pieces. Somebody played a dirty trick on him the other day, rolling a bomb, undetonated of course, down the cellar steps to frighten him. This was thought a wonderful joke. Ferber is the greatest pessimist in France. He's laid a bet with the adjutant that the trench lines won't be more than a mile from where they are in this sector 2 years hence. Everyone laughs at Ferber, but they like him because he sings sentimental Cockney songs at the brigade gaffs when we are back in Baytheu. 14. With the advance of summer came new types of bombs and trench mortars, heavier shelling, improved gas masks, and a general tightening up of discipline. We met the 1st battalions of the new army, and felt like scarecrows by comparison. Our battalion went in and out of the Cambrai and Cuinchy trenches, with billets in Bethune and neighboring villages. By this time I had caught the pessimism of the 1st Division. Its spirit in the trenches was largely defensive, the policy being not to stir the Germans into more than their usual hostility. But casualties remained very heavy for trench warfare. Pessimism made everyone superstitious, and I found myself believing in signs of the most trivial nature. Sergeant Smith, my 2nd sergeant, told me of the officer who had commanded the platoon before I did. He was a nice gentleman, sir, but very wild. Just before the Rue du Bois show, he says to me, "By the way, Sergeant, I'm going to get killed tomorrow." "I know that. And I know that you're going to be all right. So see that my kit goes back to my people. You'll find their address in my pocketbook. You'll find 500 francs there too. Now remember this, Sergeant Smith, you keep 100 francs yourself and divide up the rest among the chaps left." He says, "Send my pocketbook back with my other stuff, Sergeant Smith, but for God's sake burn my diary. They mustn't see that. I'm going to get it here." He points to his forehead. And that's how it was. He got it through the forehead all right. I sent the stuff back to his parents. I divided up the money and I burned the diary. One day, walking along a trench at Cambrai, I suddenly dropped flat on my face. 2 seconds later, a whiz-bang struck the back of the trench exactly where my head had been. The sergeant who was with me, walking a few steps ahead, turned round. "Are you killed?" "Sir?" "The shell was fired from a battery near Le Brigue Farm, only 1,000 yards away, so that I must have reacted simultaneously with the explosion of the gun. How did I know that the shell would be coming my way? At Bethune, I saw the ghost of a man named Private Challoner, who had been at Lancaster with me, and again in F.A. Company at Wrexham. When he went out with a draft to join the 1st Battalion, he shook my hand and said, 'I'll meet you again in France, sir.' In June, he passed by our AC company billet, where we were just having a special dinner to celebrate our safe return from Quincy. New potatoes, fish, green peas, asparagus, mutton chops, strawberries and cream, and 3 bottles of pomard. Private Challoner looked in at the window, saluted, and passed on. I could not mistake him, or the cap badge he wore, yet no Royal Welsh Battalion was billeted within miles of Bethune at the time. I jumped up, looked out of the window, and saw nothing except a fag end smoking on the pavement. Challoner had been killed at Festubert in Maydar Wall. Constant mining went on in this Cambrin Quincy sector. We had the prospect of being blown up at any moment. An officer of the RE Tunneling Company won the Victoria Cross while we were there. A duel of mining and countermining had been going on. When the Germans began to undermine his original boring, he rapidly tunneled beneath them. It was touch and go who would get ready first. He won, but when he detonated his mine from the trench by an electric lid, nothing happened. So he ran down again, retamped the charge, and got back just in time to set it off before the Germans fired theirs. I had visited the upper boring on the previous day. It ran about 20 feet under the German lines. At the end of the gallery, I found a Welsh miner on listening duty, one of our own battalion, who had transferred to the Royal Engineers. He cautioned me to silence. I could distinctly hear the Germans working somewhere below us. He whispered, "So long as they work, I don't mind. It's when they bloody stop." He did his 2-hour spell by candlelight in the cramped and stuffy dead end, reading a book. The mining officer had told me that the men were allowed to read. It didn't interfere with their listening. The book was a paperback novelette called From Mill Girl to Duchess. The tunneling companies were notorious thieves, by the way. They would snatch things up from the trench and scurry off with them into their borings, just like mice. After one particularly dangerous spell of trenches, I had bad news in a letter from Charterhouse. Bad news from home might affect a soldier in one of 2 ways. It might either drive him to suicide, or recklessness amounting to suicide, or else seem trivial by contrast with present experiences and be laughed off. But unless due for leave, he could do nothing whatever to remedy matters. A year later, in the same sector, an officer of the North Staffordshire Regiment heard from home that his wife was living with another man. He went out on a raid that night and got either killed or captured, so the men with him said. There had been a fight, and they came back without him. After 2 days, he was arrested at Bethune, trying to board a leave train. He had intended to go home and shoot up the wife and her lover. The officers who court-martialed him for deserting in the face of the enemy were content with a sentence of cashiering. He went as a private soldier to another regiment. I never heard what happened to him afterwards. The bad news came in a letter from a cousin of mine still at Charterhouse. He said that Dick was not at all the innocent fellow I took him for, but as bad as anyone could be. I remembered that my cousin owed me a grudge, and decided that this must be a very cruel act of spite. Dick's letters had been my greatest standby all these months whenever I felt low. He wrote every week, mostly about poetry. They were something solid and clean to set off against the impermanence of trench life and the sordidness of life in billets. I was now back in Bethune. 2 officers of another company had just been telling me how they had slept in the same room with a woman and her daughter. They had tossed for the mother, because the daughter was a yellow-looking, scaly little thing like a lizard. The Red Lamp, the army brothel, was around the corner in the main street. I had seen a queue of 150 men waiting outside the door, each to have his short turn with one of the 3 women in the house. My servant, who had stood in the queue, told me that the charge was 10 francs a man, about 8 shillings at that time. Each woman served nearly a battalion of men every week for as long as she lasted. According to the assistant provost marshal, 3 weeks was the usual limit, after which she retired on her earnings, pale but proud. I was always being teased because I would not sleep even with the nicer girls, and I excused myself, not on moral grounds or on grounds of fastidiousness, but in the only way that they could understand. I said that I didn't want a dose. A good deal of talk in billets concerned the peculiar bed manners of French women. She was very nice and full of games. But when I said to her, "S'il vous plaît, ôte-toi la chemise, ma chérie," she wouldn't. She said, "Oh, no, non, mon lieutenant. Ce n'est convenable." I was glad when we got back to the trenches. There I had a more or less reassuring letter from Dick. He told me that my cousin did have a spite against him and me, and admitted that he had been ragging about in a silly way, but that nothing bad had happened. He said he was very sorry, and would stop it for the sake of our friendship. At the end of July, Robertson, one of the other Royal Welch officers attached to the Welsh, and myself had orders to proceed to the Laventie sector. We were to report to the 2nd Battalion of the Royal Welch Fusiliers. Frank Jones Bateman and Hammer Jones, 2 more of us, went to the 1st Battalion. The remaining 2 of the 6 had already gone back, McClellan sick and Watkin with bomb wounds that have kept him limping ever since. We were sorry to say goodbye to our men, who all crowded round to shake hands and wish us luck. Nor did we look forward to a fresh start, with a new company and new regimental customs. But it would be worth it, just to serve with our own regiment. Robertson and I agreed to take our journey as leisurely as possible. Laventie lay only 17 miles off, but our orders were to proceed by train, so a company mess cart took us down to Bethune. We asked the railway transport officer what trains he had for Laventie. He told us that one would be going in a few minutes. We decided to miss it. No other train ran until the next day, so we stopped the night at the Hôtel de la France, in which the Prince of Wales, then a lieutenant in the 40th Siege Battery, was billeted sometimes. We did not find him in. I had spoken to him once, in the public bath at Bethune, where he and I were the only bathers one morning. Dressed in nothing at all, he graciously remarked how bloody cold the water was, and I loyally assented that he was too bloody right. We were very pink and white, and did exercises on the horizontal bar afterwards. I joked to Frank Jones Bateman about it. "I have just met our future king in a bath." Frank said, "I can trump that. 2 days ago I had a friendly talk with him in the ASC. Latrines started. The prince's favorite rendezvous was the Globe, a cafe in the Bethune Market Square reserved for British officers and French civilians. I once heard him complain indignantly that General French had refused to let him go up into the line. The next day, Robertson and I caught our train. It took us to a junction, the name of which I forget, where we spent a day botanizing in the fields. No other train arrived until the following day, when we went on to Birgit, a railhead still a number of miles from Laventie. There a mess cart was waiting for us in answer to a telegram we had sent. We finally rattled up to battalion headquarters in Laventie High Street, having taken 54 hours to come those 17 miles. We saluted the adjutant smartly, gave our names, and told him that we were 3rd Battalion officers posted to the regiment. He did not shake hands with us, offer us a drink, or say a word of welcome. "I see," he said coldly. "Well, which of you is senior?" "Oh, never mind. Give your particulars to the RSM. Tell him to post whoever is senior to A Company and the other to BB Company." The regimental sergeant major took our particulars and introduced me to Hilary Drake Brockman, a young 2nd lieutenant of AA Company, to which I had been posted. He was a special reservist of the East Surrey Regiment, and contemptuously known as the Surrey Man. He took me along to the company billet. When out of earshot of battalion headquarters, I asked him, "What's wrong with the adjutant? Why didn't he shake hands or give me any sort of decent welcome?" "I see. Oh. The Surrey man said, "Well, it's your regiment, not mine. They're all like that here. You must realize that this is one of the only 4 regular infantry battalions in France that has remained still more or less its old self. This is the 19th Brigade, the luckiest in France. It hasn't been permanently attached to any division, but gets used as Army Reserve, to put in wherever one has been badly knocked. So except for the retreat, where it lost about a company, and Fromelles, where it lost half of what was left, has been practically undamaged. More than 200 of the wounded have rejoined since. All our company commanders are regulars, and so are all our NCOS. The peacetime custom of taking no notice of newly joined officers is still more or less kept up for the first 6 months. It's hard enough on the Sandhurst chaps, but worse for special reservists like you and Ruggan Robertson, and it's worse still for outsiders like me. We were going down the village street. The men sitting about on the doorsteps jumped up smartly to attention as we passed and saluted with a fixed, stony glare. They were magnificent-looking fellows. Their uniforms were spotless, their equipment khaki blonde-toed, and their buttons and cap badges twinkled. We reached company headquarters, where I reported to my company commander, Captain G.O. Donald Thomas. He was a regular of 17 years' service, a well-known polo player, and a fine soldier. This is the descriptive order that he would himself have preferred. He shook hands without a word, waved me to a chair, offered a cigarette, and continued writing his letter. I found later that was the best company I could have struck. The Surrey man asked me to help him censor some company letters before going over to the battalion mess for lunch. They were more literate than the Welsh Regiment ones, but duller. On the way to the mess, he asked me whether I had been out in France before. I was attached to the 2nd Welsh Regiment for 3 months. I commanded a company there for a bit. Nowadays. Oh, did you? Well, I'd advise you to say nothing at all about it, then they'll not expect too much. They treat us like dirt, but it will be worse for you than for me because you're a full lieutenant. They'll resent that with your short service. There's one lieutenant here with 6 years' service, and several second lieutenants who have been out since the autumn. 2 special reserve captains have already been foisted on the battalion. The senior officers are planning to get rid of them somehow. The senior officers are beasts. If you open your mouth or make the slightest noise in the mess, they jump down your throat. Only officers of the rank of captain are allowed to drink whiskey or turn on the gramophone. We've got to jolly well keep still and look like furniture. It's just like peacetime. Mess bills are very high. The mess was in debt at Quetta last year, so they're economizing now to pay that back. We get practically nothing for our money but ordinary rations, and we aren't allowed to drink the whiskey. We've even got a polo ground here. There was a polo match between the 1st and 2nd battalions the other day. The 1st had all their decent ponies pinched last October when they were massacred at Ypres, and the cooks and transport men had to come up into the line to prevent a breakthrough. So the 2nd won easily. Can you ride? Not decently? Well, subalterns who can't ride like angels have to attend riding school every afternoon while we're in billets. They give us hell, too. 2 of us have been at it for 4 months and haven't passed out, yet they keep us trotting around the field, with cross stirrups most of the time, and on pack saddles instead of riding saddles. Yesterday, we were called up suddenly without being given time to change into breeches. That reminds me, you notice everybody's wearing shorts? It's a regimental order. The battalion thinks it's still in India. The men treat the French civilians just like niggers, kick them about, talk Army Hindustani. It makes me laugh sometimes. Well, what with a greasy pack saddle, bare knees, crossed stirrups, and a wild new transport pony that the transport men had pinched from the French, I got a pretty thin time. The colonel, the adjutant, the 2nd in command, and the transport officer stood at the 4 corners of the ring and slogged at the ponies as they came round. I fell off twice and got so wild with anger, I nearly decided to ride the 2nd in command down. The funny thing is that they don't realize how badly they're treating us. It's such an honor to be serving with the regiment. So better pretend you don't care what they do or say. And I protested, but all this is childish. Is there a war on here, or isn't there? The Royal Welsh don't recognize it socially, he answered. Still, in trenches I'd rather be with this battalion than with any other I have met. The senior officers do know their job, whatever else one may say about them, and the NCOs are absolutely to be trusted too. The 2nd Battalion was peculiar in having a battalion mess instead of company messes. Another peacetime survival. The Surrey man said grimly, "It's supposed to be more sociable." We went together into the big chateau near the church. About 15 officers of various ranks were sitting in chairs reading the week's illustrated papers, or the seniors at least, talking quietly. At the door, I said, "Good morning, gentlemen," the new officer's customary greeting to the mess. No answer. Everybody glanced at me curiously. The silence that my entry had caused was soon broken by the gramophone, which began caroling. "We've been married just 1 year. And oh, we've got the sweetest. We've got the neatest. We've got the cutest little oil stove." I found a chair in the background and picked up the field. The door burst open suddenly, and a lieutenant colonel with a red face and angry eye burst in. "Who the blazes put that record on?" he shouted to the mess. "One of the bloody warts, I expect. Take it off, somebody. It makes me sick. Let's have some real music. Put on the Angelus dot. Two subalterns. In the Royal Welch, a subaltern had to answer to the name of Wart, sprang up, stopped the gramophone, and put on When the Angelus is Ringing. The young captain who had put on We've Been Married shrugged his shoulders and went on reading. The other faces in the room remained blank. "Who's that?" I whispered to the Surrey man. He frowned. "That's Buzz-Off," he muttered, "the second in command." Before the record had finished, the door opened and in came the colonel. Buzz-Off reappeared with him. Everybody jumped up and said in unison, "Good morning, sir," this being his first appearance that day. Instead of returning our loyal greeting and asking us to sit down, he turned spitefully to the gramophone. "Who on earth puts this wretched Angelus on every time I come into the mess? For heaven's sake, play something cheery for a change." With his own hands, he took off the Angelus, wound up the gramophone, and put on We've Been Married Just 1 Year. At that moment, a gong rang for lunch, and he abandoned his task. We filed into the next room, a ballroom with mirrors and a decorated ceiling, and took our places at a long, polished table. The seniors sat at the top. The juniors competed for seats as far away from them as possible. Unluckily, I got a seat at the foot of the table, facing the colonel, the adjutant, and Buzz-Off. Not a word was spoken down my end, except an occasional whisper for the salt or the beer. Very thin French stuff. Robertson, who had not been warned, asked the mess waiter for whiskey. "Sorry, sir," said the mess waiter. "It's against orders for the young officers." Robertson was a man of 42, a solicitor with a large practice, and had stood for Parliament in the Yarmouth Division at the previous election. I saw Buzz-Off glaring at us and busied myself with my meat and potatoes. He nudged the adjutant. "Who are those two funny ones down there, Charlie?" he asked. "New this morning from the militia. Answer to the names of Robertson and Graves." "You, all D." "Which is which?" asked the colonel. "I'm Robertson, sir." "Oh, I wasn't asking you." Robertson winced, but said nothing. Then Buzz-Off noticed something. "T'other Wart's wearing a wind-up tunic." Then he bent forward and asked me loudly, "You there, Wart? Why the hell are you wearing your stars on your shoulder instead of your sleeve?" My mouth was full and everybody had his eyes on me. I swallowed the lump of meat whole and said, "Shoulder stars were a regimental order in the Welsh regiment, sir. I understood that it was the same everywhere in France." The colonel turned puzzled to the adjutant. "Why on earth is the man talking about the Welsh regiment?" And then to me, "As soon as you have finished your lunch, you will visit the master table. Report at the orderly room when you're properly dressed." In a severe struggle between resentment and regimental loyalty, resentment for the moment had the better of it. I said under my breath, "You damn snobs! I'll survive you all. There'll come a time when there won't be one of you left in the battalion to remember this mess at Laventille." We went up to the trenches that night. They were high command trenches because water was struck whenever one dug down 3 feet, The parapet and parados had been built up man-high. I found my platoon curt and reserved. Even on sentry duty at night, my men would never talk confidentially about themselves and their families, like my platoon in the Welsh Regiment. Townsend, the platoon sergeant, was an ex-policeman who had been on the reserve when war broke out. He used to drive his men rather than lead them. A company held Red Lamp Corner. The front trench broke off short here and started again farther back on the right behind a patch of marsh. A red lamp hung at the corner, invisible to the enemy. After dark, it warned the company behind us on our right not to fire left of it. Work and duties were done with a silent, soldier-like efficiency quite foreign to the Welsh Regiment. My first night, Captain Thomas asked whether I would like to go out on patrol. It was the regimental custom to test new officers in this way, and none dared excuse himself. During my whole service with the Welsh, I had never once been out in no man's land, even to inspect the barbed wire, the wire being considered the responsibility of the battalion intelligence officer and the Royal Engineers. When Hewitt, the Welsh machine gun officer, used to go out on patrol sometimes, we regarded this as a mad escapade. But both battalions of the Royal Welsh Fusiliers had made it a point of honor to dominate no man's land from dusk to dawn. There was never a night at Laventille when a message did not come down the line from sentry to sentry. Pass the word, officers patrol going out. My orders for this patrol were to see whether a certain German saphead was occupied by night or not. Sergeant Townsend and I went out from Red Lamp Corner at about 10 o'clock, both carrying revolvers. We had pulled socks, with the toes cut off, over our bare knees to prevent them showing up in the dark and to make crawling easier. We went 10 yards at a time, slowly, not on all fours, but wriggling flat along the ground. After each movement, we lay and watched for about 10 minutes. We crawled through our own wire entanglements and along a dry ditch, ripping our clothes on more barbed wire, glaring into the darkness until it began turning round and round. Once I snatched my fingers in horror from where I had planted them on the slimy body of an old corpse. We nudged each other with rapidly beating hearts at the slightest noise or suspicion, crawling, watching, crawling, shamming dead under the blinding light of enemy flares, and again crawling, watching, crawling. A 2nd Battalion officer, who revisited these Laventille trenches after the war ended, told me the other day of the ridiculously small area of no man's land compared with its seeming immensity on the long, painful journeys that he had made over it. It was like the real size of a hollow in one's tooth compared with how it feels to the tongue. We found the gap in the German wire and at last came within 5 yards of the saphead. We waited quite 20 minutes, listening for any signs of its occupation. Then I nudged Sergeant Townsend, and revolver in hand, we wriggled quickly forward and slid into it. It was about 3 feet deep and unoccupied. On the floor were a few empty cartridges and a wicker basket containing something large and smooth and round, twice the size of a football. Very, very carefully I groped and felt all around it in the dark. I was afraid that it might be some sort of infernal machine. Eventually I dared lift it out and carry it back, suspecting that it might be one of the German gas cylinders we had heard so much about. We got home after making a journey of perhaps 200 yards in rather more than 2 hours. The sentries passed along the word that we were in again. Our prize proved to be a large glass container, quarter filled with some pale yellow liquid. This was sent down to battalion headquarters, and from there to the divisional intelligence officer. Everybody seemed greatly interested in it. The theory was that the vessel contained a chemical for redamping gas masks, though it may well have been dregs of country wine mixed with rainwater. I never heard the official report. The colonel, however, told Captain Thomas in the hearing of the Surrey man, "Your new wart seems to have more guts than the others." After this, I went on patrol fairly often, finding that the only thing respected in young officers was personal courage. Besides, I had cannily worked it out like this. My best way of lasting through the end of the war would be to get wounded. The best time to get wounded would be at night and in the open, with rifle fire more or less unaimed, and my whole body exposed. Best also to get wounded when there was no rush on the dressing station services, and while the back areas were not being heavily shelled. Best to get wounded, therefore, on a night patrol in a quiet sector. One could usually manage to crawl into a shell hole until help arrived. Still, patrolling had its peculiar risks. If a German patrol found a wounded man, they were as likely as not to cut his throat. The Bowie knife was a favorite German patrol weapon because of its silence. We inclined more to the kiosh, a loaded stick. The most important information that a patrol could bring back was to what regiment and division the troop opposite belonged. So if it were impossible to get a wounded enemy back without danger to oneself, he had to be stripped of his badges. To do that quickly and silently, it might be necessary first to cut his throat or beat in his skull. Sir Piers Mostyn, a Royal Welsh lieutenant who often went out patrolling at Laventey, had a feud with a German patrol on the left of the battalion frontage. Our patrols usually consisted of an officer and one, or at the most, 2 men. German patrols of 6 or 7 men under an NCOE. German officers did not, as one of our sergeant majors put it, believe in keeping a dog and barking themselves, so they left as much as they decently could to their NCOS. One night, Mostyn caught sight of his opponents. He had raised himself on his knees to throw a percussion bomb when they fired and wounded him in the arm, which immediately went numb. He caught the bomb before it hit the ground, threw it at them with his left hand, and in the confusion that followed got back to the trench. Like everyone else, I had a carefully worked out formula for taking risks. In principle, we would all take any risk, even the certainty of death, to save life or to maintain an important position. To take life, we would run, say, a 1 in 5 risk, particularly if there was some wider object than merely reducing the enemy's manpower. For instance, picking off a well-known sniper, or getting fire ascendancy in trenches where the lines came dangerously close. I only once refrained from shooting a German I saw, and that was at Cuinchy, some 3 weeks after this. While sniping from a knoll in the support line, where we had a concealed loophole, I saw a German perhaps 700 yards away through my telescopic sights. He was taking a bath in the German third line. I disliked the idea of shooting a naked man, so I handed the rifle to the sergeant with me. "Here, take this. You're a better shot than I am." He got him, but I had not stayed to watch. About saving the lives of enemy wounded there was disagreement. The convention varied with the division. Some divisions, like the Canadians and a division of Lowland Territorials, who claimed that they had atrocities to avenge, would not only avoid taking risks to rescue enemy wounded, but go out of their way to finish them all. The Royal Welsh were gentlemanly. Perhaps a 1 in 20 risk to get a wounded German to safety would be considered justifiable. An important factor in calculating risks was our own physical condition. When exhausted and wanting to get quickly from one point in the trenches to another without collapse, we would sometimes take a short cut over the top, if the enemy were not nearer than 400 or 500 yards. In a hurry, we would take a 1 in 200 risk. When dead tired, a 1 in 50 risk. In battalions where morale was low, 1 in 50 risks were often taken in laziness or despair. The Munsters of the 1st Division were said by the Welsh to waste men wicked by not keeping properly under cover while in the reserve lines. The Royal Welsh never allowed wastage of this sort. At no time in the war did any of us believe that hostilities could possibly continue more than another 9 months or a year, so it seemed almost worthwhile taking care. There might even be a chance of lasting until the end absolutely unhurt. The 2nd Royal Welsh, unlike the 2nd Welsh, believed themselves better trench fighters than the German. With the 2nd Welsh it was not cowardice but modesty. With the 2nd Royal Welsh it was not vainglory but courage. As soon as they arrived in a new sector, they insisted on getting fire ascendancy. Having found out from the troops whom they relieved all possible information as to enemy snipers, machine guns, and patrols, they set themselves to deal with them one by one. Machine guns first. As soon as a machine gun started traversing down a trench by night, the whole platoon farthest removed from its fire would open 5 rounds rapid at it. The machine gun would usually stop suddenly, but start again after a minute or two. Again, 5 rounds rapid. Then it gave up. The Welsh seldom answered a machine gun. If they did, it was not with organized local fire, beginning and ending in unison, but in ragged, confused protest all along the line. The Royal Welsh almost never fired at night, except with organized fire at a machine gun, or a persistent enemy sentry, or a patrol close enough to be distinguished as a German one. With all other battalions I met in France, there was a continuous random popping off. The sentries wanted to show their spite against the war. Flares were rarely used in the Royal Welsh, except as signals to our patrols that they should be starting back. When the enemy machine guns had been discouraged, our patrols would go out with bombs to claim possession of no man's land. At dawn next morning came the struggle for sniping ascendancy. The Germans had special regimental snipers, trained in camouflaging themselves. I saw one killed once at Cuinchy, who had been firing all day from a shell hole between the lines. He wore a sort of cape made of imitation grass. His face was painted green and brown, and his rifle was also green-fringed. A number of empty cartridges lay beside him, and his cap bore the special oak leaf badge. Few of our battalions attempted to get control of the sniping situation. The Germans had the advantage of having many times more telescopic sights than we did, and bulletproof steel loopholes. Also a system by which snipers were kept for months in the same sector, until they knew all the loopholes and shallow places in our trenches, and the tracks that our ration parties used above, round by night, and where our traverses occurred, and so on. Better than most of us did ourselves. British snipers changed their trenches with their battalions every week or two and never had time to study the German trench geography. But at least we counted on getting rid of the unprofessional sniper. Later we secured an elephant gun that could send a bullet through enemy loopholes, and if we failed to locate the loophole of a persistent sniper, we tried to dislodge him with a volley of rifle grenades, or even by ringing up the artillery. It puzzled us that when a sniper had been spotted and killed, another sniper would often begin operations next day from the same position. The Germans probably underrated us and regarded their loss as an accident. The willingness of other battalions to allow the German sniping ascendancy helped us. Enemy snipers, even the professionals, often exposed themselves unnecessarily. There was one advantage of which no progress or retreat of the enemy could rob us, namely that we always more or less faced east. Dawn broke behind the German lines, and they did not realize that for several minutes every morning we could see them, while still invisible ourselves. German night wiring parties often stayed out too long, and we could get a man or two as they went back. Sunsets went against us, of course, but sunset was a less critical time. At night, our sentries had orders to stand with their heads and shoulders above the parapet, and their rifles in position. This surprised me at first, but it implied greater vigilance and self-confidence in the sentry, and also put the top of his head above the level of the parapet. Enemy machine guns were trained on this level, and it would be safer to get hit in the chest or shoulders than in the forehead. The risk of unaimed fire at night being negligible, this was really the safest plan. It happened in battalions which did not insist on the head and shoulder rule, but let their sentries just steal an occasional peep over the top, that an enemy patrol would sneak up unseen to the British wire, throw a few bombs, and get safely back. With the Royal Welsh, the barbed wire entanglement became the responsibility of the company it protected. One of our first acts on taking over trenches was to inspect and repair it. We did a lot of work on our wire. Captain Thomas kept extremely silent, but from shyness, not sullenness. Yes and no were the limit of his usual conversation. He never took us subalterns into his confidence about company affairs, and we did not like asking him too much. He proved most conscientious in taking his watch at night, which the other company commanders did not always do. We enjoyed his food hampers, sent every week from Fortnum and Mason. We messed by companies when in trenches. Our one complaint was that Buzz-Off, who had a good nose for a hamper, used to spend longer than he would otherwise have done in the company mess. His presence embarrassed us. Thomas went on leave to England about this time. I heard of his doings there accidentally. He had walked through the West End in mufti, astonished at the amateur militariness that he met everywhere. To be more in keeping with it, he gave elaborate awkward salutes to newly joined second lieutenants and raised his hat to dugout colonels and generals, a private joke at the expense of the war. At Laventy, I used to look forward to our spells in trenches. Belay life spelt battalion mess, also riding school, which turned out to be rather worse than the Surrey man had described. Parades were carried out with peacetime punctiliousness and smartness, especially the daily battalion guard changing, which, every now and then, it was my duty to supervise as orderly officer. On one occasion, after the guard changing had ended, and I was about to dismiss the old guard, I saw Buzz-Off cross the village street from one company headquarters to another. As he went by, I called the guard to attention and saluted. After waiting for half a minute, I dismissed the guard. But Buzz-Off had not really gone into the billet. He was hiding in the doorway. Now he dashed out with a great show of anger. As you were, stand fast," he shouted to the guard. And then to me, "Why in hell's name, Mr. Graves, didn't you ask my permission to dismiss the parade? You've read the King's regulations, haven't you? And where the devil are your manners, anyhow?" No. I apologized, explaining that I thought he had gone into the billet. This made matters worse. He bellowed at me for arguing, then asked where I had learned to salute. "I depot, sir," I answered. "Then, by heaven, Mr. Graves, you'll have to learn to salute as the battalion does. You'll parade every morning before breakfast for a month under Staff Sergeant Evans and do an hour's saluting drill." He turned to the guard and dismissed them himself. This was not a particular act of spite against me, but an incident in the general game of chasing the warts, at which all conscientious senior officers played, and honestly intended to make us better soldiers. I had been with the Royal Welch about 3 weeks, when the 19th Brigade moved south to the Bethune sector to fill a gap in the 2nd Division. The gap had been made by taking out the Brigade of Guards to include in a Guards Division then being formed. On the way down, we marched past Lord Kitchener. Kitchener, we were told, commented to the brigadier on the soldier-like appearance of the leading battalion, which was ourselves, but said cynically, "Wait until they've been a week or two in the trenches. They'll soon lose some of that high polish." He apparently mistook us for a new army formation. The first trenches we went into on arrival were the Quincy brick stacks. My company held the canal bank frontage, a few hundred yards to the left of where I had been with the Welsh regiment at the end of May. The Germans opposite wanted to be sociable. They sent messages over to us in undetonated rifle grenades. One of these was evidently addressed to the Irish battalion we had relieved. "We all German corporals wish you English corporals a good day and invite you to a good German dinner tonight with beer and cakes. Your little dog ran over to us and we keep it safe. It became no food with you, so it run to us. Answer in the same way, if you please." Another grenade contained a copy of the Neueste Nachrichten, a German army newspaper printed at Lille, giving sensational details of Russian defeats around Warsaw, with immense captures of prisoners and guns. But what interested us far more was a full account in another column of the destruction of a German submarine by British armed trawlers. No details of the sinking of German submarines had been allowed to appear in any English papers. The battalion cared as little about the successes or reverses of our allies as about the origins of the war. It never allowed itself to have any political feelings about the Germans. A professional soldier's duty was simply to fight whomever the king ordered him to fight. With the king as colonel-in-chief of the regiment, it became even simpler. The Christmas 1914 fraternization, in which the battalion was among the first to participate, had had the same professional simplicity. No emotional hiatus. This, but a common place of military tradition, an exchange of courtesies between officers of opposing armies. Quanchy bred rats. They came up from the canal, fed on the plentiful corpses, and multiplied exceedingly. While I stayed here with the Welsh, a new officer joined the company, and in token of welcome was given a dugout containing a spring bed. When he turned in that night, he heard a scuffling, shone his torch on the bed, and found 2 rats on his blanket tussling for the possession of a severed hand. This story circulated as a great joke. The colonel called for a patrol to visit the side of the towpath, where we had heard suspicious sounds on the previous night, and see whether they came from a working party. I volunteered to go at dark, but that night the moon shone so bright and full that it dazzled the eyes. Between us and the Germans lay a flat stretch of about 200 yards, broken only by shell craters and an occasional patch of coarse grass. I was not with my own company, but lent to EB, which had 2 officers away on leave. Child Freeman, the company commander, asked, "You're not going out on patrol tonight, Graves, are you?" "It's almost as bright as day." "Ah, all the more reason for going," I answered. "They won't be expecting me. Will you please keep everything as usual? Let the men fire an occasional rifle and send up a flare every half hour. If I go carefully, the Germans won't see me." While we were having supper, I nervously knocked over a cup of tea, and after that a plate. Freeman said, "Look here, I'll phone through to battalion and tell them it's too bright for your patrol." But I knew that if he did, Buzz-off would accuse me of cold feet. So one Sergeant Williams and I put on our crawlers and went out by way of a mine crater at the side of the towpath. We had no need to stare that night. We could see only too clearly. Our plan was to wait for an opportunity to move quickly, to stop dead and trust to luck, then move on quickly again. We planned our rushes from shell hole to shell hole, the opportunities being provided by artillery or machine gun fire, which would distract the sentries. Many of the craters contained the corpses of men who had been wounded and crept in there to die. Some were skeletons, picked clean by the rats. We got to within 30 yards of a big German working party, who were digging a trench ahead of their front line. Between them and us, we counted a covering party of 10 men lying on the grass in their greatcoats. We had gone far enough. A German lay on his back about 12 yards off, humming a tune. It was the Merry Widow Waltz. The sergeant from behind me pressed my foot with his hand and showed me the revolver he was carrying. He raised his eyebrows inquiringly. I signaled no. We turned to go back, finding it hard not to move too quickly. We had got about halfway when a German machine gun opened traversing fire along the top of our trenches. We immediately jumped to our feet. The bullets were brushing the grass, so to stand up was safer. We walked the rest of the way home, but moving irregularly to distract the aim of the covering party if they saw us. Back in the trench, I rang up brigade artillery and asked for as much shrapnel as they could spare. 50 yards short of where the German front trench touched the tow path, I knew that one of the night lines of the battery supporting us was trained near enough to this point. A minute and a quarter later, the shells started coming over. Hearing the clash of downed tools and distant shouts and cries, we reckoned the probable casualties. The next morning, at stand 2, Buzz-off came up to me. "I hear you were on patrol last night?" "Yes, sir." "Indeed. Well, he asked for particulars. When I told him about the covering party, he cursed me for not scuppering them with that revolver of yours. As he turned away, he snorted, 'Cold feet!' One night at Quincy, we had orders from divisional headquarters to shout across no man's land and make the enemy take part in a conversation. The object was to find out how strongly the German front trenches were manned after dark. A German-speaking officer in the company among the brick stacks shouted through a megaphone, 'Wie geht's Ihnen, Kameraden?' Somebody shouted back in delight, 'Ach, Tommy, hast du denn Deutsch gelernt?' Firing stopped, and a conversation began across the 50 yards or so of no man's land. The Germans refused to disclose what regiment they were, or talk any military shop. One of them shouted out, "Les Choins Mademoiselle de la Basse bon pour coucher avec, les Mademoiselle de Béthune bons aussi hein." Our spokesman refused to discuss sex. In the pause that followed, he asked after the Kaiser. They replied respectfully that he was in excellent health, thank you. "And how is the Crown Prince?" he asked them. "Oh, for the Crown Prince!" shouted somebody in English, and was immediately suppressed by his comrades. After a confusion of angry voices and laughter, they all began singing, "Die walked am Rhein." That trench was evidently very well held indeed. I now had a trench periscope, a little rod-shaped metal one, sent me from home. When I poked it above the parapet, it offered only an inch-square target to the German snipers, yet a sniper at Cuinchy in May drilled it through exactly central, at 400 yards range. I sent it back as a souvenir. But my mother, practical as usual, returned it to the makers and made them change it for a new one. My dug out at Cuinchy was a rat. Riddled culvert beside the tow path. When we went back to support billets, I dossed in the cellar of a ruined house at Cambrin Village, lit by a couple of shell holes through the floor above. But when back in reserve billets at Béthune, I had a beautiful Louis XVI bedroom at the Chateau Montmorency with mirrors and tapestries, found the bed too soft for comfort, and laid my mattress on the parquet floor. 15. By the end of August 1915, particulars of the coming offensive against La Bassée were beginning to leak through the young staff officers. The French civilians knew about it, and so, naturally, did the Germans. Every night now new batteries and lorry trains of shells came rumbling up the Béthune-La Bassée road. Other signs of movement included sapping forward at Vermelles and Cambrin, where the lines lay too far apart for a quick rush across, and the joining up of the sapheads to make a new front line. Also, orders for evacuation of hospitals, the appearance of cavalry and new army divisions, issue of new types of weapons. Then Royal Engineer officers supervised the digging of pits at intervals along the front line. They were sworn not to reveal what these were for, but we knew that it would be gas cylinders. Ladders for climbing quickly out of the trenches were brought up by the lorry load and dumped at Cambrin Village. As early as September 3rd, I had a bet with Robertson that our division would attack from the Cambrin-Cuinchy line. When I went home on leave 6 days later, the sense of impending events had become so strong that I almost hated to go. Leave came round for officers about every 6 or 8 months in ordinary times. Heavy casualties shortened the period. General offensives cut leave altogether. Only one officer in France ever refused to go on leave when his turn came, Cross of the 50. 2nd Light Infantry, the 2nd Battalion of the Oxford and Bucks Light Infantry, which insisted on its original style as jealously as we kept our C in Welch. Cross is alleged to have refused leave on the following grounds. My father fought with the regiment in the South African War and had no leave. My grandfather fought in the Crimea with the regiment and had no leave. I do not regard it in the regimental tradition to take home leave when on active service. Cross, a professional survivor, was commanding the battalion in 1917 when I last heard of it. London seemed unreally itself. Despite the number of uniforms in the streets, the general indifference to and ignorance about the war surprised me. Enlistment remained voluntary. The universal catchword was business as usual. My family were living in London now at the house formerly occupied by my uncle Robert von Ranke, the German consul general. He had been forced to leave in a hurry on August 4th, 1914, and my mother undertook to look after the house for him while the war lasted. So when Edward Marsh rang me up from the Prime Minister's office at Downing Street to arrange a meal, someone intervened and cut him off. The telephone of the German consul general's sister was, of course, closely watched by the espionage section of Scotland Yard. Dawn rang to Diwan in Norte. The Zeppelin scare had just begun. Some friends of the family came in one night and began telling me of the Zeppelin air raids, of bombs dropped only 3 streets off. Well, do you know, I said, the other day I was asleep in a house, and in the early morning, a bomb dropped next door and killed 3 soldiers who were billeted there, a woman and a child. Good gracious, they cried. What did you do then? It was at a place called Bovary, about 4 miles behind the trenches. I explained, and I was tired out, so I went to sleep again. Oh, they said, but that happened in France. And the look of interest faded from their faces as though I had taken them in with a stupid catch. Yes, I agreed, and it was only an aeroplane that dropped the bomb. I went up to Harlech for the rest of my leave and walked about on the hills in an old shirt and a pair of shorts. When I got back to France, the actor, a regular officer in AA company, asked me, "Had a good time on leave?" Yes. En bedwara dial, mawal. Go to many dances. Oh, war. Not one. Is he honest? What shows did you go to? Sound cow. I didn't go to any shows. I know a Solian. I knew her. Hunt? No, don't die. I'll be. I'm a kid down. Oh. Slept with any nice girls? Yeah, the Mitchell. No, I didn't. Sorry to disappoint you. Hey, go. What the hell did you do then? Oh, I just walked about on some hills. Good God, he said. Chaps like you don't deserve leave. On September 19th, we relieved the Middlesex Regiment at Cambrin, and were told that these would be the trenches from which we attacked. The preliminary bombardment had already started, a week in advance. As I led my platoon into the line, I recognized with some disgust the same machine gun shelter where I had seen the suicide on my first night in trenches. It seemed ominous. This was by far the heaviest bombardment from our own guns we had yet seen. The trenches shook properly, and a great cloud of drifting shell smoke obscured the German lines. Shells went over our heads in a steady stream. We had to shout to make our neighbors hear. Dying down a little at night, the racket began again every morning at dawn, a little louder each time. Damn it, we said, there can't be a living soul left in those trenches. But still it went on. The Germans retaliated, though not very vigorously. Most of their heavy artillery had been withdrawn from this sector, we were told, and sent across to the Russian front. More casualties came from our own shorts and blowbacks than from German shells. Much of the ammunition that our batteries were using came from the United States and contained a high percentage of duds. The driving bands were always coming off. We had 50 casualties in the ranks and 3 officer casualties, including Buzz Off badly wounded in the head. This happened before steel helmets were issued. We would not have lost nearly so many with those. I got 2 insignificant wounds on the hand, which I took as a favorable omen. On the morning of the 23rd, Thomas came back from battalion headquarters carrying a notebook and 6 maps, one for each of us company officers. "Listen," he said, "and copy out all this skite on the back of your maps. You'll have to explain it to your platoons this afternoon. Tomorrow morning we go back to dump our blankets, packs, and greatcoats in Bethune. The next day, that's Saturday the 25th, we attack." This being the first definitive news we had been given, we looked up half startled, half relieved. I still have the map, and these are the orders as I copied them down. First objective, Le Brique Farm, the big house plainly visible to our front, surrounded by trees. To get this, it is necessary to cross 3 lines of enemy trenches. The first is 300 yards distant, the second 400, and the third about 600. We then cross 2 railways. Behind the second railway line is a German trench called the Brick Trench. Then comes the farm, a strong place with moat and cellars, and a kitchen garden strongly staked and wired. Second objective, the town of Auki. This is also plainly visible from our trenches. It is 400 yards beyond the farm and defended by a first line of trench halfway across, and a second line immediately in front of the town. When we have occupied the first line, our direction is half right, with the left of the battalion directed on Tall Chimney. Third objective, village of Highsnays, conspicuous by high-spired church. Our eventual line will be taken up on the railway behind this village, where we will dig in and await reinforcements. When Thomas had reached this point, the actor's shoulders were shaking with laughter. "What's up?" asked Thomas, irritably. The actor giggled. "Who in God's name is responsible for this little effort?" "Don't know," Thomas said. "Probably Paul the Pimp or someone like that." Paul the Pimp was a captain on the divisional staff, young, inexperienced, and much disliked. He wore red tabs upon his chest and even on his undervest. Between the 6 of us, but you youngsters must be careful not to let the men know. This is what they call a subsidiary attack. There will be no troops in support. We've just got to go over and keep the enemy busy while the folk on our right do the real work. You notice that the bombardment is much heavier over there. They've knocked the Hohenzollern redoubt to bits. Personally, I don't give a damn either way. We'll get killed whatever happens." "Yes, you." We all laughed. "All right, laugh now, but by God, on Saturday we've got to carry out this funny scheme." I had never heard Thomas so talkative before. "Sorry," the actor apologized. "Carry on with the dictation." Thomas went on. "The attack will be preceded by 40 minutes discharge of the accessory, which will clear the path for 1,000 yards, so that the 2 railway lines will be occupied without difficulty. Our advance will follow closely behind the accessory. Behind us are 3 fresh divisions and the cavalry corps. It is expected we shall have no difficulty in breaking through. All men will parade with their platoons, pioneers, servants, etc., to be warned. All platoons to be properly told off under NCOS. Every NCO is to know exactly what is expected of him and when to take over command in case of casualties. Men who lose touch must join up with the nearest company or regiment and push on. Owing to the strength of the accessory, men should be warned against remaining too long in captured trenches where the accessory is likely to collect, but to keep to the open and above all, to push on. It is important that if smoke helmets have to be pulled down, they must be tucked in under the shirt." The actor interrupted again. "Tell me, Thomas, do you believe in this funny accessory?" Thomas said, "It's damnable. It's not soldiering to use stuff like that, even though the Germans did start it. It's dirty, and it'll bring us bad luck. We're sure to bungle it. Take those new gas companies, sorry, excuse me this once. I mean accessory companies. Their very look makes me tremble. Chemistry dons from London University, a few lads straight from school, 1 or 2 NCOs of the old soldier type, trained together for 3 weeks, then given a job as responsible as this. Of course they'll bungle it. How could they do anything else? But let's be merry. I'm going on again. Men of company, what they are to carry. 200 rounds of ammunition, bomb throwers 50, and signalers 150 rounds. Heavy tools carried in sling by the strongest men. Waterproof sheet in belt. Sandbag in right tunic pocket. Field dressing and iodine. Emergency ration, including biscuit. 1 tube helmet to be worn when we advance, rolled up on the head. It must be quite secure and the top part turned down. If possible, each man will be provided with an elastic band. 1 smoke helmet, old pattern, to be carried for preference behind the back, where it is least likely to be damaged by stray bullets, etc. Wire cutters, as many as possible, by wiring party and others. Hedging gloves by wire party. Platoon screens for artillery observation to be carried by a man in each platoon who is not carrying a tool. Packs, capes, greatcoats, blankets will be dumped, not carried. No one is to carry sketches of our position, or anything to be likely of service to the enemy. That's all. I believe we're going over first with the Middlesex in support. If we get through the German wire, we'll be satisfied. Our guns don't seem to be cutting it. Perhaps they're putting that off until the intense bombardment. Any questions? Yeah, That noon, I repeated the whole rigmarole to the platoon, and told them of the inevitable success attending our assault. They seemed to believe it, all except Sergeant Townsend. Do you say, sir, that we have 3 divisions and the cavalry corps behind us? He asked. Yes, I answered. Well, excuse me, sir. I'm thinking it's only those chaps on the right that'll get reinforcements. If we get half a platoon of Mons Angels, that's about all we will get. Sergeant Townsend, I said, you're a well-known pessimist. This is going to be a really good show. We spent the night repairing damaged trenches. When morning came, we were relieved by the Middlesex and marched back to Bethune, where we dumped our spare kit at the Montmorency barracks. The battalion officers messed together in a chateau nearby. This billet was claimed at the same time by the staff of a new army division, due to take part in the fighting next day. The argument ended amicably with the division and battalion messing together. It was, someone pointed out, like a brutal caricature of the Last Supper in duplicate. In the middle of the long table sat the 2 pseudo-Christs, our colonel and the divisional general. Everybody was drinking a lot. The subalterns, allowed whiskey for a treat, grew rowdy. They raised their glasses with, "Cheerio, we will be messing together tomorrow night in Le Bossé." Only the company commanders were looking worried. I remember AC company commander, especially Captain Awat L. in Sioux. Samson, biting his thumb and refusing to join in the excitement. I think it was Child Freeman of BB Company who said that night, "The last time the regiment visited these parts, we were under decent leadership." Old Marlborough had more sense than to attack the Le Bossé lines. He masked them and went around. Nay. The GSOI of the new Army Division, a staff colonel, knew the adjutant well. They had played polo together in India. I happened to be sitting opposite them. The GSOI said rather drunkenly, "Charlie, see that silly old woman over there? Calls himself General Commanding. Doesn't know where he is. Doesn't know where his division is. Can't even read a map properly. He's marched the poor sods off their feet and left his supplies behind. God knows how far back. They've had to use their iron rations and what they could pick up in the villages. And tomorrow he's going to fight a battle. Doesn't know anything about battles. The men have never been in trenches before. And tomorrow's going to be a glorious balls. Up, Ville. And the day after tomorrow, he'll be sent home." Then he ended, quite seriously, "Really, Charlie? It's just like that. No exaggeration. You mark my words. No." That night, we marched back again to Cambrai. The men were singing. Being mostly from the Midlands, they sang comic songs rather than Welsh hymns. "Slippery Sam, when we've wound up the watch on the Rhine, and I do like a snice mince pie, to concertina accompaniment." The tune of Sinise and mince pie ran in my head all next day, and for the week following, I could not get rid of it. The second Welsh would never have sung a song like "When We've Wound Up the Watch on the Rhine." Their only songs about the war were defeatist. "I want to go home. I want to go home. The coal box and shrapnel, they whistle and roar. I don't want to go to the trenches no more. I want to go over the sea, where the Kaiser can't shoot bombs at me. Oh, I don't want to die. I want to go home." There were several more verses in the same strain. Hewitt, the Welsh machine gun officer, had written one in a more offensive spirit. "I want to go home. I want to go home. One day, at Givenchy the week before last, the Allmans attacked, and they nearly got past. They pushed their way up to the keep. Through our Maxim gun sights we did peep. Oh my!" They let out a cry. They never got home. But the men would not sing it. though they all admired Hewitt. The Bethune-la-Bassée road was choked with troops, guns, and transport, and we had to march miles north out of our way to circle round to Cambrin. Even so, we were held up 2 or 3 times by massed cavalry. Everything radiated confusion. A casualty clearing station had been planted astride one of the principal crossroads, and was already being shelled. By the time we reached Cambrin, the battalion had marched about 20 miles that day. Then we heard that the Middlesex would go over first, with us in support, and to their left, the 2nd Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders, with the Cameronians in support. The young Royal Welch officers complained loudly at our not being given the honor of leading the attack. As the senior regiment, they protested, we were entitled to the right of the ally. An hour or so past midnight, we moved into trench sidings just in front of the village. Half a mile of communication trench known as Maison Rouge Alley separated us from the firing line. At 5:30, the gas would be discharged. We were cold, tired, sick, and not at all in the mood for a battle, but tried to snatch an hour or 2 of sleep, squatting in the trench. It had been raining for some time. A gray, watery dawn broke at last behind the German lines. The bombardment, surprisingly slack all night, brisked up a little. Why the devil don't they send them over quicker? The actor complained. This isn't my idea of a bombardment. We're getting nothing opposite us. What little there seems to be is going into the Hohenzollern. Oh, shell shortage. Expected it, was Thomas's laconic reply. We were told afterwards that on the 23rd, a German aeroplane had bombed the Army Reserve shell dump and sent it up. The bombardment on the 24th, and on the day of the battle itself, compared very poorly with that of the previous days. Thomas looked strained and ill. It's time they were sending that damned accessory off. I wonder what's doing. The events of the next few minutes are difficult for me now to sort out. I found it more difficult still at the time. All we heard back there in the sidings was a distant cheer, confused crackle of rifle fire, yells, heavy shelling on our front line, more shouts and yells, and a continuous rattle of machine guns. After a few minutes, lightly wounded men of the Middlesex came stumbling down Maison Rouge Alley to the dressing station. I stood at the junction of the siding and the alley. What's happened? What's happened? I asked. Bloody balls up, was the most detailed answer I could get. Among the wounded were a number of men yellow-faced and choking, their buttons tarnished green, gas cases. Then came the badly wounded. Maison Rouge Alley being narrow, the stretchers had difficulty in getting down. The Germans started shelling it with 5.9. Thomas went back to battalion headquarters through the shelling to ask for orders. It was the same place that I had visited on my first night in the trenches. This cluster of dugouts in the reserve line showed very plainly from the air as battalion headquarters, and should never have been occupied during a battle. Just before Thomas arrived, the Germans put 5 shells into it. The adjutant jumped one way, the colonel another, the RSM a third. One shell went into the signals dugout, killed some signalers, and destroyed the telephone. The colonel, slightly cut on the hand, joined the stream of wounded, and was carried back as far as the base with it. The adjutant took command. Meanwhile, a company had been waiting in the siding for the rum to arrive. The tradition of every attack being a double tot of rum beforehand. All the other companies got theirs. The actor began cursing. Where the bloody hell's that Stormin gone? We fixed bayonets in readiness to go up and attack as soon as Captain Thomas returned with orders. Hundreds of wounded streamed by. At last Thomas's orderly appeared. Captain's orders, sir. Company to move up to the front line. At that moment the storeman arrived, without rifle or equipment, hugging the rum bottle, red-faced and retching. He staggered up to the actor and said, "There you are, sir," then fell on his face in the thick mud of a sump pit at the junction of the trench and the siding. The stopper of the bottle flew out, and what remained of the 3 gallons bubbled on the ground. The actor made no reply. This was a crime that deserved the death penalty. He put one foot on the storeman's neck, the other in the small of his back, and trod him into the mud. Then he gave the order, "Company forward," the company advanced with a clatter of steel, and that was the last I ever heard of the storeman. It seems that at 4:30, an RE captain commanding the gas company in the front line phoned through to divisional headquarters. Dead calm. Impossible discharge, accessory. The answer he got was, accessory to be discharged at all costs. Thomas had not overestimated the gas company's efficiency. The spanners for unscrewing the cocks of the cylinders proved, with 2 or 3 exceptions, to be misfits. The gasmen rushed about shouting for the loan of an adjustable spanner. They managed to discharge 1 or 2 cylinders. The gas went whistling out, formed a thick cloud a few yards off in no man's land, and then gradually spread back into our trenches. The Germans, who had been expecting gas, immediately put on their gas helmets, semi-rigid ones, better than ours. Bundles of oily cotton waste were strewn along the German parapet and set alight as a barrier to the gas. Then their batteries opened on our lines. The confusion in the front trench must have been horrible. Direct hits broke several of the gas cylinders, the trench filled with gas, the gas company stampeded. No orders could come through because the shell and the signals, dug out at battalion headquarters, had cut communication, not only between companies and battalion, but between battalion and division. The officers in the front trench had to decide on immediate action. So 2 companies of the Middlesex, instead of waiting for the intense bombardment which would follow the advertised 40 minutes of gas, charged at once and got as far as the German wire, which our artillery had not yet cut. So far, it had been treated only with shrapnel, which had no effect on it. The barbed wire needed high explosive, and plenty of. The Germans shot the Middlesex man down. 1 platoon is said to have found a gap and got into the German trench. But there were no survivors of the platoon to confirm this. The Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders went over also, on the Middlesex left, but 2 companies, instead of charging at once, rushed back out of the gas-filled assault trench to the support line and attacked from there. It will be recalled that the trench system had been pushed forward nearer the enemy in preparation for the battle. These companies were therefore attacking from the old front line, but the barbed wire entanglements protecting it had not been removed, so that the Highlanders got caught and machine-gunned between their own assault and support line. The other 2 companies were equally unsuccessful. When the attack started, the German NCOs had jumped up on the parapet to encourage their men. These were Jaeger, famous for their musketry. The survivors of the 2 leading Middlesex companies now lay in shell craters close to the German wire, sniping, and making the Germans keep their heads down. They had bombs to throw, but these were nearly all of a new type issued for the battle. The fuses were lighted on the matchbox principle, and the rain had made them useless. The other 2 companies of the Middlesex soon followed in support. Machine gun fire stopped them halfway. Only 1 German machine gun remained in action, the others having been knocked out by rifle or trench mortar fire. Why the single gun survived is a story in itself. It starts with the privilege granted British colonial governors and high commissioners of nominating 1 or 2 officers from their countries for attachment in wartime to the regular army. Under this scheme, the officers began as full lieutenants. The Captain General of Jamaica, if that is his correct style, nominated the 18-year-old son of a rich planter, who went straight from Kingston to the 1st Middlesex. He was good-hearted enough, but of little use as an officer, having never been out of the island in his life, or, except for a short service with the West India militia, seen any soldiering. His company commander took a fatherly interest in young Jamaica, and tried to teach him his duties. This company commander was known as the Boy. He had 20 years' service with the Middlesex, and the unusual boast of having held every rank from boy to captain in the same company. His father, I believe, had been the regimental sergeant major. But Jamaica, as a full lieutenant, ranked senior to the other experienced subalterns in the company, who were only second lieutenants. The Middlesex colonel decided to shift Jamaica off on some course of extra-regimental appointment at the earliest opportunity. Somewhere about May or June, when instructed to supply an officer for the Brigade Trench Mortar Company, he had sent Jamaica. Trench mortars being then both dangerous and ineffective, the appointment seemed suitable. At the same time, the Royal Welch had also been asked to detail an officer, and the colonel selected Tiley, an ex-planter from Malaya, and what is called a fine natural soldier. Tiley had been chosen because, when attached to us from a Lancashire regiment, he showed his resentment at the manner of his welcome somewhat too plainly. But by September, mortars had improved in design and become an important infantry arm, so Jamaica, being senior to Tiley, held the responsible position of brigade mortar officer. When the Middlesex charged, the boy fell mortally wounded as he climbed over the parapet. He tumbled back and began crawling down the trench to the stretcher-bearer's dugout, past Jamaica's trench mortar emplacement. Jamaica had lost his gun team and was boldly serving the trench mortars himself. On seeing the boy, however, he deserted his post and ran off to fetch a stretcher part. Tiley, meanwhile, on the other flank opposite Mine Point, had knocked out all the machine guns within range. He went on until his mortar burst. Only one machine gun in the Pope's nose, a small salient facing Jamaica, remained active. At this point, the Royal Welch Fusiliers came up Maison Rouge Alley. The Germans were shelling it with 5.9s called Jack Johnsons because of their black smoke, and lacrimatory shells. This caused a continual scramble backwards and forwards, to cries of, "Oh, come on! Get back, you bastards! Gas turning on us! Keep your heads! You men! Back like hell! Boys! Whose orders? What's happening? Gas! Back! Come on! Gas back!" Wounded men and stretcher bearers kept trying to squeeze past. We were alternately putting on and taking off our gas helmets, which made things worse. In many places, the trench had caved in, obliging us to scramble over the top. Child Freeman reached the front line with only 50 men of EBE Company. The rest had lost their way in some abandoned trenches halfway up. The adjutant met him in the support line. "Ready to go over, Freeman?" he asked. Freeman had to admit that he had lost most of his company. He felt this disgrace keenly. It was the first time that he had commanded a company in battle. Deciding to go over with his 50 men in support of the Middlesex, he blew his whistle and the company charged. They were stopped by machine gun fire before they had got through our own entanglements. Freeman himself died, oddly enough, of heart failure, as he stood on the parapet. A few minutes later, Captain Sampson, with EC Company and the remainder of EB, reached our front line. Finding the gas cylinders still whistling and the trench full of dying men, he decided to go over too. He could not have it said that the Royal Welch had let down the Middlesex. A strong comradely feeling bound the Middlesex and the Royal Welch, intensified by the accident that the other 3 battalions in the brigade were Scottish, and that our Scottish brigadier was, unjustly no doubt, accused of favoring them. Our adjutant voiced the extreme non-Scottish view: the Jocks are all the same, both the trousered kind and the bare arsed kind. They're dirty in trenches. They skite too much, and they charge like hell, both ways. The first Middlesex, who were the original diehards, had more than once, with the Royal Welch, considered themselves let down by the Jocks. So Sampson charged with ACC and the remainder of BB Company. One of AC officers told me later what happened. It had been agreed to advance by platoon rushes with supporting fire. When his platoon had gone about 20 yards, he signaled them to lie down and open covering fire. The din was tremendous. He saw the platoon on his left flopping down too, so he whistled the advance again. Nobody seemed to hear. He jumped up from his shell hole, waved and signaled, "Forward!" Nobody stirred. He shouted, "You bloody cowards! Are you leaving me to go on alone?" His platoon sergeant, groaning with a broken shoulder, gasped, Not cowards, sir. Willing enough, but they're all dead. The Pope's nose machine gun, traversing, had caught them as they rose to the whistle. Company 2 had become separated by the shelling. I was with the leading platoon. The Surrey man got a touch of gas and went coughing back. The actor accused him of scrimshanking. This I thought unfair. The Surrey man looked properly sick. I don't know what happened to him, but I heard that the gas poisoning was not serious, and that he managed, a few months later, to get back to his own regiment in France. I found myself with the actor in a narrow communication trench between the front and support lines. This trench had not been built wide enough for a stretcher to pass the bends. We came on the boy lying on his stretcher, wounded in the lungs and stomach. Jamaica was standing over him in tears, blubbering, poor old boy, he's going to die. I'm sure he is. He's the only one who treated me decently." "Yes?" The actor, finding that we could not get by, said to Jamaica, "Take that poor sod out of the way, will you? I've got to get my company up. Put him into a dugout, or somewhere." Jamaica made no answer. He seemed paralyzed by the horror of the occasion, and kept repeating, poor old boy, poor old boy." "Look here," said the actor. "If you can't shift him into a dugout, we'll have to lift him on top of the trench. He can't live now, and we're late getting up." "No, no!" Jamaica shouted wildly. The actor lost his temper and shook Jamaica roughly by the shoulders. "You're the blood-feed trench mortar walla, aren't you?" he shouted. Jamaica nodded miserably. "Well, your battery is 100 yards from here. Why the hell aren't you using your gas pipes to some purpose? Buzz off back to them." And he kicked him down the trench. Then he called over his shoulder, "Sergeant Rose and Corporal Jennings, lift this stretcher up across the top of the trench. We've got to pass." Jamaica leaned against a traverse. "I do think you're the most heartless beast I've ever met," he said weakly. We went up to the corpse-strewn front line. The captain of the gas company, who was keeping his head and wore a special oxygen respirator, had by now turned off the gas cocks. Femoral sprayers had cleared out most of the gas, but we were still warned to wear our masks. We climbed up and crouched on the fire step, where the gas was not so thick, gas, being heavy stuff, kept low. Then Thomas brought up the remainder of AA Company, and we waited for the whistle to follow the other two companies over. Fortunately, at this moment, the adjutant appeared. He was now left in command of the battalion, and told Thomas that he didn't care a damn about orders. He was going to cut his losses and not send and Dover to their deaths until he got definite orders from brigade. He had sent a runner back, and we must wait. Meanwhile, the intense bombardment that was to follow the 40 minutes discharge of gas began. It concentrated on the German front trench and wire. A good many shells fell short, and we had further casualties from them. In no man's land, the survivors of the Middlesex and of our RBB and EC companies suffered heavily. My mouth was dry, my eyes out of focus, and my legs quaking under me. I found a water bottle full of rum and drank about half a pint. It quieted me, and my head remained clear. Sampson lay groaning about 20 yards beyond the front trench. Several attempts were made to rescue him. He had been very badly hit. 3 men got killed in these attempts, 2 officers and 2 men wounded. In the end, his own orderly managed to crawl out to him. Sampson waved him back, saying that he was riddled through and not worth rescuing. He sent his apologies to the company for making such a noise. We waited a couple of hours for the order to charge. The men were silent and depressed. Only Sergeant Townsend was making feeble, bitter jokes about the good old British Army muddling through, and how he thanked God we still had a navy. I shared the rest of my rum with him, and he cheered up a little. Finally, a runner arrived with a message that the attack had been postponed. Rumors came down the trench of a disaster, similar to our own in the Brick Stack sector, where the 5th Brigade had gone over, and again at Givenchy, where men of the 6th Brigade at the Duxbill salient had fought their way into the enemy trenches. but been repulsed, their supply of bombs failing. It was said, however, that things were better on the right, where there had been a slight wind to take the gas over. According to one rumor, the 1st, 7th, and 47th Divisions had broken through. My memory of that day is hazy. We spent it getting the wounded down to the dressing station, spraying the trenches and dugouts to get rid of the gas, and clearing away the earth where trenches were blocked. The trenches stank with a gas blood-lidite latrine smell. Late in the afternoon we watched through our field glasses the advance of reserves under heavy shell fire towards Loos and Hill 70. It looked like a real breakthrough. They were troops of the New Army Division, whose staff we had messed with the night before. Immediately to the right of us we had the Highland Division, whose exploits on that day Ian Hay has celebrated in the first 100,000. I suppose that we were the flat caps on the left, who let down his comrades in arms. At dusk, we all went out to get in the wounded, leaving only sentries in the line. The first dead body I came upon was Sampson's, hit in 17 places. I found that he had forced his knuckles into his mouth to stop himself crying out and attracting any more men to their death. Major Swainson, the second in command of the Middlesex, came crawling in from the German wire. He seemed to be wounded in lung, stomach, and one leg. Coe, a Middlesex second lieutenant, came back unhurt. Together we bandaged Swainson and got him into the trench and on a stretcher. He begged me to loosen his belt. I cut it with a Bowie knife I had bought at Bethune for use during the battle. He said, "I'm about done for." We spent all that night getting in the wounded of the Royal Welch, the Middlesex, and those Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders who had attacked from the front trench. The Germans behaved generously. I do not remember hearing a shot fired that night, though we kept on until it was nearly dawn and we could see plainly. Then they fired a few warning shots, and we gave it up. By this time we had recovered all the wounded and most of the Royal Welch dead. I was surprised at some of the attitudes in which the dead stiffened, bandaging friends' wounds, crawling, cutting wire. The Argyll and Sutherland had 700 casualties, including 14 officers killed out of the 16 who went over. The Middlesex, 550 casualties, including 11 officers killed. 2 other Middlesex officers besides Coate came back unwounded. Their names were Henry and Hill, recently commissioned second lieutenants who had been lying out in shell holes all day under the rain, sniping and being sniped at. Henry, according to Hill, had dragged 5 wounded men into a shell hole and thrown up a sort of parapet with his hands and the Bowie knife which he carried. Hill had his platoon sergeant beside him, screaming with a stomach wound, begging for morphia. He was done for, so Hill gave him 5 pellets. We always carried morphia for emergencies like that. Coate, Henry, and Hill, returning to the trenches with a few stragglers, reported at the Middlesex headquarters. Hill told me the story. The colonel and the adjutant were sitting down to a meat pie when he and Henry arrived. Henry said, "Come to report, sir. Ourselves and about 90 men of all companies. Mr. Coate is back, unwounded too." They looked up dully. "So you've survived, have you?" The colonel said, "Well, all the rest are dead. I suppose Mr. Coate had better command what's left of A Company. The bombing officer will command what's left of BB. The bombing officer had not gone over, but remained with headquarters. Mr. Henry goes to Mr. Hill to D-Die. The Royal Welch are holding the front line. We are here in support. Let me know where to find you if you're needed. Good night." And Eden, not having been offered a piece of meat pie or a drink of whiskey, they saluted and went miserably out. The adjutant called them back. "Hill, Mr. Henry." "Sir?" "They're wise." Hill said that he expected a change of mind as to the propriety with which hospitality could be offered by a regular colonel and adjutant to temporary second lieutenants in distress. But it was only, "Mr. Hill, Mr. Henry, I saw some men in the trench just now with their shoulder straps unbuttoned and their equipment fastened anyhow. See that this does not occur in future. That's all." "Aye. Kyle." Henry heard the colonel from his bunk complaining that he had only 2 blankets and that it was a deucedly cold night. Coe, in peacetime a journalist, arrived a few minutes later. The others had told him of their reception. After he had saluted and reported that Major Swanson, hitherto thought killed, was wounded on the way down to the dressing station, he boldly leaned over the table, cut a large piece of meat pie, and began eating it. This caused such a surprise that no further conversation took place. Coe finished his meat pie and drank a glass of whiskey, saluted, and joined the others. Meanwhile, I took command of what remained of BBE Company. Only 6 company officers survived in the Royal Welch. Next morning we were only 5. Thomas was killed by a sniper while despondently watching through field glasses the return of the new army troops on the right. Pushed blindly into the gap made by the advance of the 7th and 47th Divisions on the previous afternoon, they did not know where they were or what they were supposed to do. Their ration supply broke down, so they flocked back, not in panic, but stupidly, like a crowd, returning from a cup final with shrapnel bursting above them. We could scarcely believe our eyes, it was so odd. Thomas need not have been killed, but everything had gone so wrong that he seemed not to care one way or the other. The actor took command of company. We lumped AA and BB companies together after a couple of days, for the sake of relieving each other on night watch and getting some sleep. I agreed to take the first watch, waking him up at midnight. When the time came, I shook him, shouted in his ear, poured water over him, banged his head against the side of the bed. Finally, I threw him on the floor. I was desperate for a lie-down myself, but he had attained a depth of sleep, from which nothing could rouse him, so I heaved him back on the bunk and had to finish the night without relief. Even Stand to failed to wake him. In the end, I got him out of bed at 9 o'clock in the morning, and he was furious with me for not having called him at midnight. We had spent the day after the attack carrying the dead down for burial and cleaning the trench up as best we could. That night, the Middlesex held the line, while the Royal Welch carried all the unbroken gas cylinders along to a position on the left flank of the brigade, where they were to be used on the following night, September 27th. This was worse than carrying the dead. The cylinders were cast iron, heavy, and hateful. The men cursed and sulked. Only the officers knew of the proposed attack. The men must not be told until just beforehand. I felt like screaming. Rain was still pouring down, harder than ever. We knew definitely this time that ours would be only a diversion to help troops on our right make the real attack. The scheme was the same as before. At 4 p.m., gas would be discharged for 40 minutes, and after a quarter of an hour's bombardment, we should attack. I broke the news to the men about 3 o'clock. They took it well. The relations of officers and men, and of senior and junior officers, had been very different in the excitement of battle. There had been no insubordination, but a greater freedom of speech, as though we were all drunk together. I found myself calling the adjutant Charlie on one occasion. He appeared not to mind in the least. For the next 10 days, my relations with my men were like those I had in the Welsh regiment. Later, discipline reasserted itself, and it was only occasionally that I found them intimate. At 4 p.m. Then the gas went off again with a strong wind. The gasmen had brought enough spanners this time. The Germans stayed absolutely silent. Flares went up from the reserve lines, and it looked as though all the men in the front trench were dead. The brigadier decided not to take too much for granted. After the bombardment, he sent out a Cameronian officer and 25 men as a feeling patrol. The patrol reached the German wire. There came a burst of machine gun and rifle fire, and only 2 wounded men regained the trench. We waited on the fire step from 4 to 9 o'clock, with fixed bayonets, for the order to go over. My mind was a blank, except for the recurrence of a Znice mince pie. Sinice mince pie. I don't like ham, lamb, or jam, and I don't like roly-poly. The men laughed at my singing. The acting CSM said, "It's murder, sir." "Of course it's murder, you bloody fool," I agreed. "But there's nothing else for it, is there?" It was still raining, but I sees us a nice mince pie. I asks for a helping twice. At 9 o'clock, brigade called off the attack. We were told to hold ourselves in readiness to go over at dawn. No order came at dawn, and no more attacks were promised us after this. From the morning of September 24th to the night of October 3rd, I had in all 8 hours of sleep. I kept myself awake and alive by drinking about a bottle of whiskey a day. I had never drunk it before, and have seldom drunk it since. It certainly helped me then. We had no blankets, greatcoats, or waterproof sheets, nor any time or material to build new shelters. The rain poured down. Every night we went out to fetch in the dead of the other battalions. The Germans continued indulgent, and we had few casualties. After the first day or two, the corpses swelled and stank. I vomited more than once while superintending the carrying. Those we could not get in from the German wire continued to swell until the wall of the stomach collapsed, either naturally or when punctured by a bullet. A disgusting smell would float across. The color of the dead faces changed from white to yellow-gray to red to purple to green to black to slimy. On the morning of the 27th, a cry arose from no man's land. A wounded soldier of the Middlesex had recovered consciousness after 2 days. He lay close to the German wire. Our men heard it and looked at each other. We had a tender-hearted lance corporal named Baxter. He was the man to boil up a special Dixie for the sentries of his section when they came off duty. As soon as he heard the wounded Middlesex man, he ran along the trench calling for a volunteer to help fetch him in. Of course, no one would go. It was death to put one's head over the parapet. When he came running to ask me, I excused myself as being the only officer in the company. I would come out with him at dusk, I said, not now. So he went alone. He jumped quickly over the parapet, then strolled across no man's land waving a handkerchief. The Germans fired to frighten him, but since he persisted, they let him come up close. Baxter continued towards them, and when he got to the Middlesex man, stopped and pointed to show the Germans what he was at. Then he dressed the man's wounds, gave him a drink of rum and some biscuit that he had with him, and promised to be back again at nightfall. He did come back, with a stretcher party, and the man eventually recovered. I recommended Baxter for the Victoria Cross, being the only officer who had witnessed the action, but the authorities thought it worth no more than a Distinguished Conduct Medal. The actor and I had decided to get in touch with the battalion on our right. It was the 10th Highland Light Infantry. I went down their trench sometime in the morning of the 26th and walked nearly a quarter of a mile without seeing either a sentry or an officer. There were dead men, sleeping men, wounded men, gassed men, all lying anyhow. The trench had been used as a latrine. Finally, I met a Royal Engineer officer who said, if the Boche knew what an easy job he had, he'd just walk over and take this trench. So I reported to the actor that we might find our flank in the air at any moment. We converted the communication trench, which made the boundary between the two battalions, into a fire trench facing right, and mounted a machine gun to put up a barrage in case the Highlanders ran. On the night of the 27th, they mistook some of our men, who were out in no man's land getting in the dead, for the enemy, and began firing wildly. The Germans retaliated. Our men caught the infection, but were at once ordered to cease fire. Cease fire! Went along the trench until it reached the HLI, who misheard it as retire. A panic seized them, and they went rushing away, fortunately down the trench instead of over the top. They were stopped by Sergeant MacDonald of the 5th Scottish Rifles, a pretty reliable territorial battalion now in support to ourselves in the Middlesex. He chased them back at the point of the bayonet, and was decorated for this feat. On October 3rd, we were relieved by a composite battalion consisting of about 100 men of the 2nd Warwickshire Regiment and about 70 Royal Welsh Fusiliers, all that was left of our own 1st Battalion. Palmer Jones and Frank Jones Bateman had both been wounded. Frank had his thigh broken with a rifle bullet while stripping the equipment off a wounded man in no man's land. The cartridges in the man's pouches had been set on fire by a shot and were exploding. We went back to Salé-les-Bourses for a couple of days, where the colonel rejoined us with his bandaged hand, and then farther back to Anzin, a little village near Béthune, where I lodged in a two-roomed cottage with a withered old woman called Adolphine Ho. 16. At Anzin we reorganized. Some of the lightly wounded rejoined for duty, and a big draft from the 3rd Battalion arrived, so that within a week we were nearly 700 strong, with a full supply of officers. Old Adelphine made me comfortable. She used to come into my room in the morning while I shaved and tell me the local gossip about her stingy daughter-in-law and the unscrupulous mayor and the woman at Fouquier's who had just been delivered of black twins. She called the Kaiser a bitch and spat on the floor to confirm it. Her favorite subject was the shamelessness of modern girls. Yet she herself had been gay and beautiful and much sought after when young, she said. As lady's maid to a rich draper's wife at Béthune, she had traveled widely in the surrounding country, and even over the border into Belgium. She told me scandal about the important families who once lived in the various villages we were now using as billets. Once she innocently asked whether I knew Le Basset. I said that I had tried to visit it recently, but been detained. Do you know Achy then? Ah, well, I have seen it often from a distance. Well, perhaps you know a big farmhouse between Auchy and Cambrin, called Le Brique Farm? Oh, I answered, startled, that I knew it very well as a strong place with moat and cellars, and a kitchen garden now full of barbed wire. In that case I shall tell you a story, she said. I was staying there in 1870, the year of the other war, and we had with us at the house a handsome petit caporal who loved me. So, because he was a nice boy, and because of the war, we slept together and I had a baby. But God punished me, and the baby died. That's a long time ago. Now, she told me that all the girls in Anzin prayed every night for the war to end, and for the English to go away, as soon as their money was spent, and that the clause about the money was always repeated in case God should miss it. On the whole, troops serving in the Pas-de-Calais loathed the French and found it difficult to sympathize with their misfortunes. They had all the shortcomings of a border people. Also, we were shocked at the severity of French national accountancy when we were told, for instance, that every British hospital train, the locomotive and carriages of which had been imported from England, had to pay a £200 sterling fee for use of the rails on each journey they made from railhead to base. I wrote home about this time. I find it very difficult to like the French here, except occasional members of the official class. Even when billeted in villages where no troops have been before, I have not met a single case of the hospitality that one meets among the peasants of other countries. It is worse than inhospitality here, for after all we are fighting for their dirty little lives. They suck enormous quantities of money out of us too. Calculate how much has flowed into the villages around Béthune, which for many months now have been housing about 100,000 men. Apart from what they get paid directly as billeting allowance, there is the pay that troops spend. Every private soldier gets his 5-franc note, nearly 4 shillings, every 10 days, and spends it at once on eggs, coffee, and beer in the local estaminets. The prices are ridiculous, and the stuff bad. In the brewery at Béthune the other day, I saw barrels of already thin beer being watered from the canal with a hosepipe. The estaminet keepers water it further. It was surprising that there were so few clashes between the British and the local French, who returned our loathing and were convinced that, when the war ended, we would stay and hold the Channel ports. We failed to realize that the peasants did not much care whether they were on the German or the British side of the line. They just had no use for foreign soldiers and were not at all interested in the sacrifices that we might be making for their dirty little lives. Fighting still continued around Loos. We could hear the guns in the distance, but the main thrust had clearly failed, and we were now skirmishing for local advantages. On October 13th, there came a final flare-up. The noise of the guns increased until even the inhabitants of Anzin, accustomed to these alarms, were properly scared and began packing up in case the Germans broke through. Old Adelphine wept for fright in Bethune. Early that afternoon, as I sat at the Globe drinking champagne, cocktails with some friends who had joined from the 3rd Battalion, the assistant provost, Marshall put his head in the door and called out, "Any officers of the 5th, 6th, or 19th Brigades here?" Aye. We jumped up. "You are to return at once to your units." Miguel. "Oh, God," said Robertson. "That means another show. He had been with Duke Company during the battle, and so escaped the charge. We'll be pushed over the top tonight to reinforce someone, and that'll be the end of us." At Anzin, we found everything in confusion. "We're standing to, at half an hour's notice for the trenches," they told us. We packed up hastily, and in a few minutes the whole battalion was out on the road in fighting order. Our destination was the Hohenzollern Redoubt, new trench maps of which were now issued to us. The men seemed in high spirits, even the survivors of the show, singing to the accompaniment of an accordion and a penny whistle. But once, when a mad minute of artillery noise began, they stopped and looked at each other. "That's the charge," Sergeant Townsend said sententiously. "Many good fellows going west at this moment, maybe chums of ours." Gradually the noise died down, and at last a message came from brigade that we would not be needed. It had been another dud show, chiefly notorious for the death of Charles Sorley, a 20-year-old captain in the Suffolks, one of the 3 poets of importance killed during the war. The other 2 were Isaac Rosenberg and Wilfred Owen. So ended the operations for 1950. Tension relaxed. We returned to battalion mess, to company drill, and to riding school for the young officers. There might have been no Battle of Loos, except that the senior officers were fewer, and the Special Reserve element larger. 2 or 3 days later, we went back to trenches in the same sector. On October 15th, I was gazetted a Special Reserve captain. Promotion was rapid for Special Reserve subalterns who had joined early, because the battalion had trebled its strength and become entitled to 3 times as many captains as before. Though pleased to see my pay go up several shillings a day, with an increase of war bonus and possibly gratuity and pension if I were wounded, I realized with disquiet that my new rank was effective overseas. And now I had been promoted captain, at the age of just 20, over the heads of elder officers who had longer trench service and were better trained than myself. A Special Reserve major and a captain had recently been sent home from the 1st Battalion with a confidential report of inefficiency. Being anxious to avoid any such disgrace, I went to the adjutant and offered not to wear my badges of rank while serving with the battalion. "No, put your stars up," he said, not unkindly. "It can't be helped." This proved to have been a wise move. Pretty soon afterwards, 2 other Special Reserve captains, one of them promoted at the same time as myself, and certainly far more efficient, were sent back as likely to be of more service in the training of troops at home. Had I returned to the trenches as a company officer, I should probably have modified my formula for taking risks, because a black depression held me. However, I got attached to the brigade sappers. Hill of the Middlesex was also enjoying this relief. He told me that the Middlesex colonel had addressed the survivors of his battalion as soon as they were back in billets, promising them that they would soon be given an opportunity of avenging their dead and making a fresh, and, this time, he hoped, successful attack upon La Bassée. "I know you diehards. You will go like lions over the top." Hill's servant had whispered confidentially, "Not on purpose, I don't, sir." The sapping company specialized in the repair and maintenance of communication and reserve trenches. The adjutant recalled me, a month later, to ordinary company duty, as a punishment for failing, one day in billets, to observe a paragraph in orders requiring us sappers to attend battalion parade. My remaining trench service with the 2nd Battalion that autumn proved uneventful. I found no excitement in patrolling, no horror in the continual experience of death. The single memorable event was one of purely technical interest, a new method that an officer named Owen and myself discovered for silencing machine guns firing at night. We gave each sentry a piece of string about a yard long, with a cartridge tied at each end. When the machine gun began traversing, sentries farthest from the line of fire would stretch their string towards it and peg them down with cartridge points. So we got a pretty accurate line on the machine gun. When we had about 30 or more of these lines taken on a single machine gun, we fixed rifles as carefully as possible along them and waited. As soon as it started again, we opened 5 rounds rapid. This gave a close concentration of fire, and no element of nervousness could disturb the aim, the rifles being secured between sandbags. Divisional headquarters asked us for a report of the method. There was a daily exchange of courtesies between our machine guns and the Germans at stand 2. By removing cartridges from the ammunition belt, one could rap out the rhythm of the familiar prostitute's call. Meet me down in Peach. Aye, Dilly, you, to which the Germans would reply, though in slower tempo, because our guns were faster than theirs. Yes, with, out my drawers on. Neil, Shelby, P. Still. Late this October, a press cutting from John Bull reached me. Horatio Bottomley, the editor, was protesting against the unequal treatment for criminal offenses meted out to commoners and aristocrats. A young man, he said, convicted in the police court of sexual delinquency, had merely been bound over and placed in the care of a physician because he happened to be the grandson of an earl. An offender not belonging to the influential classes would have been given 3 months without the option of a fine. The article described in some detail how Dick, a 16-year-old boy, had made a certain proposal to a corporal in a Canadian regiment stationed near Charterhouse College, and how the corporal had very properly given him in charge of the police. This news nearly finished me. I decided that Dick had been driven out of his mind by the war. There was madness in the family, I knew. He had once shown me a letter from his grandfather, scrawled in circles all over the page. Well, with so much slaughter about, it would be easy to think of him as dead. Having now been in the trenches for 5 months, I had passed my prime. For the first 3 weeks, an officer was of little use in the front line. He did not know his way about, had not learned the rules of health and safety, or grown accustomed to recognizing degrees of danger. Between 3 weeks and 4 weeks he was at his best, unless he happened to have any particular bad shock or sequence of shocks. Then his usefulness gradually declined as neurasthenia developed. At 6 months he was still more or less all right, but by 9 or 10 months, unless he had been given a few weeks' rest on a technical course or in hospital, he usually became a drag on the other company officers. After a year, 15 months, he was often worse than useless. Dr. W.A. H. R. I did praise. Rivers told me later that the action of one of the ductless glands, I think the thyroid, caused this slow general decline in military usefulness by failing at a certain point to pump its sedative chemical into the blood. Without its continued assistance, the man went about his tasks in an apathetic and doped condition, cheated into further endurance. It has taken some 10 years for my blood to recover. Officers had a less laborious, but a more nervous time than the men. There were proportionally twice as many neurasthenic cases among officers as among men, though a man's average expectancy of trench service before getting killed or wounded was twice as long as an officer's. Officers between the ages of 23 and 33 could count on a longer useful life than those older or younger. I was too young. Men over 40, though not suffering from want of sleep so much as those under 20, had less resistance to sudden alarms and shocks. The unfortunates were officers who had endured 2 years or more of continuous trench service. In many cases, they became dipsomaniacs. I knew 3 or 4 who had worked up to the point of 2 bottles of whiskey a day before being lucky enough to get wounded or sent home in some other way. A 2-bottle company commander of one of our line battalions is still alive who, in 3 shows running, got his company needlessly destroyed because he was no longer capable of taking clear decisions. Apart from wounds, gas, and the accidents of war, the life of the trench soldier could not be called unhealthy, while his ductless glands still functioned well. Plentiful food and hard work in the open air made up for the discomfort of wet feet, wet clothes, and drafty billets. A continual need for alertness discouraged minor illnesses. A cold vanished in a few hours. An attack of indigestion passed almost unnoticed. This was true at least in a good battalion, where the men were bent on going home, either with an honorable wound or not at all. In an inferior battalion, the men would prefer a wound to bronchitis, but not mind the bronchitis. In a bad battalion, they did not care whether, in the trench phrase, the cow calved or the bull broke its bloody neck. In a really good battalion, like the second when I first joined it, the question of getting wounded and going home was not allowed to be raised. Such a battalion had a very small sick list. During the winter of 1914-15, the 2nd reported no more than 4 or 5 casualties from trench feet, and in the following winter, no more than 8 or 9. The don't care battalions lost very heavily indeed. Trench feet seemed to be almost entirely a matter of morale. In spite of the lecture formula that NCOs and officers used to repeat time after time to the men, trench feet is caused by tight boots, tight puttees, or any other clothing calculated to interfere with the circulation of blood in the legs. Trench feet was caused, rather, well, by going to sleep with wet boots, cold feet, and depression. Wet boots by themselves did not matter. If a man warmed his feet at a brazier, or stamped until they were warm, and then went off to sleep with a sandbag tied around them, he took no harm. He might even fall asleep with cold, wet feet, and find that they had swelled slightly, owing to the pressure of his boots or puttees. But trench feet came only if he did not mind getting trench feet, or anything else, because his battalion had lost the power of sticking things out. At Bouchavens on the Somme, in the winter of 1916-17, a battalion of dismounted cavalry lost half its strength in 2 days from trench feet. Our 2nd Battalion had just completed 10 days in the same trenches, with no cases at all. Autumn brought melancholy to the Bethune-la-Bassée sector. In the big poplar forests, the leaves had turned French yellow, the dikes were overflowing, and the ground utterly sodden. Bethune had lost some of its charm. The Canadians billeted there drew 2 or 3 times as much pay as our own troops, and had sent the prices up. But it was still more or less intact, and one could still buy cream buns and fish dinners. In November, much to my delight, I had orders to join the 1st Battalion, now reorganizing after the loose fight. I found it in billets at Locon, only a mile or so north of Cambrin. The difference between the 2 battalions continued markedly throughout the war, however many times each got broken. The difference was that, in August 1914, the 2nd Battalion had just finished its 18 years overseas tour, whereas the 1st Battalion had not left England since the South African War, and was therefore less old-fashioned in its militarism and more humane. Livers were better. The men had dealings with white women and not with brown. It would have been impossible there to see what I once saw in the 2nd, a senior officer pursuing a private soldier down the street, kicking his bottom because he had given a slack salute. The 1st Battalion was as efficient and regimental, on the whole even more successful in its fighting, and a much easier battalion to live in. The battalion already had its complement of company commanders, so I went as 2nd captain to young Richardson of AA, one of the best companies I ever served. He came from Sandhurst, and his men were largely Welshmen of 1915 enlistment. No officer in the company was more than 22 or 23 years old. A day or two after I arrived, I went to visit TSC Company Mess, where I got a friendly welcome. I noticed the essays of Lionel Johnson lying on the table. It was the first book I had seen in France, except my own Keats and Blake, that was neither a military textbook nor a rubbishy novel. I stole a look at the flyleaf, and the name was Siegfried Sassoon. Then I looked around to see who could possibly be called Siegfried Sassoon and bring Lionel Johnson with him to the 1st Battalion. The answer being obvious, I got into conversation with him, and a few minutes later we set out for Bethune, being off duty until dusk, and talked about poetry. Siegfried Sassoon had at the time published only a few privately printed pastoral pieces of 1890-ish flavor, and a satire on Masefield, which halfway through had forgotten to be a satire and turned into rather good Masefield. We went to the cake shop and ate cream buns. At this time I was getting my first book of poems, Over the Brazier, ready for the press. I had 1 or 2 drafts in my pocketbook and showed them to Siegfried. He frowned and said that war should not be written about in such a realistic way. In return, he showed me some of his own poems. One of them began, "Return to greet me, colors that were my joy, not in the woeful crimson of men slain." Siegfried had not yet been in the trenches. I told him, in my old soldier manner, that he would soon change his style. That night, the whole battalion went up to work on a new defense scheme at Festubert. Festubert had been a nightmare ever since the first fighting there in 1914, when the inmates of its lunatic asylum, caught between 2 fires, broke out and ran all over the countryside. The British trench line, which crossed a stretch of ground marked on the map as marsh, sometimes dry in the summer, consisted of islands of high command trench, with no communication between them except at night. The battalion had been nearly wiped out here 6 months previously. We were set to build up a strong reserve line, and came night after night. The temperature being 10 degrees below zero, and the ground frozen a foot deep, we managed only to raise some 200 yards of trench about knee-high, at the cost of several men wounded by casual shot skimming the trench in front of us. Other troops resumed work when the thaw came, and built a thick 7-foot-high ramp, which little by little sank down into the marsh, and in the end was completely engulfed. When I left the 2nd Battalion, the adjutant let me take my admirable servant, Private Fahey, known as Toddy Fay after the actress, with me. Toddy, a reservist from Birmingham, had been called up when war broke out and fought with the 2nd Battalion ever since. By trade a silversmith, he had recently gone on leave, and brought me back a gift cigarette case, all his own work, engraved with my name. On arrival at the 1st Battalion, however, he met one Sergeant Dickens. They had been boozing chums in India 7 or 8 years ago, and joyfully celebrated the reunion. The next morning, I was surprised and annoyed to find my buttons unpolished and only cold water for shaving. It made me late for breakfast. I could get no news of Toddy, but on my way to rifle inspection at 9 o'clock at the company billet, noticed field punishment No. D, one being carried out in a corner of the farmyard. Toddy had just been awarded 28 days of it for drunkenness in the field, and stood spread-eagled to the wheel of a company limber, tied by the ankles and wrists in the form of an X. He was obliged to stay in this position, crucifixion they called it, for several hours every day, so long as the battalion remained in billets, and then again after the next spell of trenches. I shall never forget the look that my quiet, respectful, devoted Toddy gave me. He wanted to tell me that he regretted having let me down, and his immediate reaction was an attempt to salute. I could see him vainly trying to lift his hand to his forehead and bring his heels together. The battalion police sergeant, a fierce-looking man, had just finished knotting him up when I arrived. I told Toddy, for what that might be worth, that I was sorry to see him in trouble. The spree, as it proved, did him good in the end. I had to find another servant, and old Joe Cotterell, the quartermaster, aware that Toddy was the only trained officer's servant left in the battalion, took him from me when his sentence expired, even inducing the colonel to remit a few days of it. I bore no grudge to old Joe. Thought he would be safer in billets with him than in trenches with me. A few weeks later, his 7 years contract as a reservist expired. When their Bakshi 7 came to an end, reservists were sent home for a few days, but then deemed to have re-enlisted under the Military Service Act and were called to the battalion. Toddy made good use of his leave. His brother-in-law, the director of a munitions factory, took him in as a skilled metal worker. He became a starred man, one whose work was so important to industry that he could not be spared for military service. So Toddy is, I hope, still alive. Sergeant Dickens was a different case, a born fighter, and one of the best NCOs in either battalion of the regiment. He had won the Distinguished Conduct Medal and Bar, the Military Medal, and the French Médaille Militaire. Been 2 or 3 times promoted to sergeant's rank, and each time reduced for drunkenness. He always escaped the field punishment awarded for this crime, because it was considered sufficient disgrace if he merely lost his stripes, and as soon as a battle started would distinguish himself so conspicuously by his leadership that he would be given them back again. Early in December, a rumor came that we were going for divisional training to the distant countryside. I refused to believe it, having heard stories of this kind too often, yet it turned out to be true. Siegfried Sassoon, in his Memoirs of a Fox-Hunting Man, has described this battalion move. Our 8E company had an even more laborious experience than his EC company. We got up at 5 o'clock one morning, breakfasted hastily, packed our kits, and marched down to the railhead 3 miles away. Here we entrained all the battalion stores, transport animals. This took us to the middle of the morning. We then entrained ourselves for a 10-hour journey to Assam Junction, about 20 miles behind the front line. The officers traveled in third-class compartments, the men in closed trucks marked Homs 40, Chevaux 8. They were very stiff when they arrived. I company was then ordered to do the detraining job too. When we had finished, the dixies of tea prepared for us were cold. The other companies got a couple of hours' rest. We had only a few minutes. The march took us along pavé roads and rough chalk tracks of Picardy downland. It started about midnight and finished at 6 o'clock next morning, the men carrying their packs and rifles. There was a competition between the companies as to which would have the fewest stragglers. Awan. The village we finally arrived at was named Montagne-la-Folle. No troops had been billeted here before, and its inhabitants were pardonably annoyed at being knocked up in the middle of the night by our advance party to provide accommodation for 800 men at 2 hours' notice. We found these Picard peasants much more likable than the Pas-de-Calais folk. I was billeted with an old man called Monsieur Elie Caron, a kindly retired schoolmaster with a bright eye and white hair, who lived entirely on vegetables, and gave me a vegetarian pamphlet entitled Comment Vivre sans Dents. We already knew of the coming Somme offensive, so this seemed a good joke. He also gave me Longfellow's Evangeline in English. Since I have always been sorry for English books stranded in France, whatever their demerits, I accepted it, and later brought it home. We stayed at Montagne for 6 weeks. Colonel Ford, known in the regiment as Scatter, short for Scattercash because when he first joined, he had spent his allowance so lavishly, put the battalion through its paces with peacetime severity. He ordered us to forget the trenches and to prepare ourselves for the open warfare that was bound to follow once the Somme defenses had been pierced. Every other day was field day. We were back in spirit to General Haking's company training. Even those of us who did not believe in the breakthrough thoroughly enjoyed our exercises over quite unspoiled country. The guns could only just be heard in the distance, and every man in the battalion was fit. Days other than field days were spent on battalion drill and musketry. The training seemed entirely unrelated to war as we had experienced it. Games included inter-battalion rugger. I played full-back for the battalion. 3 other officers were members of the team. Richardson, a front-row scrum man, Pritchard, another Sandhurst boy, the fly half, and David Thomas, a 3rd Battalion 2nd Lieutenant, an inside 3/4. David came from South Wales, simple, gentle, fond of reading. He, Siegfried Sassoon, and I always went about together. One day, David stopped me in the village street. "Did you hear the bugle? There's a hell of a row brewing." All officers and warrant officers are to meet at the village schoolroom at once. Scatter's looking as black as thunder. No one knows yet what the axe is. Oh! We went along to the schoolroom and squeezed into one of the desk benches. When Scatter entered, the room was called to attention by the senior major. David and I heard ourselves attempting to stand up, bench and all. Scatter told us to be seated. The officers were in one class, the warrant officers and NCOs in another. Scatter glared at us from the teacher's desk. He began his lecture with general accusations, saying that he had lately noticed many signs of slovenliness in the battalion, men with their pocket flaps undone, and actually walking along the village street with hands in trouser pockets and boots unpolished, sentries strolling about on their beats at company billets, instead of marching up and down in a soldier-like way, rowdiness at the estaminets, slackness in saluting, and many other grave indications of lowered discipline. He threatened to stop all leave to the United Kingdom unless matters improved, and promised us a saluting parade every morning before breakfast, which he would attend in person. All this was general axing. We knew that he had not yet reached the particular axe. It was this: I have here principally to tell you of a very disagreeable occurrence. As I left my orderly room this morning, I came upon a group of soldiers. I will not particularize their company. One of these soldiers was in conversation with a lance corporal. You may not believe me, but it is a fact that he addressed the corporal by his Christian name. He called him Jack, and the corporal made no protests. To think that the 1st Battalion has sunk to a level where it is possible for such familiarity to exist between NCOs and the men under their command. Naturally, I put the corporal under arrest, and he appeared before me at once on the charge of conduct unbecoming to an NCO. I reduced him to the ranks and awarded the Manfield punishment for using insubordinate language to an NCO. But I warn you, if any further case of this sort comes to my notice, and I expect you officers to report the slightest instance to me at once, instead of dealing with it as a company matter. I tried to catch Siegfried's eye, but he was obviously avoiding it, so I caught David's instead. This is one of those caricature scenes that now seem to sum up the various stages of my life. Myself, in faultless khaki, with highly polished buttons and belt, revolver at hip, whistle on cord, delicate mustache on upper lip, and stern endeavor, a glint in either eye, pretending to be a regular army captain, but crushed into that inky desk bench like an overgrown school boy. A fresco ran around the walls of the classroom, illustrating the evils of alcoholism. It started with the innocent boy being offered a drink by his matey, and then showed his downward path of degradation, culminating in wife beating, murder, and delirium tremens. But, at least, he never went so far as to call his petit Taporo Jaco. The battalion's sole complaint against Montaigne was that women were not so complaisant in that part of the country as around Bethune. The officers had the unfair advantage of being able to borrow horses and ride into Amiens. There was a blue lamp at Amiens, as at Abbeville, Le Havre, Rouen, and all the large towns behind the lines. The blue lamp reserved for officers, the red lamp for men. Whether, in this careful maintenance of discipline, the authorities made any special provision for warrant officers, and whether the blue lamp women had to show any particular qualifications for their higher social ranking, are questions I cannot answer. I remained puritanical, except in language, throughout my overseas service. At New Year, the 7th Division sent 2 company officers from each brigade to instruct troops at the base. I and a Queen's captain happened to be the 2 who had been out longest, so we were given this gift of 8 weeks additional life. 17. There were about 30 instructors at the Harfleur Bull Ring, where newly arrived drafts now went for technical instruction before going up the line. Most of my colleagues specialized on musketry, machine guns, gas, or bombs. Having no specialist training, but only general experience, I taught troops trench relief and trench discipline in a model system of trenches. My principal other business was arms drill. One day it rained, and the terrifying Major Curry, the Bull Ring commandant, suddenly ordered me to lecture in the big concert hall. You'll find 3,000 men there waiting for you, Graves, and you're the only available officer with a loud enough voice to make himself heard. They were Canadians. So instead of giving my usual semi-facetious lecture on how to be happy, though in the trenches, I paid them the compliment of telling the real story of Loos, and what a balls up it had been, and why, more or less, as it has been given here. This was the only audience I have ever held for an hour with real attention. I expected Major Curry to be furious, because the principal object of the Bull Ring was to inculcate the offensive spirit, but he took it well, and put several other concert hall lectures on me after this. In the instructor's mess, the chief subjects of conversation, besides local and technical talk, were the reliability of various divisions in battle, the value of different training methods, and war morality, with particular reference to atrocities. We talked more freely than would have been possible in England or in the trenches. It seemed to be agreed that about a third of the troops forming the British Expeditionary Force were dependable on all occasions, those always called on for important tasks. About a third were variable, divisions that contained 1 or 2 weak battalions, but could usually be trusted. The remainder were more or less untrustworthy. Being put in places of comparative safety, they lost about a quarter of the men that the best troops did. It was a matter of pride to belong to one of the recognized top-notch divisions, the 2nd, 7th, 29th Guards, 1st Canadian, for instance. These were not pampered when in reserve, as the German stormtroops were, but promotion, leave, and the chance of a wound came quicker in them. The mess agreed dispassionately that the most dependable British troops were the Midland County regiments, Industrial Yorkshire and Lancashire troops, and Londoners. The Ulstermen, Lowland Scots, and Northern English ranked pretty high. The Catholic Irish and Highland Scots took unnecessary risks in trenches and had unnecessary casualties, and in battle, though they usually reached their objective, too often lost it in the counterattack. Without officers, they became useless. English Southern County regiments varied from good to very bad. All overseas troops seemed to be good. The dependability of divisions also varied with their seniority in date of formation. The latest new Army divisions and the second-line territorial divisions, whatever their recruiting area, ranked low because of inefficient officers and warrant officers. We once discussed which were the cleanest troops in trenches, taken by nationalities. We agreed on a descending order list like this: English and German Protestants, Northern Irish, Welsh, and Canadians, Irish and German Catholics, Scots, with certain higher-ranking exceptions, Mohammedan Indians, Algerians, Portuguese, Belgians, French. We put the Belgians and French there for spite. They could not have been dirtier than the Algerians and the Portuguese. Propaganda reports of atrocities were, it was agreed, ridiculous. We remembered that while the Germans could commit atrocities against enemy civilians, Germany itself, except for an early Russian cavalry raid, had never had the enemy on her soil. We no longer believe the highly colored accounts of German atrocities in Belgium, knowing the Belgians now at first hand. By atrocities we meant, specifically, rape, mutilation, and torture, not summary shootings of suspected spies, harborers of spies, francs-tireurs, or disobedient local officials. If the atrocity list had to include the accidental on-purpose bombing or machine gunning of civilians from the air, the Allies were now committing as many atrocities as the Germans. French and Belgian civilians had often tried to win our sympathy by exhibiting mutilations of children, stumps of hands and feet, for instance, representing them as deliberate, fiendish atrocities, when, as likely as not, they were merely the result of shell fire. We did not believe rape to be any more common on the German side of the line than on the Allied side. And since a bully, beef diet, fear of death, and absence of wives made ample provision of women necessary in the occupied areas, no doubt the German army authorities provided brothels in the principal French towns behind the line, as the French did on the Allied side. We did not believe stories of women's forcible enlistment in these establishments. What's wrong with the voluntary system? We asked cynically. As for atrocities against soldiers, where should one draw the line? The British soldier at first regarded as atrocious the use of Bowie knives by German patrols. After a time, he learned to use them himself. They were cleaner killing weapons than revolvers or bombs. The Germans regarded as equally atrocious the British Mark VII rifle bullet, which was more apt to turn on striking than the German bullet. For true atrocities, meaning personal rather than military violations of the Code of War, few opportunities occurred, except in the interval between the surrender of prisoners and their arrival, or non-arrival, at headquarters. Advantage was only too often taken of this opportunity. Nearly every instructor in the mess could quote specific instances of prisoners having been murdered on the way back. The commonest motives were, it seems, revenge for the death of friends or relatives, jealousy of the prisoner's trip to a comfortable prison camp in England, military enthusiasm, fear of being suddenly overpowered by the prisoners, or, more simply, impatience with the escorting job. In any of these cases, the conductors would report on arrival at headquarters that a German shell had killed the prisoners, and no questions would be asked. We had every reason to believe that the same thing happened on the German side, where prisoners, as useless mouths to feed in a country already short of rations, would be even less welcome. None of us had heard of German prisoners being more than threatened at headquarters to get military information from them. The sort that they could give was not of sufficient importance to make torture worthwhile, and anyhow, it had been found that, when treated kindly, prisoners were anxious in gratitude to tell as much as they knew. German intelligence officers had probably discovered that too. The troops with the worst reputation for acts of violence against prisoners were the Canadians, and later the Australians. The Canadians' motive was said to be revenge for a Canadian found crucified with bayonets through his hands and feet in a German trench. This atrocity had never been substantiated, nor did we believe the story, freely circulated, that the Canadians crucified a German officer in revenge shortly afterwards. How far this reputation for atrocities was deserved, and how far it could be ascribed to the overseas habit of bragging and leg-pulling, we could not decide. At all events, most overseas men and some British troops made atrocities against prisoners a boast, not a confession. Later in the war, I heard two first-hand accounts. A Canadian Scot. They sent me back with 3 bloody prisoners, you see, and one started limping and groaning, so I had to keep on kicking the sod down the trench. He was an officer. It was getting dark and I felt fed up, so I thought, I'll have a bit of a game. I had them covered with the officer's revolver and made him open their pockets without turning round. Then I dropped a Mills bomb in each, with the pin out, and ducked behind a traverse. Bang, bang, bang. No more bloody prisoners. No good Fritzes but dead uns. Oh, by ya. An Australian? Well, the biggest lark I had was at Morlancourt, when we took it the first time. There were a lot of Jerrys in a cellar, and I said to 'em, "Come out, you camarades." So out they came, a dozen of 'em, with their hands up. "Turn out your pockets," I told 'em. They turned 'em out. Watches and gold and stuff, all didn't come. Then I said, "Now back to your cellar, you sons of bitches," for I couldn't be bothered with 'em. When they were all safely down, I threw half a dozen Mills bombs in after me. I got the stuff all right, and we weren't taking prisoners that day. Ah, Raison, aye. An old woman at Cardenet on the Somme gave me my first-hand account of large-scale atrocities. I was billeted with her in July 1916. Close to her home, a battalion of French Turcos overtook the rear guard of a German division retreating from the Marne in September 1914. The Turcos surprised the dead-weary Germans while still marching in column. The old woman went, with gestures, through the pantomime of slaughter, and ended, "Et enfin, ces animaux leur ont arraché les oreilles et les ont mis à la poche." The presence of semi-civilized colored troops in Europe was, from the German point of view we knew, one of the chief Allied atrocities. We sympathized. Recently, at Flixecorps, one of the instructors told us, the cook of a Corps headquarters mess used to be visited at the chateau every morning by a Turco, the orderly to a French liaison officer. The Turco used to say, "Tommy, give Johnny Pazzi," and got his tin of plum and apple jam. One day the Corps had orders to shift by the afternoon, so the cook told the Turco, giving him his farewell tin, "Oh, Lala Johnny, Napoo Pazzi tomorrow." The Turco would not believe it. "Yes, Tommy, mate," he insisted. "Pazzi for Johnny. Tomorrow, 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 tomorrow." To get rid of him, the cook said, "Fetch me the head of a Fritz Johnny tonight. I'll ask the general to give you Pazzi tomorrow, tomorrow, tomorrow." "Right, mate," said the Turco. "Me get Fritz head tonight. General give me Pazzi tomorrow." That evening, the mess cook of the new corps that had taken over the chateau found a Turco asking for him and swinging a bloody head in a sandbag. "Here, Fritz head, mate," said the Turco. "General give me Pazzi tomorrow, tomorrow, tomorrow." As Flixecorps lay more than 20 miles behind the line, we discussed the continuity of regimental morale. A captain in a line battalion of a Surrey regiment said, "Our battalion has never recovered from the first Battle of Ypres. What's wrong is that we have a rotten depot. The drafts are bad, and so we get a constant reinfection." He told me one night in our sleeping hut, "In both the last two shows I had to shoot a man of my company to get the rest out of the trench. It was so bloody awful I couldn't stand it. That's why I applied to be sent down here." This was the truth, not the usual loose talk that one heard at the base. I felt sorrier for him than for any other man I met in France. He deserved a better regiment. The boast of every good battalion was that it had never lost a trench. Both our line battalions made it, meaning that they had never been forced out of a trench without recapturing it before the action ended. Capturing a German trench and being unable to hold it for lack of reinforcements did not count, nor did retirement by order from headquarters, or when the battalion next door had broken and left a flank in the air. And towards the end of the war, trenches could be honorably abandoned as being wholly obliterated by bombardment, or because not really trenches at all, but a line of selected shell craters. We all agreed on the value of arms drill as a factor in morale. Arms. Drill as it should be done. Someone said, "It's beautiful," especially when the company feels itself as a single being. And each movement is not a synchronized movement of every man together, but the single movement of one large creature. I used to get big bunches of Canadians to drill 400 or 500 at a time. Spokesman stepped forward once and asked what sense there was in sloping and ordering arms, and fixing and unfixing bayonets. They said they had come across to fight, and not to guard Buckingham Palace. I told them that in every division of the four in which I had served, the 1st, 2nd, 7th, and 8th, there were 3 different kinds of troops. Those that had guts, but were no good at drill. Those that were good at drill but had no guts, and those that had guts and were good at drill. These last, for some reason or other, fought by far the best when it came to a show. I didn't know why, and I didn't care. I told them that when they were better at fighting than the guards, they could perhaps afford to neglect their arms drill. We often theorized in the mess about drill. I held that the best drill never resulted from being bawled at by a sergeant major, that there must be perfect respect between the man who gives the order and the men that carry it out. The test of drill came, I said, when the officer gave an incorrect word of command. If the company could, without hesitation, carry out the order intended, or, if the order happened to be impossible, could stand absolutely still, or continue marching, without confusion in the ranks, that was good drill. Some instructors regarded the corporate spirit that resulted from drilling together as leading to loss of initiative in the men drill. Others argued that it acted just the other way round. Suppose a section of men with rifles get isolated from the rest of the company without an NCO in charge and meet a machine gun. Under the stress of danger, this section will have that all-one-body feeling of drill and obey an imaginary word of command. There may be no communication between its members, but there will be a drill movement, with 2 men naturally opening fire on the machine gun, while the remainder work round, part on the left flank and part on the right, and the final rush will be simultaneous. Leadership is supposed to be the perfection for which drill has been instituted. That's wrong. Leadership is only the first stage. Perfection of drill is communal action. Though drill may seem to be antiquated parade ground stuff, it's the foundation of tactics and musketry. Parade round musketry won all the battles in our regimental histories. This war, which is unlikely to open out, and must almost certainly end with the collapse, by attrition, of one side or the other, will be won by parade ground tactics, by the simple drill tactics of small units fighting in limited spaces, and in noise and confusion so great that leadership is quite impossible. Despite variance on this point, we all agreed that regimental pride remained the strongest moral force that kept a battalion going as an effective fighting unit, contrasting it particularly with patriotism and religion. Patriotism, in the trenches, was too remote a sentiment, and at once rejected as fit only for civilians or prisoners. A new arrival who talked patriotism would soon be told to cut it out, as blighty, a geographical concept. Great Britain was a quiet, easy place for getting back to out of the present foreign misery. But as a nation it included not only the trenching, soldiers themselves and those who had gone home wounded, but the staff, Army Service Corps, lines of communication, troops, base units, home service units, and all civilians down to the detested grades of journalists, profiteers, starred men exempted from enlistment, conscientious objectors, and members of the government. The trench soldier, with this carefully graded caste system of honor, never considered that the Germans opposite might have built up exactly the same system themselves. He thought of Germany as a nation in arms, a unified nation inspired with the sort of patriotism that he himself despised. He believed most newspaper reports on conditions and sentiments in Germany, though believing little or nothing of what he read about similar conditions and sentiments in England. Yet he never underrated the German as a soldier. Newspaper libels on Fritz's courage and efficiency were resented by all trench soldiers of experience. Hardly one soldier in 100 was inspired by religious feeling, of even the crudest kind. It would have been difficult to remain religious in the trenches, even if one survived the irreligion of the training battalion at home. A regular sergeant at Montaigne, a 2nd Battalion man, had recently told me that he did not hold with religion in time of war. He said that the niggers, meaning the Inns, were right in officially relaxing their religious rules while fighting. And all this damn nonsense, sir, excuse me, sir, that we read in the papers, sir, about how miraculous it is that the wayside crucifixes are always getting shot at, but the figure of our Lord Jesus somehow don't get hurt. It fairly makes me sick, sir. This was his explanation why, when giving practice fire orders from the hilltop, he had shouted, unaware that I stood behind him. 700. Half left. Bloke on cross. 5 rounds. Concentrate. Fire! And why? For concentrate. He had humorously substituted consecrate. His platoon, including the 2 unusual Bible wallahs whose letters home always began in the same formal way. Dear sister in Christ, or dear brother in Christ, blazed away. The troops, while ready to believe in the Kaiser as a comic personal devil, knew the German soldier to be, on the whole, more devout than himself. In the instructor's mess, we spoke freely of God and got as opposed tribal deities. For Anglican regimental chaplains, we had little respect. If they had shown 1/10 the courage, endurance, and other human qualities that the regimental doctors showed, we agreed, the British Expeditionary Force might well have started a religious revival. But they had not, being under orders to avoid getting mixed up with the fighting and to stay behind with the transport. Soldiers could hardly respect a chaplain who obeyed these orders, and yet not 1 in 50 seemed sorry to obey them. Occasionally, on a quiet day in a quiet sector, the chaplain would make a daring afternoon visit to the support line and distribute a few cigarettes before hurrying back. But he was always much to the fore in rest billets. Sometimes the colonel would summon him to come up with the rations and bury the day's dead. He would arrive, speak his lines, and shoot off again. The position was complicated by the respect that most commanding officers had for the cloth, though not all. The colonel in one battalion I served with got rid of 4 new Anglican chaplains in 4 months. Finally, he applied for a Roman Catholic, alleging a change of faith in the men under his command. For the Roman Catholic chaplains were not only permitted to visit posts of danger, but definitely enjoyed to be wherever fighting was, so that they could give extreme unction to the dying. And we had never heard of one who failed to do all that was expected of him and more. Jovial Father Gleason of the Munsters, when all the officers were killed or wounded at the First Battle of Ypres, had stripped off his black badges and, taking command of the survivors, held the line. Anglican chaplains were remarkably out of touch with their troops. The 2nd Battalion chaplain, just before the loose fighting, had preached a violent sermon on the battle against sin, at which one old soldier behind me grumbled, "Christ, as if one bloody push wasn't enough to worry about at a time." A Roman Catholic padre, on the other hand, had given his men his blessing and told them that if they died fighting for the good cause, they would go straight to heaven or, at any rate, be excused a great many years in purgatory. When I told this story to the mess, someone else said that on the eve of a battle in Mesopotamia, the Anglican chaplain of his battalion had preached a sermon on the commutation of tithes. Much more sensible than that battle against sin. Quite up in the air and took the men's minds off the fighting. I felt better after a few weeks at Harfleur, though the knowledge that this was merely a temporary relief haunted me all the time. One day I left the mess to begin the afternoon's work on the drill ground and passed the place at which bombing instruction went on. A group of men stood around a table where the various types of bombs were set out for demonstration. I heard a sudden crash. A sergeant of the Royal Irish Rifles had been giving a little unofficial instruction before the proper instructor arrived. He picked up a no-D, a percussion grenade, and said, "Now lads, you've got to be careful here. Remember that if you touch anything while you're swinging this chap, it'll go off." To illustrate the point, he rapped the grenade against the table edge. It killed him, and the man next to him, and wounded 12 others more or less severely. 18. In March, I rejoined the 1st Battalion on the Somme. It was the primrose season. We went in and out of the Fricourt trenches with billets at Morlancourt, a country village still untouched by shell fire. Later it got knocked to pieces. The Australians and the Germans captured and recaptured it from each other several times, until only the site remained. A company headquarters were a farmhouse kitchen, where we slept in our valises on the red brick floor. An old lady and her daughter stayed to safeguard their possessions. The old lady was senile and paralyzed, Almost all she could do was to shake her head and say, Trista Laguerre, we called her Trista Laguerre. The daughter used to carry her about like a child. At Fricourt, the trenches were cut in chalk, which we found more tolerable in wet weather than La Bossé clay. Division had given us a brigade frontage where the lines came closer to each other than at any other point for miles. The British had only recently extended their line down to the Somme, and the French had been content, as they usually were, unless definitely contemplating a battle, to be at peace with the Germans and not dig in too near. But here a slight ridge occurred, and neither side could afford to let the other hold the crest, so they shared it after a prolonged dispute. This area was used by both the Germans and ourselves as an experimental station for new types of bombs and grenades. The trenches were wide and tumbled down too shallow in many places, and without sufficient traverses. The French had left relics both of their nonchalance, corpses buried too near the surface, and of their love of security, a number of deep though lousy dugouts. We busied ourselves raising the front-line parapet and building traverses to limit the damage of the trench mortar shells that fell continually. Every night not only the companies in the front line, but both support companies kept hard at work all the time. It was an even worse place than Quenchy for rats. They scuttled about our company me-times. We always ate with revolvers beside our plates, and punctuated our conversation with sudden volleys at a rat, rummaging at somebody's valise or crawling along the timber support of the roof above our heads. Company officers were gay. We had all been in our school choirs except Edmund Dad, who sang like a crow, and used to chant anthems and bits of cantatas whenever things went well. Edmund insisted on taking his part. At dinner, one day a Welsh boy came rushing in, hysterical from terror. He shouted to Richardson, "Sir, sir, there's a trench mortar in my dugout." His sing-song Welsh made us all shout with laughter. "Cheer up, 33 Williams," Richardson said. "How did a big thing like a trench mortar happen to occur in your dugout?" But 33 Williams could not explain. He went on again and again. "Sir, sir, there's a trench mortar in my dugout." Edmund Dad went out to investigate. He reported that a mortar shell had fallen into the trench, bounced down the dugout steps, exploded, and killed 5 men. 33 Williams, the only survivor, had been lying asleep, protected by the body of another man. Our greatest trial was the German canister, a 2-gallon drum with a cylinder containing about 2 pounds of an explosive called ammonal that looked like salmon paste, smelled like marzipan, and, when it went off, sounded like the Day of Judgment. The hollow around the cylinder contained scrap metal, apparently collected by French villagers behind the German line. Rusty nails, fragments of British and French shells, spent bullets, and the screws, nuts, and bolts that heavy lorries leave behind on the road. We dissected one unexploded canister and found in it, among other things, the cogwheels of a clock and half a set of false teeth. The canister could easily be heard approaching and looked harmless in the air, but its shock was as shattering as the very heaviest shell. It would blow in any but the very deepest dugouts, and the false teeth, rusty nails, cogwheels, and so on went flying all over the place. We could not agree how the Germans fired a weapon of that size. The problem remained unsolved until July 1st, when the battalion attacked from these same trenches and discovered a wooden cannon buried in the earth and discharged with a time fuse. The crew offered to surrender, but our men had sworn for months to get them. One evening, near Trafalgar Square, should any reader remember that trench junction, Richardson, David Thomas, and I met Pritchard and the adjutant. We stopped to talk. Richardson complained what a devil of a place this was for trench mortars. "That's where I come in," said Pritchard. As battalion trench mortar officer, he had just been given 2 Stokes mortar guns. "They're beauties," Pritchard went on. "I've been trying them out, and tomorrow I'm going to get some of my own back. I can put 4 or 5 shells in the air at once." "Monsieur Nort." "About time, too," the adjutant said. "We have had 300 casualties in the last month here." It doesn't seem so many as that because, curiously enough, none of them have been officers. In fact, we've had about 500 casualties in the ranks since Loos, and not a single officer. Then he suddenly realized that his words were unlucky. "Touch wood!" David shouted. Everybody jumped to touch wood, but it was a French trench and unrevetted. I pulled a pencil out of my pocket. That was wood enough for me. Richardson said, "I'm not superstitious anyway." The following evening I led A Company forward as a working party. My B and D companies were in the line, and we overtook AAC, also going to work. David, bringing up the rear of AC, looked worried about something. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Oh, I'm fed up," he answered, "and I've got a cold." Company filed along to the right of the battalion frontage, and we went to the left. It was a weird kind of night, with a bright moon. Germans occupied a sap only 40 or 50 yards away. We stood on the parapet piling the sandbags, with the moon at our backs, but the German sentries ignored us, probably because they had work on hand themselves. It happened at times when both sides were busy putting up proper defenses that they turned a blind eye to each other's work. Occasionally it was said, "The rival wiring parties as good as used the same mallets for hammering in the pickets." The Germans seemed much more ready than we were to live and let live. Only once, so far as I know, apart from Christmas 1914, did both sides show themselves in daylight without firing at each other. 1 February at Ypres, when the trenches got so flooded that everyone had to crawl out on top to avoid drowning. Nevertheless, a continuous exchange of grenades and trench mortars had begun. Several canisters went over, and the men found it difficult to get out of their way in the dark. But for the first time we were giving the enemy as good as they gave us. Pritchard had been using his Stokes mortars all day, and sent over hundreds of rounds. Twice the Germans had located his emplacement, and forced him to shift hurriedly. Our company worked from 7 in the evening until midnight. We must have put 3,000 sandbags into position, and 50 yards of front trench were already looking presentable. About 10:30, rifle fire broke out on the right, and the sentries passed along the news. "Officer hit." Richardson hurried away to investigate. He came back to say, "It's young Thomas, a bullet through the neck, but I think he's all right. It can't have hit his spine or an artery, because he's walking to the dressing station." I was delighted. David should now be away long enough to escape the coming offensive, and perhaps even the rest of the war. At 12 o'clock we finished for the night. Richardson said, "Von Ranke," only he pronounced it von Runica, which was my regimental nickname. "Take the company down for their rum and tea, will you? They've certainly earned it tonight. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going out with Corporal Chamberlain to see what the wiring party's been as I took the men back. I heard a couple of shells fall somewhere behind us. I noticed them, because they were the only shells fired that night. 5.9s by the noise." We had hardly reached the support line on the reverse side of the hill when we heard the cry, "Stretcher bearers!" and presently a man ran up to say, "Captain Graves is hit." That raised a general laugh, and we walked on, but all the same I sent a stretcher party to investigate. It was Richardson. The shells had caught him and Corporal Chamberlain among the wire. Chamberlain lost his leg and died of wounds a day or two later. Richardson, blown into a shell hole full of water, lay there stunned for some minutes before the sentries heard the corporal's cries and realized what had happened. The stretcher-bearers brought him down semi-conscious. He recognized us, said he wouldn't be long away from the company, and gave me instructions about it. The doctor found no wound in any vital spot, though the skin of his left side had been riddled, as we saw. With the chalky soil blown against it, we felt the same relief in his case as in David's, that he would be out of it for a while. Then news came that David was dead. The regimental doctor, a throat specialist in civil life, had told him at the dressing station, "You'll be all right, only don't raise your head for a bit." David then took a letter from his pocket, gave it to an orderly, and said, "Post this." It had been written to a girl in Glamorgan for delivery if he got killed. The doctor saw that he was choking and tried tracheotomy, but too late. Edmund and I were talking together in HE Company headquarters at about 1 o'clock when the adjutant entered. He looked ghastly. Richardson was dead. The explosion and the cold water had overstrained his heart, weakened by rowing in the 8 at Radley. The adjutant said nervously, "You know, somehow I feel responsible in a way for this, what I said yesterday at Trafalgar Square. Of course, really, I don't believe in superstition, but just at that moment, 3 or 4 whiz-bang shells burst about 20 yards off. A cry of alarm went up, followed by stretcher bearers. The adjutant turned white, and we did not have to be told what had happened. Pritchard, having fought his duel all night and finally silenced the enemy, was coming off duty. A whiz-bang had caught him at the point where the communication trench reached Maple Redoubt, a direct hit. The total casualties were 3 officers and 1 corporal. It seemed ridiculous when we returned without Richardson to AA Company billets in Moreland Court to find the old lady still alive, and to hear her once more quaver, "Triste, la guerre." Oh, I know what. When her daughter explained that Le Jeune Capitaine had been killed, the old woman had taken a fancy to Le Jeune Capitaine. We used to chaff him about it. I felt David's death worse than any other since I had been in France, but it did not anger me as it did Siegfried. He was acting transport officer, and every evening now, when he came up with the rations, went out on patrol looking for Germans to kill. I just felt empty and lost. One of the anthems that we used to sing in the mess was, "He that shall endure to the end shall be saved." The words repeated themselves in my head like a charm whenever things went wrong. "Though thousands languish and fall beside thee, and tens of thousands around thee perish, yet still it shall not come nigh thee." And there was another bit. "To an inheritance incorruptible, through faith unto salvation, ready to be revealed at the last trump." For trump, we always used to sing crump. A crump was a German 5.9 shell, and the last crump would be the end of the war. Should we ever live to hear it burst safely behind us? I wondered whether I could endure to the end with faith unto salvation. My breaking point was near now, unless something happened to stave it off. Not that I felt frightened. I had never yet lost my head and turned tail through fright, and knew that I never would. Nor would the breakdown come as insanity. I did not have it in me. It would be a general nervous collapse, with tears and twitchings and dirtied trousers. I had seen cases like that. We were issued with a new gas helmet popularly known as the goggle-eyed booger with the tight. It differed from the previous models. One breathed in through the nose from inside the helmet, and breathed out through a special valve held in the mouth. But I could not manage this. Boxing with an already broken nose had recently displaced the septum, which forced me to breathe through my mouth. In a gas attack, I would be unable to use the helmet, the only type claimed to be proof against the newest German gas. The battalion doctor advised a nose operation as soon as possible. I took his advice and missed being with the 1st Battalion when the expected offensive started. 3 out of 5 of my fellow officers were killed in its scatters. Dream of open warfare failed to materialize. He himself got very badly wounded. Of A Company choir, there is one survivor besides myself. C. D. Yao Morgan, who had his thigh smashed and was still in hospital some months after the war ended. 19 No. I went on leave in April 1916. That Good Friday was the last occasion on which I ever attended a church service, apart from subsequent weddings, church parades, and so on. I remember the date because the choir boys wore no surplices and the psalms were read, not sung. My father wanted me to attend the early morning service, and even tried to bully me into it, but I was owed 13 months' sleep. And though he came hobbling along to my bedroom door at 6:30, banging loudly and saying that my mother counted on my accompanying her, this day of all days, I did not turn out. I pleaded a bad toothache, and it wasn't an excuse. A rear molar had flared up, so they had a grievance at breakfast, and having won the first trick, I knew that I must lose the second and attend the morning service. Not wanting to face a religious argument, I decided to humor my parents. If they believed that God stood squarely behind the British Expeditionary Force, it would be unkind to dissent. I smelt no rat beyond a slight suspicion that they were anxious to show me off in church wearing my battle-stained officer's uniform. But my toothache got the better of me, and arguments arose at the breakfast table, during which I said things that angered my father and grieved my mother. At last, on her account alone, because she took no active part in the argument, just looking sad and only officially siding with my father, I consented to come with. At 9 o'clock they went upstairs to dress. The service was to be at 9:30. I thought this unusually early for matins, but attributed it to the new wartime principle of getting things over quickly. Then a ring came at the door. The proprietor of a neighboring bath chair business had arrived with a bath chair. He explained that, as he had previously told my mother, they could not spare a man to take it to church, being seriously understaffed because of the war, his sole remaining employee, in fact, had a job pulling the aged Countess of I forget what to the parish church, a mile or so in the opposite direction. For the moment I thought that it had been a very generous thought of my mother's on my behalf, but, ill as I felt, I could surely manage to reach the church, about half a mile away, without such a parade of infirmity. I forgot my father's gout, and also forgot that passage in Herodotus about the two dutiful sons who yoked themselves to an ox cart to pull their mother, the priestess, to the temple, and were oddly used by Solon in a conversation with King Croesus as a symbol of ultimate happiness. When I realized what I was in for, I could only laugh. Then down came my mother with her prayer book, veil, and deep religious look, and I could not spoil the day for her. I took hold of the beastly vehicle without a word. My father appeared in a top hat and his better carpet, slippers, and hoisted himself in it, and we set off. The bath chair needed oiling badly. Also, one tire kept coming unstuck and winding itself around the axle. There was an appreciable slope down towards the church, and so the going, though heavy, was easier than the returning. By 10:30 the service did not seem to be getting on so fast as it should have, and I grew dreadfully bored, longing to sneak outside well, anyhow, I wanted to sneak outside. I whispered to my mother, "Isn't it nearly over?" She answered, "My dear, didn't your father tell you that it would be a 3-hour service? And of course, since you couldn't get up to pull him to church for the early service, he'll want to stay for Holy Communion at the end. That will make it a little longer." I see, so I stayed and tried to compose Latin epigrams, which was in those days my way of killing time, on ceremonial parades, for instance, or in the dentist chair, or at night in the trenches when things were quiet. I composed a maledictory epigram on the strapping young curate, besides myself, my father, the verger, and an old man with a palsied hand sitting just in front of me, the only male in the congregation. Though there were 60 or 70 women present, I tried to remember whether the eye of Clericus was long or short, and couldn't. But it did not matter, because I could make alternative versions to suit either case. O si brachipotens qui fulminator clericus, and O si brachipotens clericus qui fulminator. For he was now preaching a sermon about divine sacrifice, and bellowing about the glorious performances of our sons and brethren in France today. I decided to ask him afterwards why, if he felt like that, He wasn't himself either in France or in Kirky. To please my mother, I took the sacrament, though by no means in the required mood of spiritual resignation. That ends the story, except the being introduced at the church door to new family friends. Your father has showed us your very interesting letters from the trenches. Do tell me, etc., etc. And the dreary push uphill, my mother helping me, my father holding her prayer book, myself sweating like a bull. The next day, I went first to a dentist, and then to the Millbank Military Hospital in London, where I had my nose operated on free by an army surgeon. In peacetime, this would have cost me 60 guineas, and another 20 guineas in nursing home fees. On the other hand, I should have been able to pick my specialist. This one bungled the job, and I still cannot breathe properly through one nostril. After a stay in hospital, I went up to Harlech and walked the hills. The verse of a psalm, I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help, had been another charm against trouble, though I have since learned that the last 5 words of the original Hebrew are really a question, not a relative clause. I bought a small 2-roomed cottage for my mother, who owned considerable house property at Harlech. This was done in defiance of the war, something to look forward to when the guns stop. We always thought of the end of the war as when the guns stop. I whitewashed the cottage, which stood at some distance from the village, and furnished it with a table, a chair, a bed, a few dishes, and cooking utensils. I had decided to live there one day on bread and butter, bacon and eggs, lettuce in season, cabbage and coffee, and to write poetry. My wool bonus would keep me for a year or two, at least, having put in a big window to look out over the wood below and across the broad plain to the sea. I wrote 2 or 3 poems here as a foretaste of the good life to come, but have suppressed them all since. Later, in London, my father took me to a dinner of the Honourable Simerdorian Society, a Welsh literary club, where Lloyd George, then Secretary for War, and W.U.M.L. Hughes, the Australian Prime Minister, both spoke. Hughes was perky, dry, and to the point. Lloyd George was up in the air on one of his Glory of the Welsh Hills speeches. The power of his rhetoric amazed me. The substance of the speech might be commonplace, idle, and false, but I had to fight hard against abandoning myself with the rest of his offense. He sucked power from his listeners and spurted it back at them. Afterwards, my father introduced me to Lloyd George, and when I looked closely at his eyes, they seemed like those of a sleepwalker. I rejoined the 3rd Battalion at Litherland, near Liverpool, where it had been shifted from Wrexham as part of the Mersey Defence Force. The senior officers generously put no more work on me than I wished to undertake, and I met again 3 of my Wrexham contemporaries who had been severely wounded, all of them, by a coincidence, in the left thigh, and seemed to be out of it for the rest of the war. Frank Jones, Bateman, and Father Watkin, who had been in the Welsh regiment with me, and Aubrey Atwater, the assistant adjutant, who had gone to the 2nd Battalion early in 1915, and been badly hit when out on patrol. Atwater came from Cambridge at the outbreak of the war, and was known as Brains in the battalion. The militia majors, for the most part country gentlemen with estates in Wales, and no thoughts in peacetime beyond hunting, shooting, fishing, and the control of their tenantry, were delighted with Atwater's informative talk over the port at mess. Sergeant Malley, the mess sergeant, would go round with his light or vintage, sir, and the old majors would prompt Atwater, "Now, Brains, tell us about Shakespeare. Is it true that Bacon wrote him? Or, well, Brains, what do you think about this chap, Hilaire Belloc? Does he really know when the war's going to end?" Atwater would humorously accept his position as combined encyclopedia and almanac Sergeant Malley, another friend whom I was always pleased to see again, could pour more wine into a glass than any other waiter in the world. It bulged up over the top like a cap, and he never spilled a drop. Wednesdays were guest nights in the mess, when the colonel expected the married officers, who usually dined at home, to attend. The band played Gilbert and Sullivan music behind a curtain. In the intervals, the regimental harper gave solos, Welsh melodies picked out rather uncertainly on a hand harp. Afterwards, the bandmaster was invited to the senior officer's table for his complimentary glass of light or vintage. When he and the junior officers had retired, the port went round and round and round, and the conversation, at first very formal, became rambling and intimate. Once, I remember, an old major laid it down axiomatically that every so-called sportsman had at some time or other committed a sin against sportsmanship. When challenged to make good this slander, he cross-examined each of his neighbors in turn, putting them on their honor to tell the truth. One of them, blushing, admitted that he had once shot grouse 2 days before the 12th. I was sailing next day to rejoin the battalion in India, and this was my last chance. Another said that when a public schoolboy, and old enough to know better, he had killed a sitting pheasant with a stone. Another had gone out with a poacher, in his Sandhurst days, and crumbled poisoned berry into a trout stream. An even more scandalous confession came from a new army major, a gentleman farmer, that his estate had been overrun by foxes 1 year, and due, the headquarters of the nearest hunt being 30 miles away. He had permitted his bailiff to protect the hen roosts with a gun. Then came the turn of the medical officer, who said, "Well, once while I was a student at St. Andrews, a friend asked me to put 10 bob for him on a horse in the Lincolnshire. I couldn't find my bookmaker in time. The horse lost, but I never returned the 10 bob." At this, one of the guests, an officer in the King's Own Scottish Borderers, suddenly grew excited, jumped up, and leaned over the table, doubling his fists. "And was not the name of the horse Strathspey? And will you not pay me my 10 shillings now immediately?" Only the bombing field separated the camp from Brotherton's factory, which made an especially sensitive explosive for detonating. The munition workers had permanently yellow faces and hands, and drew appropriately high wages. Atwater used to argue at mess sometimes what would happen when Brotherton's blew up. Most of us held that the explosion would immediately kill all the 3,000 men of the camp, besides destroying Litherland and a large part of Bootle. Atwater maintained that the very closeness of the camp would save it, that the vibrations would go over and strike a large munition camp about a mile away, and probably set that off too. One Sunday afternoon, Atwater limped out of the mess and saw smoke rising from Brotherton's. Part of the factory was on fire. He immediately had the campfire brigade bugled for, and they managed to smother the fire before it reached a vital spot, so the argument was never decided. As much Welsh as English was now talked in the huts, the chapels having put their full manpower at Lloyd George's disposal. A deputation of soldiers from Harlech and the neighborhood came to me one morning and said solemnly, "Captain Graves, sir, we do not like our sergeant major. He do curse, and he do swear, and he do drink, and he do smoke, and he is a man of lowly origin too." I told them to make their complaint in proper form under the escort of an NCO. They did not return. A deputation of Welsh chapel ministers went to Atwater and complained of the blasphemous language used by the NCOS. Atwater agreed that swearing on parade, at least, was contrary to King's regulations, but called the ministers' attention to a rise of nearly 200% in affiliation orders since their innocent flocks had come to Litherland for training. I stayed at Litherland a few weeks only. On July 1st, 1916, the Somme offensive began, and all available trained men and officers went out to replace casualties. I had the pleasure of riding up the line on a locomotive and helping the French stoker, thus fulfilling a childhood dream, though bitterly disappointed at finding myself posted to the 2nd Battalion, not the 1st. The 2nd Battalion was in trenches at Givenchy, on the other side of the canal from the Quincy brick stacks. I arrived on July 5th to find one of our raids in progress. Prisoners were already coming down the trench, scared and chattering to each other. Saxons just back from a divisional rest and a week's leave to Germany, with new uniforms and their packs full of good lootable stuff. One prisoner got a stern talking to from E.C. Company Sergeant Major, a Birmingham man shocked at a packet of indecent photographs found in the man's haversack. It was a retaliatory raid. Only a few days before, the Germans had sent up the biggest mine blown on the Western Front so far. It caught our EBE company. The BBs were proverbially unlucky. The crater, afterwards named Reed Dragon Crater after the Royal Welch Regimental Badge, must have been about 30 yards across. There were few survivors of BB Company. The Germans immediately came over in force to catch the other companies in confusion. Stanway, who had been a company sergeant major during the retreat and was now a major, rallied some men on the flank and drove the Germans back. Blair, BB Company commander, buried by the mine up to his neck, remained for the rest of the day under constant fire. Though a Boer War veteran, he survived this experience, recovered from his wounds, and returned to the battalion a few months later. This raid had been Stanway's revenge. He and Colonel Tibbs Crawshay, the depot adjutant who had originally sent me out to France, planned it most elaborately, with bombardments and smoke-screen diversion on the flanks. A barrage of shrapnel would shift forward and back from the German front line to the supports. The intention was that the Germans should go down into the shell-proof dugouts at the first bombardment, leaving only sentries in the trench, and reappear as soon as the barrage lifted. When it started again, they would make another dash for the dugouts. After this had happened 2 or 3 times, they would be slow in emerging. Then, under cover of a smokescreen, the raid would be made, and the barrage put down uninterruptedly on the support and reserve lines to prevent reinforcements from coming up. My only part in the raid, which proved very successful, was to make a detailed report of it at Crawshay's request. Not the report for divisional headquarters, but a page of history to be sent to the depot for filing in regimental records. I noted that for the first time since the 18th century, the regiment had reverted to the pike. Instead of rifle and bayonet, some of the raiders had used butcher's knives secured with medical plaster to the ends of broomsticks. This pike, a lighter weapon than rifle and bayonet, was a useful addition to bombs and revolvers. An official journalist at headquarters also wrote an account of the raid. The battalion enjoyed the bit about how they had gone over the top, shouting, "Remember Kitchener and avenge the Lusitania." "What a damn silly thing to shout," said someone. Old Kitchener served his purpose as a figurehead, but nobody wants him back at the War Office, that I've heard. As for the Lusitania, the Germans gave the Yanks full warning, and if her sinking brings them into the war, that's all to the good. Few officers in the 2nd Battalion had been with it when I went away after Luce, and not a single one, except Yates, the quartermaster, and Robertson, now adjutant, but killed soon afterwards, remembered the battalion mess at Lavin. So I expected a friendlier welcome than on my first arrival. However, as Captain Dunn, the battalion doctor, I have since heard, recorded in his diary, Graves had a chilly reception, which surprised me. The reason was simple. One of the officers who had joined the 3rd Battalion in August 1914 and been sent out to France ahead of me as the more efficient, had now achieved his ambition of a regular commission. But this made him only a 2nd lieutenant, and jealousy of my 2 extra stars embittered him. When he made a nasty remark in public about jumped-up captains, I refrained from putting him under arrest, as I should have done, and instead quoted at him the consoling line, "Oh, deem it pride, not lack of skill. That will not let my sleeves increase. The morning and the evening still have but 1 star apiece." We had not met in France hitherto, and he now most unethically revived the suspicion raised by my German name on my first arrival at Wrexham, that all was a German spy. As a result, I found myself treated with great reserve by all officers who had not known me in trenches before. Unluckily, the most notorious German spy caught in England had assumed the name of Karl Grave. My enemy put it out that Karl and I were brothers. I consoled myself by thinking that a body was obviously due soon and would put an end either to me or to the suspicion, so long as no NCO is told off to shoot me on the slightest appearance of treachery. Such things were known. As a matter of fact, though I myself had no traffic with the Germans, my mother and her sisters in Germany kept up a desultory correspondence through my aunt, Clara von Faber-Dufau, whose husband was German consul at Zurich, a register of the deaths of relatives, and discreet references to the war service of the survivors. My aunts wrote, as their government had ordered every German with relatives or friends abroad to do, pointing out the righteousness of the German cause, and presenting Germany as the innocent party in a war engineered by France and Russia. My mother, equally strong for the Allied cause, wrote back that they were deluded, but that she forgave them. The officers I liked best in the battalion, besides Robertson, were Colonel Crochet and Dr. Dunn. Dunn, a hard-bitten Scot, had served as a trooper in the South African War, and there won the Distinguished Conduct Medal. Now he was far more than a doctor. Living at battalion headquarters, he became the right-hand man of 3 or 4 colonels in succession. Whoever failed to take his advice usually regretted it afterwards. Once, in the Orem fighting of 1917, a shell burst among the headquarters staff, knocking out colonel, adjutant, and signal officer. Dunn had no hesitation in becoming a temporary combatant officer of the Royal Welch, resigning his medical duties to the stretcher-bearer sergeant. The men had immense respect for him, and he earned his DSO many times over. 20. Shia. 4 days after the raid, we marched through Bethune, now much knocked about and nearly deserted, to Fouquier, and there entrained for the Somme. The Somme railhead was near Amiens, and we proceeded by easy stages through Cardenet, Douars, and Bayeux until, on the afternoon of July 14th, we came to the original front line, close to where David Thomas, Richardson, and Pritchard had been killed. The fighting had moved 2 miles on. At 4 a.m. on July 15th, we struck the Moult-de-Fricourt-Byzantine road, which ran through Happy Valley, and reached the more recent battle area. Wounded and prisoners came streaming past in the half-light. I was shocked by the dead horses and mules. Human corpses were all very well, but it seemed wrong for animals to be dragged into the war like this. We marched by platoons, at 50 yards distance. Just beyond Fricourt, a German shell barrage made the road impassable, so we left it and moved forward over thickly shell-pitted ground until 8 a.m., when we found ourselves on the fringe of Mametz Wood, among the dead of our own new army battalions who had helped to capture it. There we halted in thick mist. The Germans had been using lacrimatory shell, and the mist held the fumes, making us cough. We tried to smoke, but our cigarettes tasted of gas, so we threw them away. Later, we cursed ourselves for fools, because it was our throats, not the cigarettes, that were affected. When the mist cleared, we saw a German gun with 1st Battalion Royal Welch Fusiliers chalked on it, evidently a trophy. I wondered what had happened to Siegfried and my friends of AA Company. We found the battalion quite close in bivouacs. Siegfried was still alive, so were Edmund Dad and 2 other A Company officers. The battalion had seen heavy fighting. In their first attack at Fricourt, they overran our opposite number in the German army, the 23rd Infantry Regiment, who were undergoing a special disciplinary spell in the trenches because an inspecting staff officer, coming round, discovered all the officers ensconced in a deep dugout at Mametz village. Instead of being up in the trenches with their men, Edmund Dad told me that throughout the bad time in March, there were no German soldiers of higher rank opposite us than corporals. The battalion's next objective was the Quadrangle, a small copse, this side of Mametz Wood, where Siegfried distinguished himself by taking single-handed. A battalion frontage, which the Royal Irish Regiment had failed to take the day before. He went over with bombs in daylight, under covering fire from a couple of rifles, and scared away the occupants. A pointless feat, since instead of signaling for reinforcements, he sat down in the German trench and began reading a book of poems which he had brought with him. When he finally went back, he did not even report. Colonel Stockwell, then in command, raged at him. The attack on Mametz Wood had been delayed for 2 hours because British patrols were still reported to be out. British patrols were Siegfried and his book of poems. "I'd have got you a DSO if you'd only shown more sense," stormed Stockwell. Siegfried had been doing heroic things ever since I left the battalion. His nickname in the 70 Division was Mad Jack. He won a military cross for bringing in a wounded lance corporal from a mine crater close to the German lines, under heavy fire. I missed him this time. He was down with the transport, having a rest, but I sent him, by one of our own transport men, a rhymed letter about the times that we were going to have together when the war ended. How? After a rest at Harlech, we were going for a visit to the Caucasus and Persia and China. And what good poetry we would write! This was in answer to a rhymed letter he had written to me from the army school at Flixecourt a few weeks previously. It appears in the Old Huntsman. I went for a stroll with Edmund Dadd, who now commanded Aigai Company. "It's not fair, Robert," Edmund began plaintively. "You remember that company under Richardson was always the best in the battalion? Well, it's kept up its reputation, and Stockpot shoves us in as the leading company at every show. We get our objectives and hold them, and so we've always got to do the same again. The worst of it is, he thinks I'm indispensable, and makes me go over each time, instead of giving me a rest and letting my second-in-command take his turn. I've had 5 shows in just over a fortnight, and I can't go on being lucky much longer. Stockpot's about due for his CB. Apparently, a company is making sure he gets it. Eyes. The next 2 days we spent in bivouacs outside Mametz Wood. We were in fighting kit and felt cold at night, so I went into the wood to find German overcoats to use as blankets. It was full of dead Prussian Guards Reserve, big men, and dead Royal Welsh and South Wales borderers of the new army battalions, little men. Not a single tree in the wood remained unbroken. I collected my overcoats and came away as quickly as I could, climbing through the wreckage of green branches. Going and coming, by the only possible route, I passed by the bloated and stinking corpse of a German with his back propped against a tree. He had a green face, spectacles, close-shaven hair. Black blood was dripping from the nose and beard. I came across 2 other unforgettable corpses. A man of the South Wales Borderers and one of the Lear Regiment had succeeded in bayoneting each other simultaneously. A survivor of the fighting told me later that he had seen a young soldier of the 14th Royal Welsh bayoneting a German, in parade ground style, automatically exclaiming, "In, out, on guard." I was still superstitious about looting or collecting souvenirs. These greatcoats are only a loan, I told myself. Our brigade, the 19th, was the reserve brigade of the 33rd Division. The other brigades, the 99th and 100th, had attacked Martinpuich 2 days previously, but been halted with heavy losses as soon as they started. We were left to sit about in shell holes and watch our massed artillery blazing away, almost wheel to wheel. On the 18th, we advanced to a position just north of Bazentin-le-Petit and relieved the Tyneside Irish. I had been posted to D Company. Our Irish guide was hysterical and had forgotten the way. We put him under arrest and found it ourselves. On the way up through the ruins of Bazentin-le-Petit, we were shelled with gas shells. The standing order with regard to gas shells was not to bother about respirators, but push on. Hitherto they had all been lacrimatory ones. These were the first of the deadly kind, so we lost 6 men. When at last, company reached the trenches, scooped beside a road and not more than 3 feet deep, The badly shaken Tyneside company we were relieving hurried off, without any of the usual formalities. I asked their officers where the Germans were. He said he didn't know, but pointed vaguely towards Martinpuich, a mile to our front. Then I asked him who held our left flank, and how far off they were. He didn't know. I damned his soul to hell as he went away, having got into touch with a C company behind us on the right, and the 4th Suffolk's 50 yards to the left. We began deepening the trenches and presently located the Germans in a trench system some 500 yards to our front, keeping fairly quiet. The next day, at dinner time, very heavy shelling started. Shells bracketed along the trench about 5 yards short and 5 yards over, but never quite got. 3 times running, my cup of tea was spilled by the concussion and filled with dirt. I happened to be in a cheerful mood and just laughed. My parcel of kippers from home seemed far more important than any bombardment. I recalled with appreciation one of my mother's saying, "Children, remember this when you eat your kippers. Kippers are cheap. Yet if they cost 100 guineas each, they would still find buyers among the millionaires." A tame magpie had come into the trench, apparently belonging to the Germans driven out of the village by the Gordon Highlanders a day or two before. It looked very bedraggled. "That's one for sorrow," I said. The men swore that it made some remark in German as it joined us, and talked of wringing its neck. Being now off duty, I fell asleep in the trench without waiting for the bombardment to stop. It would be no worse getting killed asleep than awake. There were no dugouts, of course. I found it quite easy to sleep through bombardments, though vaguely conscious of the noise, I let it go by. Yet if anybody came to wake me for my watch, or shouted, "Stand to," I was always alert in a second. I could fall asleep sitting down, standing, marching, lying on a stone floor, or in any other position, at a moment's notice at any time of day or night. But on this occasion, I had a fearful nightmare of somebody handling me secretly, choosing the place to drive a knife into me. Finally, he gripped me in the small of the back. I woke up with a start, shouting, punched at the assassin's hand, and found I had killed a mouse which had run down my neck for fear of the shells. That afternoon, the company got an order from brigade to build 2 cruciform strong points at such and such a map reference. Moody, the company commander, and I looked at our map and laughed. Moody sent back a message that he would be glad to obey, but would first need an artillery bombardment and considerable reinforcements, because the points selected, halfway to Martinpuich, were occupied by the enemy. Colonel Crochet came up and verified this. He told us to build the strong points about 300 yards forward and 200 yards apart. So 1 platoon stayed behind in the trench, and the others went out and began digging. A cruciform strong point consisted of 2 trenches, each some 30 yards long, crossing at right angles in the middle. Being wired all round, it looked, in diagram, like a hot cross bun. The defenders could bring fire to bear against attacks from any direction. We were to hold these points with a Lewis gun and a platoon of men apiece. I had the first watch that night and periodically visited both strong points. My way to the right-hand one took me in bright moonlight along the Byzantine High Wood Road. A dead German sergeant major, wearing a pack and full equipment, lay supine in the middle of the sunken cart track, his arms stretched out wide. He was a short, powerful man with a full black beard. I needed a charm to get myself past this sinister figure. The simplest way I found was to cross myself. Evidently a brigade of the 7th Division had captured the road, whereupon the Germans shelled it heavily. The defenders, who were Gordon Highlanders, had begun to scrape fire positions in the north bank, facing the Germans, a task apparently interrupted by a counterattack. Wounded men had crawled to a number of these small hollows, thrust their heads and shoulders inside, and died there. They looked as if hiding from the black beard. On my second visit to the strong point, I found the trench already dug 2 or 3 feet down, and a party of Royal Engineers waiting with coils of barbed wire for the entanglement, but work had stopped. The whisper went round, "Get your rifles ready. Here comes Fritz." I lay flat on my face to see better, and some 70 yards away in the moonlight made out massed figures. I restrained the men who were itching to fire and sent a runner back to company headquarters asking Moody for a Lewis gun and a flare pistol at once. I said, "They probably don't know we're here, and we'll get more of them if we let them come closer. They may even surrender." The men seemed to be under no proper command. We wondered why. There had been a number of German surrenders recently at night, and this might be one on a big scale. Then Moody arrived with the Lewis gun, the flare pistol, and a few more men carrying rifle grenades. Deciding to give the enemy a chance, he sent up a flare and fired the Lewis gun over their heads. The tall officer who came running towards us, his hands lifted in surrender, seemed surprised to find that we were not Germans. He claimed that he belonged to the public schools battalion in our own brigade. When asked what the hell the game was, he explained that he commanded a patrol. So Moody sent him back for a few more of his men, to make sure it was not a trick. The patrol consisted of 50 men, wandering about aimlessly between the lines, their rifles slung, and it seemed, without the faintest idea where they were, or what information they were supposed to secure. This public schools battalion was one of 4 or 5 similar ones formed in 1914. Their training had been continually interrupted by the large withdrawal of men needed to officer other regiments. The only men left, in fact, appeared to be those unfitted to hold commissions, or even to make good private soldiers. The other battalions remained in England as training corps. This alone was sent out, and proved a constant embarrassment to the brigade. I picked up a souvenir that night. A German gun team had been shelled while galloping out of Bazentin towards Martinpuich. The horses and driver lay dead on the road. At the back of the limber were the gunners' treasures. Among them, a large lump of chalk wrapped in a piece of cloth, carved and decorated in colors with military mottos, the flags of the Central Powers, and the names of the various battles in which the gunner had served. I sent it to headquarters as a present to Dr. Dunn. Both he and it survived the war. He is practicing at Glasgow again, and the lump of chalk reposes under a glass case in his consulting room. Next evening, July 19th, we were relieved and told that we would be attacking High Wood, which could be seen 1,000 yards away to the right at the top of a slope. High Wood, which the French called Raven Wood, formed part of the main German battle line that ran along the ridge, with Delville Wood not far off on the German left. 2 British brigades had already attempted it. In both cases, a counterattack drove them out again. The Royal Welsh were now reduced by casualties to about 400 strong, including transport, stretcher-bearers, cooks, and other non-combatants. I took command of BB Company. I have kept a battalion order issued at midnight. To OCBB Company, 2nd RWF 20.716. 14B99 was the map reference for Bazentin Churchyard. We lay here on the reverse slope of a slight ridge, about half a mile from the wood. I attended the meeting of company commanders. Colonel Crochet told us the plan. "Look here, you fellows," he said, "we're in reserve for this attack. The Cameronians and the 5th Scottish Rifles are going up to the wood first. That's at 5 a.m. The Public Schools Battalion are in support, should anything go wrong. I don't know whether we shall be called on. If we are, it will mean that the Jocks have legged it," he added. As usual, this was an appeal to prejudice. The Public Schools Battalion is, well, what we know it is, so if we're called for, that will be the end of us. He said this with a laugh, and we all laughed. We were sitting on the ground, protected by a road bank. A battery of French 75s began firing rapid over our heads from about 20 yards away. There was an even greater concentration of guns in Happy Valley now. We could hardly hear the colonel's words, but understood that if we did get orders to reinforce, we were to shake out in artillery formation. Once in the wood, we were to hang on like death. Then he said goodbye and good luck, and we rejoined our companies. At this juncture, the usual inappropriate message came through from division. Division could always be trusted to send a warning about verdigris on vermorel sprayers, or the keeping of pets in trenches, or being polite to our allies, or some other triviality, exactly when an attack was in progress. This time orders came for a private in EDC company to report immediately, under escort of a lance corporal, to the assistant provost marshal back at Albert, where a court-martial had been convened. A sergeant of the company must also report as a witness in the case. The private was charged with the murder of a French civilian in an estaminet at Béthune a month previously. It seems that a good deal of cognac had been going round, and the French civilian, who bore a grudge against the British because of his faithless wife, began to insult the private. He was reported, somewhat improbably, as having said, "Anglais no bon, Allemand très bon. War finish. Napule Anglais." Allemand win. The private had thereupon drawn his bayonet and run the man through. At the court-martial, the private was exonerated, the French civil representative commending him for having energetically repressed local defeatism. So he and two NCOs missed the battle. What sort of a battle they missed I pieced together afterwards. The Jocks did get into the wood, and the Royal Welch were not called on to reinforce until 11 o'clock in the morning. The Germans put down a barrage along our ridge where we were lying, and we lost a third of the battalion before the show started. I was one of the casualties. The German batteries were handing out heavy stuff, 6 and 8 inch, and so much of it that we decided to move back 50 yards at a rush. As we did so, an 8-inch shell burst 3 paces behind me. I heard the explosion, and felt as though I had been punched rather hard between the shoulder blades, but without any pain. I took the punch merely for the shock of the explosion, but blood trickled into my eye, and, turning faint, I called to Muthi, "I've been hit." Then I fell a minute or two before I had got 2 very small wounds on my left hand, and in exactly the same position as the 2 that drew blood from my right hand during the preliminary bombardment at Loos. This I took as a lucky sign, and for further security repeated to myself a line of Nietzsche's in French translation, "Non tu ne peux pas tuer." It was the poem about a man on the scaffold with the red-bearded executioner standing over him. My copy of Nietzsche's poems, by the way, had contributed to the suspicions of my spying activities. Nietzsche, execrated in the newspapers as the philosopher of German militarism, was more properly interpreted as a William Lequeux mystery man, the sinister figure behind the Kaiser. Now, don't die. 1 piece of shell went through my left thigh, high up, near the groin. I must have been at the full stretch of my stride to escape emasculation. The wound over the eye was made by a little chip of marble, possibly from one of the Byzantine cemetery headstones. Later, June, I had had it cut out, but a smaller piece has since risen to the surface under my right eyebrow, where I keep it for a souvenir. This, and a finger wound which split the bone, probably came from another shell bursting in front of me. But a piece of shell had also gone in 2 inches below the point of my right shoulder blade, and came out through my chest, 2 inches above the right nipple. My memory of what happened then is vague. Apparently Dr. Dunn came up through the barrage with a stretcher party, dressed my wound, and got me down to the old German dressing station at the north end of Mametz Wood. I remember being put on the stretcher, and winking at the stretcher bearer sergeant who had just said, "Old Gravy's got it." All right. They laid my stretcher in a corner of the dressing station, where I remained unconscious for more than 24 hours. Late that night, Colonel Crochet came back from High Wood and visited the dressing station. He saw me lying in the corner, and they told him I was done for. The next morning, July 21st, clearing away the dead, they found me still breathing and put me on an ambulance for Highley, the nearest field hospital. The pain of being jolted down the Happy Valley, with a shell hole at every 3 or 4 yards of the road, woke me up. I remember screaming, but back on the better roads, I became unconscious again. That morning, Crochet wrote the usual formal letters of condolence to the next of kin of the 6 or 7 officers who had been killed. This was his letter to my mother. Dear Mrs. Graves, 22.7 to 16. I very much regret to have to write and tell you your son has died of wounds. He was very gallant and was doing so well and is a great loss. He was hit by a shell and very badly wounded, and died on the way down to the base, I believe. He was not in bad pain, and our doctor managed to get across and attend to him at once. We have had a very hard time and our casualties have been large. Believe me, you have all our sympathy in your loss, and we have lost a very gallant soldier. Please write to me if I can tell you or do anything. Yours sincerely, C. Crochet, Lt. Colonel. Then he made out the official casualty list, a long one, because only 80 men were left in the battalion, and reported me died of wounds. Hiley lay on the railway. Close to the station stood the hospital tents with the Red Cross prominently painted on the roofs to discourage air bombing. Fine July weather made the tents insufferably hot. I was semi-conscious now, and unaware of my lung wound through a shortness of breath. It amused me to watch the little bubbles of blood like scarlet soap bubbles, which my breath made in escaping through the opening of the wound. The doctor came over to my bed. I felt sorry for him. He looked as though he had not slept for days. I asked him, "Can I have a drink? Would you like some tea?" "No," I whispered, "not with condensed milk." He said most apologetically, "I'm afraid there's no fresh milk." Tears of disappointment pricked my eyes. I expected better of a hospital behind the line. "Will you have some water?" "Yeah." "Not if it's boiled." "Oh, why not?" "It is boiled. And I'm afraid I can't give you anything alcoholic in your present condition." "Yee. Some fruit then?" "Ibn Searchy. I've seen no fruit for days." "I may." Yet a few minutes later, he returned with 2 rather unripe greengages. In whispers, I promised him a whole orchard when I recovered. The nights of the 22nd and 23 RD were horrible. Early on the morning of the 24th, when the doctor came round the ward, I said, "You must send me away from here. This heat will kill me." It was beating on my head through the cannon. "Stick it out. Your best chance is to lie here and not to be moved. You'd not reach the base alive." "Let me risk the move. I'll be all right, you'll see." "Well." Half an hour later, he returned. "Well, you're having it your way. I've just got orders to evacuate every case in the hospital. Apparently the guards have been in it up at Delville Wood, and they'll all be coming down tonight." I did not fear that I would die now. It was enough to be honorably wounded and bound for home. A brigade major, wounded in the leg, who lay in the next bed, gave me news of the battalion. He looked at my label and said, "I see you're in the 2nd Royal Welch. I watched your high wood show through field glasses. The way your battalion shook out into artillery formation, company by company, with each section of 4 or 5 men in file at 50 yards interval in distance, going down into the hollow and up the slope through the barrage, was the most beautiful bit of parade ground drill I've ever seen. Your company officers must have been superb. Yet one company at least had started without a single officer. When I asked whether they had held the wood, he told me they hung on to near the end. I believe what happened was that the public schools battalion came away at dark, and so did most of the Scotsmen. Your chaps were left there more or less alone for some time. They steadied themselves by singing. Afterwards the chaplain, R.C., of course, Father McCabe, brought the Scotsmen back. Being Glasgow Catholics, they would follow a priest where they wouldn't follow an officer. The center of the wood was impossible for either the Germans or your fellows to hold, a terrific concentration of artillery on. The trees were splintered to matchwood late that night. A brigade of the 7th Division relieved the survivors. It included your 1st Battalion. This was not altogether accurate. I know now that some men of the Public Schools Battalion, without officers or NCOs, maintained their positions in the left center of the wood, where they stayed until relieved by a brigade of the 7th Division 22 hours later. Nor did the Scots all behave badly, though I have since substantiated the flight from the wood of a great many Cameronians, and their return under Father McShane, not Mackay. Captain Colbart of the 5th Scottish Rifles has recently written to me. We attacked on the right, the Cameronians on the left, taking our objectives and sundry Germans. After midday, I was the only officer left in our battalion. At about 9 a.m., the troops on the left fell back before a counterattack. They didn't try to fight as far as I saw. They were all mixed up, Cameronians, Scottish Rifles, Public Schools Battalion. The debacle was stopped in mid-wood, and my company on the right retook our objective. I was holding a strong point at the east corner of the wood, which we had built according to orders, when the Royal Welch came up under Mouthie. They attacked northwest and took the whole wood. Colonel Crauchete had his headquarters at the south corner. I reported to him there, and then rejoined my troops when the Germans counterattacked with heavy artillery support at about 5 p.m. Under heavy shell fire, Crauchete reported to brigade that he had captured the wood, but would not be responsible for holding it unless reinforcements came up at once. By the time these arrived, the Germans had got a footing in the northwest corner. We were relieved by the 98th Brigade of our own division. That evening, the RAMC orderlies dared not lift me from the stretcher into a hospital train bunk, for fear of starting hemorrhage in the lung. So they laid the stretcher above it, with the handles resting on the headrail and footrail. I had now been on the same stretcher for 5 days. I remember the journey as a nightmare. My back was sagging, and I could not raise my knees to relieve the cramp, the bunk above me being only a few inches away. A German flying officer, on the other side of the carriage, with a compound fracture of the leg from an aeroplane crash, groaned and wept without a pause. Though the other wounded men cursed him, telling him to stow it and be a man, he continued pitiably, keeping everyone awake. He was not delirious, just frightened and in great pain. An orderly gave me a pencil and paper, and I wrote home to my mother. I am wounded, but all right. This was July 24th, my 21st birthday, and also the official date of my death. She got the letter 2 days after that, written by the colonel. Mine was dated July 23rd, because I had lost count of days. His, Hal, the 22nd. They could not decide whether my letter had been written just before I died and misstated, or whether I had died just after writing it. Died of wounds, however, seemed so much more circumstantial than killed that, on receipt of a long telegram from the Army Council confirming my death, they gave me up. I found myself in Noborneral, 8 hospital at Rouen, an ex-chateau high above the town. The next day my Aunt Susan came from the south of France to visit a South Wales borderer nephew in the same hospital, whose leg had just been amputated. Happening to see my name listed on the door of the ward, she gave me some of the nectarines intended for him, and wrote to reassure my mother. On the 30th, Colonel Crauchete sent me a letter. Dear von Runica, 30.7 and 16. I cannot tell you how pleased I am you are alive. I was told your number was up for certain, and a letter was supposed to have come in from field ambulance saying you had gone under. Well, it's good work. We had a rotten time, and after succeeding in doing practically the impossible, we collected that rotten crowd and put them in their places. But directly dark came, they legged it. It is too sad. We lost heavily. It is not fair putting brave men like ours alongside that crowd. I also wish to thank you for your good work and bravery, and only wish you could have been with them. I have read of bravery, but I have never seen such magnificent and wonderful disregard for death as I saw that day. It was almost uncanny. It was so great. I once heard an old officer in the Royal Welch say the men would follow you to hell, but these chaps would bring you back and put you in a dugout in heaven. Good luck, and a quick recovery. I shall drink your health tonight. Tibbs. Ah, Debbie. I had much discomfort from the shortness of my breath, but no pain, except from the finger wound. which was festering because nobody could be bothered with a slight thing like that. And from the thigh, where the sticky medical plaster used to hold down the dressing, pulled out the hair each time it was taken off to let the wound be sterilized. I contrasted the pain and discomfort favorably with that of the operation on my nose 2 months previously, for which I had won no sympathy at all, because it was not a war injury. The RAMC bugling outraged me. "The Rob, all my comrades," I complained petulantly, "had taken everything I possessed, except for a few papers in my tunic pocket, and a ring which was too tight on my finger to be pulled off. And now they blew the last post, flatly and windily, and with the pauses in the wrong places, just to annoy me. I told an orderly to put the bugler under arrest and jump to it, or I'd report him to the senior medical officer. Next to me lay a Royal Welch second lieutenant named O.U.M.L. Roberts, who had joined the battalion only a few days before the show. He told me about High Wood. He had reached the fringe when he got wounded in the groin and fell into a shell hole. Sometime during the afternoon, he recovered consciousness and saw a German staff officer working round the edge of the wood, killing off the wounded with an automatic pistol. Some of the Royal Welch were, apparently, not lying as still as wounded men should, but sniping. They owed the enemy a grudge. A section of Germans had pretended to surrender, but, when within range, started throwing stick bombs. The officer worked nearer. He saw Roberts move, came towards him, fired, and hit him in the arm. Roberts, very weak, tugged at his Webley. He had great difficulty in getting it out of the holster. The German fired again, and missed. Roberts rested the Webley against the lip of the shell hole, and tried to pull the trigger, but lacked the strength. The German had come quite close now, to make certain of him. Roberts just managed to pull the trigger with the fingers of both hands when the German was only 5 paces off the shot, took the top of his head off. Roberts fainted. The doctors had been anxiously watching my lung as it filled with blood and pressed my heart too far away to the left of my body. The railway journey had restarted the hemorrhage. They marked its gradual progress with an indelible pencil on my skin and said that when it reached a certain point, they would have to aspirate me. This sounded a serious operation, but it simply consisted in pushing a hollow needle into my lung from the back and drawing the blood off with a vacuum flask. They gave me a local anesthetic. The prick hurt no worse than a vaccination, and I was reading the Gazette de Rouen as the blood hissed into the flask. It did not look more than half a pint. That evening, I heard a sudden burst of lovely singing in the courtyard where the ambulances pulled up. I recognized the quality of the voices. "The 1st Battalion have been in it again," I said to Roberts, and the nurse verified this for me. It must have been their Delville Wood show. A day or two later I sailed back to England by hospital ship. 21. I had wired my parents that I should be arriving at Waterloo Station the next morning. The roadway from the hospital train to a row of waiting ambulances had been roped off. As each stretcher case was lifted from the train, a huge hysterical crowd surged up to the barrier and uttered a new roar. Flags were being waved. The Somme battle seemed to be regarded at home as the beginning of the end of the war. As I looked idly at the crowd, one figure detached itself. To my embarrassment, I recognized my father, hopping about on one leg, waving an umbrella, and cheering with the best of them. The ambulance took me to Queen Alexandra's Hospital at Highgate, Sir Alfred Monn's big house, lent for the duration of the war, and reputedly the best hospital in London. Having a private room to myself came as an unexpected luxury. What I most disliked in the army was never being alone, forced to live and sleep with men whose company, in many cases, I would have run miles to avoid. At Highgate the lung healed up easily, and the doctor saved my finger. I heard here for the first time of my supposed death. The joke contributed greatly to my recovery. People with whom I had been on the worst terms during my life wrote the most enthusiastic condolences to my mother. Gauche Perry, my horrible housemaster, for instance. I have kept a letter from the Times advertising manager dated August 5th, 1916. Captain Robert Graves. Dear Sir, we have to acknowledge receipt of your letter with reference to the announcement contradicting the report of your death from wounds. Having regard, however, to the fact that we had previously published some biographical details, we inserted your announcement in our issue of today, Saturday, under court circular without charge, and we have much pleasure in enclosing herewith cutting of same. Yours, etc. The cutting read, Captain Robert Graves, Royal Welch Fusiliers, officially reported died of wounds, wishes to inform his friends that he is recovering from his wounds at Queen Alexandra's Hospital, Highgate, and Mrs. Lloyd George has left London for Krishna. I never saw the biographical details supplied by my father. They might have been helpful here. Some letters written to me in France were returned to him, as my next of kin, surcharged. Died of wounds, present location uncertain, pp. Down Post Corporal Dow. The only inconvenience caused by this death was that Cox Bank stopped my pay, and I had difficulty in persuading it to honor my checks. Siegfried wrote of his joy to hear I was alive again. He had been sent back to England with suspected lung trouble and felt 9 parts dead from the horror of the Somme fighting. We agreed to take our leave together at Harlech when I got well enough to travel. I was able to travel in September. We met on Paddington Station. Siegfried bought a copy of the Times at the bookstall. As usual, we turned to the casualty list first, and found there the names of practically every officer in the 1st Battalion, listed as either killed or wounded. Edmund Dad, killed. His brother Julian, in Siegfried's company, wounded, shot through the throat, as we learned later, only able to talk in a whisper, and for months utterly prostrated. It had happened at Ale Alley near Ginchy on September 3rd. A dud show, with the battalion outflanked by a counterattack. News like this in England was far more upsetting than in France. Still feeling very weak, I could not help crying all the way up to Wales. Siegfried complained bitterly. Well, old Stockpot got his CB. At any rate, England looked strange to us, returned soldiers. We could not understand the war madness that ran wild everywhere, looking for a pseudo-military outlet. The civilians talked a foreign language, and it was newspaper language. I found serious conversation with my parents all but impossible. Quotations from a single typical document of this time will be enough to show what we were facing. A mother's answer to a common soldier. By a little mother. A message to the pacifists. A message to the bereaved. A message to the trenches. Owing to the immense demand from home and from the trenches for this letter, which appeared in the Morning Post, the editor found it necessary to place it in the hands of London publishers to be reprinted in pamphlet form. 75,000 copies of which were sold in less than a week direct from the publishers. Extract from a letter from Her Majesty. The Queen was deeply touched at the little mother's beautiful letter, and Her Majesty fully realizes what her words must mean to our soldiers in the trenches and in hospitals. One night, to the editor of the Morning Post, Sir, as a mother of an only child, a son who was early and eager to do his duty, may I be permitted to reply to Tommy Atkins, whose letter appeared in your issue of the 9th inst. Perhaps he will kindly convey to his friends in the trenches, not what the government thinks, not what the pacifists think, but what the mothers of the British race think of our fighting men. It is a voice which demands to be heard, seeing that we play the most important part in the history of the world. For it is we who mother the men who have to uphold the honor and traditions, not only of our empire, but of the whole civilized world. To the man who pathetically calls himself a common soldier, May I say that we women, who demand to be heard, will tolerate no such cry as peace, peace, where there is no peace. The corn that will wave over land watered by the blood of our brave lads shall testify to the future that their blood was not spilt in vain. We need no marble monuments to remind us. We only need that force of character behind all motives to see this monstrous world tragedy brought to a victorious ending. The blood of the dead and the dying, the blood of the common soldier from his slight wounds will not cry to us in vain. They have all done their share, and we, as women, will do ours without murmuring and without complaint. Send the pacifists to us, and we shall very soon show them, and show the world, that in our homes at least there shall be no sitting at home warm and cozy in the winter, cool and comfy in the summer. There is only one temperature for the women of the British race, and that is white heat. With those who disgrace their sacred trust of motherhood, we have nothing in common. Our ears are not deaf to the cry that is ever ascending from the battlefield from men of flesh and blood, whose indomitable courage is borne to us, so to speak, on every blast of the wind. We women pass on the human ammunition of only sons to fill up the gaps, so that when the common soldier looks back before going over the top, he may see the women of the British race at his heels, reliable, dependent, uncomplaining. The reinforcements of women are, therefore, behind the common soldier. We gentle-nurtured, timid sex did not want the war. It is no pleasure to us to have our homes made desolate, and the apple of our eye taken away. We would sooner our lovable, promising, rollicking boy stayed at school. We would have much preferred to have gone on, in a light-hearted way, with our amusements and our hobbies. But the bugle call came, and we have hung up the tennis racket. We've fetched our laddie from school. We've put his cap away, and we have glanced lovingly over his last report, which said, "Excellent. We've wrapped them all in a Union Jack and locked them up them, to be taken out only after the war to be looked at a common soldier. Perhaps did not count on the women, but they have their part to play, and we have risen to our responsibility. We are proud of our men, and they in turn have to be proud of us. If the men fail, Tommy Atkins, the women want. Tommy Atkins to the front. He is gone to bear the brunt. Shall stay-at-homes do naught but snivel and but sigh. No, while your eyes are filling, we are up and doing, willing to face the music with you, or to die. Women are created for the purpose of giving life, and men to take it. Now we are giving it in a double sense. It's not likely we are going to fail Tommy. We shall not flinch one iota. But when the war is over, he must not grudge us. When we hear the bugle call of lights out, a brief, very brief, space of time to withdraw into our secret chambers and share, with Rachel, the silent, the lonely anguish of a bereft heart, and to look once more on the college cap, before we emerge stronger women to carry on the glorious work our men's memories have handed down to us for now and all eternity. Yours, etc. A Little Mother. Extracts and press criticisms. The widest possible circulation is of the utmost importance. The Morning Post, deservedly attracting a great deal of attention, as expressing with rare eloquence and force the feelings with which the British wives and mothers have faced and are facing the supreme sacrifice. The Morning Post excites widespread interest. The Gentlewoman Da, a letter which has become celebrated. The Star, we would like to see it hung up in our wards. Hospital Blue, one of the grandest things ever written, for it combines a height of courage with a depth of tenderness which should be, and is, the stamp of all that is noblest and best in human nature. A Soldier in France. Florence Nightingale did great and grand things for the soldiers of her day, but no woman has done more than the Little Mother, whose now famous letter in the Morning Post has spread like wildfire from trench to trench. I hope to God it will be handed down in history, for nothing like it has ever made such an impression on our fighting men. I defy any man to feel weak-hearted after reading it. My God! She makes us die happy. One who has fought and bled, worthy of far more than a passing notice. It ought to be reprinted and sent out to every man at the front. It is a masterpiece and fills one with pride, noble, level-headed, and pathetic to a degree. Severely wounded, I have lost my two dear boys, but since I was shown the little mother's beautiful letter, a resignation too perfect to describe has calmed all my aching sorrow, and I would now gladly give my sons twice over. A bereaved mother. The little mother's letter should reach every corner of the earth, a letter of the loftiest ideal, tempered with courage and the most sublime sacrifice. Percival H. Monckton. The exquisite letter by a little mother is making us feel prouder every day. We women desire to fan the flame which she has so superbly kindled in our hearts. A British mother of an only son. At Harlech, Siegfried and I spent the time getting our poems in order. Siegfried was at work on his Old Huntsman. We made a number of changes in each other's verses. I proposed amendments which he accepted in an obituary poem, To His Dead Body, written for me when he thought me dead. We defined the war in our poems by making contrasted definitions of peace. With Siegfried it was hunting, nature, music, and pastoral scenes. With me, chiefly children. In France, I used to spend much of my spare time playing with the French children of the villages in which we were billeted. When Siegfried had gone, I began the novel on which the earlier chapters of this book are based, but soon abandoned it. Towards the end of September, I stayed in Kent with a recently wounded 1st Battalion friend. An elder brother had been killed in the Dardanelles, and their mother kept the bedroom exactly as he had left it, with the sheets aired, the linen always freshly laundered, flowers and cigarettes by the bedside. She went around with a vague, bright, religious look on her face. The first night I spent there, my friend and I sat up talking about the war until past 12 o'clock. His mother had gone to bed early, after urging us not to get too tired. The talk had excited me, and though I managed to fall asleep an hour later, I was continually awakened by sudden rapping noises, which I tried to disregard, but which grew louder and louder. They seemed to come from everywhere. Soon sleep left me, and I lay in a cold sweat. At nearly 3 o'clock, I heard a diabolic yell and a succession of laughing, sobbing shrieks that sent me flying to the door. In the passage I collided with the mother who, to my surprise, was fully dressed. "It's nothing," she said. "One of the maids had hysterics. I'm so sorry you have been disturbed." So I went back to bed, but could not sleep again, though the noises had stopped. In the morning I told my friend, "I'm leaving this place. It's worse than France. There are thousands of mothers like her, getting in touch with their dead sons by various spiritualistic means." In November, Siegfried and I rejoined the battalion at Litherland and shared a hut. We decided not to make any public protest against war. Siegfried said that we must keep up the good reputation of the poets. As men of courage, he meant. Our best place would be back in France, away from the more shameless madness of home service. There, our function would not be to kill Germans, though that might happen, but to make things easier for the men under our command. For them, the difference between being commanded by someone whom they could count to as a friend, I say here all, someone who protected them as much as he could go from these grosser indignities of the military system. Yeah, and while having to study the whims of any petty, tyrant, in, an, officers. Tunic made all the difference in the world. By this time, the ranks of both line battalions were filled with men who had enlisted for patriotic reasons and resented the professional soldier tradition. Siegfried had already shown what he meant. The Freikorps attack was rehearsed over dummy trenches in the back areas until the whole performance, having reached perfection, began to grow stale. Siegfried, ordered to rehearse once more on the day before the attack, led his platoon into a wood and instead read to them nothing military or literary, just the London Mail. Though the London Mail, a daring new popular weekly, was hardly in his line, Siegfried thought that the men would enjoy the Things We Want to Know column. Officers of the Royal Welch were honorary members of the Formby Golf Club. Siegfried and I went there often. He played golf seriously, while I hit a ball alongside him. I had once played at Harlech as a junior member of the Royal St. David's, but resigned when I found it bad for my temper. Afraid of taking the game up again seriously, I now limited myself to a single iron. My mishits did not matter. I played the fool and purposely put Siegfried off his game. This was a time of great food shortage. German submarines sank about every fourth food ship, and strict meat, butter, and sugar ration had been imposed. But the war had not reached the links. The leading Liverpool businessmen were members of the club, and did not mean to go short while there was any food at all coming in at the docks. Siegfried and I went to the clubhouse for lunch on the day before Christmas, and found a cold buffet in a club dining room, offering hams, barons of beef, jellied tongues, cold roast turkey, and chicken. A large, meaty-faced waiter presided. Siegfried asked him sarcastically, "Is this all? There doesn't seem to be quite such a good spread as in previous years." The waiter blushed. "No, sir, this isn't quite up to the usual mark, sir, but we are expecting a more satisfactory consignment of meat on Boxing Day." The dining room at the clubhouse was always full, the links practically deserted. We officers of the Mersey garrison made the Adelphi Hotel our favorite rendezvous. It had a swimming bath and a cocktail bar generally crowded with very drunk Russian naval officers. One day, I met a major of the King's Own Scottish borderers there. I saluted him. Taking me aside, he muttered confidentially, "It's nice of you to salute me, my boy, but I must confess that I am not what I seem. I wear a crown on my sleeve, and so does a CSM. But then he's not entitled to wear these 3 cuff bands and the wavy border. Aren't they pretty? No, I'm not what I seem to be. I'm a sham. I've got a sergeant major's stomach." Accustomed by now to drunken senior officers, I answered respectfully, "Really, sir, and how did you come to acquire that?" he said. "You think I'm drunk. Well, perhaps I am. But it's true about my stomach. You see, I got shot in the guts at the Beaumont Hamel show. It hurt like hell, let me tell you. They took me down to the field hospital. I was busy dying, but a company sergeant major had got it through the head, and he was busy dying too, and he did die. Well, as soon as ever the sergeant major died, they took out that long gut, whatever you call the thing that unwinds. They say it's as long as a cricket pitch, and they put it into me, grafted it on somehow. Wonderful chaps, these medicos. They supply spare parts as though one were a motor car. Well, this sergeant major seems to have been an abstemious man. The lining of the new gut is much better than my old one, so I'm celebrating it. I only wish I'd borrowed his kidneys too. Duddle. An RAMC captain, sitting close by, broke into the conversation. "Yes, Major, a stomach wound's the worst of the lot. You were lucky to reach the field ambulance alive. The best chance is to lie absolutely still. I got mine out between the lines while I was bandaging a fellow. I flopped into a shell hole. My stretcher bearers wanted to carry me back, but I wouldn't have any of that. I kept everyone off with a revolver for 48 hours and saved my own life. I couldn't count on a spare gut waiting for me at the dressing station. My only chance was to lie still and let it heal. Nye." In December, I attended a medical board. They sounded my chest and asked how I was feeling. The president wanted to know whether I wanted a few months more home service. I said, "No, sir. I should be much obliged if you would pass me fit for service overseas." In January, I got my sailing orders. I went back an old soldier, as my kit and baggage proved. I had reduced the original Christmas tree to a pocket torch with a 14-day battery and a pair of insulated wire cutters strong enough to cut German wire. The ordinary army issue would cut only British wire. Instead of a haversack, I bought a pack like the ones carried by the men, but lighter and waterproof. I had lost my revolver when wounded and not bought another. A rifle and bayonet could always be got from the battalion. Not carrying rifle and bayonet made officers conspicuous during an attack. In most divisions, now they carried them, and also wore trousers rolled down over their puttees, like the men. Instead of riding, breeches, because the Germans had learned to recognize officers by their thin knees. The heavy blankets I had brought out before were now replaced by an eiderdown sleeping bag in an oiled silk cover. I also took a Shakespeare and a Bible, both printed on India paper, a Catullus and a Lucretius in Latin, and 2 lightweight folding canvas armchairs, one as a present for Yates, the quartermaster, the other for myself. I wore a very thick whip-cord tunic with a neat patch above the second button and another between the shoulders, my only salvage from the last time out, except for the reasonably waterproof pair of ski-ing boots, in which also I had been killed. My breeches had been cut off me in hospital. I commanded a draft of 10 young officers. Young officers at this period were expected, as someone has noted in his war memoirs, to be roistering blades over wine and women. These 10 did their best. 3 of them got venereal disease at the Rouen Blue Lamp. They were strictly brought-up Welsh boys of the professional classes, had never hitherto visited a brothel, and knew nothing about prophylaxis. One of them shared a hut with me. He came in very late and very drunk one night from the Drapeau Blanc, woke me up, and began telling me about his experiences. "I never knew before," he said, "what a wonderful thing sex is." I said irritably, and in some disgust, "The Drapeau Blanc? Then I hope to God you washed yourself." He was very Welsh and on his dignity. "What do you mean, Captain? I did wash my face and hands. There were no restraints in France. These boys had money to spend and knew that they stood a good chance of being killed within a few weeks anyhow. They did not want to die virgins. The Drapeau Blanc saved the life of scores by incapacitating them for future trench service. Base venereal hospitals were always crowded. The troops took a lewd delight in exaggerating the proportion of army chaplains to combatant officers treated there. At the Bull Ring, the instructors were full of bullet and bayonet enthusiasm, with which they tried to infect the drafts. The drafts consisted, for the most part, either of forcibly enlisted men or wounded men returning, and at this dead season of the year could hardly be expected to feel enthusiastic on their arrival. The training principles had recently been revised. Infantry Training 1914 laid it down politely that the soldier's ultimate aim was to put out of action or render ineffective the armed forces of the enemy. The War Office no longer considered this statement direct enough for a war of attrition. Troops learned instead that they must hate the Germans and kill as many of them as possible. In bayonet practice, the men had to make horrible grimaces and utter blood-curdling yells as they charged. The instructors' faces were set in a permanent ghastly grin. "Hurt him now! In at the belly! Tear his guts out!" They would scream as the men charged the dummies. Now that upper swing at his privates with the butt. Ruin his chances for life. No more little Fritzes. Nah. Oh. Anyone would think that you loved the bloody swine, patting and stroking him like that. Bite him, I say. Stick your teeth in him and worry him. Eat his heart out. Once more I felt glad to be sent up to the trenches. 22. I found the 2nd Battalion near Bushevesna on the Somme, but a very different 2nd Battalion. No riding school, no battalion mess, no quota manners, no regular officers, except for a couple of newly arrived Sandhurst boys. I was more warmly welcomed this time. My supposed spying activities had been forgotten. But the day before I reported, Colonel Crochet had been wounded while out in no man's land inspecting the battalion wire, shot in the thigh by one of the rotten crowd of his letter, who mistook him for a German and fired without challenge. He has been in and out of nursing homes ever since. Dr. Dunn asked me with kindly disapproval what I meant by returning so soon. I said I couldn't stand England any longer. He told the acting COO that I was, in his opinion, unfit for trench service, so I took command of the headquarter company and went to live with transport back at Fry's, where the Somme made a bend. My company consisted of regimental clerks, cooks, tailors, shoemakers, pioneers, transport men, and so on, who in a breakthrough could turn riflemen and be used as a combatant force, as at the First Battle of Ypres. We lived in dugouts close to the river, which was frozen over completely, but for a narrow stretch of fast-running water in the middle. I have never been so cold in all my life. I used to go up to the trenches every night with the rations, Yates being sick. It was about a 12-mile walk there and back. General Pinney, now commanding the 33rd Division, felt teetotal convictions on behalf of his men and stopped their issue of rum, unless in emergencies, the immediate result being the heaviest sick list that the battalion had ever known. Our men looked forward to their tot of rum at the dawn stand to as the brightest moment of the 24 hours. When this was denied them, their resistance weakened. I took the rations up through Clary, not long before a wattle and daub village with some hundreds of inhabitants. The highest part of it now standing was a short course of brick wall about 3 feet high. The remainder consisted of enormous overlapping shell craters. A broken-down steamroller by the roadside had Clary chalked on it as a guide to travelers. We often lost a horse or two at Clary, which the Germans went on shelling from habit. Our reserve billets for these Bushevesna's trenches were at Suzanne. Not really billets, but dugouts and shelters. Suzanne also lay in ruins. This winter was the hardest since 1894. The men played intercompany football matches on the river, now frozen 2 feet thick. I remember a meal here in a shelter billet, stew and tinned tomatoes on aluminum plates. Though the food arrived hot from the kitchen next door, ice had formed on the edge of our plates before we finished eating. In all this area one saw no French civilians, no unshelled houses, no signs of cultivation. The only living creatures besides soldiers, horses, and mules were a few moorhen and duck paddling in the unfrozen central stream of the river. The fodder ration for the horses, many of them sick, was down to 3 pounds a day, and they had open standings only. I have kept no records of this time, but the memory of its misery survives. Then I got toothache, which forced me to take a horse and ride 20 miles to the nearest Army dental station at Corps headquarters. I found the dentist under the weather, like everyone else. He would do nothing at first but grumble what a fool he had been to offer his services to the king at such a low salary. When I think, he complained of the terrible destruction to the nation's teeth now being done by unqualified men at home, and the huge fees that they exact for their wicked work. It makes me boil with rage. There followed further complaints against his treatment at headquarters, and the unwillingness of the RAMC to give Demists any promotion beyond lieutenant's rank. Later he examined my tooth. "Wasn't I? An abscess," he said. "No good tinkering about with this, must pull it out," so he yanked at the tooth irritably, and the crown broke off. He tried again, damning the ineffective type of forceps which the government supplied, found very little purchase, and broke off another piece. After half an hour he had dug the tooth out in sections. The local anesthetic supplied by the government seemed as ineffective as the forceps. I rode home with lacerated gums. Brigade appointed me a member of a field general court-martial that was to sit on an Irish sergeant charged with shamefully casting away his arms in the presence of the enemy. I had heard about the case unofficially. The man, maddened by an intense bombardment, had thrown away his rifle and run with the rest of his platoon. An army order, secret and confidential, addressed to officers of captain's rank and above, laid down that, in the case of men tried for their life on other charges, sentence might be mitigated if conduct in the field had been exemplary, but cowardice was punishable only with death, and no medical excuses could be accepted. Therefore, I saw no choice between sentencing the man to death and refusing to take part in the proceedings. If I refused, I should be court-martialed myself, and a reconstituted court would sentence the sergeant to death anyhow. Yet I could not sign a death verdict for an offense which I might have committed myself in similar circumstances. I evaded the dilemma. One other officer in the battalion besides the acting CO had the necessary year's service as a captain, entitling him to sit on a field general court-martial. I found him willing enough to take my place. He was hard-boiled and glad of a trip to Amiens, and I took over his duties. Executions were frequent in France. I had my first direct experience of official lying when I arrived at Le Havre in May 1915. And read the back files of army orders at the rest camp. They contained something like 20 reports of men shot for cowardice or desertion. Yet a few days later, the responsible minister in the House of Commons, answering a question from a pacifist, denied that sentence of death for a military offense had been carried out in France on any member of His Majesty's forces. James Cuthbert, the acting CO, a special reserve major, felt the strain badly and took a lot of whiskey. Dr. Dunn pronounced him too sick to be in the trenches, so he came to Fry's, where he shared a dugout with Yates and myself, sitting in my arm chair, reading the Bible. I stumbled on the text. The bed is too narrow to lie therein, and the coverlet too small to wrap myself therewith. Listen, James, I said. Here is something pretty appropriate for this dug out. I read it out. He raised himself on an elbow, genuinely furious. Look here, von Runick, he shouted. I am not a religious man. I've cracked a good many of the commandments since I've been in France. But while I'm in command here, I refuse to hear you or anyone bloody else blaspheme the Bible. Yanizel. I liked James, whom I had first met on the day I arrived at Wrexham to join the regiment. He was then just back from Canada, and how hilariously he threw the chairs about in the junior anteroom of the mess. He had been driving a plow through virgin soil, he told us, and reciting Kipling to the prairie dogs. His favorite piece was, I may be misquoting, Are ye there, are ye there, are ye there? 4 points on a 90-mile square, with a helio winking like fun in the sun. Are ye there, are ye there, are ye there? James, who had served with the Special Reserve a year or two before he emigrated, cared for nobody, was most courageous, inclined to sentimentality, and probably saw longer service with the 2nd Battalion in the war than any officer except Yates. A day or two later, because James was still sick, I found myself in temporary command of the battalion, and attended a commanding officers' conference at brigade headquarters. That it should ever have come to this, I thought. Opposite our trenches a German salient protruded, and the brigadier wanted to bite it off in proof of the division's offensive spirit. Trench soldiers could never understand the staff's desire to bite off an enemy salient. It was hardly desirable to be fired at from both flanks. If the Germans had got caught in a salient, our obvious duty must be to keep them there as long as they could be persuaded to stay. We concluded that a passion for straight lines, for which headquarters were well known, had dictated this plan, which had no strategic or tactical excuse. The attack had been twice postponed, and twice cancelled. I still have a field message referring to it dated February 21st, see next page. Even this promise of special rum could not, however, hearten the battalion. Everyone agreed that the attack was unnecessary, foolish, and impossible. A thaw had now set in. and the 4 company commanders assured me that to cross 300 yards of no man's land, which constant shelling and the thaw had turned into a morass of mud more than knee deep, would take even lightly armed troops 4 or 5 minutes. Not a man would be able to reach the enemy line so long as a single section of Germans with rifles remained to defend them. The general, when I arrived, inquired in a fatherly way whether I were not proud to be attending a commanding officers' conference at the age of 21. I answered irritably that I had not examined my feelings, but that I was an old enough soldier to realize the impossibility of the attack. The colonel of the Cameronians, who were also to be engaged, took the same line. So the brigadier finally called off the show. That night I went up with rations as usual. The officers were much relieved to hear of my stand at the conference. We had been heavily shelled on the way, and while I took a drink at battalion headquarters, someone sent me a message about a direct hit on D Company Limber. Going off to inspect the damage, I passed our chaplain, who had come up with me from Fry's Bend, and a group of 3 or 4 men. The chaplain was gabbling the burial service over a corpse lying on the ground covered with a waterproof sheet. The miserable weather and fear of the impending attack were responsible for his death. This, as it turned out, was the last dead man I saw in France, and like the first, he had shot himself. I found the shattered limber and remains of the petrol tins full of water, which it was carrying, but no sign of the team. They were highly valued horses, having won a prize offered at a divisional horse show some months previously for the best matched pair. So Meredith, the transport sergeant, and I sent the transport back and went looking for the horses in the dark. We stumbled through miles of morass that night but could not find hoof or hide of them. We used to boast that our transport animals were the best in France, and our transport men the best horse thieves. No less than 18 of our stable had been stolen from other units at one time or another for their good looks. We even had borrowed 2 from the Scots Greys. The horse I rode to the dentist came from the French police, its only fault being that, as the left-hand horse of a police squadron, it always pulled to the wrong side of the road. We had never lost a horse to any other battalion, so, naturally, Sergeant Meredith and I, who had started out with the rations at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, continued our search until long after midnight. When we reached Fry's at 3 a.m., I collapsed on my bunk, completely exhausted. The next day, Dr. Dunn diagnosed bronchitis, and I went back in an ambulance to Rouen, once more to Noge 8 Red Cross Hospital. The RAMC major recognized me and said, "What on earth are you doing out in France, young man? If I find you and those lungs of yours in my hospital again, I'll have you court-martialed." De Gaulle. Yates wrote to reassure me that the horses had been found shortly after I left, unhurt except for grazes on their bellies, and in possession of the 4th Division Machine Gun Company. The machine gunners were caught disguising them with stain and trying to remove the regimental marks. At Rouen, they asked me where in England I should like to be hospitalized. I said at random, Oxford. 23. So I was sent to Oxford, to Somerville College, which, like the examination schools, had been converted into a hospital. It occurred to me here that I had perhaps finished with the war, which would surely not last long now. I both liked and disliked the idea. I disliked being away from the regiment in France, but I liked to believe that I might still be alive when the war ended. Meanwhile, Siegfried got boarded too and tried to follow me to the 2nd Battalion, but arrived only to find me gone. I felt that I had somehow let him down, but he wrote that he was unspeakably relieved to think of me safely back home. We were now wondering whether the war ought to continue. It was said that, in the autumn of 1915, Asquith had been offered peace terms on the basis of status quo ante, which he was willing to consider, but that his colleagues' opposition had brought about the fall of the Liberal government and its supersession by the Win, the War Coalition government of Lloyd George. Siegfried vehemently asserted that the terms should have been accepted. I agreed. We no longer saw the war as one between trade rivals. Its continuance seemed merely a sacrifice of the idealistic younger generation to the stupidity and self-protective alarm of the elder. I made a facetious note about this time. War should be a sport for men above 45 only, the Jesses, not the Davids. Well, dear father, how proud I am of you serving your country as a very gallant gentleman, prepared to make even the supreme sacrifice. I only wish I were your age. How willingly would I buckle on my armor and fight those unspeakable Philistines! As it is, of course, I can't be spared. I have to stay behind at the War Office and administrate for you lucky old men. What sacrifices I have made! David would sigh when the old boys had gone off with a draft to the front, singing Tipperary. There is father and my Uncle Sam and both my grandfathers all on active service. I must put a card in the window about it. Deja. Deciding to stay in Oxford, I applied, on the strength of a chit from Curry, the Bull Ring Commandant at Harfleur, for an instructional job in one of the officer cadet battalions quartered in the men's colleges. They posted me to the Wadham Company of No. 4 Battalion. These battalions had grown out of instructional schools for young officers. The cadet course was 3 months, later increased to 4, but a severe one, and particularly intended for the training of platoon commanders in the handling of the platoon as an independent unit. About 2/3 of the cadets had been recommended for commissions in France by battalion commanders, the remainder being public schoolboys from the OTC. We taught drill and musketry, and conduct befitting officers and gentlemen, but chiefly tactical exercises with limited objectives. The Army textbook, SSPN 143, or Instructions for the Training of Platoons for Offensive Action, 1917, perhaps the most important War Office publication issued during the war, was our standby. The author is said to have been General Solly Flood, who wrote it after a visit to a French army school. Since 1916, the largest body of infantrymen possible to control in sustained action had been the platoon, which now superseded the company as the chief tactical unit. Though the quality of the officers had deteriorated from the regimental point of view, their greater efficiency in action amply compensated for their deficiency in manners. The cadet battalion system saved the army in France from becoming a mere rabble. We failed about 1/6 of the candidates for commissions. The failures were sometimes public, schoolboys without the necessary toughness, but usually men from France, recommended on compassionate grounds, rather stupid platoon, sergeants and machine gun corporals who had been out too long and needed a rest. Our final selection was made by watching the candidates play games, principally rugger and soccer. Those who played rough but not dirty and had quick reactions were the sort needed, and we spent most of our spare time playing games with them. My platoon consisted of New Zealanders, Canadians, South Africans, 2 men from the Fiji Island contingent, an English farm laborer, a Welsh miner, and 2 or 3 public school boys. Most of them were killed during the next year and a half of war. The New Zealanders went in for rowing. The record time for the river at Oxford was made by a New Zealand 8 that summer. Hard work in the damp Oxford climate, however, proved too much for my lungs. I kept myself going for 2 months on a strychnine tonic, then fainted and fell down a staircase one evening in the dark, cutting my head. I was taken back to Somerville. The Wadham Dons had elected me a member of the senior common room, which gave me access to the famous brown sherry, which is especially mentioned in a Latin grace among the blessings vouchsafed to the collegians by their creator. My commanding officer, Colonel Stenning, in better times university professor of Hebrew, was a fellow of the college. The social system at Oxford had been dislocated. Mr. J. L. V. Powell, the St. John's Don destined to be my moral tutor when I came up, now wore the gray uniform of a corporal in the General Reserve, drilled in the parks, and saluted me whenever we met. A college scout held a commission and was instructing in the other cadet battalion. There cannot have been more than 150 undergraduates in residence at this time, American Rhodes Scholars, Indians, and the unfit. I saw a good deal of Aldous Huxley, Wilfred Child, and Thomas Earp, who together ran an undergraduate's literary paper of necessarily limited circulation called the Palatine Review, to which I contributed. Earp had set himself the task of keeping the Oxford tradition alive through the dead years, as president and sole member, he said, of some 17 undergraduate social and literary societies. In 1919, still in residence, he handed over the minute books to the returning university. Most of the societies were then reformed. I enjoyed my stay at Somerville. The sun shone, and the discipline was easy. We used to lounge around the hospital grounds in our pajamas and dressing gowns, and sometimes walked out into St. Giles and down the Carmarket, still in pajamas and dressing gowns, for a morning cup of coffee at the Cadena. And I fell in love with Marjorie, a probationer nurse, though I did not tell her so at the time. My heart had remained whole, if numbed, since Dick's disappearance from it, yet I felt difficulty in adjusting myself to the experience of woman love. I used to meet Marjorie, who was a professional pianist, when I visited a friend in another ward, but we had little talk together, except once when she confided in me how beastly a time the other nurses gave her for having a naturalized German father. I wrote to her after I left hospital, but finding that she was engaged to a subaltern in France, I stopped writing. I had seen what it must feel like to be in France and have a rival at home. Yet her reproofs of my silence suggested that she was at least as fond of me as of him. I did not press the point, but let the affair end almost before it started. While with the cadet battalion, I went out nearly every Sunday to the village of Garsington. Siegfried's friends, Philip and Lady Adeline Morrel, lived at the manor house there. The Morrels were pacifists, and I first heard from them that there was another side to the question of war guilt. Clive Bell, England's leading art critic and a conscientious objector, looked after the cows on the manor farm. He had been allowed to do this work of national importance instead of going into the army. Aldous Huxley, Lytton Strachey, and the Honorable Bertrand Russell were frequent visitors. Aldous was unfit, otherwise he would certainly have been in the army like Osbert and Sacheverell Sitwell, Herbert read, Siegfried, Wilfred Owen, myself, and most other young writers of the time, none of whom now believed in the war. Bertrand Russell, too old for military service, but an ardent pacifist, a rare combination, turned sharply on me one afternoon and asked, "Tell me, if a company of your men were brought along to break a strike of munition makers, and the munition makers refused to go back to work, would you order the men to fire?" "I don't know." "Yes, if everything else failed. It would be no worse than shooting Germans, really." "I?" he asked in surprise. "Would your men obey you?" "They loathe munition workers, and would be only too glad of a chance to shoot a few. They think that they're all scrimshankers." "But they realize that the war's all wicked nonsense?" "Yeah, yes, as well as I do." He could not understand my attitude. Lytton Strachey was unfit, but instead of allowing himself to be rejected by the doctors, preferred to appear before a military tribunal as a conscientious objector. He told us of the extraordinary impression caused by an air cushion which he inflated in court as a protest against the hardness of the benches. Asked by the chairman the usual question, "I understand, Mr. Strachey, that you have a conscientious objection to war?" "Ah," he replied, in his curious falsetto voice, "Oh, no, not at all. Only to this war, and to the chairman's other stock question, which had previously never failed to embarrass the claimant. Tell me, Mr. Strachey, what would you do if you saw a German soldier trying to violate your sister?" He replied with an air of noble virtue, "I would try to get between them." No. In 1916, I met more well-known writers than ever before or since. There were 2 unsuccessful meetings. George Moore had recently written the book Kirith, and my neurasthenic twitchings interrupted the calm, easy flow of his conversational periods. He told me irritably not to fidget. In return, I taunted him with having introduced cactus into the Holy Land some 15 centuries before the discovery of America, its land of origin. At the Reform Club, H. Benamordo, G. O'Tal, Wells, who was mid-bridling in those days, and full of military optimism, talked without listening. He had just been taken for a Cook's Tour de France, and staff conductors had shown him the usual sights that royalty, prominent men of letters, and influential neutrals were allowed to see. He described his experience at length, and seemed unaware that I and Siegfried, who was with me, had also seen the sights. But I liked Arnold Bennett for his kindly unpretentiousness, and I liked Augustine Birrell, who had been Asquith's Lord Lieutenant of Ireland. I dared correct him when he remarked that the Apocrypha was never read in church services, and again, when he described Elihu, the Jebusite, as one of Job's comforters. Birrell tried to override me on both points, but I called for a Bible and proved them. He glowered very kindly at me. I will say to you what Thomas Carlyle once said to a young man who caught him out in a misquotation. "Young man, you are heading straight for the pit of hell." And who else? John Galsworthy, or did I first meet him a year or 2 later? He was editing a literary magazine called Reveille, published under government auspices, the proceeds of which were to go to a disabled soldier fund. I contributed to it. When we met, he asked me technical questions about Solitaire slang. He was writing a war play and wanted it to be accurate. He seemed a humble man, and, except for these questions, listened without talking, which is, apparently, his usual practice. I met Ivor Novello in 1918, 2 years older than myself, and already world-famous as the author and composer of the patriotic song, "Keep the home fires burning, while the hearts are yearning." There was some talk of his setting a song of mine. I found him wearing a silk dressing gown, in an atmosphere of incense and cocktails. He and his young stage friends were all sitting or lying on cushions scattered about the floor. Feeling uncomfortably military, I removed my spurs. I was a temporary field officer at the time, in case anyone got pricked. Novello had joined the Royal Navy Air Service, but, his genius being officially recognized, was allowed to keep the home fires burning until the boys came home. The War Office now stopped the privilege that officers enjoyed, after leaving hospital, of going to their own homes for convalescence. It had been noticed that many of them took no trouble to get well and return to duty. They kept late nights, drank, and overtaxed their strength. Therefore, when somewhat recovered, I was sent to a convalescent home in the Isle of Wight, none other than Osbom Palace. My bedroom had once been the royal night nursery of King Edward VII and his brothers and sisters. This was the strawberry season and fine weather. We patients could take all Queen Victoria's favorite walks through the woods and along the quiet seashore, play billiards in the royal billiard room, sing bawdy songs in the royal music room, drink the prince consort's favorite Rhine wines among his winter halters, play golf, croquet, and visit cows when in need of adventure. We were made honorary members of the Royal Yacht Squadron. Another of the caricature scenes of my life, myself as pseudo-yachtsman, sitting in a leather chair in the smoking room of what had been, and is now again, the most exclusive club in the world, drinking gin and ginger, and sweeping the Solent with a powerful telescope. I made friends with the French Benedictine fathers, who lived nearby. Driven from Solesmes in France by the anti-clerical laws of 1906, they had built themselves a new abbey at Coire. The abbey had a special commission from the Vatican to collect and edit ancient church music. Hearing the fathers at their plain song made me, for the moment, forget the war completely. Many of them were ex-army officers who, I was told, had turned to religion after the ardors of campaign or disappointments in love. They saw the war as a dispensation of God for restoring France to Catholicism, and told me that the Freemason element in the French army, represented by General Papa Joffre, had now been discredited, and that the present supreme command, Foch, was predominantly Catholic, an augury they claimed of Allied victory. The guest master showed me a library of 20,000 volumes, hundreds of them blacklead. The librarian, an old monk from Bethune, begged me for an accurate account of the damage done to his quarter of the town. The guest master asked whether I should like to read any of the books. There were all kinds: history, botany, music, architecture, engineering, almost every other lay subject. I asked him whether they had a poetry section. He smiled kindly and said, "No, poetry could not be regarded as improving." The Father Superior inquired whether I were a bon Catholic. I replied politely that no, I did not belong to the true religion. To spare him a confession of agnosticism, I explained that my parents were Protestants. "But if ours is the true religion, why do you not turn Catholic?" He asked the question so simply that I felt ashamed. Having to put him off somehow, I said, "Reverend Father, we have a proverb in England, never to swap horses while crossing a stream. I am still caught up in the war, you know." When he looked disappointed, I offered him, "Peter, être après la guerre, the stop." Answer that the Pas de Calais girls were ordered by their priests to give Allied soldiers who asked for a promenade. "Mademoiselle, it was seldom given," I heard, except for the purpose of bargaining. All the same, I half envied the fathers, finished with wars and love affairs, their abbey on the hill, and admired their kindness, gentleness, and seriousness. Those clean, whitewashed cells and meals eaten in silence at the long oaken tables, while a novice read the lives of the saints. The food, mostly cereals, vegetables, and fruit, was the best I had tasted for years. I had eaten enough ration beef, ration jam, ration bread, and cheese to last me a lifetime. At Coire, Catholicism ceased to repel me. Many of the patients at Osborne were neurasthenic, and should have been in a special neurasthenic hospital. Milner was there as a subaltern in the Royal Warwickshire Regiment, and in his least humorous vein, one Vernon Bartlett of the Hampshire Regiment decided with me that something new must be started. So we founded the Royal Albert Society, its pretended aim being to revive interest in the life and times of the Prince Consort. My regalia as president consisted of a Scottish dirk, Hessian boots, and a pair of side whiskers. Official business might not proceed until the announcement had been duly made that the whiskers are on the table. Membership was open only to officers who professed themselves students of the life and works of the Prince Consort, those who had been born in the province of Alberta in Canada, those who had resided for 6 months or longer by the banks of the Albert Nyanza, those who held the Albert Medal for saving life, or those who were linked with the Prince Consort's memory in any other signal way. This must have been the first of the now popular burlesques of Victorianism. The members were instructed to report at each meeting reminiscences collected from old palace servants and Osborne cottagers, throwing light on the human side of the consort's life. We had 15 members and 8 quantities of strawberries. On one occasion, a dozen officers came in to join the society, professing to have the necessary qualification. One claimed to be the grandson of the man who had built the Albert Memorial. One had worked at the Albert Docks, and one actually did possess the Albert Medal for saving life. The others were all interested students. They submitted quietly at first to the ceremonies and business, but it was soon apparent that they had come to break up the society. They were, in fact, most of them drunk. They began giving indecent accounts of the Prince Consort's private life, alleging that they could substantiate them with photographic evidence. Bartlett and I got worried. It was not that sort of society. Therefore, as president, I rose and told in an improved version the story which had won the 1914 All England interregimental competition at Aldershot for the filthiest story of the year. I linked it up with the Prince Consort by saying that he had heard it from the lips of John Brown, the Balmoral Gilly, in whose pawky humor Queen Victoria used to find such delight, and that, having prevented him from sleeping for 3 days and nights, it had been a contributory cause of his premature death. The interrupters threw up their hands in shocked surrender and walked out. It struck me how far I had come since my first years at Charterhouse. If only I had used the same technique there. On the beach one day, Bartlett and I found an old ship's fender. Because the knotted ropes at the top had frayed into something resembling hair, Bartlett said, sighing, "Poor fellow. I knew him well. He was in my platoon in the Hampshires, but went mad and jumped overboard from the hospital ship." A little farther along the beach, we found an old pair of trousers half in the water, and a coat, and then some socks and a boot. So we dressed up Bartlett's old comrade, draped seaweed over him where necessary, and walked on. Soon after, we met a coast guard and turned back with him. We said, "There's a dead man on the beach." He stopped a few yards off and exclaimed, holding his nose, "Pooh, don't he all stink?" We turned again, leaving the Coast Guard with the dead, and the next day read in the Isle of Wight paper of a hoax that certain convalescent officers at Osborne had played on the coroner. Among our laboriously nonsensical games was one of changing the labels on all the pictures in the galleries. Anything to make people laugh. But we found the going hard. 24. Siegfried had written in March 1917 from the 2nd Battalion, asking me to pull myself together and send him a letter because he felt horribly low in spirits. He complained of his welcome there. The battalion was now restocked with senior officers, and my enemy, the Special Reserve 2nd Lieutenant with the regular commission, now an acting captain, had gone so far as to call him a bloody wart, and allude to the bloody 1st Battalion. Siegfried swallowed the insult but tried to get transferred to the 1st Battalion. The 2nd was resting until the end of the month about 2 miles from our beloved Moorland Court, surrounded by billows of mud slopes and muddy woods and aerodromes, and fine new railroads, where he used to lollop about on the black mare of an afternoon. David Thomas and I once watched Siegfried breaking in that black mare, a beautiful combative creature with a homicidal kink, and wondered at his patience. He would put the mare at a jump, and when she sulked, not force her but simply turn her around and then lead her back to it. Time after time she refused, yet could neither provoke his ill temper nor make him give up his intention. Finally, she took the jump in mere boredom, a 6-footer, and she could manage higher than that. No one. He was posted to T.C. Company now. He wrote, with a half-witted platoon awaiting his orders to do or die, and a beast of a stiff arm where Dr. Dunn had inoculated him, sticking his needle in and saying, "Toughest skin of the lot. But you're a tough character." I know. Siegfried hoped that the battalion would get into some sort of a show soon. It would be a relief after all these weeks of irritation and discomfort and disappointment. One usually felt like that in the 2nd Battalion. He supposed that his old Huntsman would not be published until the autumn. He had seen the last issue of The Nation, and commented what fun it was for us to appear as a military duet in a pacifist organ. You and me. The poets who mean to work together someday and scandalize the jolly old gosses and straighties. Reading this letter, I am reminded that the occasion of my final breach with Siegfried, 10 years later, was my failure to observe the proper literary punctilios in a correspondence with the late Sir Edmund Gossett, CBI, and that, when the old Huntsman appeared, Sir Edmund had severely criticized some lines of an allegorical poem in it, rapture and pale enchantment and romance, and many a slender sickly lord who'd filled my soul long since with litanies of sin, went home because he could not stand the din. This, he considered, might be read as a libel on the British House of Lords. The peerage, he said, was proving itself splendidly heroic in the war. Heavy fighting in the Hindenburg Line broke out soon afterwards. Siegfried's platoon went to support the Cameronians, and when these were driven out of some trenches they had won, he regained the position with a bombing party of 6 men. Though shot through the throat, he continued bombing until he collapsed. The Cameronians rallied and returned, and the brigadier sent Siegfried's name in for a Victoria Cross, a recommendation refused, however, on the ground that the operations had been unsuccessful, for the Cameronians were later driven out again by a bombing party under some German Siegfried. Back in London now, and very ill, he wrote that often, when he went for a walk, he saw corpses lying about on the pavements. In April, Yates had sent him a note saying that 4 officers were killed and 7 wounded in a show at Fontaine-le-Croiselle, a perfectly bloody battle. But the battalion advanced nearly half a mile, which, to Siegfried, seemed some consolation. Yet in the very next sentence he wrote how mad it made him to think of the countless good men being slaughtered that summer, and all for nothing. The bloody politicians and ditto generals, with their cursed, incompetent, blundering, and callous ideas, would go on until they tired of it, or had got as much kudos as they want. He wished he could do something in protest, but even if he were to shoot the Premier or Sir Douglas Haig, they would only shut him up in a madhouse like Richard Dad of glorious memory. I recognized the illusion. Dad, a brilliant 19th-century painter, and incidentally a great-uncle of Edmund and Julian, had made out a list of people who deserved to be killed. The first on the list was his father. Dad picked him up one day in Hyde Park and carried him on his shoulders for nearly half a mile before publicly drowning him in the Serpentine. Siegfried went on to say that if, as a protest, he refused to go out again, they would only accuse him of being afraid of shells. He asked me whether I thought we should be any better off by the end of that summer of carnage. We would never break the German line by hammering at it. So far, our losses were heavier than the Germans. The Canadians at Vimy had suffered appallingly, yet the official communiques told unblushing lies about the casualties. Julian Dad had visited him in hospital and, like everyone else, urged him to take a safe job at home, but he knew that this could only be a beautiful dream. He would be morally compelled to go on until he got killed. The thought of going back now was agony. Just when he had come out into the light again. Oh, life. Oh, son. A quotation from a poem of mine about my return from the grave. His wound was nearly healed, and he expected to be sent for 3 weeks to a convalescent home. He didn't like the idea, but anywhere would be good enough if he could only be quiet and see no one, simply watch the trees dressing up in green and feel the same himself. He was beastly weak and in a rotten state of nerves. A gramophone in the ward plagued him beyond endurance. The old huntsman had come out that spring after all, and for a joke he would send a copy to Sir Douglas Haig. He couldn't be prevented from doing that anyhow. In June, he had visited the Morals at Oxford, not knowing that I was still there, but wrote that perhaps it was as well we didn't meet, neither of us being at our best. At least one of us should be in a normal frame of mind when we were together. 5 poems of his had appeared in the Cambridge Magazine, one of the few aggressively pacifist journals published in England at the time, the offices of which were later sacked by Flying Corps cadets. None of them, he admitted, was much good, except as a dig at the complacent and perfectly unspeakable people who thought the war ought to go on indefinitely until everyone got killed but themselves. The pacifists were now urging him to produce something red-hot in the style of Barbussa's Under Fire, but he couldn't do it. He had other things in his head, not poems. I didn't know what he meant by this, but hoped that it was not a Richard Dad assassination program. The thought of France nearly drove him dotty sometimes. Down in Kent he could hear the guns thudding ceaselessly across the channel, on and on, until he didn't know whether he wanted to rush back and the with die 1st Battalion, or stay in England, and do what he could to prevent the war going on. But Both courses were hopeless. To go back and get killed would be only playing to the wrong gallery, and he could think of no means of doing any effective preventive work at home. His name had gone in for an officer cadet battalion appointment in England, which would keep him safe if he pleased. But it seemed a dishonorable way out. At the end of July, another letter from Siegfried reached me at Osborne. It felt rather thin. I sat down to read it on the bench dedicated by Queen Victoria to John Brown. A truer and more faithful heart never burned within human breast. As I opened the envelope, a newspaper cutting fluttered out, marked in ink, Bradford Pioneer, Friday, July 27, 1917. I read the wrong side first. The COOs must be set free. By Philip Frankfurt. The conscientious objector is a brave man. He will be remembered as one of the few noble actors in this world drama when the impartial historian of the future sums up the history of this awful war. The CO is putting down militarism. He is fighting for freedom and liberty. He is making a mighty onslaught upon despotism. And, above all, he is preparing the way for the final abolition of war. But, thanks to the lying, corrupt, and dastardly capitalist press, these facts are not known to the general public, who have been taught to look upon the conscientious objectors as skunks, cowards, and shirkers. Lately, a renewed persecution of COS has taken place. In spite of the promises of truthful cabinet ministers, some COs have been sent to France and they're sentenced to death, a sentence afterwards transferred to one of crucifixion or 5 or 10 years hard labor. But even when allowed to remain in this country, we have to chronicle the most scandalous treatment of these men, the salt of the earth. Saintly individuals like Clifford Allen, Scott Duckers, and thousands of others, no less splendid enthusiasts in the cause of anti-militarism, are in prison for no other reason than because they refuse to take life, and because they will not throw away their manhood by becoming slaves to the military machine. These men must be freed. The political offenders of Ireland. Then I turned over and read, "Finished with the war. A soldier's declaration." This statement was made to his commanding officer by 2nd Lieutenant S.L. Sassoon, Military Cross, recommended for DSO, 3rd Battalion Royal Welsh Fusiliers, as explaining his grounds for refusing to serve further in the army. He enlisted on 3rd August 1914, showed distinguished valor in France, was badly wounded, and would have been kept on home service if he had stayed in the army. I am making this statement as an act of willful defiance of military authority, because I believe that the war is being deliberately prolonged by those who have the power to end it. I am a soldier, convinced that I am acting on behalf of soldiers. I believe that this war, upon which I entered as a war of defense and liberation, has now become a war of aggression and conquest. I believe that the purposes for which I and my fellow soldiers entered upon this war should have been so clearly stated as to have made it impossible to change them, and that, had this been done, the objects which actuated us would now be attainable by negotiation. I have seen and endured the sufferings of the troops, and I can no longer be a party to prolong these sufferings for ends which I believe to be evil and unjust. I am not protesting against the conduct of the war, but against the political errors and insincerities for which the fighting men are being sacrificed. On behalf of those who are suffering now, I make this protest against the deception which is being practiced on them. Also, I believe that I may help to destroy the callous complacence with which the majority of those at home regard the continuance of agonies which they do not share, and which they have not sufficient imagination to realize. July 1917. Sassoon. This filled me with anxiety and unhappiness. I entirely agreed with Siegfried about the political errors and insincerities, and thought his action magnificently courageous. But more things had to be considered than the strength of our case against the politicians. In the first place, He was in no proper physical condition to suffer the penalty which the letter invited, namely to be court-martialed, cashiered, and imprisoned. I found myself most bitter with the pacifists who had encouraged him to make this gesture. I felt that, not being soldiers, they could not understand what it cost Siegfried emotionally. It was wicked that he should have to face the consequences of his letter on top of those Quadrangle and Fontaine-le-Carrousel experiences. I also realized the inadequacy of such a gesture. Nobody would follow his example, either in England or in Germany. The war would inevitably go on and on until one side or the other cracked. I at once applied to appear before a medical board that sat next day, and asked the doctors to pass me fit for home service. I was not fit, and they knew it, but I asked it as a favor. I had to get out of Osbom and attend to this Siegfried business. Next, I wrote to the Honorable Evan Morgan, with whom I had canoed at Oxford a month or two previously, the private secretary to one of the coalition ministers. I asked him to do everything possible to prevent republication of, or comment on, the letter, and arrange that a suitable answer should be given to Mr. Lees Smith, the leading pacifist member of Parliament, when he asked a question about it in the House. I explained to Evan that I was on Siegfried's side really, but that he should not be allowed to become a martyr to a hopeless cause in his present physical condition. Finally, I wrote to the 3rd Battalion. I knew that Colonel Jones-Williams was narrowly patriotic, had never been to France, and could not be expected to take a sympathetic view. But the second in command, Major Macartney Filgate, was humane, so I pleaded with him to make the colonel see the affair in a reasonable light. I told him of Siegfried's recent experiences in France, and suggested that he should be medically boarded and given indefinite leave. Presently, Siegfried wrote from the Exchange Hotel, Liverpool, that no doubt I was worrying about him. He had come up to Liverpool a day or two before and walked into the 3rd Battalion orderly room at Litherland, feeling like nothing on earth, but probably looking fairly self-possessed. Major Macartney Filgate, whom he found in command, the colonel being away on holiday, had been unimaginably decent, making him feel an utter brute, and had consulted the general commanding the Mersey defenses. Now the general was consulting God or someone like that. Meanwhile, I could write to him at the hotel, because he had promised not to run away to the Caucasus. He hoped in time to persuade them to be nasty. They probably didn't realize that his performance would soon be given great publicity. Though he hated the whole business more than ever, he knew more than ever that he was right, and would never repent of what he had done. He added that things were looking better in Germany, but that Lloyd George would probably call it a plot. The politicians seemed to him incapable of behaving like human beings. The general consulted not God but the War Office, and Evan's minister persuaded the War Office not to press the matter as a disciplinary case, but to give Siegfried a medical board. Evan had done his part well. I next set myself somehow to get Siegfried in front of the medical board. I rejoined the battalion and met him at Liverpool. He looked very ill. He told me that he had just been down to the Formby Links and thrown his military cross into the sea. We discussed the political situation. I took the line that everyone was mad except ourselves and one or two others, and that no good could come of offering common sense to the insane. Our only possible course would be to keep on going out until we got killed. I expected myself to go back soon, for the 4th time. Besides, what would the 1st and 2nd battalions think of him? How could they be expected to understand his point of view? They would accuse him of ratting, having cold feet, and letting the regiment down. How would old Joe, even the most understanding man in the regiment, understand? To whom was his letter addressed? The army could, I repeated, only read it as cowardice, or at the best as a lapse from good form. The civilians would take an even unkinder view, especially when they found out that ESS stood for Siegfried. He refused to agree with me, but I made it plain that his letter had not been given, and would not be given, the publicity he intended. At last, unable to deny how ill he was, Siegfried consented to appear before the medical board. So far, so good. Next, I had to rig the medical board. I applied for permission to give evidence as a friend of the patient. There were 3 doctors on the board, a regular RAMC, colonel and major, and a duration of the war captain. I very soon realized that the colonel was patriotic and unsympathetic, the major reasonable but ignorant, and the captain a competent nerve specialist, right-minded, and my only hope. I had to go through the whole story again, treating the colonel and major with the utmost deference, but using the captain as an ally to break down their scruples. Much against my will, I had to appear in the role of a patriot distressed by the mental collapse of a brother in arms, a collapse directly due to his magnificent exploits in the trenches. I mentioned Siegfried's hallucinations of corpses strewn along on Piccadilly. The irony of having to argue to these mad old men that Siegfried was not sane. Though conscious of a betrayal of truth, I acted Jesuitically. Being in nearly as bad a state of nerves as Siegfried myself, I burst into tears 3 times during my statement. Captain McDowell, who proved to be a well-known Harley Street psychologist, played up well. As I went out, he said to me, "Young man, you ought to be before this board yourself. I prayed that, when Siegfried came into the boardroom after me, he would not undo my work by appearing too sane." But McDowell argued his seniors over to my view. McCartney Philgate detailed me as Siegfried's escort to a convalescent home for neurasthenics at Craiglockhart, near Edinburgh. Siegfried and I both thought this a great joke, especially when I missed the train and he reported to Dottyville, as he called it, without me. At Craiglockhart, Siegfried came under the care of Professor W.H.R. Rivers, whom we now met for the first time, though we already knew him as a leading Cambridge neurologist, ethnologist, and psychologist. He had made a point of taking up a new department of research every few years and incorporating it in his comprehensive anthropological scheme. Rivers died shortly after the war, when on the point of contesting the London University parliamentary seat as an independent Labour candidate, intending to round off his scheme with a study of politics. He was now busily engaged with morbid psychology. He had over 100 neurasthenic cases in his care and diagnosed their condition largely through a study of their dream life, based on Freud's work, though he energetically repudiated Freud's more idiosyncratic theses. His posthumous work Conflict and Dream is a record of his labors at Craiglockhart. Dick, by the way, had come under Rivers' observation as a result of the police court episode and after treatment been pronounced sufficiently cured to enlist in the army. Siegfried and Rivers soon became close friends. Siegfried was interested in Rivers' diagnostic methods and Rivers in Siegfried's poems. On my return from Edinburgh, I felt much happier. Siegfried began to write the terrifying sequence of poems, some of them published in the Craiglockhart Hospital magazine, The Hydra, which appeared next year as Counterattack. Another patient was Wilfred Owen of the Manchester Regiment. It preyed on his mind that he had been unjustly accused of cowardice by his commanding officer. Meeting Siegfried here set Owen, a quiet, round-faced little man, writing war poems. 25. The president of the Osborne Medical Board had been right. I should not have been back on duty. The training at the 3rd Battalion camp was intensive, and being given command of a trainmen company, I did not get enough rest. I realized how bad my nerves were when one day, marching through the streets of Litherland on a battalion route march, I saw 3 workmen in gas masks beside an open manhole, bending over a corpse which they had just hauled up from a sewer. His clothes were sodden and stinking, face and hands yellow. Waste chemicals from the munitions factory had got into the sewage system and gassed him when he went down to inspect. My company did not pause in its march, and I had only a glimpse of the group, but it reminded me so strongly of France that, but for the band music, I should have fainted. The colonel detailed me as member of a court-martial on a civilian alleged to have enlisted under the Derby scheme, but not to have presented himself when his class was called to the colors. I tried to feel sympathetic with the nasty-looking little man who closely resembled a rabbit, but found it difficult, even when he proved never to have enlisted. His solicitor handed us a letter from a corporal in France, explaining that he had enlisted in the rabbit's name while on leave, because the rabbit had recently been rabbiting with his wife. This the rabbit denied, but he showed that the color of his eyes recorded on the enlistment form was blue, while his own were rabbit brown, so he seemed to have a case. But a further question arose. Why had he not enlisted under the Military Service Act if he was a fit rabbit? He claimed to be starred, having done responsible work in a munitions factory for the necessary length of time before the Military Service Act became law. However, police evidence on the table showed that his protection certificates were forged, that he had not been working on munitions before the Military Service Act, and thus, coming into the class of those deemed to have enlisted, was a deserter in any case. Having no legal alternative, we sentenced him to the prescribed 2 years imprisonment. He broke down, squealed rabbit fashion, and declared conscientious objections against war. Getting involved in the trial made me feel contemptible. Large drafts now frequently went off to the 1st, 2nd, 9th, and 10th battalions in France, and to the 8th Battalion in Mesopotamia. Very few of the men warned for draft absented themselves, but they were always more cheerful about going in the spring and summer when there was heavy fighting than in the quieter winter months. The regiment kept up its spirits even in the last year of the war. Atwater told me that big drafts sent off during the critical weeks of the 1918 spring, when the Germans had broken through the Fifth Army, went down to the station singing and cheering enthusiastically. They might have been the reservists whom he and I had seen assembling at Wrexham on August 12, 1914, to rejoin the 2nd Battalion just before it sailed for France. Nyozi. Colonel Jones Williams always made the same speech to the drafts. The day I joined the battalion from Osborne, I went via Liverpool Exchange Station and the electric railway to Litherland. Litherland Station was crowded with troops. I heard a familiar voice making a familiar speech, the colonel bidding Godspeed to a small draft of men on their way back to the 1st Battalion, going cheerfully like British soldiers to fight the common foe. Some of you perhaps may fall, upholding the magnificent traditions of the Royal Welsh Fusiliers. The draft cheered vigorously, rather too vigorously. I felt, perhaps even ironically. When he had finished, I went over and greeted a few old friends, 79 Davies, 33 Williams, and the Davies who was nicknamed Dime Bacon, which was Welsh for, "There isn't any bacon." He had won the nickname in his recruit days. The son of a Welsh farmer and accustomed to good food, he had complained about his first morning's breakfast, shouting to the orderly sergeant, "Do you call this a bloody breakfast, man? Dim bacon, dim sausages, dim herrings, dim bloody anything. Nothing but bloody bread and jam." Well, I saw another well-remembered 1st Battalion face, DGM and rosette, médaille militaire, military medal, no stripe. "Loose them again, Sergeant Dickens," I asked. He grinned. "Easy come, easy go, sir." Then the train came in, and I stretched out my hand with, "Good luck." "You'll excuse us, sir," said Dickens. The draft shouted with laughter, and I saw why my hand had not been wrung, and also why the cheers had been so loud. Every one of them was in handcuffs. They had been detailed a fortnight before for a draft to Mesopotamia, but wanted to get back to the 1st Battalion, so they overstayed their leave. The colonel, not understanding the situation, put them into the guardroom to make sure of them for the next draft. They were now going back in handcuffs under an escort of military police to the battalion of their choice. The men bore Colonel Jones Williams no ill will for the handcuffs. A good-hearted man, he took a personal interest in the camp kitchens, had built a cinema hut within the camp, been reasonably mild in orderly room, and done his best not to drive returned soldiers too hard. I decided to leave Litherland somehow, forewarned what the winter would be like, with the mist steaming up from the Mersey and hanging about the camp, full of TNT fumes. During the previous winter, I used to sit in my hut and cough until I was sick. The fumes tarnished buttons and cap badges and made our eyes smart. I thought of going back to France, but realized the absurdity of the notion. Since 1916, the fear of gas obsessed me. Any unusual smell, even a sudden strong scent of flowers in a garden, was enough to send me trembling. And I couldn't face the sound of heavy shelling now. The noise of a car backfiring would send me flat on my face, or running for cover. But what about Palestine, where gas was unknown and shell fire inconsiderable by comparison with France? Siegfried wrote from Craiglockhart in August, "What do you think of the latest push? How splendid this attrition is. As Lord Crewe says, we are not the least depressed." I matched this with a remark of Lord Carson's. The necessary supply of heroes must be maintained at all costs. At my next medical board, I asked to be passed in the category of B2, which meant fit for garrison service at home. I reckoned on being sent to the 3rd Garrison Battalion of the regiment, now under canvas at Oswestry in Wales. From there, when I felt a bit better, I would get myself passed by, or fit for garrison service abroad, and would in due course be sent to a Royal Welsh Garrison Battalion in Egypt. Once there, it should be easy to get past AI and join the 24th or 25th New Army Battalion in Palestine. So presently I was sent to Oswestry. We had a good colonel, but the men were mostly compulsory enlistments, and the officers, with few exceptions, useless. My first task on arrival was to superintend the entraining of battalion stores and transport. We were moving to Kimmel Park Camp near Rhyl. The adjutant gave me 150 men and allowed me 6 hours for the job. I chose 50 of the stronger men and 3 or 4 NCOs who looked capable, then sent the remainder away to play football. By organizing the mob in 1st Battalion style, I got my 50 men to load the train in 2 hours less than the scheduled time. The colonel congratulated me. At Rhyl, he gave me the job of giving further instruction to the 60 or so young officers sent to him from the cadet battalions. Few officers in the battalion had seen any active service. It was at this point that I remembered Nancy Nicholson. I had first met her in April 1916 at the Nicholsons' Harlech House, while on leave after the operation on my nose. She was 16 at the time, on holiday from school, and I knew her brother Ben, the painter, whose asthma kept him out of the army. When I returned to France in 1917, I had called on Ben and the rest of the family in Chelsea, and the last person to say goodbye to me on my way to Victoria Station was Nancy. I remembered her standing in the doorway, in a black velvet dress with coral necklace. She was ignorant, of independent mind, good-natured, and as sensible about the war as anybody at home could be. In the summer of 1917, shortly after the episode with Marjorie, I had taken her to a musical review, the first review of my life. It was cheap, with Lee White singing of Black-Eyed Susans, and how girls must all be farmers' boys, off with skirts, wear corduroys. Nancy told me that she was now on the land herself. She showed me her paintings, illustrations to Stevenson's Child's Garden of Verses. My child's sentiment and hers answered each other. I liked all the family, particularly her mother, Mabel Nicholson, the painter, a beautiful, wayward Scotch, melancholy person. William Nicholson, again, the painter, is still among my friends. Tony, a brother, just older than Nancy, was a gunner officer, waiting to go to France. I began a correspondence with Nancy about some children's rhymes of mine which she wanted to illustrate. Soon I fell in love with her. On my next leave, in October 1917, I visited her at the farm where she worked in Huntingdonshire, alone, except for her black poodle. Among farmers, laborers, and wounded soldiers who had been put on land service and helped her to run mangolds through a slicer. Our letters became more intimate after this. She warned me that she was a feminist, and that I had to be careful what I said about women. The attitude of the Huntingdon farmers to their wives and daughters kept her in a continual state of anger. But Nancy's crude summary of the Christian religion, "God is a man, so it must be all rot," took a load off my shoulders. I had been passed by now, but the orders that came for me to proceed to Gibraltar upset my plans. Gibraltar being a dead end, it would be as difficult to get from there to Palestine as it would from England. A friend in the War Office undertook to cancel the order until a vacancy could be found for me in the battalion stationed at Cairo. At Ril, I was enjoying my first independent command. I got it because of a rumored invasion of the northeast coast to follow a sortie of the German fleet. A number of battalions were sent across England for its defense. All fit men of the 3rd Garrison Battalion were ordered to move at 24 hours' notice to York. A slight error occurred, however, in the Morse message from War Office to Western Command. Instead of dash dot dash dash, they sent dash dot dash dot, so the battalion was sent to Cork instead, where, on second thoughts, it seemed just as much needed as in York, so there it stayed for the remainder of the war. Ireland had been seething since the Easter Rebellion in 1916, and Irish troops at the depots were now giving away their rifles to the Sinn Feiners. On getting these orders, the colonel told me that I was the only officer he could trust to look after the rest of the battalion, 30 young officers, 400 or 500 Crocs engaged in camp duties, and a draft of 200 trained men under orders for Gibraltar. He left me a competent adjutant and 3 officers' chargers to ride, also asking me to keep an eye on his children, whom he had to leave behind until a house could be found for them at Cork. I had been playing with them a good deal. I got the draft off all right, and their soldier-like appearance so impressed the inspecting general that he sent them all to the camp cinema at his own expense. This gave me another good mark with the colonel in Ireland. The climax of my faithful services was when I checked an attempt on the part of the camp quartermaster to make our battalion responsible for the loss of 500 blank. It happened like this. Suddenly one night, I had 3,300 leave men from France thrown under my command, Irishmen from every regiment in the army, held up at Holyhead on the way home by the presence of submarines in the Irish Sea. They were rowdy and insubordinate, and during the 4 days of their stay gave me little rest. The 500 missing blankets, part of the 6,600 issued to them, had probably been sold in Ril to pay for cigarettes and beer. I was able to prove at the court of inquiry that the men, though attached to the battalion for purposes of discipline, had been issued with blankets direct from the quartermaster's stores before reporting to me. The loss of the blankets might be presumed to have taken place between the time of issue and the time that the men arrived in the battalion lines, for I had given the camp quartermaster no receipt for the blankets. The court of inquiry was convened in the camp quartermaster's private office, and I insisted that he should leave the room during the taking of evidence, because it was now no longer his private office, but a court of inquiry. The president agreed, and his consequent ignorance of my line of defense saved the case. This success, and the evidence that I turned up of presence, accepted by the battalion mess. President, when at Ryle, from wholesale caterers, the mess. President had tried to make me pay my mess bill twice over, and I retaliated by investigating his private life. So pleased the colonel that he recommended me for the Russian Order of St. Anne, with crossed swords, of the 3rd class. After all, then, I should not have left the army undecorated but for the October Bolshevik Revolution, which cancelled the award list. I saw Nancy again when I visited London in December, and we decided to get married at once. Though attaching no importance to the ceremony, Nancy did not want to disappoint her father, who liked weddings and parties. I was still expecting orders for Egypt and intended to go on from there to Palestine. However, Nancy's mother made it a condition of marriage, Nancy being still a minor, that I should visit a London lung specialist to find out whether I would be fit for active service in the course of the next year or two. I went to Sir James Fowler, who had visited me at Rouen when I was wounded. He told me that my lungs were healthy enough, though I had bronchial adhesions and my wounded lung had only a third of its proper expansion, but that my general nervous condition made it folly for me to think of active service in any theater of war. Nancy and I were married in January 1918 at St. James Church, Piccadilly. She being just 18, and I 22, George Mallory acted as the best man. Nancy had read the marriage service for the first time that morning, and been so horrified that she all but refused to go through with the wedding, though I had arranged for the ceremony to be modified and reduced to the shortest possible form. Another caricature scene to look back on. Myself, striding up the red carpet, wearing field boots, spurs, and sword. Nancy meeting me in a blue check silk wedding dress, utterly furious. Packed benches on either side of the church, full of relatives, aunts using handkerchiefs, the choir boys out of tune, Nancy savagely muttering the responses, myself shouting them in a parade, ground voice. Then the reception. At this stage of the war, sugar could not be got except in the form of rations. There was a three-tiered wedding. Cake and the Nicholsons had been saving up their sugar and butter cards for a month to make it taste like a real one. But when George Mallory lifted off the plaster, case of imitation, icing, a sigh of disappointment rose from the guests. However, champagne was another scarce commodity, and the guests made a rush for the dozen bottles on the table. Nancy said, "Well, I'm going to get something out of this wedding at any rate," and grabbed a bottle. After 3 or 4 glasses, she went off and changed back into her land girl's costume of breeches and smock. My mother, who had been thoroughly enjoying the proceedings, caught hold of her neighbor, E.V. Idarme, Lucas, the essayist, and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I wish she had not done that. The embarrassments of our wedding night, Nancy and I being both virgins, were somewhat eased by an air raid. Zeppelin bombs dropping not far off set the hotel in an uproar.